Understanding Korea 1 Nature Pyongyang, Korea Judge 105, 2016. Understanding Korea 1 Nature Foreign Languages Publishing House Pyongyang, Korea Judge 105, 2016. Contents. 1. Location 1. 2. Area 1. 3. Climate 1. 4. Topography 2. 5. Major mountain ranges 3. 6. MTP 2, 4. 7. Wonders on MTP 2, 4. 8. Famous mountains 5. 9. MT Kamgang 5. 10. MT Myohyang 6. 11. MT Chil 6. 12. MT Chilbo 7. 13. MT Jiri 8. 14. MT Hala 9. 15. MT Sorak 9. 16. MT Jongbang 10. 17. MT Suyang 11. 18. MT Ryanak 11. 19. MT Taesong 12. 20. Moran Hill 13. 21. Joel Pass 14. 22. Mazi Pass 14. 23. Aobi Pass 15. 24. Munjian Pass 16. 25. Plateaus 16. 26. Kima Plateau 16. 27. Pakmu Plateau 17. 28. Ryangsu Plateau 19. 29. Sefo Area 20. 30. Plains 20. 31. Pyongyang Plain 20. 32. Yeoldu-Sankoli Plain 21. 33. Jeryong Plain 22. 34. Yontaek Plain 24. 35. Kimpo Plain 25. 36. Honam Plain 25. 37. Jeonnam Plain 26. 38. Caves 27. 39. Pengyang Cavern 27. 40. Ryangmun Cavern 28. 41. Kumdan Cave 29. 42. Chongnu Abrasion Cave 30. 43. Kumyong Cave 30. 44. Rivers 31. 45. General characteristics of rivers and streams 32. 46. Amnok River 33. 47. Tumen River 34. 48. Raktong River 36. 49. Han River 36. 50. Dung River 37. 51. Kum River 39. 52. Lakes 39. 53. Natural Lakes 40. 54. Lake Chon on the top of Mtpa 2 40. 55. Lakes MG 41. 56. Lagoon Huang 43. 57. Lagoon Soban 44. 58. Lake Saijung 45. 59. Lagoon Bajan 46. 60. Lake Pengnok 46. 61. Artificial Lakes 47. 62. Lake Suphung 47. 63. Lake Undong 48. 64. Lake Jiangjin 49. 65. Lake Yinfeng 49. 66. Lake Unfa 50. 67. Waterfalls 51. 68. Kuryong Falls 52. 69. Pagyan Falls 53. 70. Taesong Falls 54. 71. Patu Falls 54. 72. Rimyeongsu Falls 55. 73. Paibang Falls 56. 74. Ryangyan Falls 56. 75. Ulim Falls 57. 76. Thailand 58. 77. Seas 58. 78. East Sea of Korea 59. 79. West Sea of Korea 59. 80. South Sea of Korea 60. 81. Islets and Islands 61. 82. Jehu Island 61. 83. Ulong Island 62. 84. Tok Islet 63. 85. Marine Resources 63. 86. Mineral Resources 65. 87. Metallic Minerals 65. 88. Non-ferrous Minerals 66. 89. Ferrous Minerals 67. 90. Non-metallic Minerals 68. 91. Coal Reserves 70. 92. Underground Water Reserves 70. 93. Mineral Springs 71. 94. Hot Springs 72. 95. Geothermal Energy Resources 72. 96. Water Resources 73. 97. Animals 73. 98. Indigenous Animals 74. 99. Plants 75. 100. Indigenous Plants 75. 1. Location Korea is in the center of East Asia. It is situated between long, 124 degrees 10 minutes 45 seconds east. Western tip of Paigan is Zindo County, North Yangon Province, and long, 131 degrees 52 minutes 28 seconds east. Eastern tip of Tak is Alang County, North Gyeongsang Province, and between lat, 33 degrees 06 minutes 45 seconds north. Southern tip of Mura is Sogwifo, Jeju Province, and lat, 43 degrees 00 minutes 33 seconds north. Northern tip of Fengso RIA, Onsong County, North Hamgyong Province. Korea is bounded on the north by China and Russia across the Amnok and Tumen rivers, and is encircled by the east, west, and south seas of Korea. 2. Area Korea has an area of 223,935 square km, the northern half of Korea 123,138 square km, and its southern half 107,797 square kilometers. It also has islets and islands covering a total area of 5,829 square km, as well as 540,000 odd hectares of Thailand. It accounts for 1/676 of the globe's land and for 1/200 of Asia's. 3. Climate Korea has a temperate climate, both continental and maritime, because it is located where the Asian continent and the Pacific Ocean meet. 2. It has 4 distinctive seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The annual average temperature is 8.7 degrees Celsius. It is 9.8 degrees Celsius in the northern inland area. The annual average precipitation is 966.3 millimeters, far beyond the world average, 840 millimeters. The annual sunshine time is from 280 to 700 hours, so it is longer than that of the other regions in the same latitude. The sunshine duration is particularly longer in autumn, which provides conditions favorable for the ripening of cereals. Korea is affected by seasonal wind. There are obvious distinctions between dry and rainy seasons. In winter, it is usually cold and clear as dry, chilly wind blows northward or northwestward from the continent, whereas, in summer, it is hot and rainy as hot, humid wind blows southward or southeastward from the Pacific Ocean. 4. Topography. Mountains characterize the topography of Korea. They make up 79.3% of its land. Though they occupy a large percentage in area, their absolute heights are not so great. Korea has an average elevation of 443 minutes above sea level, way below the world average, 875 minutes. 3. Most of its land lies below an elevation of 1000 minute above sea level, the middle part at an elevation of 1000 minute accounting for 12.69% and the highlands of over 2000 minutes 4.29%. The land is elevated in the north and east and falls towards the west and south. 5. Major mountain ranges. The land of Korea is roofed by the Great Batu Mountains extending from Mtipuktu at the northern tip to Kuje Peak on the south coast. All other ranges are rooted in this mountain range. It consists of 8 ranges. Buktu Mountains, average height 860 minutes, length 140 kilometers. Pyeongryong Mountains, average height 580 minutes, length 280 kilometers. Pakdaebong Mountains, average height 100 minutes, length 170 kilometers. Mazikryong Mountains, average height 1030 minutes, length 90 kilometers. Chalryong Mountains, average height 880 minutes, length 70 kilometers. Thaebiak Mountains, average height 1030 minutes, length 320 kilometers. Sobaek Mountains, average height 850 minutes, length 310 kilometers. And Jiri Mountains, average height 980 minutes, length 90 kilometers. The Great Batu Mountains, which is proof positive that Korea is composed of one expansive territory, has an average elevation of 170 minutes and length of 470 kilometers, with Jangon Peak, 750 minutes of Mtipuktu as the major peak of the range. 4. 6. Mtipuktu has an elevation of 750 minutes above sea level, Jangon Peak. On average, frost begins on September 3rd, snow falling on September 29th and remaining until June of the following year. The mountain is covered with snow over 10 months a year. Mtipuktu and the surrounding area are carpeted with great pumice of volcanic origin. Puktu means a white summit, and the mountain was called so because its summit looks white all year round. Snow or pumice crowns the mountain in all seasons. There is Lake Jeon on the top of Mtipuktu with a chain of over 200 peaks forming its outer rim, Jangon Peak being the highest in Korea. 7. Wonders on Mtipuktu. The sunrise over Mtipuktu is a fascinating sight, probably without parallel in the world. The sun rising in the east casts a red and blue glow over the vast expanse of dense forests, myriad-shaped rocks and peaks shrouded in clouds, turning the whole area into a sea of fire. The water of Lake Jeon remains placid and, suddenly, a terrible storm breaks out. Heavy black clouds appear out of nowhere, stones flying up and down, and disappear in the blink of an eye. Sometimes, it rains in torrents and then 5 starts to hail, huge great stones. After the storm, dew-laden flowers are smiling here and snowflakes are racing there. Now and then, when a gale hits the area, a waterspout arises on the lake, throwing up a column of water, as well as fist-sized rocks, scores or hundreds of meters high. It moves 200-300 minutes, with the water tossing and raging in turbulent eddies and thick clouds of spray enveloping the water column. 8. Famous mountains. Famous mountains in Korea include TTS Patu, Kumgang, Myeogyang, Kool, Jilbo, Jari, Hala, Sorak, Jongbang, Suyang and Ryeonak. 9. Mt. Kumgang, numbered among the renowned mountains of the world. Mt. Kumgang is located midway down the east coast of the Korean peninsula. It occupies the area of Kumgang, Kosong and Thongjeong counties in Gangwon province. It has an average elevation of 1639 minutes above sea level, and extends 40 kilometers east and west and 60 kilometers north and south, covering a total area of 530 square kilometers. The view of the mountain looks like a picture scroll disclosing a wonderful harmony of myriad scenes and shapes. 12,000 odd high and low peaks, numerous waterfalls and ponds, rare species of flowering plants and beautiful seascape. 6. The mountain has been called by various names because of the variation of its scenes by the season. In spring, it is called Kumgangsan in allusion to the diamond. In summer, Pongyesan. In autumn, Funggaksan. And in winter, Kyegalsan. It can be divided into Inner Kumgang, Outer Kumgang and Sea Kumgang, and each section of it has peculiar scenery. 10. Mt. Myeohyang. Mt. Myeohyang, located in northwestern Korea, borders on Jagang, North Yangwon and South Yangwon provinces. Since olden times it has been particularly famous for its unique physical aspects and beautiful scenery. It has a circumference of about 128 kilometers and an area of 375 square km, and extends over 28 kilometers east and west and north and south, respectively. It boasts a chain of famous peaks such as Piro, 909 minutes, One Man, Chunthi, Hyangno and Pogwang. Sculpted by surface erosion for ages, the peaks come in all shapes, and there are clean streams and valleys. There are also many famous waterfalls such as Isanam, Mangyong, Ryeonjun, Pyeon and Unsun. 11. Mt. Kyul. Mt. Kyul is situated in the west of the Korean Seven Peninsula. It has an elevation of 954 minutes, Sehwang Peak, and covers an area of more than 110 square kilometers. It is not a tall mountain, but soars between Jeryong and Unul plains, disclosing its singular, magnificent appearance. It is covered with granite rocks that were formed in the wake of a volcanic eruption 150 million years ago. Through tectonic activities it was cut sharply in different parts and prone to erosion, with the result that pointed peaks and deep valleys were formed. The mountain, with soaring peaks, ridges, thickly wooded ravines, odd-shaped rocks, dense forests, raging waterfalls and clean streams, presents a magnificent view, especially the Ryongyeon Falls and Samhyong Falls, flowers blooming in different seasons, persimmons and other wild fruits growing at the foot of the mountain, and autumnal tints add beauty to the landscape. 12. Mt. Chilbo. Mt. Chilbo, located in northeastern Korea, Myeongjeon County, North Hamgyong Province, rises 659 minutes, Cheonbul Peak, above sea level and covers an area of more than 250 square kilometers. It is called Chilbo because it has 7 treasures in its bosom. It is often called the Mt. Kumgang of North Hamgyong for its superb mountain and CSCAPES. A part of the Puktu volcanic zone, it emerged about 1 million years ago, at about the same time as Mtipuktu. Mt. Chilbo is divided into Inner Chilbo, Outer Chilbo and Sea Chilbo. Figuratively speaking, Inner Chilbo is feminine as it looks quiet and mellow, whereas Outer Chilbo is masculine because of its magnificent, awe-inspiring scenery. In Outer Chilbo, there is Wongjin hot spring where hot water of about 50 degrees Celsius is gushing out in hundreds of tons per day. Sea Chilbo, spanning a 40-kilometer-long coastline, presents a gorgeous view overhanging cliffs, rocky islets and caves, arched bridge capped with pine trees, etc. Sea Chilbo Talmon Cave is the biggest sea cave in Korea, 10-minute high, 5-minute wide and 8-minute deep. There is a nature reserve in the mountain, which abounds in fauna and flora. 13. MTJ located in the southern part of the Korean peninsula, Hamgyang and Sancheong counties, South Gyeongsang province. MTJ soars 915 minutes, Jeonwang Peak, and has a circumference of over 200 kilometers. For its majestic appearance, limpid streams rushing down the ravines and rare species of plants, it has been known as one of the 9 famous mountains in Korea from olden times and is counted among its 8 scenic spots. 14. MT Halla located in the middle of Jeju Island in the South Sea of Korea. MT Halla is 950 minutes above sea level. A mountain of volcanic origin, it is mostly covered with basalt rocks. On the top of the mountain, which is conical in shape, is a crater lake called Lake Pengnok. At a point about 8 kilometers southwest of the lake are found over 500 rocks of all shapes and dense forest nearby, unfolding a mysterious view. There are more than 350 parasitic volcanoes in the mountain, over 200 of which lie beyond 1000 meters above sea level. Strong wind and heavy precipitation characterize the mountain. Snow is not piled up at the foot of the mountain, but it remains on the top until April. The mountain is home to more than 700 species of plants ranging from tropical and subtropical to subarctic ones. Also, it affords habitats for over 180 species of birds and 80 species of butterflies. 15. MT Sorak 1708 minutes, lies midway down the Taebaek Mountains in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. 10. It is mainly composed of granite gneiss, biotite granite, granite porphyry and red granite. Diorite and porphyry occur in some of its parts. A watershed divides the mountain into Outer Sorak in the east and Inner Sorak in the west. The former is subdivided into North Outer Sorak and South Outer Sorak, and the latter into North Inner Sorak and South Inner Sorak. The mountain presents an endless variety of wonderful scenery. Taesong Falls, one of the 3 famous waterfalls in Korea, and many other waterfalls, Ulsan Rock and other odd-shaped rocks, green woods and clear water in the valleys, and old buildings such as Sanhung and Paektam temples. 16. MT Jeongbang, rising 481 meters above sea level, borders Sori-1, North Hwanghae Province, in the central part of the Korean peninsula. The mountain is called Jeongbang because its ridges are connected in the shape of a regular square. It soars high over other mountains nearby, commanding an extensive view of Jeryong Plain. The mountain is composed of quartzite and schist. The peaks coming in myriad shapes through age-old weathering, cliffs and rocks rising beyond 100 meters above sea level, many species of flowering plants, thick forests and 11 mineral springs carrying many legends, all for wonderful views. 17. MT Suyang is located in South Hwanghae Province in the midwestern part of the Korean peninsula. It is 946 meters above sea level, Salyu Peak, and extends about 12 kilometers east and west and about 10 kilometers north and south. The climate is characterized by high temperature, heavy precipitation and recurrent fog in spring and summer. Because of its location at a point dividing the broadly forested temperate zone into north and south, the mountain is rich in plants, including rowan in the north and Styraxobasa, Carpinus laxiflora and lime trees in the south. In particular, there is a plant reserve in the mountain. It is the sole habitat of Carlsius sinensis gun, which is the only genus of the only family worldwide. The mountain boasts breathtaking views of peaks, ridges, rocks, clear streams, thickly wooded valleys, waterfalls and fords. 18. MT Ryonnak 293 minutes is located in Manyumye District, Pyongyang. It has been known as MT Komgang of Pyongyang. 12 for its harmonious beauty, odd-shaped rocks standing high against the sky, fragrant flowers in full bloom, thick forests and reddening maples in autumn. Ryonnak means a dragon ascending to the sky. The mountain has a steep slope of 30 degrees. Halfway up the mountain is a crystal clear, cold spring that gushes out of the rocks in all seasons. It is inhabited by such rare plants as Clerodendron trichotomum, lime tree, Zelkova tree and Ligustrum motusfolium, as well as Pipsisua, Amethyst grassel and other plants, each being the only species of the relevant genus. It also boasts 3 natural monuments, Zelkova, Tuolna sinensis and Pagoda tree. The beautiful mountain commands an extensive view of Pyongyang and fertile farmlands around it. 19. MT Taesong sandwiched between Kaesong and Samsak districts in Pyongyang. MT Taesong is 270 meters above sea level. The name means a mountain with a big castle. It is surrounded by Goksa, Somun, Jiangsu, Ulji and Juhak peaks and Pajang Hill, all connected in the shape of a folding screen. Along the ridge of Juhak Peak, extending southwestward, lie 2 long and wide valleys. The mountain is covered with evergreen pine trees, 13 so it looks green even in early spring and late autumn. For its unique beauty it has been known as one of the 8 scenic spots of Pyongyang since olden times. It is inhabited by such animals as pheasant, migratory grosbeak, oriole, woodpecker, gray-backed starling, roe deer and hare. There are also tongchan, mishan and other artificial lakes, various ponds including those for carp and deer, beautiful waterfalls and historical relics that date back to the period of Kagario. 20. Moran Hill is in the heart of Pyongyang, rising 95 meters above sea level. It used to be called Enti Kamsu, meaning the silk-embroidered mountain, and then Moran Hill, because it resembles a peony flower. At the foot of Sharkutchan Cliff, where flowers and trees thrive in different seasons, flows the Chidong River. Pugyo Pavilion on the top of the cliff presents a magnificent view. From olden times, greeting spring on Ulmil Pavilion and viewing the moon on Pugyo Pavilion are counted among the 8 scenic spots of Pyongyang. Chosong Pavilion is the highest spot in Moran Hill, bounded by round, low peaks in the south and west, with 3 valleys in between. The hill is inhabited by over 100 species of trees, 14 including pine, fir, Korean pine, tree foliate pine, Catalpa ovada, linden and poplar. Birds, over 70 species in all, flock to the hill in different seasons. 21. Shol Pass rises 677 meters above sea level in the central part of the Korean peninsula. It is a steep pass that is said to have 99 bends along the 16-kilometer long path upwards and again 16-kilometer long path downwards. It is surrounded by high mountains exceeding 1,000 meters such as MT Fengyu 1023 minutes and Ryade Peak 1090 minutes. It has a steep slope in the north and a gentle one in the south. Its topographical features make the pass a natural fortress, so it has been used as a transport hub since olden times. The pass served as the main route between Hamgyong province and Seoul. Now it is a traffic center that ensures political, economic and cultural ties between the north and south of Gangwon province. The mountain path is lined with royal azaleas. 22. Mazik Pass located in the Mazikryong Mountains, Gangwon Province. It is 768 meters above sea level. It was called Masik 15 Pass or Masu Pass because even horses had a break climbing up the mountain pass. This pass used to be a key link connecting the east and west of central Korea. The east slope is very steep, but the west one is relatively gentle. From olden times, it was an important transport channel in the central part of the country. The forests around the pass are thickly wooded with broadleaf trees such as oak, linden and betelgeuse miti, and pine groves thrive at the foot of the mountain. The area is also abundant with such plants as royal fern, bracken, wild vine, taro vine, Schizandra chinensis and Tetractylodes japonica. 23. Obi Pass, 648 meters above sea level, is on the borders of Ryongpo RA, Poptong County, Gangwon Province, and Kuryong RA, Yanggok County, South Gyeongbuk Province. The main bedrock is granite. The pass has been eroded by the Ramjin River and the Songgang Stream, a tributary of the Nan River. It is connected with high mountains in the north and south. The east slope is gentler than the west one. Broadleaf trees such as oak, maple and betel platyphylla are arranged in this area. Since olden times the pass has served as a key link connecting the east and west of Korea. 16. 24. Munjeon Pass. Munlong Pass is located on the borders of Munlong, North Gyeongsang Province, and Kosan County, North Chungcheong Province, in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. Also called Rihwa Pass, it has an elevation of 548 meters above sea level. It was formed in the course of downthrusting in the Sobek Mountains that resulted from erosion by the Joryong Stream, a tributary of the Raktong River, and the Sang Stream, a tributary of the Tal Stream. The pass has a precipitous ridge and gentle slopes. Since olden times it has served as a major route connecting the Gyeonggi and Ryongnam areas. 25. Plateaus in Korea. There are the Pekmu Plateau, Kimo Plateau, Pyeongwon Plateau, Miru Plain, Sengikoksan Plain, Jinan Plateau, Ryongso Plateau, etc. 26. Kima Plateau. The Kame Plateau is an elevated peneplain covering a vast expanse of highland in northern Korea, called the Roof of Korea. The plateau has an area of 14,300 square km and an average elevation of 1,340 minutes. 17. Its southern section is 500 minutes higher than the northern one. It is far away from the sea, with a mountain range of over 1,500 minutes above sea level in between, so it is hardly affected by the sea. As it is open northward, it is largely affected by the continent. Tributaries belonging to the water system of the Amnok River, such as the Hakon River, Jangjin River, and Samsu Stream, flow through this plateau. In the river valleys are Lake Pujan, Lake Rangnam, Hwangsuwon Reservoir, etc. The soils are mostly orthic alluvials, those at relatively high elevations podsolic soil, and those in the ridges exceeding 2,000 minute mountain meadow soil. Having been abandoned for centuries, the plateau has been turned into one of the biggest hubs of highland agriculture in Korea. 27. Pakmu Plateau. Located in the northern part of Korea, the Pakmu Plateau is the second largest plateau in Korea, next to the Kamo Plateau. It has an area of 6,520 square km and an average elevation of 1,260 meters above sea level. According to the characteristics of its genesis and topography, it is divided into the Paktu Plateau west of the Soju Stream and the Musan Plateau east of the 18 Stream. The Soju Stream is a part of the Paktu volcanic zone. The area north of Hoang Pass on the Paktu Plateau is very flat, so from olden times it was known as Gangpyeong, which means a plain in the sky. Paekdu-Sungkoli Plain is located in this area. Found on the plateau are the brooks flowing through the Paktu Mountains and other neighboring ranges, which belong to the water systems of the Amnok and Tumen rivers, and natural lakes such as Lake Samji. The plateau is located in the highlands, far away from the sea and bounded by high ranges in the east and south, so it is hardly affected by the sea, and the climate is influenced by the cold wind from northwest. As a result, it has the coldest continental climate in Korea. Biting cold persists in winter, but summer is short and cool. The wind blows hard, particularly northwesterly in winter. Pumice soil, brown forest soil, and alluvial soil, as well as orthic alluvials, are distributed on the vast area. The Musan Plateau is a dissected plateau formed by weathering. The Pakmu Plateau remained undeveloped before Korea's liberation, and now modern, large farms thrive in the area, making it a reliable base for highland agriculture and timber production. 19. 28. Ryongso Plateau. The Ryongso Plateau has an area of 4,740 square km and an average elevation of 750 meters above sea level. Ryongso means west of a mountain pass. The plateau is located in the west of various passes such as Onjong Pass and Taegwon Pass in the Thaebiak Mountains, the range forming a divide between the slopes of the east and west seas of Korea. It is also called the Thaebiak Plateau because the most part of it is in the Thaebiak Mountains, with empty Thaebiak being the major mountain in the range. Granite and granite gneiss form the most part of the bedrock, basalt in the Pyeongwon region in the north and limestone in the Nyeonggwol region in the south. The area descends in elevation from the Thaebiak Mountains to the west. The plateau is characterized by great variations in temperature, particularly between cold and hot days and between day and night. It receives heavy precipitation and the annual average temperature is 10.1 degrees Celsius, the monthly average temperature being minus 6.8 degrees Celsius in January and 25.1 degrees Celsius in August. It is mostly covered with forests, so it is suitable for timber production. Field crops such as potato and corn are grown, and cattle and other species of livestock are raised in this area. 20. 29. Sefo area. The Sefo area encompasses Sefo, Icheon and Pyeongdong in Gangwon Province, all on the Pyeongwon Plateau. The area is called Sefo because, as a part of the Chogryong Graben, it is visited by strong wind, heavy snow and copious rain. It is composed of basalt, so it remained uncultivated for long as the ground becomes muddy after rain and cleaves under the sun. According to the plan of President Kim Il-sung and General Kim Jong-il and under the energetic leadership of the respected Marshal Kim Jong-un, the area is now being turned into a large-scale livestock farming base with tens of thousands of hectares of natural and artificial grassland. 30. Plains make up 20.7% of Korea's territory. They include Pyongyang Plain, Yeoju-Sungkoli Plain, Jeryong Plain, Yeonbae Plain, Kimpol Plain, Honam Plain and Jeonnam Plain. 31. Pyongyang Plain. Pyongyang Plain is located near the lower reaches of the Taedong River centered on Pyongyang. The plain is 950 square km in area and extends about 40 kilometers north and south and about 30 kilometers east and west. It is a typical low-lying peneplain, partly composed of 21 alluvial soil near the shores of the Taedong River, Mujin Stream, Kanyang River and others. It is for the most part hilly ground of limestone downthrust and flattened through age-old weathering, corrosion and erosion. With an elevation of 10-20 minutes above sea level and a relative height of 20-30 minutes on a broad area, the plain is dotted with gently undulating hills, so it is also called Pyongyang peneplain. The bedrock is mainly composed of limestone and dolomite, as well as sandstone, siltstone, slate, shale and others. The plain is mainly used for crop cultivation. 32. Yeoju-Sungkoli Plain. Yeoju-Sungkoli Plain, also called Anju Plain, is located in the northwest of South Yeonan Province on the west coast. The plain extends about 35 kilometers north and south and about 20 kilometers east and west. It borders the shore of the West Sea of Korea in the west and overlaps with Anju, Munduk, Sukchon and Pyeongwon in the east. It lies at the western foot of the Gyeongbang and Osak ranges. The flat area of the plain is 520 minutes above sea level. The plain comprises patches of alluvial soil formed by layers of sediment near the Chongcheon River, tidal flats by the sea and a hilly area created through age-long erosion and sedimentation. 22. It descends in elevation to the west. Granite, gneiss and schist form the most part of the bedrock. Huge deposits of lignite and peat are buried in the area. It has a maritime climate, with the annual temperature averaging 9.5 degrees Celsius, annual precipitation 971.5 millimeters and annual wind speed 2.14 m/s affected by a strong wind from the sea. It is mainly made up of alluvial, tideland and paddy soils, and the hills are covered with brown soil. Medium and small rivers and streams flow through the plain into the West Sea of Korea and there is a ramified network of waterways that belong to the Funan irrigation system in South Yeonan Province. Such crops as rice, corn, beans, radish, cabbage, apple, pear and peach are cultivated on the plain. 33. Jeryong Plain. Jeryong Plain extends along the shore of the Jeryong River, centered on Jeryong and Anak counties, South Hwanghae Province, in the midwestern part of the Korean peninsula. It was created through centuries-long accumulation of river sediment on a slowly rising seabed that had been downthrust in tectonic processes. The second largest in Korea, the plain has an area of 23,300 square km and extends 37 kilometers east and west and 40 kilometers north and south. The average elevation is approximately 20 minutes. It is 2-5 minutes near the middle and lower reaches of the Jeryong River, some parts of the plain lying on a level nearly the same as the sea level. It is mainly composed of gneiss, schist, conglomerate, sandstone, siltstone, shale, etc. The average temperature is 10.4 degrees Celsius annually, minus 5.4 degrees Celsius in January, and 24.1 degrees Celsius in August. The annual precipitation averages 967.15 millimeters. More than half of it falls from July to August. The wind is not so strong. It blows southwesterly in summer, and westerly or northwesterly in winter. The Jeryong River flows through Jeryong Plain, joined by the Sohung River and the Yungfa Stream on the right and the So River and the Jik, Jokso, Jonton and other streams on the left. The plain is mostly composed of paddy and alluvial soils, and its periphery of brown forest soil. Generally, the soils of the plain have thick layers and are rich in humus. Since olden times the plain has been known as one of Korea's granaries and numbered among the biggest rice producers in the country because it is very fertile and abundant in water sources. The West Sea barrage shields it from infiltration by seawater, and the fields are irrigated by a maze of waterways connected with lakes 24 Unfa and Sohung, and Kool, Unbang, Pogu, So-won and Myeongsu reservoirs. 34. Yeonbaek Plain. Yeonbaek Plain covers an area of 190 square km within the confines of Cheongdan, Yeonan and Pacheon counties on the southeast coast of South Hwanghae Province. The plain was created by the upheaval of shallow seashore and sedimentation in the West Sea of Korea. The bedrock is mainly composed of RTE gneiss and schist. The plain is bounded on the north by the hills of about 100 minutes above sea level, and on its northern tips are the spurs of the Suyang and Myeorak Mountains. Rising 20-50 minutes above sea level, it descends in elevation from north to south, ending with a large area of tideland on the coast. Running through the plain are rivers and streams of varying lengths such as the Osa, Wayayong and Rajinfo streams, and the Han-Yo stream, a tributary of the Raisong River, all flowing into the West Sea of Korea. The average temperature is 11 degrees Celsius annually, minus 3.9 degrees Celsius in January, and 24.5 degrees Celsius in August. The cumulative temperature over 10 degrees Celsius is 318 degrees Celsius. The annual average precipitation is about 166.3 millimeters. The plain is mainly composed of paddy soil, alluvial soil, tideline soil and reddish-brown soil. 25 Another granary in Korea, the plain boasts many reservoirs, pumping stations and drainage facilities. It also has a cobweb of the waterways of the Yeonbaek and Cheongdan irrigation systems, as well as the Ryasungyeong waterway. 35. Kimpo Plain. Kimpo Plain occupies an area of 600 square km, comprising Kimpo, Koyang, Faju and Pucheon, near the lower reaches of the Han River, Gyeonggi Province, in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. It is an alluvial plain created through sedimentation near the Han River and its tributaries. Sandy soil forms the central part of the plain. It has conditions favorable for irrigation as the Han River and its tributaries, such as Kongnung, Changnung and Munsan streams, flow through it. It is mainly composed of shore deposit soil, reddish-brown forest soil and tideland soil. 36. Honam Plain. Honam Plain is located between the lower reaches of the Kum River on the west coast of North Hwanghae Province and the Roryong Mountains in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. One of the biggest plain in Korea, it is 1,860 square km and 26 area. Once a peneplain of granite and schist, it was mostly formed by the sediment that had been carried along by the Kum, Mangyong and Tongjin rivers, as well as the sea. The plain is mainly composed of alluvial soil and the coastal area of marine soil. Its periphery remains a peneplain. It lies low and flat at an elevation of 20 minutes above sea level. The annual average temperature is 26.1 degrees Celsius. The annual average precipitation is about 160 millimeters. The plain is mainly composed of paddy soil and reddish-brown soil, in some parts of tideland soil and alluvial soil. Since olden times it has been known as one of Korea's granaries for its natural conditions favorable for agriculture. 37. Jeonnam Plain. Jeonnam Plain, 960 square km in area, extends near the shore of the Yongsan River in the southern part of the southwest lowland of the Korean peninsula. The plain was mainly formed by sedimentation near the Yongsan River, the area at the foot of mountain ranges remaining a peneplain. It is low and flat, except some mountains of about 300 minutes above sea level. It is composed of paddy soil, reddish-brown soil, alluvial soil and red soil. The annual temperature averages 13.1 degrees Celsius and the annual precipitation 1,300 millimeters. It was one of Korea's granaries. 27. 38. Caves. Korea has numerous caves. Limestone caves such as Pangnam Cavern, Songnam Cave and Rayongmun Cavern. Sea caves such as Kumnam Cave in Thongchon County and Cheongdu Abrasion Cave in Hongwon County. And lava caves such as Kumlong Cave in Jeju Island. 39. Pangyong Cavern located in Kujang County, North Yeonan Province, in the northwest of the Korean peninsula. This natural cavern is a typical limestone cave in Korea, an ensemble of fabulous scenes. It has various sizes and shapes of stalactites, stalagmites, stone flowers, waterfalls, ponds and rocks, all formed through the centuries-long process of limestone being eroded by rain and underground water. The major section, about 950 minutes long, has Mammothung with a huge stalagmite reminiscent of a mammoth of the glacial period, and Gyeongju that with two 5-minute high stalagmites resembling brothers. It also has a high waterfall, a cold water spring called Ofungchan, water of prime quality, and Myeongsaesumni, a flat sandy area that is 72-minute long, 11-minute high and 10-minute wide on average. The Miro section with 7 wings starts from a narrow hole on the left side of Myeongsaesumni. It has 28 many scenic spots such as Ubangdong with stalactites on the ceiling resembling the breasts of a cow, Mandaltong with a patterned floor reminiscent of a vast expanse of paddy fields, which was formed through the differential fluxing of limestone, Pongsadong with a hive of stalagmites, and Foridong with stalactites resembling grapes. The Sanhi section in the shape of a staircase extends about 400 minutes. It has Pajwadong meaning a roost of bats, Ungoldong associated with a legend to the effect that a bear came into the cave on a cold winter day and died in it because it got lost, and Sandong with a coral reef of stalagmites. 40. Rayongmun Cavern. The Rayongmun Cavern is located at the foot of Mt Rayongmun lying on the same range as Mt Myeohaeong, one of Korea's celebrated mountains. Known as an underground scenic beauty, the cavern is something of a wonder of nature, which was formed through the centuries-long process of the limestone being dissolved and eroded by underground water. The cavern has 2 major sections and more than 30 wings. It offers scenery that is fantastic and marvelous, made up of over 20 beauty spots including Kwanmandia 29, Observatory, Manmodong, Manmo means myriad forms, Undong section of a cavern, Fungyandong, Rich Harvest section, Seokwaedong, Stone Flower section, Pagwaedong, White Flower section, Kumgyangung, Palace of Mt Kumgang, Paktumlyongdong, Secret Camp on Mt Patu section, Jeonsan Brigwoon, Fairyland in Heaven, Kwang Myeongdong, Myeongdong, Bright Future Section, Pozokdong, Jewel Section, Hyeongdong, Brothers Section, and Ryongmun Plaza. The walls and ceiling of the Ryongmun Plaza, the last leg of the tourist course, is decorated with stone flowers in bloom and various shapes of small stalactites and stalagmites, all forming fantastic scenery. 41. Kumnon Cave located in Kumnon, Thongchon County, Gangwon Province, on the east coast. The Kumnon Cave is a sea cave formed through the centuries-long process of basalts being eroded by the waves. Designated as a natural monument, the cave is 16-minute long, 5 7-minute high and 4 5-minute wide. The depth of water is some meters at the entrance of the cave, but inside the pit it is less than 0.5 minutes. The cave is a habitat for seabirds such as gull and wild duck. Surrounded by hexagonal rocks, pine trees on the cliff in the East Sea of Korea, it offers wonderful scenery. 30. 42. Cheongdu Abrasion Cave located on the beach of Sohung in Hongwon County Town, Hongwon County, South Hamgyong Province on the east coast. The Cheongdu Abrasion Cave is on a knoll, 30 minutes. Once an islet, the knoll was connected with the land by sea and river sediment. The cave was composed of granite gneiss. 2 recesses of the bay were turned into cliffs through coastal erosion and their vulnerable lower parts were worn away to form the cave. The cave, hemispherical in shape, is 6-minute high and 3.7-minute wide on average. As it is open to the sea, it is inundated when there are high waves. 43. Kumnon Cave. The Kumnon Cave is located in the northeast of Jeju Island in the heart of the South Sea of Korea. It is also called Kumnongsa Cave. Sa means a snake, as it is said that the cave was inhabited by a big snake in old times. Its entrance is at an elevation of 60 meters above sea level. It is an S-shaped basalt cave formed by the subsiding of a terrain. It is divided into 3 sections. The height of the entrance is 11 minutes, and that of the 31 passageway is 19 minutes. The first section is 52 minutes long, the upper part of the second section 54 minutes, and the lower part 156 minutes, and the third section 352 minutes. The total length of the cave is 705 minutes, including that of the subsided segments. The cave has a lava cascade, stalactite, lava stairs, etc. Inside it can be seen an endless variety of shapes formed as a result of surface solidification of a lava flow, and calcareous sediment mixed with shells that were scattered about on the sandy beach. The subsided part links the cave with the Manjan Cave. 44. Rivers. Korea has numerous rivers and streams, those over 5 km long numbering about 600. Among them, 131 rivers and streams are more than 50 km in length. Those longer than 400 km are the Amnok, Tumen, Didong, Kum, Han and Raktong rivers. They are called the 6 major rivers of Korea. Korea is numbered among the countries with a ramified network of rivers and streams. On average, 0.5 km of a river course flows in an area of 1 square kilometer. Innumerable valleys and heavy precipitation explain the large numbers of rivers and streams and their big volume of flow. 32. 45. General characteristics of rivers and streams. First, the rivers and streams in Korea are abundant with water resources of good quality. The main source of their waters is precipitation. Korea receives 966.3 millimeters of precipitation annually, far beyond the world average, 840 millimeters. The basins of the rivers and streams have a large catchment area as they are mainly covered with forests. In other words, there is plenty of flow along their courses all the year round. As the country is pollution-free and prioritizes land and environment protection, excellent quality of water is ensured. Second, there is a striking contrast between the rivers and streams flowing through the slopes on the 3 seas of Korea. The major watersheds of the country are concentrated on the east coast. That is why the rivers and streams flowing through the slopes on the east coast are short and swift running. Furthermore, they have less tributaries and their basins are narrow. On the contrary, those on the west and south coasts are long and slow running. They have many tributaries and their basins are wide. Third, they are dictated by mountains and the volume of flow varies greatly with the season. 33. As Korea is largely mountainous, most of its rivers and streams have many rapids and waterfalls. Along their upper reaches are found large quantities of stones and gravels on riverbeds. They are characterized by steep gradients. The volume of flow decreases in winter and spring, but it increases rapidly in summer. 46. Amnok River. The river rises at the southwestern foot of Ntipuk-tu in Senju-in County, Ryanggang Province, in the northern part of Korea, and empties into the West Sea. It was named so because it was rich in wild ducks and green reeds. It is 803 km long, making it the longest in Korea. The basin of the river covers an area of 64,739.8 square km, of which the Korean part is 32,557.7 square kilometers. It has 885 tributaries, big and small. Those longer than 100 kilometers include the Hakhan, Jangjin, Pucheon, Jangjil and Jungman rivers, as well as the Samgyo stream. Sand and earth carried along either river were piled up in its lower reaches, forming various islands such as Waehua, Ryacho, Wanggeomfyeong and Haidan. The navigable portion of the river is nearly 700 kilometers. The annual average precipitation in the basin of the upper reaches is 500-600 millimeters. It increases from the upper to lower reaches. 34. The basin is abundant in forest resources. The upper reaches are covered with such tree species as larch, Abies nasturlepis, spruce, Korean poplar, Betula platyphylla, Betula ermani and linden. The middle and lower reaches are also densely forested. The basin is rich in precious mineral resources including gold, nickel, copper, coal, iron sulfide and kaolin. The river and its tributaries are inhabited by over 80 species of fish such as carp, goldfish, cornetfish, pond smelt, Brachiomistax lanok, eel, snakehead, gray mullet, sea bass, Idis wallacei and Sargochilictis sinensis lacustris. Soil patterns of the shore differ. Orthicluvisols in the upper reaches and brown forest soil in the lower reaches. The river comes first in the amount of hydraulic resources as it adjoins many precipitous valleys and rapid, big streams. 47. Tumen River. The Tumen River rises southeast of Ntipuk-tu and empties into the East Sea of Korea. It marks the boundary of Korea with China and Russia. The river was named so because it has many tributaries. It is 547.8 km long, the second longest river in Korea. Its basin covers an area of 32,920 square km, of which 10,565 square km is on the Korean side. 35. Its 287 tributaries over 5 km long include the Sohundan, Sodu, Yeonmian, Songcheon and Oryong streams. The upper reaches of the river adjoin a basalt area, which is a part of the Patu volcanic zone, and the Musan Plateau, an area of granite and granite gneiss. Most of the middle reaches middle mountains, and the lower reaches low mountains, alluvial plains and sandy hills. The upper reaches are mainly covered with needle leaf trees such as Abies nasturlepis, spruce, fir and larch, and the middle and lower reaches mixed forests of larch, pine, oak, alder and aspen. The upper and middle reaches assume the characteristics of a mountain river, the former abounding in rapids and waterfalls, and the latter joining low terraces and flood area. The slope is very gentle in the lower reaches, and this section comprises dozens of islets, big and small, formed as a result of changes in courses and sedimentation, such as on Song, Ryuda, Seho and Kun Islands. There is a delta in the estuary of the river. Found near the lower reaches are sandy hills formed by wind, alluvial plain created by sedimentation and natural lakes, which are the products of changes in courses and sedimentation. 36 on average, the basin receives 580.8 millimeters of precipitation annually. There are dozens of fish species, Itis wallacei indigenous to the river, char and other cold water species, unitramous species such as salmon, trout and dace, and carp and goldfish. 48. Raktong River. The Raktong River rises from Mt. Hambake in the southern part of the Korean peninsula and flows into the South Sea of Korea. It is 523.2 kilometers long, the third longest river in Korea, and its basin is 23,370 square kilometers. It was named so because it was in the east of Karak, Kea, a feudal state that existed 500 years ago, and it occupied the territory centered on the present-day Kimhee. The lower reaches of the river lie in the east of Kimhee. More than 510 tributaries, each longer than 5 kilometers, flow into the river. 49. Han River. The Han River rises from Mt. Taedok in the southern part of the Korean peninsula and discharges into the West Sea of Korea. It is 502.8 kilometers long, the fourth longest river in Korea, and its basin is 34,395.7 square kilometers. 37. It was named after an old region located near its lower reaches. About 500 years ago, the region around the lower reaches centered on Seoul was called Han or Hansano. The river has hundreds of tributaries including the Pukon and Remjin rivers and the Hansan stream. 50. Dong River rising at the foot of Mt. Rangam, Hanthi Pass, the boundary between Taehyung County, South Yeongan Province, and Jangjin County, South Hamgyong Province. The river flows through Pyongyang and empties into the West Sea of Korea. It is 450.3 kilometers long, the fifth longest river in Korea. Its basin is 2,247 square km and the navigable portion is 260 kilometers. Its tributaries, including the Nem, Puryu and Puthong rivers, add up to 619. It was called Faegung, Fisu or Wangsungang, which means a river in the capital city. The name of the river means a big river joined by various streams. The slope is steep in the upper reaches and very gentle in the middle and lower reaches. The basin of the river comprises low mountains and hilly plains, except some mountains, about 2,000 minute high, near its upper reaches. In addition, there are Rungna, 38 Yangak, Suk, Taru, Tudan, Paichi, Kanu and other islands, all composed of alluvial soils carried along by the river. Paleozoic limestone, slate, sandstone and shale make up approximately 70% of the basin. The basin is rich in mineral resources such as lead, zinc, gold and iron. Particularly, it has huge deposits of high-grade anthracite. The main soils of the basin are earthic luvisols and brown forest soil. Alluvial soil and paddy soil occur in some of its parts. The basin is abundant in forest resources, particularly needle-leaf and broadleaf trees such as pine, oak, larch, fir, Korean pepper bush, Korean pine, poplar, Mongolian oak and cork oak. On average, it receives 994.9 millimeters of precipitation annually. The precipitation increases from the lower to upper reaches. It is home to more than 60 species of fish. In the lower reaches, there are carp, goldfish, sea bass, catfish, eel, mandarin fish, cornetfish and minnow, and in the upper reaches char and Brachiomistak lanok. Today, with the construction of the West Sea Barrage, Miren Barrage, Palnghui Barrage, Sancheon Barrage and others, the Tudong River has been turned into an artificial lake. 39. 51. Kum River rising from Mt. Pyeongchang in Jiangsu County, North Hoya Province, in the southern part of the Korean peninsula, the river flows into the West Sea of Korea. It is 409.8 kilometers long and its basin is 999.5 square km, one of the longest rivers in Korea. The bedrock of the basin is mainly composed of granite gneiss, granite, schist and quartz porphyry. In the upper reaches, it is narrow, indented and swift running. In the middle reaches, it is wide and the slope is gentle, and in the lower reaches, it is wide and the slope is only 0.4 degrees. Mountains account for 73% of the basin, and they are covered with pine, oak, alder and other trees. The annual precipitation of the basin averages 1,360 millimeters, and 67% of it falls in summer. The river is teeming with such fish species as carp, goldfish, sweetfish, catfish, eel, snakehead, gray mullet, sea bass and icefish. The basin comprises Neopho, Ronsan, Socheon and other plains. 52. Lakes. There are thousands of lakes, big and small, in Korea. Over 100 of them are natural lakes, 5 larger than 5 square km and 9 than 3 square kilometers. 40 artificial lakes are greater in number and size than natural ones. There are more than 1,700 artificial lakes, 25 of which are larger than 5 square kilometers. 53. Natural lakes. Natural lakes in Korea include Lake Chon on the top of Ntipuk-2, Lake Samji, Lagoon Sopan, Lagoon Gwang, Lagoon Man, Lake Jangon, Lake Tongjeong, Lagoon Ha, Lagoon Tongban, Lake Saijung, Lake Mujiai, Lagoon Haden, Lake Ryong, Lake Kyong, Lake Haptak, Lagoon Yu, Lake Pengnok, Lake So, Lagoon Samil, Lake Kongam and Lake Yaram. 54. Lake Chon on the top of Ntipuk-2. Nestling on the top of Ntipuk-2, Lake Chon is suggestive of a beautiful picture. The lake was named so for the impression of its sublimity. It was also called Ryongdam or Ryongwang Kiake, meaning the lake where the Dragon King lives. The following are part of the results of a general survey of the lake. Size: 14.4 kilometers in circumference, 4.64 kilometers at its longest, 3.55 kilometers at its widest, 9.16 square km in area depth, 384 minutes at its deepest, 213.3 minutes on average. Hydrological information: annual change in water level 1.6 minutes. 41 elevation of the lake surface, to 190.15 minute water temperature on the surface. Annual average: 2.2 degrees Celsius. Thickness of ice: 1.5 minute thickness of snow on ice. 2 minute freezing period from early December to mid-June. Transparency of water: 16 minute water color, light green. Gross volume of water: 1,955 million cubic meters. Annual precipitation: to 501.3 millimeter. Animals and plants: 354 plant species, 1 fish species, char, 1 species of amphibian, Rana temporaria, 34 species of birds, 15 species of animals, 151 species of insects. The lake is of a tapered glass shape. It is 384 minutes at its deepest, the deepest of its kind in Korea. At the bottom of the lake there are 3 big holes, where about 3,000 cubic meters of water gushes out every day. There is a hot spring of 73 degrees Celsius on the shore jutting out in the southwest of the lake just below Jangon Peak. 55. Lake Samji. Lake Samji is located about 5 kilometers north of Samjiin County Town, Samjiin County, Ryangwon Province, 42 in the northern part of Korea. It is so called because there are 3 lakes side by side. Sam means 3, Ji Lake. The first lake is 0.36 square km in area, 2.3 kilometers in circumference, 0.8 kilometer long and 0.5 kilometer wide. The second lake is 0.04 square km in area, 1.1 kilometers in circumference, 0.3 kilometer long and 0.1 kilometer wide. The third lake is 0.06 square km in area, 1.1 kilometers in circumference, 0.3 kilometer long and 0.2 kilometer wide. They were formed as a result of the stream, which had been running northward in the present-day Samjian area, having been blocked by lava flowing down from the volcanoes on Ntipuk-2 and other neighboring mountains about 1 million years ago. In the wake of the emergence of the lakes, the pumice stones from the volcanoes piled up on them, greatly changing their appearances. The bedrock of the area is composed of basalt, and the 3-5 thick layer of the surface is a one of pumice stones. The lake drains nowhere. The average temperature is 0.4 degrees Celsius annually, minus 17.4 degrees Celsius in January, and 15.8 degrees Celsius in August. The annual average precipitation is 955.1 millimeters, and about 60% of it falls from June to August. Various species of aquatic plants and fish, including carp, occur in the lake. It has sandy shores and crystal clear water. 43 surrounded by dense primitive forests, home to Betula platyphylla, Betula ermani, Abies nasturlepis, spruce and other trees. The lake is picturesque. 56. Lagoon Quang. Lagoon Quang is located on the border between Hongdu and Zhangjiang counties, South Hamgyong province, on the east coast. It is 9.02 square km in area, 31 kilometers in circumference, 10 km long and 0.9 km wide. It is the third largest among Korea's natural lakes, next to Lagoon Soban and Lake Chun. Originally an inlet, it was created as a result of geological upheaval and sedimentation. Over 60 rivers and streams of moderate lengths, such as the Guangfo River, Tahoe and Pongdae streams, flow into the lagoon. The bedrock of the area is composed of archaea gneiss, and there is a thick layer of sand over it. The lagoon has muddy and sandy soils at its bottom. There are low mountains and hills southeast of its shores, and Ham Hung Plain in the north and west. There are also some islets in it, and, on its fringes, swamps of various sizes such as the one abundant in shellfish, marshland and paddy fields. The annual volume of water flowing into the lagoon totals 308,660,000 cubic meters. It is inhabited by forage 44 grass, plankton, carp, goldfish, corbicula, pond snail, etc. and it is a modern duck farm. 57. Lagoon Soban, the largest natural lake in Korea. Lagoon Soban is located in Rasan on the northeastern tip of the country. In Oxbow Lagoon, it is 16.12 square km in area, 41.2 kilometers in circumference, 11 km long and 1.5 km wide. Once a big bay, the area lay near the course of the Tumen River. With the passage of time, the course moved eastward, and the soils carried along by the river and falling down the mountains nearby piled up in the mouth and inside of the bay, thus forming a lagoon by the sea. Except in the south, the lagoon is enclosed by hills less than 300 minutes above sea level. Its west and north shores are dotted with bogs. It is 4.5 minutes at its deepest. The volume of flow is the largest between July and August and the smallest in June. The water looks quite yellow, and the transparency is 1 minute. On the southeast tip, it is connected to the sea, so the water is salty. The bottom of the lagoon is muddy and sandy. It abounds in plankton and other aquatic plants. It is also inhabited by various species of fish, including gray mullet, dace, goldfish and flatfish, as well as shellfish 45 and shrimp. Gray mullet and dace in particular are abundant there. 58. Lake Sejong Lagoon located in Thongchang County, Gangwon Province. The lake is 2.94 square km in area, 11.8 kilometers in circumference, 3.5 km long and 0.8 km wide on average. It was originally an inlet on the east coast, the mouth of which was blocked by sand to form the lake, due to the upthrust of the ground and the wave motion of the sea over a long period. It was named from a pavilion called Sejong on the shore of the lake. On the bottom of the lake is a 4-5 minute thick layer of mud, but it is sandy near the sea. In the east, there is a 300 minute wide sandy beach, white tinted, which forms a divide between the sea and the lake. The average temperature of the area is 11.8 degrees Celsius annually, minus 1.1 degrees Celsius in January, and 24 degrees Celsius in August, and the annual average precipitation is 252 millimeters. The lake is connected to the sea by a small waterway. For its therapeutic properties, the mud is efficacious for the treatment of such illnesses as inflammatory diseases and nervous system disorders. The lake abounds in fish species including carp, goldfish, silver carp and Aristochethys nobilis, as well as 46 shrimp and shellfish. The lake, limpid and serene, surrounded by densely wooded hillocks and sandy beaches, pink tinted all over with blooming sweetbriars, presents a beautiful landscape. The scene is further set off by the pine groves on the sandbank and the surging seas beyond. 59. Lagoon Wajin. Lagoon Wajin is located on the east coast in the middle part of the Korean peninsula. It is 2 square km in area, 10.5 kilometers in circumference, 3.4 km long and 0.6 km wide. Originally, it was a bay and its mouth was blocked by sand. The lagoon extends from north to south. Its environs are alluvial plains, and pine trees and sweetbriars occur in its sandy beach. The lake affords habitats for salmon, gray mullet and other fish species. 60. Lake Pengnok. Lake Pengnok is located on the top of NT Hala in the central part of Jeju Island in the South Sea of Korea. The lake is 0.33 square km in area, about 3 kilometers in circumference, and 8 minutes at its deepest. It extends 600 minutes east and west and 500 minutes north and south. It is a crater lake created in the wake of a volcanic eruption that resulted in the formation of NT Hala, 950 minutes. 47. It was named from the legend that once upon a time heavenly beings drank wine made of Pengnok, a white deer's antlers, in this area. It drains nowhere all the year round. The water is replenished by atmospheric precipitation and underground water in the catchment area and reduced by evaporation. Its fringes are covered with basalt and trachyte stones. The temperature is so low that even in May there is snow in the area. Boreal plants are found there. 61. Artificial lakes. Korea's major artificial lakes include Lake Suphung, Unbong, Jangjin, Pujan, Unfa, Yinfeng, Sohung and Faezong. 62. Lake Suphung. Lake Suphung is located in the lower reaches of the Amnok River, the longest in Korea. The biggest artificial lake in the country that was built with the dams of the Suphung Power Station. It borders Sayu, Changsong and Pyeongtaek counties in the northern part of North Yangon Province, and Uzi and Chosan counties in Jagang Province, as well as China. It is 298.16 square km in area, 174.7 kilometers in circumference, 138.3 km long and 1.52 km wide on average, extending from northeast to southwest along the course of the Amnok River. 48. The shoreline is crooked and many islets, big and small, including Mundu Islet, are found in the lake. Atmospheric precipitation and underground water are the major source of water. Atmospheric precipitation flows into the lake through the Amnok River, Namchang Stream, Yangju Stream, Tong Stream, Chungman River, Joseon Stream, etc. The catchment area is dense with watershed protection forests. Because of its immensity in area and depth, the lake influences the climate in the surrounding region. The climate in winter is up 1-2 degrees Celsius as compared with the period preceding the construction of the lake. The lake is teeming with silver carp, goldfish, cornetfish, catfish, etc. 63. Lake Unbong. Lake Unbong borders Joseon and Yonggang counties, Jagang Province, in the northern part of Korea, as well as China. Located midway down the Amnok River, the lake was built for the generation of electric power. One of the biggest lakes in Korea, it is 104.88 square km in area, 359 kilometers in circumference, 77.5 km long and 1.4 km wide. The Amnok River, as well as its tributaries including the Joseon River and Yonggang, Kanhe, 49 Yanfeng and Sampong streams, flows into the lake. The lake is effective in preventing the flooding of the Amnok River and regulating the water volume of Lake Suphung. Goldfish, carp, cornetfish, mandarin fish and other fish species are plentiful in the lake. 64. Lake Jangjin. Lake Jangjin is located in the upper reaches of the Jangjin River in Jangjin County, South Hamgyong Province, in the eastern part of Korea. The lake is 124 kilometers in circumference, 24.6 kilometer long, 1.9 kilometer wide, and 46.08 square km in area. The Jangjin River, as well as dozens of its tributaries including Pagam and Sande streams and the Kuimi River, flows into the lake. The lake is surrounded by lofty mountains covered with watershed protection forests. It is teeming with Hucho Ishikawai, Brachiomistax lanok, rainbow trout, goldfish, carp, catfish, and others, which feed on dozens of species of plankton. The waters of the lake are diverted for hydroelectric power generation and irrigation of Hampung Plain. 65. Lake Yanfeng. Lake Yanfeng is sandwiched between Anju and 50 Kachon, South Yeonam Province, in the western part of Korea. Built for irrigation purposes in 1956, the lake is 14.87 square km in area, 89.3 kilometers in circumference, 16 kilometer long, and 0.9 kilometer wide. The catchment area is girded by MT Changwang, 241 minutes, MT Songnam, 365 minutes, MT Namhee, 344 minutes, MT Ryohong, 310 minutes, and other mountains thickly wooded with watershed protection forest pine, larch, Korean pine, oak, Korean poplar, chestnut, etc. The major source of water is the Tudong River and atmospheric precipitation. The waters of the lake flow along the more than 2,000 kilometer long waterway to irrigate the 100,000 odd hectares of cropland in Anju, Munduk, Sukchon, and Gyeongwon counties. The lake is used to generate electric power and offers good habitats for carp, goldfish, and other fish species. It is very important in preventing the flooding of the Tudong River. 66. Lake Unfa. Lake Unfa lies between North Hwanghae and South Hwanghae provinces in the midwestern part of the Korean peninsula. Built in November 1977, the lake is 26.64 square km in 51 area, 131.7 kilometers in circumference, 22.4 kilometer long, 1.2 kilometer wide, and 33.7 minutes at its deepest. The catchment area is 401 square kilometers. It is surrounded by dense forests for watershed protection pine, oak, acacia, Populus canadensis, and shrubs. The major source of water is atmospheric precipitation from the catchment area and the waters from Lake Jiangsu. The lake is used in a comprehensive way to develop the country's economy and improve the people's standard of living. Irrigation, power generation, prevention of flooding, fish farming, transport, industrial water, drinking water, etc. It is inhabited by dozens of fish species including carp, silver carp, mandarin fish, catfish, goldfish, and flying fish. 67. Waterfalls. There is a large number of waterfalls in Korea, which is noted for its numerous mountains, valleys, rivers, and streams. Most of the waterfalls are located in the upper reaches of the rivers and streams winding between mountains. They include the Patu Falls, Rimyeongsu Falls, 52 Kuryong Falls, Paibang Falls, Isanam Falls, Shansan Falls, Ryangin Falls, Pagan Falls, Ulem Falls, Tongnim Falls, Suayangsan Falls, and Taesong Falls. The Kuryong Falls in MT Komgang, Pagan Falls in Kyeong, and Taesong Falls in MT Sorak are known as Korea's three celebrated waterfalls. Many of Korea's famous waterfalls are in its northern half. 68. Kuryong Falls. The Kuryong Falls plunges into Kuryong Pool in outer Komgang of MT Komgang, a mountain known worldwide as a scenic spot. Along with the Pagan Falls in Kyeong and Taesong Falls in MT Sorak, it is one of Korea's three celebrated waterfalls. It also counts among the four spectacular waterfalls in MT Komgang. Noted for its big volume of flow and marvel whose beauty, the waterfall is 74-minute high and 4-minute wide, and the length of its curving crest line is 84 minutes and that of its face 100 minutes. Gushing over the edge of a steep broad cliff against the backdrop of a series of peaks centered on Onyo Peak, it looks like a silk sheet. Just below the waterfall is Kuryong Pool, 13 minutes in length. Kuryong means 9 dragons. According to a legend, 53 9 dragons guard MT Komgang. The pool and the waterfall derive their names from this legend. Over the crotch of the waterfall is found 8 pools, associated with the legend that 8 fairies in heaven would descend there to enjoy its beautiful scenery. 69. Pagan Falls. The Pagan Falls, 37-minute high and 1.5-minute wide, is located in a valley of the Taehongsan Fort in Pagan-Rae, Kizong, in the central part of the Korean peninsula. Over the waterfall lies Pak Pool, 24 minutes in circumference, 8 minutes in diameter, and 5 minutes in depth, which sits on a huge rock hollowed out in the shape of a gourd. At its center is a monolith that is broad enough for several people to be seated on. Crystal clear water meanders down a steep valley between MTS Songo and Kanma in the Ahagryong Mountains, skirting the monolith in the pool and spouting over the edge of the waterfall. It cascades down with great rapidity and a tremendous crash, sending up thick clouds of spray. Below it is Como Pool, 120 minutes in circumference and 40 minutes in diameter. The view of the waterfall varies with the season. In spring, cherry, apricot, wild pear, azalea, and royal 54 azalea blossoms come out early. In summer, the forests are in fresh verdure, magnolia blossoms emitting a sweet fragrance. In autumn, maples put on their crimson tints. 70. Taesong Falls. The 100-minute high Taesong Falls is located in MT Sorak in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. It is noted for its gigantic size and volume of flow in all seasons. Throwing its rainbow-haunted spray into the air, it discloses a wonderful harmony of myriad scenes, mysterious rocks, overhanging cliffs, and dense forests. 71. Puktu Falls. The Puktu Falls is located about 2 kilometers southeast of Jangon Peak, the summit of MT Puktu, on the northern extremity of Korea. Formed by lava on the volcanic tableland, it is of a staircase shape, 18.3-minute high and 0.8-minute wide. The flow of water from the head of the Amnok River merges with that from the Sagaman Falls, runs along a near straight course through a sharp cut valley, and then falls off a Ryole cliff. At the base of the waterfall is an oval-shaped pool, 20.1 minutes in circumference and 0.75 minutes at its deepest. 55. It looks like a sheet of silver-gray silk fabric hanging down from Jangon Peak. When the wind is blowing southeastward, it tosses up its silvery spray, forming a beautiful rainbow. The waterfall in the high mountain step is a scenic masterpiece, flowers enveloping the 20-minute high cliff in spring, the whole scene blazing with silvery icicles hanging in rows in autumn and frostwork dazzling the eyes in winter. 72. Rimyeongsu Falls. The Rimyeongsu Falls is located in Sanjeon County, Ryanggang Province, in the northern part of Korea. Adjoining the Rimyeong Stream, a tributary of the Amnok River, the waterfall drops 15 minutes vertically. It is 27-minute wide and its curving crest line is 23-minute long. It cascades down over the edge of a cliff to the right of the Rimyeongsu Valley, which was created through basalt erosion in the wake of a volcanic eruption on MT Puktu a million years ago. The waterfall is in 9 principal parts with myriads of splashes in between, making it look like a compound of cascades. Jagged rocks protruding from the splashes, crystal clear water at the base of the waterfall, and primordial forests afford wonderful views. 56. Seasonal variation of its scenes is great. Azaleas coming into full bloom in spring, luxuriant verdure in summer, and leaves turning red in autumn. A rainbow arcs gracefully over the waterfall on clear days. In the dead of winter, it is half frozen and half tumbling, a veil of gauzy mist caused by underground water hovering nearby, and frost work presenting a scene of superb beauty. 73. Paibang Falls. The Paibang Falls is located in Akrau Valley in the Kuryong Pool area, Outer Kumgang, MT Kumgang. The waterfall is 139 minute high and 4 minute wide, and the length of its curving crest line is 166 minutes. Along with the Kuryong, Sibi and Ugyang Falls, it is one of the 4 spectacular waterfalls in the mountain. The Paibang Falls was named so because it resembles a phoenix unfurling its wings and jerking its tail to fly. It crashes and tumbles, sending up wisps of mist blended with tints of silver, gold and purple. Next to it is the 20 minute long Yubong Falls with an easy gradient. 74. Ryangyan Falls. The Ryangyan Falls gushes thrillingly over the edge 57 of a slope to the south of Pabwang Peak in Mtmyeolhaeong, one of the celebrated mountains in Korea. Noted for its majestic beauty and easy gradient, the waterfall is 84 minute high and its curving crest line is 105 minute long. The face is composed of granite. Just over it is a pond, 3 minutes in diameter and 1.5 minutes in depth. Streams flow down a valley below Pabwang Peak and then into this pond. The Sangyu Falls, which resembles a cascade of beads, is about 50 minutes away to the left of the Ryangyan Falls. Above it, there is the Jeonsan Falls, which looks like a stream flowing from heaven. 75. Ulin Falls. Located in Gangwon Province in the eastern part of Korea, the Ulin Falls is one of the famous waterfalls in the country. Surrounded by a series of precipitous peaks and cliffs, it is 63 minute high and its curving crest line is 75 minute long. It was named so because the crashing sound reverberates loudly through the hills. Streams from the Muzitryong Mountains converge at a point midway down the cliff and then tumble at an average rate of 20-25 cubic meters per second. At the base of the waterfall is a pool, 1.5 minute deep and 30 minutes in radius. 58. 76. Thailand. Korea has 540,338 hectares of tideland, 289,479 hectares in its northern half and 258,859 hectares in its southern half. There are 80 hectares in the East Sea of Korea, 496,487 hectares in the West Sea of Korea, and 43,771 hectares in the South Sea of Korea. In the northern half of Korea, tideland reclamation projects are carried on every year, with the result that a large area of tidal flats has been turned into fertile fields. 77. Seas. Korea is a maritime country girded on 3 sides by the East, West and South Seas of Korea. The coastline of the mainland is 6,877.5 kilometers long. When the perimeters of the islands are added to it, the total length is 1653.3 kilometers. The coast coefficient of the Korean seas, coast coefficient equals the area of the territory divided by the length of the coastline, is 13.5, which is among the highest in the world, except for some island countries. The land of Korea accounts for 0.15% of that of the globe, but the combined area of its seas constitutes 0.58% of that of the seas in the world. 59. The total area of the seas around the land of Korea is over 9.5 times larger than that of the land itself. 78. East Sea of Korea. The East Sea of Korea is situated between lat. 52 degrees 14 foot N and lat. 34 degrees 26 foot N. It is of an oval shape with a 200 kilometer long axis extending from northeast to southwest. The latitude difference between its northern and southern tips is 17 degrees 48 feet and it is 978 kilometer long on the meridian line and 1044 kilometer wide at lat. 40 degree N. The sea has an area of 975 square km and is 1668 minute deep on average, 3699 minutes at its deepest. It is 7600 kilometers in circumference, bordering the land on a 7307 kilometer line and other seas on a 293 kilometer line. Its coastline is 986.9 kilometer long and its indentations are not very deep. It has dozens of bays including East Korea Bay, Joseon Bay, Rajin Bay, Gyeongsong Bay, Hongwon Bay, Hamhung Bay, Wonsan Bay and Yongbyon Bay. Found in the sea are many islands including Ulm Island, Tak Island and Mayan Island. 79. West Sea of Korea. The West Sea of Korea is a gulf extending deep into the land between the shores of Korea and China. Its 60 extends through the South Sea of Korea into the Pacific Ocean. It has some characteristics. First, it is the smallest and shallowest of the 3 seas in Korea. It covers an area of 436,100 square km, averaging 39 minutes in depth, the deepest point reaching 118 minutes. It is only 10 minute deep at a point 10 kilometers away from the shores of West Korea Bay. Second, it has a long and crooked coastline. It was originally a vast expanse of land. While it was being submerged beneath ocean water, mountain ranges and peaks were turned into peninsulas and islands, and valleys and lowlands into bays and sea. For this reason there are many bays, peninsulas and islands on the sea, and it has a convoluted coastline. Third, the tidal range is very long. It is 36 minutes on average, 11.02 minutes at the maximum. Among the seas in Korea, it is the lowest in salinity. Its salinity averages 32 picoseconds. 80. South Sea of Korea. The South Sea of Korea is a relatively shallow coastal sea in the northwest of the Pacific Ocean adjoining the east and west seas of Korea, the Philippine Sea and the South China Sea. 61. It is 822,700 square km in area and 381 minute deep on average, its deepest point reaching to 999 minutes. The waters of the continental shelf constitute 72% of the sea, so the volume of seawater is relatively small as compared with its area. It has such peninsulas as Haeunam, Janghung, Koong, Thongyang and Ryeoju, dozens of bays including Jinhee, Suncheon and Posong, and over 1,000 islands including Jeju, Koh and Namhae. It has 12 big bays and 17 small ones, scores of lagoons, and nearly 50 long and narrow waterways. 81. Islets and islands. The islets and islands on the 3 seas of Korea total 452, 216 on the East Sea of Korea, 980 on the West Sea of Korea and 256 on the South Sea of Korea. Most of them are continental islands, except some volcanic islands including Jeju Island, Ulleung Island and Tok Islet. 82. Jeju Island located in the South Sea of Korea. Jeju Island is of volcanic origin. The largest in Korea, it is 1,841.22 square km in area and 302.81 kilometers in circumference. It is an elliptical island 62 extending 64 kilometers east and west and 32 kilometers south and north. It is in a conical shape and its coastline is rather dull. The highest point is Mt Hala, 1,950 minutes. It has Yu Island on the east, Pam, Mun, Sup and Jigui Islets on the south, Haeongj, Kappa and Mara Islets on the southwest, and Juk, Payang and other islets on the west. Shuj Islands are sandwiched between Jeju Island and South Hoya Province, which is north of the island. The hottest part in Korea, it affords habitats for subtropical evergreen forests. 83. Ulleung Island. Ulleung Island is a volcanic island northeast of North Gyeongsang Province. The largest island in the East Sea of Korea, it is 72.834 square km in area and 49.15 kilometers in circumference. It is a cone-shaped island with Sunjin Peak, 984 minutes at its center and is largely mountainous. The weather is warm and there is heavy precipitation. More than 40% of precipitation comes between February and December. As it is far away from the land, the distribution of fauna and flora has some characteristics. There are beech, paulownia and other species of 63 trees, and wildcats, mice and reptiles that are not indigenous to the island. In the waters off the island are squid, mackerel, herring and other fish species. 84. Tok Islet lies 90 kilometers southeast of Long Island. It comprises Tong, So and dozens of other rocky islets and sunken rocks. So Islet is 0.102 square km in area, 1.75 kilometers in circumference and 171 min above sea level. Tong Islet, 0.069 square km, 1.39 kilometers, 93 minutes, respectively. Tong Islet, which is of volcanic origin, has traces of a crater at the top. The weather is warm and windy, and there is much precipitation. Birds abound there, and in the waters off the island are cuttlefish, squid, mackerel, anchovy, whale, dolphin, abalone, seaweed, etc. Tok Islet was named so because it stands in seclusion in the East Sea of Korea. It is also said that the islet was called Tok, as Tok is Tol, meaning rock in the dialect of North Gyeongsang Province. Since olden times, the islet has been recognized worldwide as part of the inviolable territory of Korea. 85. Marine resources. Korea has rich and varied marine resources. 64 fauna and flora abound in its seas. There are 160 species of fish, 450 in the East Sea of Korea, 250 in the West Sea of Korea, and 460 in the South Sea of Korea. Aside from the fish species, whale, dolphin, seal, and other marine animals, many mollusk species, and 495 species of marine plants can be found in the seas. The East Sea of Korea is rich in migratory fish species. In spring, shoals of mackerel and anchovy swim upwards, and herrings come down from the north. Gizzard shad, Spanish mackerel, and other species winter in the South Sea of Korea and, as spring comes round, migrate to the surfaces of the East and West Seas of Korea. There are also non-migratory fish species, including Alaska pollock and sailfin sandfish, which pass summer in the depth of the East Sea of Korea and reach the shores in winter to spawn, and lockington, which winters in the deep waters and comes to the shores in spring. Those that spawn or feed themselves, shuttling back and forth between the deep waters and the shores in different seasons, include ray, skate, sea bass, dace, flatfish, halibut, rockfish, sea bream, lunce, horse mackerel, and cuttlefish. In addition, there are trepang, oyster, abalone, scallop, clam, mussel, short neck clam, arc shell, dwarf shell, and kelp. 65. The seas have an abundance of energy resources. The West Sea of Korea is known worldwide for its long tidal range, convoluted coast, and numerous islets, so it has conditions favorable for tidal power generation. There are ample mineral resources along the shores and in the deep seas of Korea. 86. Mineral resources. Korea may be called a mineral sample room of the world. It boasts over 400 kinds of minerals, more than 200 of which are useful ones. It is known worldwide for the amount and quality of its mineral deposits: iron, manganese and other ferrous metals, copper, lead, zinc, gold, silver and other non-ferrous metals, molybdenum, tungsten and other alloy and element minerals, graphite, magnesite, barite, fluorite, agalmatolite, etc. 87. Metallic minerals. Korea is rich in metallic minerals that can be used as raw materials for metal industry. Typical of them are magnetite, hematite, limonite, copper pyrites, lead glens, copper glens, galena, cerussite, pyromorphite, angulsite, wolframite, scheelite, 66 molybdenite, wolfenite, alunite, boehmite, diaspore, uraninite and pitch blende. These minerals, most of which are polymetallic, are used to meet the massive demands of the national economy and produce rare and precious metals to feed modern industry. 88. Non-ferrous minerals. Korea has rich mineral deposits for such non-ferrous metals as copper, lead, zinc, nickel, tungsten, molybdenum, tin, lithium, and gold. The minerals for copper production are mostly copper pyrites and copper glens, which occur in Ryanggang, Jagang, North Gyeongsang, and South Gyeongsang provinces. Zinc minerals are divided mainly into two categories: galena and zinc blende. Their deposits are mostly found in South Hamgyong, South Gyeongan, South Hwanghae, North Hwanghae, and North Gyeongsang provinces. Nickel minerals occur in the form of copper pyrite pentlandite, which are usually accompanied with such metals as platinum, palladium, and cobalt. They occur in North Hamgyong province. Tungsten minerals include wolframite and scheelite, which occur in South Gyeongan, North Hwanghae, and 67 other provinces. Molybdenum is obtained from molybdenite. Gold is extracted from placer, free gold in alloy veins, and gold dust dispersed in iron pyrites, galena, zinc blende, pyritine, arsenopyrite, copper pyrites, and other sulfide ores. They occur mainly in Pyongyang, South Hwanghae, and South Hamgyong provinces. Korea also has huge deposits of aluminium, including potassium feldspar, bauxite, nephelan, and alunite. 89. Ferrous minerals. Typical of the ferrous metals in Korea are iron, manganese, and chromium. Iron ores, including magnetite, limonite, and siderite, buried underground, are estimated to be billions of tons. The majority of them are in the northern half of Korea. High-grade magnetite is found in the Musan area and limonite along the west coast. Korea is also abundant in manganese and chromium ores. The Musan mining complex, one of the biggest in the world, turns out nearly 70% of the country's iron ores. 68. 90. Non-metallic minerals. Korea's non-metallic minerals include magnesite, graphite, mica, fluorite, talc, barite, asbestos, silica, sand, quartz, and zeolite. Its magnesite deposits are known worldwide for their high grade and abundance. They are buried mainly in Ryanggang and Taehong, South Hamgyong province, and Pigam, Ryanggang province. Graphite deposits are divided mainly into amorphous graphite and flaky graphite, which occur mostly in Jangang, Jagang province, Kimchake, North Hamgyong province, and Pechon, South Gyeongan province. Korea also has limestone, iron sulfide, apatite, potassium feldspar, holtonite, and other minerals for use in chemical industry and agriculture. Limestone is widely distributed across the country, especially in Pyongyang and South Gyeongan, North Hwanghae, South Hwanghae, South Hamgyong, and Gangwon provinces. Apatite is mostly found in Pyeongwon, Yongsan, and Songcheon in South Gyeongan province, Songhul in South Hwanghae province, Tancheon in South Hamgyong province, and Kimchake in North Hamgyong province. Potassium feldspar occurs mainly in Cheongdan, South Hwanghae province, used as a raw material for boron production for several sectors of industry and agriculture. 69. Holtonite was named so because it is indigenous to the Holtong area. The country abounds in phlogopite, biotite, muscovite, lepidolite, and other mica deposits, which are found mostly in Gyeongju, North Hamgyong province, Tancheon, South Hamgyong province, Pakchon, North Gyeongan province, Suwon and Holtong, North Hwanghae province, and Jichon and Tanyang, North Chungcheong province. The country is rich in high-grade kaolin, which is found mainly in Gyeongsang, North Hamgyong province, and Anbayan, Gangwon province. It has an abundance of stone resources. Granite is widely distributed, especially in Ryanggang, South Gyeongan province, and Yeohu, South Hwanghae province. Marble comes in beautiful colors and patterns, found mostly in Kimchake, North Hamgyong province, and Pyeongsan, North Hwanghae province. The country also boasts rich deposits of serpentine, particularly in Tancheon, South Hamgyong province, Pigam, Ryanggang province, and Chongjin, North Hamgyong province. Gimifo and Monggumfo in South Hwanghae province are rich in silica sand that is massively used as raw materials for glass industry and in the steel casting 70 and iron melting processes of machine building industry. 91. Coal reserves. Korea has rich coal reserves, which are estimated to be tens of billions of tons. Typical of them are lignite, anthracite, ultra-anthracite and peat. Anthracite is found in the central part of the northern half of Korea, including South Gyeongsang Province, Gowon in South Hamgyong Province and Muncheon in Gangwon Province, and also in Samcheok, Munyeong and Hwasun in the southern half. Lignite occurs mostly in the northwest of South Gyeongsang Province and in North Hamgyong Province, the coalfield in the Angju area being the largest. It is also found in the coastal areas near the lower reaches of the Tumen River, including Horyong, Onsong, Gyeongwon and Gyeonghung, and in the southern part of North Hamgyong Province, including Kilju, Myeongwon and Kimchake. Gangwon and North Hwanghae provinces are particularly rich in ultra-anthracite. 92. Underground water reserves. There are huge reserves of underground water in 71 Korea, especially in the Dakcheonpukchang and Hochang-Yanggak areas in South Gyeongsang Province, the Yonsan-suan area in North Hwanghae Province, and the Jangjin-Pujang-Sanhung area in South Hamgyong Province. Of them, Sanhung County has the biggest underground water reserves per unit area. Water in Korea is noted for its excellent quality and health-promoting properties. Sandoksin mineral water that gushes out at the foot of Mt Sindok in Oncheon in the city of Nampo is well known for its effectiveness in promoting human health. Korea is also abundant in hot springs, spas and other water reserves of great medicinal value. It has over 100 sources of mineral water, which are found mostly in Jagang, North Gyeongwon and Gangwon provinces. In Korea there are mostly carbonated, vitorial and complex saltwater springs. The mineral water of the Sogwangsa, Okadong and other springs contains a fair amount of radon. 93. Mineral springs. Mineral springs are numerous in Korea, particularly in Jagang, Gangwon and North Gyeongsang provinces and Nampo. 72. They are mostly springs of calcium sodium bicarbonate, Kangso and Gwangmyeong, and ammonium iron sulfate, MT-Kobang and Songhak, all of which contain plenty of free carbonic acid gas. Typical of them are Kangso, Sogwangsa, Samdang, Okadong, Sangdong, Yeagwi, Daedaong, Shimjio, Myeongyeongsan, Chojong and Ryongdam mineral springs. 94. Hot springs in Korea. There are Paktu, Gyeongsang, Onfo, Yangdok, Sokthang, Kumgangsan, Sancheon, Ongjin, Jongbil, Songhua, Pacheon, Neiguk, Suwonbo, Tomni and other hot springs. Most of them are hot springs of sodium bicarbonate and CHLORO sodium, and some are of sulfate sodium bicarbonate and CHLORO sodium sulfate. Some others contain a fair amount of radon and hydrogen sulfate. 95. Geothermal energy resources. Korea is abundant in medium and low temperature geothermal energy resources. They occur mainly in Ongjin and Pacheon. The surface water of the mineral spring averages about 100 degrees Celsius in the Ongjin area and over 70 degrees Celsius in the Pacheon area. 73. 96. Water resources. Korea is rich in water resources because it has many mountains, rivers and streams, and it receives heavy precipitation. The rivers and streams that are more than 5 km long number 6,594 and the total amount of their flow averages 132.1 billion cubic meters yearly. If the lakes, reservoirs and springs are added up, the sum total of Korea's water is colossal as compared with the area of its land. The country's annual precipitation averages 966.3 millimeters, way above the world average, 840 millimeters. As it is of high quality, the country's water can be used as it is for irrigation, fish farming and industrial purposes. 97. Animals. Korea abounds in animal resources, a country that boasts a favorable climate and is sea-girt on 3 sides and in which mountains occupy 80% of the land and there are many rivers and streams. It has nearly 10,000 species of animals in all, 1,500 species of vertebrates and 8,500 species of invertebrates. Many of the invertebrates are useful, including squid, shellfish, crab, shrimp, trepang and sea urchin. As compared with its land area, Korea's animals 74 show great regional variations, 26 families, 17 genera and 100 odd species, including subspecies of mammals, 60 families, 192 genera and 450 odd species, including subspecies of birds, 27 species of reptiles, 15 species of amphibians, and 930 odd species of fish, including 185 species of freshwater fish, 100 odd species of mammals and 450 odd species of birds thrive in the thickly wooded forests. They include Korean tiger, which is called the king of the animal world, sable, deer, water deer and other useful mammals, and rare species of birds such as broad-billed roller. Rivers and lakes are teeming with rainbow trout, char, carp, sweetfish, salmon, trout, etc. 98. Indigenous animals. More than 30 species of animals are indigenous to Korea, including tiger and water deer, mammals, white-bellied black woodpecker, bird, Eumysis corensis, reptile, Rhinochozenica and Rhinocorana, amphibians, and Tucho ishikawai, Thymalus jaliensis, Archaea lognathus yamatsuidi mari, Sarcochilictus jezerski, Pseudopunctungji nigra Foxinus kungangensis, Gonoproctopterus mylodon, Coriolisisquus splendidus and Natropogon corneanus, fish. Korean tiger that hails from Waggle Peak is a natural 75 monument of Korea. It is big and agile, and its fur has beautiful patterns. On average, it weighs 140 kilograms and is 2.5 minutes long with the length of its tail included. 99. Plants. Korea boasts rich and varied plant resources. Its plant species total more than 3,200 of which are the species of seed plants. The number of plant species and their density are nearly 3 times higher than those of France, Britain and other countries that, like Korea, have a temperate climate. They are still higher than those of Kalimantan in the tropical region. Korea's plant resources are varied, which include 100 species for timber, 900 species for medicine, 300 species of herbs, 30 species of wild fruits, 160 species for animal fodder, 60 species for essential oil, 50 species for oil, 100 species for fiber, 170 species for honey and 300 species for gardening. 100. Indigenous plants. Korea's indigenous plants top 300 species and their varieties included total 800 odd species. Typical of them are Aglaophyllum distichum, Pentactina rupicula, Humkingsania asiatica, Korean rhubarb, Forsythia densiflora, Rheum corinum, 76 Echinozophora corensis, Abies corana, Fagus multinervis, Benzoin angosifolium var, Glabrum, Sasacorana, Prunus yeoensis and Ocanthroponax coreanum nakai. Humkingsania asiatica or Kumgang charong in Korean is indigenous to Mt Kumgang. It is a rare plant that cannot be found elsewhere in the country. It was named so because its flower resembles a pale. Pale is charong in Korean. Korean and Sam is world famous. Understanding Korea 1. Nature. Author. Kim Chang-song editor. Kim Ji-ho translators. Mun Myung-song and Hong Shell layout. Pang Song-hu and Kim Jong-sun cover design. Kim Eun-jung copyright. Foreign Languages Publishing House issued in April 105, 2016. New Numero sign. 6835008 email. flph@star-co.net.kp http://www.naonara.com.kp Understanding Korea 2 History Pyongyang. Korea Josh 105, 2016. Understanding Korea 2 History Foreign Languages Publishing House Pyongyang. Korea Josh 105, 2016. Contents. 1. Origination of the Korean nation. 1. 2. Dung River Basin. 1. 3. Common warrior remains. 1. 4. Human fossils. 1. 5. Taedonggang culture. 2. 6. First state of the Korean nation. 3. 7. Founding father of the Korean nation. 4. 8. 8-point bends. 5. 9. Sinji letters. 6. 10. Songkangvine. 6. 11. Slave states in addition to ancient Joseon. 7. 12. Goguryeo. 7. 13. Kodumong. 8. 14. Monument to the Mausoleum of King Hwanggaetho. 9. 15. Site of the Anhak Palace. 9. 16. Tseongsan Fortress. 10. 17. Wall City of Pyongyang. 11. 18. Goguryeo Astronomical Chart on Stone. 11. 19. Myeongnindapu. 12. 20. Great Victory in the Battle of Salsu. 13. 21. Yongki Esamin. 14. 22. Murals in Goguryeo Tombs. 14. 23. Other feudal states that existed together with Goguryeo. 15. 24. Pekch. 15. 25. Silla. 16. 26. Sogo. 16. 27. Kagam. 17. 28. Goguryeo successor. 18. 29. Taejoyong. 18. 30. Sangyong Stone Lantern. 19. 31. First Unified State. 20. 32. Origination of the appellation of Goryeo. 20. 33. Wangkon. 20. 34. Great Victory in the Battle of Kyushu. 21. 35. Kangkamchen. 22. 36. Saljukwa. 23. 37. Complete Collection of Buddhist Scriptures. 24. 38. First metal type in the world. 25. 39. Goryeo Porcelain. 26. 40. Stone sculptures at the Mausoleum of King Gyeongyo, or Kongmin. 26. 41. Return of the Expeditionary Force from Vihwa Islet. 27. 42. Jungmongju. 28. 43. Feudal Joseon Dynasty. 29. 44. First vein cage in the world. 29. 45. Hunminjeonrum. 29. 46. Prize of Sejong the Great. 30. 47. 3 major books on Goryeo medicine. 31. 48. Imjin Patriotic War. 31. 49. Risansen. 32. 50. Kabuksun, Turtle Ship. 33. 51. Great Victory in the Naval Battle off Hansan Island. 34. 52. Kwak Ju. 34. 53. Kim Mung-so. 35. 54. Kaiwal Hyang. 36. 55. Abid Sulsan. 36. 56. Samyongdang. 37. 57. Monument to the Great Victory in Pukwon. 38. 58. Kim Hongdu. 38. 59. A Farmer in Enox. 39. 60. Pak Ji-won. 39. 61. Jong Yak-young. 40. 62. Tidonggyo Map. 41. 63. Incident of General Sherman. 42. 64. Invasion by Western warships in the year of Pyongyang. 42. 65. Incident of Shenandoah. 44. 66. Attempted exhumation of the tomb of Prince Namdan. 44. 67. Invasion by U.S. warships in the year of Sinmei. 45. 68. Monument inscribed with an appeal for repulsing barbarian invaders. 46. 69. Regent Prince Taewon. 47. 70. Incident of Unyo. 48. 71. Kangwado Treaty. 49. 72. Imo Mutiny. 50. 73. Kapsan Coup. 52. 74. Kim Ok-jeon. 53. 75. Kabo Peasant War. 55. 76. Jeonbong June. 56. 77. Kabo Reform. 57. 78. Sino-Japanese War. 58. 79. Ulm Incident. 60. 80. Royal moving to the Russian legation. 61. 81. Russo-Japanese War. 62. 82. Katsura Attack Agreement. 64. 83. Ulsa 5-Point Treaty. 64. 84. Emissary Incident at The Hague. 65. 85. And Yongan. 66. 86. Korea-Japan Annexation Treaty. 67. 87. Chronicles of the Feudal Joseon Dynasty. 68. 88. Ryurin-sok. 69. 89. Hongpomdu. 70. 90. March 1st Popular Uprising. 71. 91. June 10th Independence Movement. 72. 92. Korean National Association. 73. 93. Kwandian Meeting. 75. 94. Kim Hyong-jik. 76. 95. Heritage Bequeathed by Kim Hyong-jik. 78. 96. Thought of Ain Hai. 79. 97. Preparedness for 3 contingencies. 79. 98. Idea of gaining comrades. 80. 99. Meaning of 2 pistols. 80. 100. Kim Hyong-jik's last injunction. 81. 1. Origination of the Korean nation. Koreans originated in the Tudong River Basin with the Pyongyang area as the center in the initial period of human civilization 8 million years ago. 2. Tudong River Basin. From olden times, the Tudong River Basin has had favorable conditions for human civilization. Limpid rivers, wide and fertile fields, rich resources and warm climate. Paleolithic and Neolithic relics including the common Moro remains of primitive men 1 million years ago are studied in this basin. 3. Common Moro remains at Common Moro in Hudora, Sangwon County, North Wangi Province. Stone tools made by men in the primitive age 1 million years ago and bone fossils of mammoth, woolly mammoth and flat megasaur and deer were found. These remains, which belong to the stage of the dawn of human society, prove that men lived there from the first age of human civilization. 4. Human fossils. A considerable number of human fossils belonging to the Paleolithic and Neolithic ages were found in Korea. As for the Paleolithic men, there are the Ryokpo man found in Ryokpo District, Pyongyang, Dachon man found in South Fiannan Province, and Wadie man found in North Hamgyong Province. Fossils of Neolithic man are Sumnesen man, Mandal man and Ryongak man. These fossils, together with the common Moro remains, show that Koreans had evolved going through primitive, Paleolithic, Neolithic and other subsequent ages. Noteworthy is the fact that most of the human fossils have been unearthed in the Tudong River Basin, with the Pyongyang area as the center. 5. Taedonggang culture. The Taedonggang culture constitutes one of the 5 ancient civilizations of the world, 4 others being those of the Wall, the Indus, the Nile and the Mesopotamia. The most representative of the Taedonggang culture is dolmen. Dolmens, which are unique to the Korean nation and rarely found in any other parts of the world, are concentrated in the Taedong River basin. About 14,000 have been found. The remains of large-scale villages in the basin, 3 suggestive of towns, are similar to those found in the centers of ancient civilizations. Bronze relics including lute-shaped dagger and spearhead made by advanced bronze casting and processing techniques have been unearthed in a great number, proving the fact that the basin was the center of lute-shaped dagger culture unique to ancient Korea. Dolmens inscribed with a chart of 40 stars prove that the Taedong River basin is the birthplace of ancient astronomy. It has also been discovered that farming of 5 cereals based on advanced cultivation system was developed in this basin in the earliest period in the world. 6. First state of the Korean nation. The first slave state in Korea was ancient Joseon, which existed from the early 30th century BC to 108 BC. Its original name was Joseon, but to distinguish it from the feudal Joseon dynasty of the latter days, it is called ancient Joseon. Joseon means a land of morning calm. Ancient Joseon occupied a vast area of Northeast Asia with Pyongyang as its center. As an advanced slave state, it had even written law, 8-point bends, and a well-regulated ruling system. Its economy was developed. In agriculture, the major production field, 5 cereals including rice and even fibrous plants including jute were cultivated. With the introduction of bronze and iron works such as lute-shaped dagger in daily life, it had a great influence on its neighboring countries in metallurgical development. It was so highly civilized that it had its own alphabet, Sinji letters, the first of its kind for the nation, and carved on stone astronomical chart. It existed for almost 3000 years, divided into the periods of earlier Joseon, later Joseon and Man Joseon. 7. Founding father of the Korean nation. The man who established the first state and ushered in the period of civilization in the history of the Korean nation was Tangun. Born in Pyongyang 5000 years ago, Tangun exerted himself to martial arts like practicing archery and swordsmanship in his boyhood and youth. As a son of the chief of a tribal federation, he sought a way out of the socio political problems inherent to the primitive tribal system. After succeeding his father, he reformed the primitive political system into a more powerful one. He founded a regular army and worked out stipulations with regard to criminal punishment. 5. On the basis of such social reforms, he designated Pyongyang as the capital and founded in the early 30th century BC ancient Joseon, the first state in the east. After building the national strength by readjusting the state political system and developing the economy and culture, he unified the neighboring tribes and expanded the country's territory. With the founding of a state by Tangun, the protracted primitive age was over in Korea, and the Korean nation finally entered the Arab state administration and Arab civilization. 8. 8-point bends. The 8-point bends are written law of ancient Joseon, a slave state. Among the 8 articles, only 3 still remain. First, a person who has killed another person shall be sentenced to death. Second, a person who has hurt another person shall pay the latter in cereals. Third, a person who has stolen another person's property shall be enslaved to the latter regardless of sex, and if the former wants to atone for his or her crime, he or she shall pay 500,000 of money. The law reflects the reality of the then society where contradictions and struggle between 2 classes, slave 6 owners on the one side and slaves and commoners on the other, constituted the mainstream of social relations. 9. Sinji letters. Sinji letters were used throughout the areas where the Korean nation lived in the days of Tangun's Korea. The letters were found on the earthenware discovered in the old tombs and in old books including Nayeonggyeonggi. For the limited amount of remaining data, it is difficult to clarify their number and system, their sounds and grammar, but, in view of the characteristics of their order, it is clear that they are phonetic and syllabic letters. Sinji letters were of significance not only in the development of the Korean language, written and spoken, and national culture but also in the history of alphabet in the East and the world. 10. Song Kongfyan Gu Jinju, a book from the times of Qin China, carries a song composed in the 2nd century BC by Ryo Oke, a female poet and musician of ancient Joseon. I asked you so earnestly never to cross the river, but you are drowned to death. Where are you, my dear, and what would I become if? 7. The fact that a song composed by an ordinary woman was recorded in a history book of another country in ancient society when there were no such modern means of communications and transport as those of today, gives a glimpse of the level of development of culture in ancient Joseon. 11. Slave states. In addition to ancient Joseon, there existed such slave states as Puyo, Koryo and Jingguk. They were either tributaries of ancient Joseon or states separated from it. In the early 3rd century BC, a group led by Ko Dumong moved to Koryo from Puyo and founded Kagoryo. Thus, the ancient age was finished in Korea and the feudal age started. 12. Kagoryo was the first feudal state in the history of Korea. It was established on the basis of the feudal relations that developed in Koryo, Jeollab and Puyo, one of the ancient states. Feudal relations developed early in Koryo, and newly emerging feudal forces resisted the old slave-owning forces. By relying on these newly emerging age forces, Ko Dumong founded a new state in 277 BC and named it Kagoryo. Kagoryo was a powerful state with a vast territory ranging from the Liao River area in China to most of the Korean peninsula. Its people loved practicing martial arts, and regarded it as their natural duty to rise as one in times of foreign aggression and defend their own hometowns and their country. Kagoryo existed till AD 668, shining its brilliance as a 1,000-year-old power in the east. 13. Ko Jumong was extraordinary from his childhood. He made a bow for himself and never missed a target. In Puyo, a master archer was called Jumong, hence his name Jumong. The king's 7 sons were jealous of his outstanding talent and martial art skills. The king and his sons even attempted to kill him. He fled to the south with like-minded Oi, Marie and Hyopu, getting out of reach of the pursuers. After arriving in Koryo, he consolidated his position and established a new country, Koguryo. The founder of Koguryo was later called Tongyang, the sacred. 9. 14. Monument to the Mausoleum of King Hwanggaetho. The monument to the Mausoleum of King Hwanggaetho was built in 414 in praise of the 17th descendant of King Tongyang. The 6.34m-high monument is inscribed with the story of the founding of Kagoryo by Ko Dumong, the line of succession to the throne and the exploits by King Hwanggaetho for exalting national strength and expanding its territory in chronicle order of events. As one of the oldest inscribed monuments in Korea and for the historical value of the materials inscribed on it, the monument is ranked as one of the most valuable cultural legacies in the East. 15. Site of the Anhak Palace. It is the site of the royal palace of Kagoryo, situated at the foot of Mt. Taesong, Pyongyang. Koguryo pushed ahead with the policy of advancing southward to realize its far-reaching plan of national unification by annexing Paekje and Silla. In 427, it moved its capital to Pyongyang, a more favorable place, and built its royal palace in the current place. A thick and square wall surrounded the palace, one side of the wall being 622 minutes long and the entire wall 10 being as long as to 488 minutes in circumference. The palace occupied an area of about 380,000 m2. Among the 3 streams flowing down the southern valley of Somon Hill of Mt. Taesong, one was led to a pond in the palace and the other 2 to the moats in the east and the west. The palace compound was beautifully laid out with big halls, corridors and artificial mountains and lakes. 16. Tizongsan Fortress. The Tiazongsan Fortress was built to defend Goguryeu's royal palace and Hak Palace. It is 7076 minutes in circumference, and the walls are 9284 minutes long. Inside, there are numerous sites of grain storehouses, arsenals, and barracks. As it was built by making an effective use of the natural and geographical conditions, it was difficult for the enemy to attack it but favorable for defending it. The walls were built by dovetailing processed quadrangular natural stones of certain sizes in the empty Taesong and nearby areas. The walls had bastions on important positions. In the fortress, many relics and remains of Goguryeo, including roof tiles and stone box for gilt bronze image of Buddha and the Buddhist scriptures, were unearthed. 11. 17. The walled city of Pyongyang, the Anhak Palace, and Tiazongsan Fortress were not adequate for the capital of powerful Goguryeo. By drawing on the lessons gained in the defense of the capital city and on the basis of the powerful national strength, Goguryeo built walls around the central part of the present Pyongyang from 552 to 586. The walled city had empty Kumsu in the north and was surrounded by the Jidong and Pathang rivers in the east, west, and south that serve as natural moats. It was some 16 kilometers in circumference. Combining the advantages of walls on mountains and in plain areas, it was an invention by the people of Goguryeo. 18. Goguryeu's astronomical chart on stone. Goguryeo had, from the days before Christ, observatories, astronomers, and specialized observers who studied eclipses of the sun and the moon and the motions of meteors and comets. By collecting the results of observation, they etched a celestial map on its own. The stone, inscribed with constellation, was in the walled city of Pyongyang, but it was lost as it was drowned in a river by foreign invaders in the closing years of Goguryeo. 12 later, an astronomical chart, a printed form of the original, was found. The map, Jiansang Rao Shabuni Yajido, has been handed down up to now. This chart preserves almost all of the contents of the original. In the large circle in the middle of it, there are a constellation chart and various tables and explanations around it. The globe is reflected on a plane with the North Pole at its center, and 467 stars are positioned on 282 constellations. Also inscribed are the points of spring and autumn equinoxes, the coordinates of 28 fundamental stars, equatorial, zodiac, arctic, and longitudinal circles, and galaxy. The astronomical chart is highly precise in content and is the oldest one of its kind in the world. 19. Myong Nimdapu in Goguryeo. There was a 100-year-old man, called a minister in the administration and the general in the battlefield. He was Myong Nimdapu, AD 67-179. At the age of 100, he was appointed as the first ever minister in charge of the overall military affairs in the capital city and local areas. In 172, when the troops of Han China invaded Goguryeo, at the age of 105, he commanded the army of 13 Goguryeo, giving a telling blow to the aggressors, thus winning a great victory. He died at the age of 112. 20. Great victory in the Battle of Salesu. After the defeat in the first aggression on Goguryeo, the Emperor of Sui China drove his large troops to reinvade Goguryeo in 612. Goguryeu's General Ulji Mundok went into the camp of the enemy troops all alone, learned their situation and mapped out an operation plan to annihilate them through luring tactic. Lured by this tactic, the Sui troops made an exhausting, long-distance march to reach Goguryeu's second capital, Honghuangsong, which had already built up strong defenses. Their situation became worse because of the shortage of supplies. Sensing their circumstances, Ulji Mundok sent a sarcastic poem to the enemy commander, making the enemy troops feel disheartened and giving them an excuse to retreat. When they were crossing the Salesu River, the present Yaozi River in China, in their retreat, the Goguryeo army ambushed them and dealt a telling blow to them. Among the 305,000 Sui men, those who fled as far as the Liaodong Fort 160 kilometers away numbered only 714 in history. This brilliant victory is recorded as the Great Victory in the Battle of Salesu. 21. Yang Kiesumun, well versed in military tactics and martial arts from his early years, Yang Kiesumun looked sturdy and dignified. When the ruling circles of Goguryeo took the road of making concessions under the pressure of foreign forces and attempted to kill him on the charge of taking a hard line, he staged a coup in October 642, deposed a king and grasped power, himself becoming Mangyehi, de facto ruler. In 644, when Tang China openly declared invasion of Goguryeo, he fortified the defenses of the country and threatened the home front of the Tang forces by establishing friendly relations with Tuju. In 645, 647, and 648, when the Tang troops invaded Goguryeo, he commanded the army and people to victory. He also defeated their aggression in the 650s and the early 660s. 22. Murals in Goguryeo tombs to the memory of the deceased and in the belief that their souls were still alive. People of Goguryeo painted pictures on the walls inside the tomb so as to create the living environment of the deceased. 15. The murals are various in form and rich in content. The monumental form of paintings portrays figures, living customs, landscapes, animals, still life, flowers, birds, and other decorative and symbolic patterns. They still preserve their original coloring, demonstrating the superiority of the Korean national culture of fine art. They are inscribed on the list of World Cultural Heritage. 23. Other feudal states that existed together with Goguryeo. Paekili, Silla, Kea, and other feudal states existed together with Goguryeo. 24. Paekili was founded by Anyo, son of Tongyong, founder king of Goguryeo. King Tongyong had sons including Yuryu and Yongyo. He chose his eldest son, Yuryu, as the crown prince. Anjo, together with his brother, Piryu, and 10 subordinates, went to the south. Many commoners followed him. He chose Wiri Fort in Hunnam as the capital city and named his country Paekili. Founded as a small state in the mid-3rd century BC, Paekili annexed several small neighboring states, and 16 became an independent feudal country in the late 1st century BC, which existed for hundreds of years till it fell in 660 due to the invasion by Tang China and Silla. 25. Silla, one of the first feudal states in Korea, can be divided into earlier Silla and later Silla. Earlier Silla existed from the middle of the early 1st century, when Silla was founded, to the middle of the 7th century. Later Silla existed from 676 to 935, when the dynasty of Silla became ruined. Its capital was Wangyong, the present Gyeongju in North Gyeongsang province. The ruling circles of Silla committed a treacherous act of inviting the aggressive forces of Tang China to realize their ambition for territorial expansion. The allied forces of Silla and Tang overthrew Paekili in 660 and Goguryeo in 668. Then Silla gained the control of the area as far as south of the Taedong River. This brought about frustration of the process of unification of the three kingdoms by Goguryeo. 26. Solgo was a painter who was active between the late 6th century and the early 7th century. 17. Though he was of lower caste, he was skillful in painting. He painted an old pine tree on the wall of the Wangyong temple. The rough arcs of the thick trunk, drooping branches and rich leaves were portrayed vividly by means of excellent techniques and refreshing coloring. The tree was so realistic that birds flew to the mural to sit on it, only to fall, it is said. After Solgo died, the picture grew discolored, so a monk in the temple repainted it. Birds did not come to the painting since then. 27. Kaegum. Kaegum is a musical instrument unique to the Korean nation. It was invented by Uruk, a musician who lived in the early 6th century in Kae, Kumgwon Kae. It is called so for it originated in Kae. The instrument is resilient, its sound is soft and elegant, and when performing it, the performer looks rhythmic and elegant. This conforms to the emotions and tastes of the Korean nation. Its structure is simple, and it is easy to adjust the sound by means of movable bridges. It is also easy to learn and varied in performing methods, so it has been a popular musical instrument loved by the people. 18. 28. Goguryeo successor after Goguryeo was ruined in 668 by Silla allied with foreign forces. Its surviving people drove out the Tang invaders and established Palahi in 698. At the time of its founding, its capital was Tongmosan, near Dunhua, China. To the south the territory was bordered with Silla in the middle of the Korean peninsula with the Chidong River in the west and the Ryangdong River and Kumaya, once called Yangyang, in the east, and to the east with the whole eastern coastal areas as far as the maritime territory of Russia. It also occupied the whole area from the lower reaches of the Liao River to the areas of the Hailong and Songhua rivers in China. Existing for 230 years, Palahi demonstrated itself as Hedong Sunduk, or flourishing country in the east. Its first king was Taejo-young. 29. Taejo-young was a general of Goguryeo. After Goguryeo fell, he moved to Yangju, the present Chaoyang, by the forced emigration policy of the Tang aggressors. In the summer of 696, he rose in revolt by enlisting the remaining military forces of Goguryeo under his command, and annihilated the Tang occupiers. 19. In early 698, he ambushed and annihilated the Tang troops led by Li Haigao in today's Liaoning, China, and reflecting the unanimous desire of the surviving people of Goguryeo to restore their country, he founded Palahu at Tongmosan, the present site of the Wudang Fort in Dunhua, as its capital. He established a well-regulated ruling system and a powerful army as in Goguryeo, and pursued a flexible foreign policy, ceaselessly building up the strength of the country. 30. Sangyong Stone Lantern. The Sangyong Stone Lantern is at the site of Temple No. 2 in Sangyong, the present Ning'an County, Heilongjiang Province, China, the capital of Palahi. It was originally 6.3 minute high, built neatly as if it was made with a piece of dark, blue lava. The lantern gives an impression that the octagonal pavilion on the islet in the pond in Kumwon, the royal palace, had been moved to the spot. The stone lantern portrays elegant contrast by decreasing the sizes of the parts upwards, and distinguishing match by placing against each other the even under part and the open upper part. The lantern, organically combining fine architectural techniques and art of sculpture, is the oldest of its kind in the East. 20. 31. First unified state. The first unified state in Korea was Goryeo. Goryeo, founded in 918 by Wang Khan, achieved oneness of the blood and culture of the Korean nation by annexing Silla and later Paekje in the middle and the south of the Korean peninsula and embracing the surviving people of Palahi. As a unified state, Goryeo was widely known to the world for its strong national power and advanced culture. The appellation of Korea originated from Goryeo. Goryeo existed for about 500 years till it was overthrown in 1392. 32. Origination of the appellation of Goryeo. The appellation of Goryeo came from Goguryeo, the most powerful state in the history of the Korean nation. It reflected Koryo's aspiration to succeed and realize Goguryeo desire of unification of the Korean nation and thus build a country as powerful as Goguryeo. 33. Wang Khan, a feudal magnate in the Songyak, Kizong area in the middle of the Korean peninsula, collaborated with Kung Yi, leader of the rebel forces. In 21918, he led a coup and overthrew Kung Yi, a tyrant, and established a new dynasty. He named the new kingdom Goryeo, indicating that it was the successor to Goguryeo, and pursued a policy of national unification. He reconciled with Silla and took a hard line towards later Paekje by intensifying military offensives. He pursued the policy of recovering the territory of erstwhile Goguryeo in the north of the Chidong River and embraced the surviving people of Palahi who immigrated to Goryeo. In 935, he annexed Silla peacefully. In 936, he defeated later Paekje by force of arms, thus achieving the cause of territorial unification. 34. Great victory in the Battle of Kuju. Despite 2 rounds of defeat, King Changzong of Khitan drove 100,000 strong force in December 1018 to invade Goryeo. A battle decisive of the Third Koryo-Khitan War took place in Kuju, Kusong in the northwest of the Korean peninsula. General Kang Kam-chen, commander-in-chief of the Koryo forces, stationed the main force on the field in front of Kuju and ordered them to check the retreating enemy troops. 22. On February 1, 1019, the main force of Koryo dealt telling blows at the enemy by showering on them arrows fired by powder. Koryo troops who were giving chase to the enemy pressed upon their back. The ranks of the enemy became disorganized and fell down in crowds. The Koryo forces gave hot pursuit to the enemy, and finally annihilated them. Only a few thousand escaped death. In history the victory is recorded as the Great Victory in the Battle of Kuju. 35. Kang Kam-chen. From his childhood, Kang Kam-chen, 948-1031, liked learning and was gifted, honest, simple and frugal. The man of small build was decisive and stringent in everything. These dispositions of his were displayed fully when he was leading the struggle of the Koryo people against the Khitan aggressors. In November 1010, Khitan invaded Koryo for the second time with a 400,000 strong force. Kang Kam-chen resolutely rejected the capitulationist proposal by the ruling circles of Koryo, put into practice his own opinion that victory could be won if Koryo forces were rearranged properly, and contributed to the victory in the war. 23. When Khitan invaded Koryo for the third time in December 1018, he concealed his forces in ambush near Humhujan on the Amnok River and had a barrage built. When the main force of the enemy arrived there, he had the barrage removed and the general offensive launched. According to the strategic plan of the general, the Koryo army gave the Khitan forces a devastating blow in Kuju through an encircling operation in February 1019. Of the 100,000 strong forces, only a few thousand escaped death. 36. Saljukwa fought bravely against the Khitan aggressors in the early 11th century. The story about this young girl is still told. To take revenge of her father who fell in a battle, she learned martial arts from her childhood. When she heard that hundreds of thousands of the Khitan aggressors intruded, she burned her heart with a determination to enlist in the army, but hesitated because of her bedridden mother. Seeing this, her mother told her to go out to the battlefield to defend the country like her father. She then killed herself. Charged with her mother's wish, Saljukwa, 24, dressed in man's clothes, enlisted in the unit led by General Kang Kam-chen. She would fight in the vanguard in battles. When she fell in a battle, people knew that the courageous soldier was a girl. Encouraged by her, the Koryo forces redoubled their spirit and wiped off the invaders. 37. Complete Collection of Buddhist Scriptures. Complete Collection of Buddhist Scriptures is a library of the classified Buddhism-related books, printed in Koryo in 1251. It consists of 539 parts and 793 books, and 80,000 wooden blocks were used in printing it. The printing blocks are made of Maculus thunbergii, oak and white birch. Each block, 69.6 cm long, 24 cm wide and 3.7 cm thick, has 22 lines and 14 letters on each line. The four corners of the block are framed in brass belts, which are fixed by nails. Wooden bars are attached to both ends to prevent twist. The surface is lacquer to prevent it from being rotten or eaten by moth. Inscribed with Buddhist doctrines and their interpretation, biographies of well-known Buddhist monks, and so on. The 80,000 blocks show the high level of the then printing techniques of Koryo. As one of the valuable cultural assets of the nation, they are kept in the 25 Pyeongtaek Temple, Gyeongsang County, North Yangon Province in the northwestern part of Korea. 38. First metal type in the world. A general view is that it is between the late 11th century and the early 12th century that metal type was invented in Koryo. This is evidenced by the fact that copper type was unearthed in a Koryo royal tomb in Gyeongsang in Namyeongshan Hwasang Jungdoga, which was printed by metal types in 1076, remains to this day. The bronze type of Koryo displayed in the Korean Central History Museum shows the level of techniques of casting metal types and printing of those days. These techniques spread to Europe via China. In 1466, Johannes Gutenberg of Germany invented molds to get lead types and started printing in mains by using these types. 300 years after metal types were made in Koryo, UNESCO informed its member states that Page Hwasang Charkol Jehejusam Cheyono printed in metal types in 1377 at the Hongdok Temple in Gyeongju, Korea, was the oldest book printed in metal types. In 1972, it displayed the book at the General Exhibition of History of Books held in Paris, France, as an event of the International Year of Books. 26. 39. Koryo porcelain. Koryo porcelain occupies a conspicuous place in the medieval pottery. In terms of color, they can be divided into bluish-green, white, black, putty and crimson celadon. In terms of decorating style, they can be divided into embossed, carved, open, scraped, inlaid and made-up celadon. The one that has been made in the greatest number and known most widely is celadon. The celadon of mysterious bluish-green, as if being reflected on white stone submerged in crystal-clear water, was, for the world people, symbolic of Koryo porcelain. For an organic combination of its outstanding color and pattern and fresh shape, the elegant and refined celadon is valued as a treasure all over the world. 40. Stone sculptures at the Mausoleum of King Gyeongyo, or Kongmen. The Mausoleum of King Gyeongyo, or Kongmen, 1330-1374, the 31st king of Koryo, is comprised of two tombs, Haenrung, tomb of the king, and Jongrung, tomb of the queen. From 1365 to 1372, the king personally supervised the building of the mausoleum. There are various stone sculptures at the mausoleum, 27, and conspicuous of them are stone statues of civil and military officers. The 4 statues of civil officers and the other 4 statues of military officers, differing from each other in conformity to the characteristics of civil and military officers, demonstrate their formative and artistic beauty. Most superior among the old stone works of art that remain still to date, they showcase the outstanding formative and artistic talents of the Koryo people. 41. Return of the expeditionary force from Weihua Island in February 1388, Ming China attempted to establish a military and administrative unit in the Yamnok River Basin in order to occupy the northwestern area of Koryo. To cope with this situation, the government of Koryo decided to send an expeditionary force to frustrate Ming's advance to the Liaodong area. The then Prime Minister Cho Young stayed with the king in Pyongyang in command of the expeditionary force. The combat forces were under the direct control of Zhou Minsu and Ri Songhai, 1335-1408. However, Ri Songhai disagreed from the start with Cho Young, claiming that attacking a big country by a 28 small country was an act running against moral principles and that mobilizing military troops in summer was not appropriate in view of the season. He withdrew his troops on Weihua Island at the estuary of the Yamnok River and attacked Kaehyang, Kizong. This led to the end of the 500-year-long history of Koryo. 42. Zhang Mengju, 1337-1392, was a civil servant and Confucian scholar who lived in the last days of Koryo. Even after Ri Songhai grasped power after the return of the expeditionary force from Weihua Island in 1388, he was still a member of the Privy Council and then Prime Minister. Unable to slight Zhang Mengju's political and social influence, Ri Songhai tried to take him to his own side in the plot to usurp the throne. However, Zhang Mengju opposed the plot to the last. Ri Songhai had his fifth son Ri Pang I, 1367-1422, and his gang murdered Zhang Mengju in 1392 when he was crossing a bridge in Kaehyang, Kizong. After his death, a bamboo tree which represents loyalty and faith began to grow on the spot where he had been murdered. The bridge was renamed Sanhok. 29. 43. Feudal Joseon dynasty. Ri Songhai ousted the last king of Koryo, King Kongyang, in July 1392, and ascended the throne. He named the country Joseon. The feudal Joseon dynasty existed for about 500 years till August 1910. It was the last feudal state in Korea. 44. First rain gauge in the world. The first rain gauge in the world was invented in Korea in 1441. A round vessel placed on a stand collected rainwater to measure its amount. Such a gauge was installed in the yard of every central and local official building. In the capital, it was made of iron or copper. In other regions, it was made of ceramics or earth. In Italy, they measured the depth of rainwater in 1639, about 200 years after Korea established a system of setting up rain gauges and recording the rainwater nationwide. 45. Hanminjeongnam. In the middle of the 15th century, King Sejong, 1419-1415 reign, ordered talented scholars to make researches into new national letters. 30. Thus, in January 1444, Hanminjeongnam, or correct sounds to educate the people, was invented. It is superior to all other letters of the world. As a system of phonetic symbols, it can denote any sound, it is based on scientific principles, and it is easy to learn. UNESCO designated Hanminjeongnam as an asset of the world, and advised nations without their own letters to introduce it. 46. Prize of Sejong the Great. Sejong the Great, 1397-1450, the fourth monarch of the feudal Joseon dynasty, enforced the policy of active cultural encouragement. In 1420, he established Jifyeonjin, Royal Academy of Sciences, by involving talented scholars and had them collect and study books. These scholars invented rain gauge for the first time in the world and measured the precipitation in the country. They also invented sundial, clepsydra and various astronomical observatory equipment to observe the universe. Under his direction, in January 1444, they succeeded in inventing Hanminjeongnam consisting of 28 letters. UNESCO instituted the Prize of Sejong the Great and awards it to those who have distinguished themselves in eliminating illiteracy and in the field of linguistics. 31. 47. 3 major books on Koryo medicine. Hyen Jiak Chipsung Bang, Ubang Ryuchui and Tongwibagun are the three major books on Koryo medicine. Haiyan Jiak Chipsung, whose compilation started in 1431 and finished in 1433, classifies illnesses into 959 kinds and gives some 700 prescriptions, 500 methods of acupuncture and matsukori, and 693 species of medicinal herbs. Wybring Ryuchui of 365 volumes compiled between 1443 and 1445 is a colossal collection of clinical experiences gained in the East up to those days. Tongwibagun is an encyclopedic book on Koryo medicine containing the abundant medical achievements made in Korea up to the early 17th century. It was written by Ho Jun in 1610 and published in 1613. Compared with the medical books of the same kind, it is more scientific and reasonable in its structure. 48. Imjin Patriotic War. In April 1592, Hideyoshi Toyotomi, the ruler of Japan, invaded Korea, taking advantage of the latter's decline in military strength. The ground and naval aggression forces were some 158,700 strong. Thus started a 7-year-long war against the Japanese invaders. 32. As it started in the year of Imjin, 1592, it is called the Imjin Patriotic War. Patriotic generals and people of Korea including Ri Sun-sin, Hwan Ryol, Kim Mung-so and Abid So-sen launched a vigorous armed struggle against the enemy. Among them were Kissian girls like Kai Wal-hyang and Gran Kei, who, though underprivileged, sacrificed their lives for killing the Japanese generals. In 1598, the Korean people finally drove the Japanese aggressors out of their country. 49. Ri Sun-sin, 1545-1598, was a patriotic general who built Kabuksun, or Turtle Ship, the first armored battleship in the world, and crushed the Japanese invaders. In the naval battle off Hansen Island, the Korean naval force commanded by Ri Sun-sin sank around 60 enemy ships and killed thousands of enemy troops. In mid-September 1597, the 12 vessels under his command fought against 330 enemy ships off Myeongyang, destroying 30 of them and killing thousands. In the Battle of Raryang in November 1598, which crowned the war, his fleet destroyed over 200 enemy ships and killed 10,000. During this battle, he was shot to death. Breathing his last, he said that 33 his soldiers should not be informed of his death till the battle was over. In the early 20th century, Japan's Admiral Hihokiro Togo destroyed Tsarist Russia's Baltic fleet. At a party celebrating his victory, when his colleagues praised him, saying that he was superior to Admiral Nelson, he said, "Nelson was not a prominent admiral. If there is a true officer, it's Korea's Admiral Ri Sun-sin. Compared to him, I am not better than a corporal." 50. Kabuksun, Turtle Ship. Kabuksun, or Turtle Ship, is the first armored battleship in the world built by the Korean people. Already in 1413, they built and tested the ship. In 1592, prior to the Imjin Patriotic War, under the direction of Admiral Ri Sun-sin, they perfected the ship on the basis of their previous shipbuilding techniques. The ship was 35-minute long, 11.8-minute wide and 5.2-minute high. It had 10 oars on each side and 70 gun ports. Its sails could be unfurled or laid as necessary. Its roof, which looked like the back of a turtle, was made with large wooden panels, and the path on it was so narrow that its crew alone could barely walk through it. The other parts were all covered with pins to keep off the enemy. Kabuksun demonstrated its might to the full in several naval battles during the Imjin Patriotic War. 34. 51. Great victory in the naval battle off Hansen Island under the command of Admiral Ri Sun-sin. The Korean Navy held the command in the South Sea of Korea in the initial period of the Imjin Patriotic War. As its attempt for simultaneous advance on land and on sea was on the verge of frustration, Japan formed 3 big fleets in late June 1592 and dispatched them to the waters of Korea. Admiral Ri Sun-sin decided to lure the enemy fleet in the shore to the sea off Hansen Island. He had his main force hide in the northern shore of the island. When nearly all the enemy vessels appeared in the sea off the island, Ri Sun-sin ordered attack. The main force of the Korean Navy launched an instant attack sailing in the formation of a fluttering crane. With turtle ships in the vanguard, the Korean fleet laid siege on the enemy on the front and both sides. In this battle 59 out of 73 Japanese vessels were sunk, and thousands were killed. The Korean people are proud of this victory, calling it the Great Victory in the naval battle off Hansen Island. 52. Kwak Jae-yu. When the Imjin Patriotic War broke out, Kwak Jae-yu, 1552-1617, was a scholar in Uryong, Gyeongsang 35 province in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. In order to rescue his country and fellow people from crisis, he formed a righteous volunteers corps in late April 1592. Leading the volunteers, he dealt telling blows to the Japanese invaders by employing tactics of luring, cheating and ambushing. As he wore red clothes and rode a white horse, he was called Red-clad General. The Japanese would flee even at the mere mention of his name, and said that he was a heaven-sent Red Sea Lad general. As a military officer after the war, he contributed to the building of the defenses of the country. 53. Kim Mung-so, 1564-1624, was the commander of a garrison and defense commander in a region at the start of the Imjin Patriotic War. In July 1592, he formed a combat unit by involving the patriotic people in the areas, including Ryanggang and Kingso, around Pyongyang in order to repel the Japanese invaders from the walled city of Pyongyang. With the help of Kai Wal-hyang, who remained inside the city and was spying the enemy movements while pretending to be attending them, he boldly went into the enemy camp and killed the commander of a Japanese unit. 36. In January 1593, commanding the vanguard unit, he led troops into the city and displayed bravery in defeating the enemy. 54. Kai Wal-hyang, -1592, was a Kissian girl attached to the Pyongyang government. Witnessing the barbarous atrocities committed by the Japanese intruders during their temporary occupation of Pyongyang, she made a determination to devote her life to wiping out the enemy and tiding over the national crisis. She would go into the enemy camp and, pretending to be attending them, she picked up information about their inner situation and sent it to the volunteers corps. While watching for a chance, she succeeded in helping Kim Mung-so, defense commander of Yangon province, slip into the city, disguised as her brother, and kill an enemy commander. She then helped him go out of the walls in safety, before being arrested and killed. 55. Abid So-sen, 1520-1604, was called so because he lived in Myeongyang, or So-sen. During the Imjin Patriotic War, he appealed to the 37 monks across the country to turn out in the struggle as volunteers, and organized a monks unit some 500 strong. Though aged over 70, he led the volunteers in the battle of taking back the walled city of Pyongyang. When the Japanese invaders, who had intruded deep into the country, retreated to the shores of the South Sea of Korea and the nation was rescued from a critical crisis, he handed the commandership to his disciples, Samyanggang and Joyeong. He then went back to Myeongyang. 56. Samyangdang. After the outbreak of the Imjin Patriotic War, Samyangdang, 1544-1610, organized a righteous volunteers corps with some 700 monks in the northeastern part of Korea in response to the call of his mentor, Abid So-sen. In support of his mentor, he led his unit in the Battle of the Walled City of Pyongyang, and won victory by attacking the retreating enemy. From the spring of 1594, he was engaged in diplomacy. He went into the enemy camp several times. He met the enemy commander Cato and frustrated his impudent demands by driving him into a tight corner. When Cato asked him what was deemed a treasure in Korea, he answered, "Your head is." 38 in 1604, after the Imjin Patriotic War, he went to Japan and held peace talks with Ieyasu Tokugawa, commander-in-chief of the aggressor forces, and brought back thousands of kidnapped civilians with him. 57. Monument to the Great Victory in Pukwon. The monument to the Great Victory in Pukwon was set up in 1708 in today's Rimyeong-ra in the city of Kimchik, North Hamgyong Province, to the memory of the Great Victory by John Munbu-led volunteers who defeated the Japanese invaders in the areas of Hamgyong Province during the Imjin Patriotic War. This victory, together with the victory in the battle in January 1593 to win back the walled city of Pyongyang, constituted a turning point in the war. Having occupied Korea in the early 20th century, the Japanese imperialists shipped the monument to Japan so as to obliterate the Korean people's patriotic, anti-Japanese sentiment. 100 years later it was brought back and set up on its original site. 58. Kim Hongdu. Kim Hongdu was a famous fine artist in the 18th century. 39. He depicted life of those days realistically. His works are characterized by unique formation, deep description and idiosyncrasy. The main characters of most of his works are the working people. Good examples are blacksmiths, tsarum and dance. He also showed outstanding talent in painting landscape and animals in such works as Kuryong Falls, Moonlit Night in the Woods, Dog and Old Lion. 59. A Farmer and an Ox. A painting that draws special attention of visitors to the Korean Fine Art Gallery in Pyongyang is A Farmer and an Ox by Kim Tu-ryang, 1696-1763. When one looks at the ox with fatty back grazing, one feels as if one may hear the ox bellowing, and the image of the farmer taking a nap under a pine tree with his belly uncovered makes one laugh in spite of oneself. Some foreigners, who saw the painting, still ask jokingly in their letters, "Is the farmer still taking a nap?" 60. Pak Ji-won, alias Hak Yanim, 1737-1805, was bereaved of his parents when young, and grew up under the care of his grandfather. He was so weak that he started learning later than other children, but he studied hard, thus acquiring a versatile knowledge. He was outstanding in literature in particular. His typical works are The Tale of Scholar Ho, The Tale of a Nobleman, and Reprimand by a Tiger, in which he laid bare the parasitic life of corrupted ruling circles and criticized them, and sympathized with the miserable life of the working people. He was widely known as a prominent advocate of the Silhak, Practical Science School. While touring China as an attendant of an envoy, he wrote a travelogue, Riha Diary. He made a great contribution to the ideological and cultural development of Korea in the 18th century by creating many excellent works that reflect the social and economic changes of the crumbling feudal society. 61. Jong Yak-young, alias Jong Ta-san, 1762-1836, entered government service since young, but in the twilight years of his life abandoned it and engaged in the academic study and writing. He acknowledged the theory that the earth is round and rotates on its own axis, and explained that such natural phenomena as rain, snow, thunder and tidal waves were not something mysterious. 41. Stressing the need to develop technology, he conducted research into agriculture, weaving, ship and bridge building, and construction of castles. He not only designed the walled city of Suwon but also invented a crane which played a big role in building the walls of the city. Talented in literature, he produced 2000 poetic and prosaic works, typical of which are Song of Starving People and Tiger Hunting, in which he sympathized with the plight of the people and criticized the ruthless exploitation by bureaucrats. 62. Taedong-geo map. The Taedong-geo map is a map of Korea drawn by Kim Jong-ho, -1864, a geographer, topographer and thinker of the Silhak, Practical Science School. While studying a large number of books on geography and maps published at home and abroad, he made a detailed field survey and measurement of every part of the country, from Mtipatu to Jeju Island, for scores of years. On this basis, he drew the Taedong-geo map in 1861. The map was as large as 33 m2. He divided the map into 22 parts and folded them into a book form. Every part is 30x20 cm, which equals to 48x32 km. The map's reduced scale is 1/162,000. 42 locations marked on the map are correct, and the dot is marked once every 4 kilometers on the line indicating the road, helping readers to estimate the correct distance. 63. Incident of General Sherman. The intrusion by General Sherman was the start of the U.S. invasion of Korea. Armed with 4 cannons and carrying 90 combat personnel, it stole into the estuary of the Taedong River on August 16, 1866. Having sailed up near Pyongyang, the aggressors raped women, looted people's wealth and kidnapped the Korean soldiers. Enraged, the people and soldiers of Pyongyang turned out in a fight to repulse the ship. On September 2nd, the people of Pyongyang sent fire boats towards the aggressor ship from upstream by using the low tide. At the same time, the soldiers of Pyongyang garrison fired a volley of matchlocks and arrows. Fire boats collided with General Sherman and it was enveloped in flames. Finally, it submerged beneath the Taedong River. 64. Invasion by Western warships. In the year of Pyongyang in early 1866, the year of Pyongyang, France committed 43 an armed invasion against Korea, picking a quarrel with the Korean government's suppression of Catholic believers and execution of French missionaries. The commander of the French fleet dispatched to the Far East, who had gained fame and aggression on Vietnam and Qing-China, intruded as deep as Yanghuijian and Sogang, gateways to the capital city via Kangwa Straits with 3 warships. They beat a retreat in the face of tough resistance by the Korean people. The French aggressors reinvaded Korea by enlisting the whole fleet in the Far East to 500 men and 7 warships. The aggressors destroyed and stole historical relics including old architectural structures, and threatened the Korean feudal government that they would kill 9,000 Koreans for the 9 executed French missionaries. They also presented brigandage demands that the government hand over to them the Korean officials who had been involved in the execution of the French missionaries, pay compensation for their death and conclude a treaty with France. The indignant Korean people attacked the intruders both on the land and on the sea, killing many of them. Having suffered repeated attacks, the French invaders retreated after sailing on the sea off Korea doing nothing. 44. 65. Incident of Shenandoah. Far from drawing a lesson from the incident of General Sherman in 1866, the United States dispatched the aggressor ship Shenandoah into the territorial waters of Korea. In March 1868, commanded by a lieutenant colonel of the U.S. Navy, carrying 230 men and armed with 9 cannons including a large-caliber cannon, it sailed up and down the sea off Hwanghae Province and southern part of the Changchun River, firing bullets and shells at random and watching for a chance to intrude into the Taedong River. With a view to attack Pyongyang, the ship started sailing towards the estuary of the Taedong River on April 7th. The volunteers and soldiers, who had been defending a Tongjin battery, fired a volley at the enemy ship. Frightened by the sudden attack, the ship dared not to resist and fled. Next day, the aggressors landed on Haiyan Island committing violence against the inhabitants and forcing them to convey their letters to their government before fleeing. 66. Attempted exhumation of the tomb of Prince Namdon. When Shenandoah was committing military provocations and acts of plunder in the estuary of the 45 Tedong River, the United States dispatched some 300 gangsters aboard the aggressor ship China to the Asin Bay in the West Sea of Korea in accordance with an already made operational plan. The gangsters, led by Jenkins, former interpreter for the U.S. Consulate General in Shanghai, and guided by a French missionary into German, stole into Kaetang, Haini Sub-County, Toksan County, where the tomb of Prince Namdon, father of the regent Prince Taewon, was situated. Their scheme to unearth the tomb of the father of the regent, de facto ruler in Korea those days, encountered with strong resistance of the local people, and the gangsters took flight. 67. Invasion by U.S. warships. In the year of Sinmi in early April 1871, the year of Sinmi, the U.S. minister resident in Qing, China, and the commander of the U.S. Asian fleet intruded into the territorial waters of Korea with 230 men and 80 cannons aboard 5 warships. The feudal Korean government dispatched an official to them, reprimanding them for their aggression and demanding that they withdraw at once. The aggressors acted arrogantly, trying to force the 46th Korean government to conclude a treaty on navigation and trade. The Korean people delivered annihilating blows at the aggressors at the battles fought in Sandomak, Chojijin, and Gwangjin. The U.S. invaders were compelled to withdraw on May 16. 68. Monument inscribed with an appeal for repulsing barbarian invaders. The Korean people defeated several armed invasions by the United States and the Western powers which had continued since the middle of the 1860s. Prince Taewon, 1820-1898, the regent of the feudal government of Korea, pursued a closed-door policy, with a view to defending the feudal state and system from the invasion by the U.S. and the Western powers, riding on the crest of the people's elated spirit of opposing the aggression. He, on April 25, 1871, issued an order to erect monuments inscribed with an appeal for repulsing barbarian invaders in the capital and provinces across the country. The monuments were inscribed on the front side with big letters, which read, "Not fighting the Western invaders is as good as advocating friendly relations with them, and advocating friendly relations with them means selling out the country." 47. Its side was inscribed with small letters, reading, "This was written in the year of Pyongyang, 1866, and inscribed on the monuments in the year of Sinmi, 1871, for the monuments to be erected in every part of the country. We seriously warn this to the coming generations." 69. Regent Prince Taewon in December 1863, when foreign invaders were scrambling to occupy Korea, Prince Hongsun, Rihong, 1820-1898, father of young Emperor Kojong, 1852-1919, was honored with the title of Taewon and became the regent. After seizing power, he fought at closing the door of the country instead of conducting foreign activities adroitly was the only way to maintaining his feudal state. In his pursuit of a closed-door policy, he first of all took the state measure forbidding the infiltration of Catholicism and the expansion of its religious influence. Entering 1866, regarding Catholicism as a heresy and negation to Confucianism, the ruling ideology of the feudal Joseon dynasty, he started an overall repression over French missionaries and Korean Catholic believers. He rejected the demand by the capitalist powers to open up the country for foreign trade, and adhered to the policy of closing the country and resisting the foreigners' 48 armed invasion. When the U.S. aggressor ship General Sherman intruded into the Tedong River in 1866, he took a hard-line stand towards the U.S. invaders, riding on the crest of the struggle of the patriotic people. In 1871, when the United States, demonstrating its huge armed forces, forced the feudal government to conclude a treaty, he answered it with a more thorough and closed-door policy. His policy gave some help to Korea, which had not carried on the bourgeois revolution, in checking the aggression by capitalist powers and defending the sovereignty of the country in a short term, but was unable to fundamentally resolve the basic contradictions of the feudal system, which was on the brink of collapse. During his ruling period, the crisis of feudal system and class contradictions grew more intense. When Queen Min and her clique secured power after Prince Taewon resigned in late 1873, the foreign policy of the feudal government was changed into that of opening up the country for the foreigners. 70. Incident of Unyo. Having suffered from 3 rounds of defeat in its aggression on Korea, the United States used Japan in its scheme to invade Korea, providing Japan with large amounts of new type weapons and munitions. On 49 August 21, 1875, the Japanese aggressor ship Unyo intruded into the waters off Korea's Kangwoo Island. Artillerymen at Chojijin opened fire on the ship. The Japanese aggressors, unable to resist the attack of the defenders, took flight. On the way of retreat, they landed on Jongsan and Yeongjong Islands, murdering the inhabitants, irrespective of age and sex, and plundering them of their property. 71. Kangwoo Treaty. Following the Unyo incident, the Japanese militarists took the road of forcing the Korean government to sign an unequal treaty according to their scenario for aggression. Kuroda, who was appointed as an ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary by Japan's emperor, led 7 warships to the waters off Kangwoo Island via Busan on December 19, 1875, and forced the Korean government to come to a negotiating table. At the talks held in January 1876, Kuroda shifted the responsibility of the Unyo incident to Korea, forcing the latter to sign an aggressive and unequal treaty without any conditions attached. Frightened by Japan's military intimidation, the rulers of the feudal government accepted its brigandage demand. As a result, the unequal Kangwoo Treaty, 50 known as the Stipulation of Korea-Japan Friendship, was signed on February 3, 1876. The treaty consists of 12 articles, the gist of which is the opening up of the ports of Korea, the conducting of the judgment of the Japanese who committed crimes in Korea, in the Japanese consulate, and the securing of freedom of Japanese who engaged in measuring and drawing maps in the coastal areas of Korea. 72. Imo Mutiny. In June 1882, the year of Imo, the soldiers and poor people in Hansan mutinied against the Japanese aggressors and feudal rulers. The majority of the soldiers in Hansan hailed from poor families nearby, and they were serving the army in return for some rations they received from the feudal government. The supply of rations was delayed for 13 months, and even the rations for a month which they had been supplied with after a long interval were not only less than half of the fixed quantity, but also mixed with rotten grains, bran, sand and grit. The soldiers rose up against it. Min Kyam-ho, an official in charge of supply service work for the soldiers, far from apologizing for this, issued an order to arrest and execute the masterminds. 51. Upon hearing the news, the soldiers burst their PNTL fury. The soldiers turned out in a mutiny under the command of Ryuchun Man and Kim Jang-sun on June 9, 1882. They raided and destroyed the house of Min Kyam-ho, attacked the arsenal and released the imprisoned soldiers. They then raided the houses of Min's clique, killed their drill instructor Horimoto and other Japanese, laid siege to the Japanese legation and staged an anti-Japanese demonstration, shouting slogans, "Smash the Japanese legation," and "Drive out the Japanese aggressors." A large number of poor people joined their ranks. Frightened, the Japanese minister, together with his legation staff, set the legation building on fire and fled to Incheon under cover of the night. On June 10, thousands of mutineers went to the Changdeok Palace to punish Queen Min, the mastermind of the political domination by powerful Min's family. There they executed Min Kyam-ho and the governor of Gyeonggi province, and rummaged through the imperial palace to find the queen, but she fled in the garment of a lady-in-waiting. A unit of mutineers went to Incheon to kill the Japanese who escaped from the legation. Meanwhile, the patriotic soldiers and people in Incheon rose up in mutiny. 52. The masses of the mutineers joined their forces, and besieged and attacked the government building of Incheon, killing several Japanese. The Japanese Japanese minister narrowly escapes to his country on board a British warship. The regime of Min's family crumbled, and the Japanese living in Korea were driven out or killed. On June 10, Prince Taewon assumed power again on the order of the king. Japan dispatched its naval vessels to the Sea off Khan on the pretext of protecting its citizens resident in Korea. Prior to this, China sent 3,000 soldiers aboard 4 warships and 13 troop ships to Korea on the excuse of containing the aggression by the Japanese forces. King soldiers captured Prince Taewon, who was paying a courtesy call on their barracks, and took him to Tianjin, while mercilessly suppressing the mutineers. As the regent was eliminated in the government and the mutiny was put down, the political domination by Min's family revived, and their sycophantic capitulationist policy continued. 73. Captain coup. In the mid-19th century, capitalist relations began to develop in the feudal Korean society. Representing the situation, the Kim Ok-gun-led 53 Enlightenment Group was formed in the early 1870s as a new political force. On the occasion of the inauguration of the Postal Service Office on October 17, 1884, the Enlightenment Group staged a coup. After taking power, the reformists declared the formation of a new government on October 18 and notified it to the foreign missions in Korea. The next day, they promulgated a 14-point political program of the new government. The program advocated reforming the old feudal system along capitalist lines in the political, economic, cultural, military and all other fields of socio political life. When the bourgeois reform was in full swing, the conservatives invited the army of China. Japanese troops who had been enlisted to defend the royal palace betrayed their promise with the reformists and abandoned their positions. The Enlightenment Group put up a strong resistance, but was defeated. Thus, the bourgeois reform in 1884, the year of Capson, ended within 3 days of its proclamation. 74. Kim Ok-gun 1851-1894 had been sympathetic with the ideals of enlightenment from his youth. He made a determination to renovate the feudal system 54 and realized modernization of his country. Having risen as the kingpin of the Enlightenment Group, he formed Chunggi Association, a secret organization, and rallied behind it like-minded people from all walks of life, including civil and military officers, merchants and even court servants such as ladies-in-waiting and eunuchs. In order to bring up talented personnel needed for carrying out a reform, he took measures to send young men abroad to learn politics, the economy, culture and military affairs of modern times. He succeeded in persuading the king to support the reformists, though temporarily. He pushed ahead with socio political reforms, like training a modern army, setting up the Postal Service Office, road construction department, police department and publishing department, and launching the newspaper Hanson Sunbo. The conservatives placed obstacles in the way of the reformists, and even attempted to murder Kim Ok-gun and other leading reformists. With the way of peaceful reform blocked, the reformists staged a coup. After its failure, Kim Ok-gun managed to find asylum in Japan with some of his colleagues. Owing to the persecution by the Japanese government, he moved 55 to Shanghai, China, in February 1894, where he was soon murdered by an assassin dispatched by the ruling circles of Korea. 75. Kabo Peasant War on February 10, 1894, under the command of John Pong-jun, peasants in Kobu County, Hoya Province in the southern part of the Korean peninsula rose in revolt against forced confiscation of taxes. The revolt developed into a large-scale peasant war, shaking the whole country. As the peasant army achieved victory after victory by defeating the government forces, the government asked Qing China to dispatch troops. It was an act of treachery to the nation. As Qing forces advanced into Korea, Japan, on the pretext of protecting its residents in Korea, hurled its aggressor troops into Korea. In order to prevent military interventions by the foreign forces and have the internal affairs of the nation resolved by the nation itself, the peasant army made peace with the government and John on June 11 after the latter accepted their 12-point program for remedying misgovernment. After that, it set up its representative organ, Jip Kangso, and started to carry the program into effect. As the 56 Japanese aggressors had brought the corrupt and incompetent feudal government of Korea to its knees and kept on pillage, committing acts of aggression, the peasant army rose again in the armed struggle under the slogan, "Drive out Westerners and the Japanese." The flames of national salvation struggle swept the whole country. Hoya, Chungcheong, Gyeonggi, Gangwon, Gyeongsang, Pyongan and Hwanghae provinces. Prior to the advance towards Seoul, the main force of the peasant army attacked the town of Gangju, a stronghold of the punitive forces of Japan and the government. Before and after the Battle of Gangju, the peasant army launched attacks on Japanese troops in several places, but it suffered a great loss and had to beat a retreat owing to the imbalance of forces. Though it failed, the Kabo Peasant War demonstrated the ardent patriotism, resolute fighting spirit, bravery, self-sacrificing spirit and national unity cherished by the Korean people, and had a great impact on the subsequent struggle against the feudal forces and foreign aggressors. 76. John Pong-jun, 1854-1895, who was a village schoolteacher in his youth, led the revolt of the peasants in Kobu County and developed it into a peasant war. As commander-in-chief of the peasant army, he led 57 several battles to victory, thus seizing the walled city of Jeonju. During peace talks in Jeonju, he made the demands of the peasants accepted by the feudal government. He then saw to it that Jipkingso, a representative organ of peasants, was set up in every county in Hoya province and autonomy by peasants enforced. With the start of the military invasion by Japan, he roused the peasants again. He dealt telling blows to the enemy in many battles. Betrayed by a turncoat, he was arrested and sent to Hansong. Though subjected to inhumane torture, he remained faithful to his principles before being executed. 77. Kabo Reform. The Kabo Reform, the bourgeois reform in 1894, the year of Kabo, was conducted by progressive civil servants. When the feudal system was undergoing a severe crisis, the country was thrown into a danger of being reduced to a colony of Japan, and the peasants fighting the Kabo Peasant War demanded political reform. Reformists like Kim Hong-jip, 1842-1896, and Oh Yoon-young, 1848-1896, planned to push ahead with the bourgeois reform by taking advantage of their high ranks in the government. In this way, they tried to overcome the prevailing national crisis. 58. On July 27, 1894, they instituted Kanukamucho, an organ in charge of bourgeois reform, and established a reformist government with Kim Hong-jip as its prime minister. From July 30th, the reformist government passed many bills to facilitate the modernization of the country. To reform the central political machinery and socio political fields, it deliberated on and adopted a 12-point socio political reform program. The program set forth measures for recognizing elementary bourgeois political freedom, eliminating the feudal caste system by doing away with the differences between noblemen and commoners in the bond service system, transforming the feudal social system along modern lines, and putting other feudal practices to rights. On December 17, 1894, owing to Japan's intervention in the internal affairs of Korea and the traitorous acts of pro-Japanese stooges like Pak Young-hyo, Kanukamucho was forcefully dissolved and the Kabo reform was frustrated. 78. Sino-Japanese War. The Sino-Japanese War, 1894-1895, was an aggressive war fought between Japan and Qing China for hegemony in Korea. Taking advantage of the request by the feudal 59 authorities of Korea to quell the Kabo Peasant War, Qing sent its troops in June 1894, and Japan had its 7,000-strong force landed in Inkon, claiming that balance of forces should be maintained. On July 25, 1894, Japan launched a sudden strike on the Chinese fleet anchored at the sea off Pyeong Island in Asan Bay. In September, the ground and naval forces of Yang were defeated by Japan near Pyongyang and in the West Sea of Korea. In late October, part of the Japanese forces crossed the Yamnok River and rushed to northeast China, while other forces landed in the Liaodong Peninsula, occupying Dalian and Luzon. In early 1895, Japanese troops landed in the Shandong Peninsula, occupying Waiheia, base of the Baiyang fleet, and other places. Having committed barbarous atrocities in Korea from the beginning of the war, the Japanese soldiers did the same in China. The defeated Qing signed the humiliating Shimonoseki Treaty on April 17, 1895. According to the treaty, Japan took Taiwan, Penghu Islands, Liaodong Peninsula. The peninsula was later returned to Qing by the intervention of three powers, and 200 million liang of money from Qing. Japan now 60 took favorable position in the contest of powers for influence in Korea. 79. Ulmi Incident. In 1895, the year of Ulmi, the Japanese aggressors raided the royal palace of Korea and murdered Queen Min, honored with the title of Empress Myeongsong posthumously. After the Sino-Japanese War, the Mins, ruling circles of Korea steeped in the worship of big countries, including Queen Min herself, calculated that if they took the side of Tsarist Russia, it would be more favorable for them to secure their safety and luxury. So they inclined towards Russia. The Japanese imperialists, who were scheming to achieve exclusive domination of Korea, plotted to murder the queen and eliminate the pro-Russian forces so as to create favorable conditions for their aggression on Korea. The Japanese government dispatched Lieutenant General Miura, former brutal warlord, to Seoul in July 1895 as its diplomatic minister. He was to write a scenario for the plot. From the night of August 19 to dawn the next day, under his command, the 18th Battalion of the Reserve Infantry Force of a Japanese garrison unit, a Police 61 contingent attached to the Japanese Foreign Ministry, civilian hooligans and spies, all numbering hundreds, raided the royal palace. They shot to death ministers of the feudal Korean government and intimidated the king, saying he must hand over the queen, and detained him. Then they broke into the queen's bedroom, dragged her by the hair to a hall, and stabbed her to death. They put her dead body on a pile of wood, poured oil and set fire on it. 80. Royal moving to the Russian legation. In 1896, the Tsarist Russian forces moved King Kojong to their legation. This incident is called royal moving to the Russian legation. King Kojong grew dissatisfied with and fearful of the Japanese after the Ulmi incident. Taking advantage of this, Tsarist Russia plotted to move the place of his residence to its legation. It could then form a pro-Russian government and win more concessions in Korea. To ensure the conspiracy a success, the Russian Marines in Inkon entered Honsong. On the evening of February 11, 1896, under the command of the Russian minister Weber, the pro-Russian faction including Ri Wanyang, Ri Pomjin and Ri Yunyang persuaded in a conspiratorial way King Kojong and the Crown Prince to move to the Russian 62 legation. Later, a pro-Russian government was formed. By manipulating the government, Russia won several concessions including the rights to mining in the areas of the Yamnok River, Gyeongsong and Jongsong, and installing a telegraphic line between Seoul and Wonsan. It even stripped Korea of its military and financial rights. The Korean people viewed the staying by the king, representative of their country, in a foreign legation as a great shame, hurting their national dignity. Owing to the mounting dissatisfaction and pressure of the people, King Kojong returned to the royal palace on February 20, 1897. 81. Russo-Japanese War. The relationship between Russia and Japan over supremacy in Korea and northeast China developed into a war. Japan, which had stepped up preparations for a war with Russia after the Sino-Japanese War, attacked without declaration the Russian fleet anchored in Luzon, China, on the evening of February 8, 1904. Next day Japan saw two vessels of the Russian Navy. The Japanese forces secured command in the Korea Strait and the West Sea of Korea through sudden strikes. With Korea as its military bridgehead, Japanese troops 63 defeated the Russian forces in the Yamnok River area in May and invaded northeast China. In June they landed in the Liaodong Peninsula and defeated the Russian forces which had come southward to defend the port of Luzon. In late August they routed the Russian forces in Liaoyang, and in January 1905 captured the fort in Luzon at the cost of 60,000 lives. In March 1905, the Russian forces suffered a decisive defeat in the Battle of Xinjiang, Fangshan, and the Baltic Fleet which was dispatched to the front was also defeated in the Korea Strait in May. The very factor of Japan's victory in the war was the support by the United States and Britain. Before the outbreak of the war, the United States had promised that it would follow a friendly policy towards Japan if the latter unleashed a war against Russia. The United States, together with Britain, provided Japan with 1.5 billion yen during the whole period of the war. Japan's total war expenditure was 1.7 billion yen. On September 5, 1905, peace between Japan and Russia was concluded in Portsmouth under the U.S. arbitration. By this, Japan seized the Liaodong Peninsula including Luzon and Dalian, the South Manchurian Line, Jiangcheng-Luzon of the East China Railways, parts of Sakhalin below N, 50 degrees, and the right to fishing in C-64 off Russia like the Okhotsk and Bering. It also won its political, economic and military supremacy in Korea and the right to guide, protect and supervise Korea. 82. Katsura Taft Agreement. The agreement was concluded in a secret talk in Tokyo between the Japanese Prime Minister Taro Katsura, 1847-1913, and the U.S. Secretary of War William Taft, 1857-1930, on July 29, 1905. The agreement stipulates that Japan shall recognize the U.S. colonial rule in the Philippines, and in return the latter shall collaborate with the former in its invasion of Korea and recognize its protection in Korea, that the United States shall join the British-Japanese alliance, and that the United States, Japan and Britain shall take joint action in their invasion of the Far East. The secret agreement, declassified in 1925, proves that from a historical point of view, the United States and Japan conspired with each other to invade Korea, and they are the enemies of the Korean people. 83. Ulsa Five-Point Treaty. The Ulsa Five-Point Treaty was concluded on November 17, 1905, the year of Ulsa, with Japan bullying the feudal Korean government into signing it. In order to achieve colonial domination of Korea, 65 Japan dispatched Yorobumi Ito to Korea as its special envoy. Ito was carrying a draft treaty. As Emperor Kojong was not willing to agree, Ito had Japanese troops and gendarmerie in Korea besiege the imperial palace and the meeting hall, and blackmailed the ministers one by one. He had the disobedient ministers taken out and obtained consent of the traitorous ministers, who are called Five Traitors of Ulsa. Then, he declared that the illegal treaty, devoid of the consent and signature of the emperor and the seal of the state, was concluded. The first article of the treaty stipulates that Japan shall control Korea's diplomatic relations and related affairs through its own foreign ministry. The second article stipulates that the Korean government shall not conclude any treaty or agreement of international character with other countries without the arbitration by the Japanese government. The third article stipulates that the Japanese government shall have a resident general in Korea as its representative and have him deal with diplomacy and all other necessary affairs. 84. Emissary incident at The Hague. Emissaries from the Korean government appeared at the Second International Peace Conference held at The Hague in June 1907. 66 panic-stricken by the mounting anti-Japanese sentiments among the people and usurpation of national rights one by the Japanese imperialists, Emperor Kojong had sent the emissaries to the conference to restore the national sovereignty with the help of the international community. The three patriots including Ri Jun presented their emperor's secret message to the conference and asked it to allow their attendance as delegates from Korea. However, the big powers declined their request on the excuse of the contents of the Also Five-Point Treaty. This being the case, they, through the International Journalist Society and publications, laid bare the Japanese imperialist criminal acts of aggression on Korea and called for support to the Korean people's struggle. However, the US and other imperialists took the side of Japan. Ri Jun ripped his own belly open at the venue of the conference as an expression of resentment. 85. And Yonggun was born in 1879 in Haeju, Hwanghae Province in the Midwest of the Korean Peninsula. Since young, he had a strong sense of justice, trained his 67 marksmanship, and studied the military science. In 1905, he went to Shanghai, China, where he waged patriotic activities. After returning home, he started teaching at a private school, engaging in the Enlightenment work. He then embarked on the road of the anti-Japanese righteous volunteers struggle. In June 1909, as the chief of the General Staff of the Volunteers Unit, he led the unit in an attack on the Japanese garrison station in a northern border area, thus delivering a heavy blow at the enemy. He shot to death Hirobumi Ito, mastermind of Japan's occupation of Korea, at the Harbin Railway Station on October 26, 1909, demonstrating the patriotic mettle of the Korean people to the whole world. Even though he was arrested by the Japanese imperialists, he held fast to his patriotic principle until he was executed on March 26, 1910. 86. Korea-Japan Annexation Treaty. The Korea-Japan Annexation Treaty, concluded on August 22, 1910, legalized Japan's occupation of Korea after the Also Five-Point Treaty in 1905. That day, the Japanese imperialists created an atmosphere in Hansong as if martial law had been declared by massing huge troops in it and organizing a 68 threatening military demonstration by warships. Then they railroaded the treaty through by blackmailing the ministers of the feudal Korean government. Consisting of 8 articles, the treaty stipulates that the ruling rights in Korea shall be completely and eternally handed over to the Japanese emperor and Korea be annexed to Japan. For fear of strong protests by the Korean people, Japan tried to keep the treaty secret at first and made it public as an imperial decree by the Japanese emperor on August 29. In accordance with the treaty, the feudal Joseon dynasty, which had existed nominally, was completely ruined. 87. Chronicles of the Feudal Joseon Dynasty. Chronicles of the Feudal Joseon Dynasty is a document recording the historical facts of over 500 years of the Feudal Joseon Dynasty that existed from July 1392 to August 1910. Written in the form of diary, it is the greatest of its kind in the world. The original texts are of 763 books and the number of volumes are nearly 900. It not only records domestic and foreign policies concerning politics, the economy, culture and military affairs but also comprehends music, dance, fine arts, 69 handicraft, and such natural subjects as astronomy, weather conditions, earthquake and tidal waves. As it records without missing even a day the detailed events that took place in the country for over 500 years, it constitutes a very precious wealth in studying the astronomical and meteorological data as well as the policies and history of the government. 88. Rai Rinsock 1842-1915, was a Confucian scholar. When the Japanese imperialists started an armed invasion against Korea in 1894, he issued an appeal and aroused the people to the struggle against the Japanese aggressors. From late 1895, he fought as the commander of an anti-Japanese righteous volunteers unit. His unit advanced to Cheongju, the hub of Chungcheong province, defeating the Japanese aggressors and killing pro-Japanese stooges in several counties. As Japan unleashed the Russo-Japanese War in early 1904 and intensified its aggressive move towards Korea, he rose up again in the righteous volunteers struggle in North and South Yan'an provinces, dealing a heavy blow at the Japanese aggressors and their stooges. When the repression by the Japanese imperialists became aggravated, he went to the maritime territory of 70 Russia in the autumn of 1907. There he compiled several books dealing with the norms of activities of the righteous volunteers, and had them published. Having become the commander-in-chief of the volunteers from 13 provinces in May 1910, he moved to Gyeonggi County in South Manchuria, China, in 1914, where he conducted the anti-Japanese activities before dying from illness. 89. Hong Pom 1868-1943, organized a righteous volunteers unit early in November 1907 by enlisting the hunters who turned out in the anti-Japanese struggle, and launched military activities by relying on northern mountainous areas in Korea including Fungsan, Kapsan and Samsu. His unit struck terror into the hearts of the Japanese aggressors through battles fought in Phra and on Huchi Pass. Owing to the harsh, punitive operations by the Japanese imperialists, he went to the Jiandao area in China in the autumn of 1910 and then to the far eastern area of Russia to make preparations for a fresh struggle. Having returned to Jiandao in 1919, he formed the Korean Independence Army. With Yanji and Wangjing areas in Jiandao as its 71 base, his unit conducted military activities, advancing to Korea and delivering a considerable blow at the colonial rule by the Japanese imperialists. In the battles of Fenwoo in June 1920 and Chingshanli in October the same year, they routed Japanese troops and moved the theater of their activities to the area bordering the Soviet Union in Manchuria. Later Hong Pom-do, commanding his unit, moved to Irkutsk in Siberia, where they fought shoulder to shoulder with the Soviet Red Army against the Japanese aggressors in the White Army until the armed intervention by the imperialist powers in the Soviet Union was terminated. During his stay in Moscow from November 1921 to February 1922 as a representative of the Korean Independence Army, he met Lenin. 90. March 1st popular uprising. Having occupied Korea, the Japanese imperialists enforced saber rule, the most bestial colonial rule unprecedented in the world. In protest against it, the Korean people turned out in a nationwide uprising on March 1st, 2 days before the funeral ceremony of Kojong, emperor of the feudal Joseon dynasty. The flames of the uprising kindled in Pyongyang 72 rapidly spread to Gyeongsang, Nampo, Uiju, Suncheon, Wonsan and other cities and rural villages, the whole country shaking with cheers for independence. Japan enlisted its ground and naval forces, gendarmerie and police in Korea, as well as the troops in Japan, committing barbarous repression and slaughter in various parts of Korea. The Korean people thus killed numbered more than 100,000. With the March 1st popular uprising as a momentum, an end was put to the era of the bourgeois national movement in Korea and the national liberation struggle of the Korean people entered a new stage. 91. June 10th independence movement. Taking advantage of the anti-Japanese spirit of the masses that mounted with the death of Suncheon, the last emperor of the feudal Joseon dynasty, on April 25, 1926, independence campaigners planned to stage a nationwide anti-Japanese demonstration on the day of his funeral ceremony, June 10th, and secretly push ahead with preparations for it. However, the secret was betrayed to the Japanese imperialists by factionalists who had found their way into the preparatory committee for the demonstration. 73. The Japanese imperialists not only enlisted police force and military troops in every province to throw a cordon around Gyeongsang but also landed the seamen of the 4 cruisers anchored in Ikpan. In addition, they made a sweeping arrest of persons on the blacklist, including those of the preparatory committee for the demonstration. However, workers, young young people and students did not hesitate but turned out in the demonstration. On June 10th, when the imperial bier that left the Changdeok Palace was passing through Yangno, tens of thousands of people launched a mass demonstration, shouting, "Long live the independence of Korea! Japanese troops, get out!" and "Fighters for Korea's independence, unite!" Similar demonstrations took place in several other places including Incheon. Through this movement the Korean people demonstrated their indomitable will to win back their country and defend their national dignity. 92. Korean National Association. The Korean National Association was organized by Kim Hyung-jik at Haktangul, Pyongyang, on March 23, 1917. It was a secret organization with the aim of achieving national independence and establishing a truly civilized 74 state through the concerted efforts of the Korean nation. Its fighting task was to enlist the broad sections of the masses in the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle by rallying them, firmly build up its organizations and drive the Japanese imperialists out and achieve the independence of the country on the strength of the Korean people themselves by taking advantage of the rivalry between the US and European forces and Japan for hegemony in the East in the future. It drew its membership from among people from all walks of life including workers, peasants, teachers, students, soldiers of the Independence Army, merchants, religious believers and artisans. Its organizational network spread throughout the country north and south Yangnan, Hwanghae, north and south Hoya, north and south Gyeongsang and Gyeonggi provinces and even reached Beijing, Shanghai, Jilin, Fusong, Linjiang, Jiangbai, Liuwa, Guangdian, Dandong, Huadian and Xinjiang in China. At the same time as expanding its organizations, it vigorously launched information and publicity activities aimed at rousing the broad sections of the masses to the anti-Japanese struggle and gave a strong push to raising funds and obtaining weapons needed for an armed struggle and training military cadres. Some organizations were exposed in the autumn of 1917, and over 100 members of the association were arrested, but it was restored rapidly thanks to the energetic activities of Kim Hyung-jik. It held a meeting in November 1918 and then in July 1919 at Cheongsu-dong in Korea, and a meeting in August 1919 in Guangdian and a meeting in August 1925 in Fusong, China. At those meetings it advanced new fighting policies and tasks for its subordinate organizations and their members. To implement these tasks, it organized and launched enlightening of the masses and military activities by armed corps. It was one of the largest underground anti-Japanese, revolutionary organizations at home and abroad which the Korean patriots formed before and after the March 1st popular uprising. 93. Guangdian meeting. The Guangdian meeting was held in Hongtong District, Guangdian County, China, in August 1919. At the meeting Kim Hyung-jik set forth the strategic policy of developing the Korean anti-Japanese national liberation movement onto a new high. Attending the meeting were the heads of various districts and liaison agents of the Korean National Association and chiefs of the organizations for independence. 76. At the three-day meeting he put forward a new strategic policy of shifting the anti-Japanese national liberation movement from a nationalist to a proletarian movement. For this, he stressed that members of the association should be equipped with a communist ideology, firmly build up the revolutionary ranks with workers and peasants as the main force by giving wide publicity to this ideology among the masses, and conduct vigorous armed activities. With the Guangdian meeting as a momentum, a struggle was waged to shift the anti-Japanese national liberation movement from a nationalist to a proletarian movement. 94. Kim Hyung-jik. Kim Hyung-jik, 1894-1926, an outstanding leader of the Korean anti-Japanese national liberation movement, was born as the eldest son of Kim Po-hyun and Ri Po-ik, ardent patriots, in Manjungdae, Namra, Gopyeong Sub-County, Didong County, South Yangon Province, the present Manjungdae-dong, Manjungdae District, Pyongyang. He grew up receiving patriotic education and revolutionary influence from his parents, and set out on the road of struggle for national liberation in his early years. 77. While studying at Pyongyang Sungsil Middle School, he organized a student strike. He also went to the areas of North and South Yangon Provinces and Hwanghae Province, to say nothing of Pyongyang, rallying like-minded people and conducting a vigorous anti-Japanese information campaign among the broad sections of the masses. After leaving the middle school in mid-course, he became a career revolutionary. As a teacher at Sunhua School in Manjungdae, he conducted patriotic educational activities on the basis of the idea of aim high. He applied himself to rallying like-minded people and enlightening the masses in several parts of Korea, and went as far as Jiangdao and Shanghai in China to make contact with the independence campaigners and get acquainted with the situation of the independence movement there. With an ambitious plan to launch the anti-Japanese national liberation movement more positively, he moved the theater of his revolutionary activities to the present Pyeonggwara, Kangdong County, Pyongyang. Teaching at Myeongsan School there, he applied himself to educating the younger generation and making preparations for forming an underground revolutionary organization. On March 23, 1917 in Pyongyang, he formed the Korean National Association. While expanding its organizations, he founded such lawful mass organizations 78 as the School Association, Village Association and Stone Monument Association, thus laying firm mass foundations for his anti-Japanese struggle. Arrested by the Japanese police in the autumn of 1917, he was imprisoned with 100 other members of the Korean National Association at the Pyongyang jail, where he groped for the way of further developing the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle in the future. And released from the jail in the autumn of 1918, he moved to Yongyang in the northern border area of Korea and then to Linjiang, Bodaoguao in Jiangbai County, and Fusong, China, and worked energetically to bring about a new upsurge in the national liberation movement. As a result of his devoted efforts, the anti-Japanese national liberation movement developed from a nationalist to a proletarian movement. Armed struggle was further intensified, and unity of the independence movement organizations which had been fighting separately in different places was achieved. He passed away on June 5, 1926 from the after effects of torture by the Japanese imperialists and the illness he had contracted during the arduous struggle. 95. Heritage bequeathed by Kim Hyung-jik. Even though Kim Hyung-jik passed away without realizing his ambition for national liberation, he left 79 valuable heritage for its realization. The heritage is the thought of aim high, being prepared for 3 contingencies, the idea of gaining comrades and 2 pistols. 96. Thought of aim high is a patriotic and revolutionary idea Kim Hyung-jik advanced when he set out on the road of national liberation struggle in his early years. The idea has nothing in common with worldly preaching about personal glory or a successful career. It implies a revolutionary outlook on life in which genuine happiness is sought in the struggle for one's country and nation, and an unbreakable revolutionary spirit to liberate the country by fighting through the generations. 97. Preparedness for 3 contingencies. Bedridden, Kim Hyung-jik told his young son, Kim Il-sung, wherever he may go, a revolutionary must always be prepared for 3 contingencies. He must be prepared for death from hunger, death from a beating and death from the cold, yet he must stick to the high aim he set himself at the outset. Preparedness for the 3 contingencies contains a do-or-die determination, an unyielding stamina that even though the revolutionary road is not smooth, a revolutionary should staunchly fight to liberate the country, being prepared for everything including death. 98. Idea of gaining comrades. Kim Hyung-jik said to his son, Kim Il-sung, good comrades will not fall from heaven nor spring out of the earth. They must be looked for at great cost by oneself just as gold or precious stones are prospected for, and must be fostered. If you have a true heart that is dedicated to the country and the people, you can obtain many good comrades. What matters is the mind and the heart. Even without money people can be comrades if they are like-minded. Only he who will die for the sake of his comrades will find good comrades. 99. Meaning of two pistols. Breathing his last on June 5, 1926, Kim Hyung-jik handed over to his wife Kang Pan-sok the two pistols he had always carried with him, saying that she should give their son, Kim Il-sung, when he grew up and started on the road of struggle. The two pistols carried a deep meaning that the imperialist aggressors can be defeated and the independence of his country achieved only by force of arms. 81. 100. Kim Hyung-jik's last injunction. Kim Hyung-jik gave his son his last injunction. I am departing without attaining my aim. But I believe in you. You must not forget that you belong to the country and the people. You must win back your country at all costs, even if your bones are broken and your bodies are torn apart. Bearing deep in mind his father's instructions, Kim Il-sung embarked on the road of the revolution to liberate his country, thus ushering in the new era of Just Korea, Sungun Korea, which shines most brilliantly in the 5000-year history of Korea. Understanding Korea 2. History. Author, Kim Chang-song. Editor, Kim Ji-ho. Translators, Kim Young-nam and Kam Song-jin. Layout, Pang Song-hu and Kim Jong-sun. Cover design, Kim Un-jung. Copyright, Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in April 105, 2016. New Numero sign, 683,532. Email, flph@star-co.net.kp, http://www.naonara.com.kp. Understanding Korea 3 Politics. Pyongyang, Korea Just 105, 2016. Understanding Korea 3 Politics. Foreign Languages Publishing House. Pyongyang, Korea Just 105, 2016. Contents. 1. Essence of politics. 1. 2. Political ideal. 1. 3. Political theory. 2. 4. Juche idea. 2. 5. Sungun idea. 3. 6. Creation of the Juche idea and the Sungun idea. 3. 7. Essential features of socialist politics. 4. 8. Basic principle governing the socialist politics. 5. 9. Establishing monolithic ideology and unified leadership in politics. 6. 10. Maintaining independence in politics. 6. 11. Properly combining politics with the military. 7. 12. Closely combining politics with the economy. 7. 13. Properly combining the class line with the mass line. 8. 14. Combining the national duty with the international duty in making the revolution. 9. 15. Political system. 10. 16. The leader's unified leadership system. 10. 17. Leadership system of the Workers' Party of Korea. 12. 18. Socialist state political system. 13. 19. Socialist political life system. 15. 20. Mode of politics. 15. 21. Basis of the socialist mode of politics. 16. 22. Elements of the socialist mode of politics. 16. 23. Sungun politics. 16. 24. Revolutionary character of Sungun politics. 18. 25. Purpose of Sungun politics. 18. 26. Benevolent politics. 19. 27. Essential characteristic of benevolent politics. 20. 28. Socialist democracy. 20. 29. Essential elements of socialist democracy and important problems in effectuating it. 21. 30. Socio-political organism. 22. 31. Position of the leader in the socio-political organism. 23. 32. Role of the leader in the socio-political organism. 23. 33. Position and role of the party in the socio-political organism. 24. 34. Position and role of the army in the socio-political organism. 24. 35. Position and role of the people in the socio-political organism. 25. 36. Political parties. 26. 37. Workers' Party of Korea. 26. 38. Fundamentals of building the Workers' Party of Korea. 28. 39. Basic principles in building the Workers' Party of Korea. 28. 40. Establishment of the monolithic ideological system within the Workers' Party of Korea. 29. 41. Forming a harmonious whole with the people. 30. 42. Ensuring continuity in the building of the Workers' Party of Korea. 31. 43. Fundamental principle in the activities of the Workers' Party of Korea. 32. 44. Work system of the Workers' Party of Korea. 33. 45. Method of work of the Workers' Party of Korea. 34. 46. Style of work of the Workers' Party of Korea. 34. 47. Ultimate program of the Workers' Party of Korea. 35. 48. Flag of the Workers' Party of Korea. 35. 49. Korean Social Democratic Party. 36. 50. Chondoist Jonggu Party. 38. 51. Democratic People's Republic of Korea. 39. 52. Fundamental principle in state building. 40. 53. Basic mission of the state. 40. 54. Political base. 41. 55. Military base. 42. 56. Economic base. 42. 57. Functions of the state. 43. 58. Unified guidance over society. 43. 59. Dictatorship of the people's democracy. 45. 60. State machinery. 46. 61. Characteristics of the state machinery. 46. 62. Organs of state power. 46. 63. Supreme power organ. 47. 64. Supreme People's Assembly. 47. 65. Authority of the Supreme People's Assembly. 48. 66. Composition of the Supreme People's Assembly. 49. 67. Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission. 50. 68. Authority of the Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission. 51. 69. State Affairs Commission. 51. 70. Authority of the State Affairs Commission. 51. 71. Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly. 52. 72. Authority of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly. 53. 73. Composition of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly. 54. 74. Local organ of state power. 54. 75. Local People's Assembly. 55. 76. Authority of the Local People's Assembly. 56. 77. Local People's Committee. 56. 78. Authority of the Local People's Committee. 57. 79. Administrative and executive bodies. 58. 80. Central administrative and executive organs. 59. 81. Cabinet. 61. 82. Authority of the Cabinet. 61. 83. Local administrative and executive organs, 62. 84. Authority of the local administrative and executive organs, 62. 85. Judicial and procuratorial organs, 63. 86. Investigation and prosecution, 64. 87. Functions of the Central Public Prosecutor's Office, 66. 88. Functions of the Local Public Prosecutor's Office, 66. 89. Justice, 67. 90. Functions of the Central Court, 68. 91. Functions of the Local Court, 69. 92. Meaning of the name, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, 69. 93. National Emblem, 70. 94. National Flag, 71. 95. National Anthem, 72. 96. National Flower, 73. 97. National Bird, 74. 98. National Tree, 74. 99. National Dog, 75. 100. Working People's Organizations, 76. 1. Essence of politics. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea pursues a mode of politics by the people themselves, the one that organizes and guides all members of society in a unified way to meet the interests of the working masses. In other words, it fully guarantees the position of the working people as masters of the state and society and enables them to fulfill their role as those responsible for the revolution and construction. In the DPRK, the working people establish and manage organs of state power by themselves as genuine masters of political power and fully exercise their rights as such in all realms of social life. Furthermore, they decide on all the lines and policies in their interests and carry them out by relying on their own efforts. Conclusively speaking, the essence of the socialist politics administered in the DPRK is that it guarantees the position of the people as masters of the state and society and enables them to fulfill their role as those responsible for the revolution and construction. 2. Political ideal. The political ideal of the DPRK is, in a nutshell, socialism. 2. The political ideal of socialism is the one of independence, democracy, unity, benevolence and sun gun. The attraction and source of the strength of Korean-style socialism lie in that the DPRK embodies the political ideal of independence, democracy, unity, benevolence and sun gun. 3. Political theory. The political theory of the DPRK is the Josh-oriented political theory. In other words, it is a political theory that has been developed and systematized with the masses of the people, the motive force of history, at the center of its consideration, and a scientific and revolutionary one that illumines the ways for them to realize their independence and for mankind to achieve well-being and prosperity. The political theory is based on the Josh idea and the Sun-gun idea created by Kim Il-sung and rich by Kim Jong-il. 4. Josh idea. The Josh idea is based on the philosophical principle that the masses of the people are the masters and driving force of the revolution and construction. In 3 other words, it holds that man is the master of his destiny and is capable of shaping it. It consists of the mass-centered philosophical principle, the socio historical principle centered on the masses, and the guiding principles of the revolution and construction. The creation of the Josh idea heralded the dawn of the era of independence, a new era in the history of mankind. 5. Sun-gun idea. The Sun-gun idea is an idea of directing topmost concern to strengthening the military capability on the principle of attaching importance to military affairs and giving priority to them over all other affairs, and of advancing the cause of socialism with the revolutionary army as its main force and buttress. It elucidates the fundamentals of the revolution on prioritizing the force of arms and, depending on it, sheds a new light on the problem of forming revolutionary forces with the revolutionary army as the core, and clarifies in a comprehensive way all the theoretical and practical problems countries and nations should tackle in achieving prosperity as demanded by the times. The Sun-gun idea is rooted in the Josh idea. 6. Creation of the Josh idea and the Sun-gun idea. The Josh idea and the Sun-gun idea were created by 4 Kim Il-sung, George 1, 1912, George 83, 1994, founding father of socialist Korea. In the mid-1920s, he embarked on the road of revolutionary struggle to liberate Korea from Japanese military occupation, 1905-1945. In the course of searching for a new path of the Korean Revolution, he found the truth of the Josh idea that the masters of the revolution are the masses of the people, and that when one goes among them to educate and mobilize them, one will be able to register victory in the revolution. And the truth of the Sun-gun idea that the victory of the revolutionary cause and the independence, sovereignty, and prosperity of a nation rests on the force of arms. He stated the fundamentals of the Josh idea and the Sun-gun idea at a meeting of leading cadres of the Young Communist League and the Anti-Imperialist Youth League held from June 30th to July 2nd, George 19, 1930, in Kowloon, Northeast China. This marked the birth of those ideas. 7. Essential features of socialist politics. First, the socialist politics of the DPRK guarantees the people's position as masters of the state and society and enables them to fulfill their role as such. This is expressed in the fact that the Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPRK set it as the supreme principle of their activities to strive for the promotion of 5. The people's well-being, ensure them genuine freedom and rights, and provide them with an affluent and civilized life. Second, the socialist politics is based on the solid political and ideological unity of the whole society. It is an important feature of the socialist society of the DPRK that all the service personnel and people are united with a single mind behind the WPK and the leader organizationally and ideologically and in moral obligation. Third, the socialist politics is administered under the unified leadership of a leader through a people-oriented political system and method that conforms to the aspirations and interests of the masses. It is also based on the trust in and affection for the people and effectuated through an integral system of political modes and methods for embodying them. That is why it provides a substantial guarantee for the people to occupy the position of masters of the state and society and fulfill their role as such. 8. Basic principle governing the socialist politics. The basic principle governing the socialist politics of the DPRK is to firmly establish monolithic ideology and unified leadership, adhere to independent politics, and 6. Properly combine politics with the military, politics with the economy, the class line with the mass line, and the national duty with the international duty in making the revolution. 9. Establishing monolithic ideology and unified leadership in politics. To establish monolithic ideology and unified leadership in politics means to ensure that the ideology of the leader pervades the whole society and to set up iron discipline whereby all members of society support only the unified leadership of the leader. The DPRK strives to establish monolithic ideology and unified leadership in order to develop society in conformity with the intrinsic requirements of socialist society and thus ensure the unity of ideology and action. In the socialist politics of the DPRK, the unity of ideology and leadership is ensured by centralist discipline and, on the basis of this, the demands of democratic centralism are properly embodied. 10. Maintaining independence in politics. To maintain independence in politics means to administer the politics of defending national independence and sovereignty and safeguarding the interests of the people by relying on their strength. 7. Independence in politics is the foremost criterion and lifeblood of an independent, sovereign country. By maintaining independence in politics, the DPRK formulates and executes all lines and policies on its own and advocates complete equality and independence in dealing with foreign countries. 11. Properly combining politics with the military. To properly combine politics with the military means to put forward military affairs as the top priority in politics and resolve all the problems arising in the revolution and construction accordingly. The DPRK has defined military affairs as the most important of state affairs, resolving all the problems on the principle of giving priority to military affairs, set the army as the main force in carrying out the cause of socialism and, by relying on its revolutionary mettle and fighting efficiency, defended the country, the revolution and socialism and dynamically push ahead with the overall socialist construction. 12. Closely combining politics with the economy. To closely combine politics with the economy means to embody both political and economic demands and interests and bring them into close combination in resolving all the problems arising in the revolution and construction. The DPRK closely combines politics with the economy, giving definite precedence to the former over the latter. It gives foremost consideration to political demands and properly combines them with economic requirements in formulating all lines and policies. In building up revolutionary forces, it gives priority to strengthening political forces while paying due concern to developing economic forces. And in organizing and mobilizing the masses of the people in the revolution and construction, it prioritizes political work and effectively combines it with administrative, economic and technical work, and places main emphasis on political and moral incentive and combines it with material incentive. Today, Socialist Korea safeguards its cause of socialism in the face of the imperialist, tenacious, and pernicious economic blockade, as the WPK has turned the country into a political power by adhering to the principle of giving precedence to politics. 13. Properly combining the class line with the mass line. To properly combine the class line with the mass line means to properly embody the requirements of both the class 9 line and the mass line in strengthening the revolutionary ranks and conducting the revolution and construction. To implement the class line means to maintain the working class principles in the revolution and construction and resolve all problems from the working class standpoint. The DPRK defends the class character and revolutionary character of the working class in pushing forward the revolution and construction, thereby advancing the cause of socialism victoriously without any deviation or deflection. To implement the mass line means to safeguard the interests of the broad sections of the people and resolve all the problems arising in the revolution and construction by actively enlisting the people's inexhaustible creative strength and wisdom with confidence in them. In politics, the DPRK thoroughly embodies the principle of the Juche idea that the masses are the masters of the revolution and construction and they also have the strength to promote the revolution and construction. By doing so, it gives full play to the people's revolutionary enthusiasm and creative initiative and, by relying on them, propels the revolution and construction. 14. Combining the national duty with the international duty and making the revolution. To properly combine the national duty with the international duty and making the revolution means to push ahead with the revolution and construction of one's own country and at the same time strengthen international solidarity in order to promote the overall development of the international revolutionary movement. Socialist Korea makes consistent efforts to properly combine the national duty with the international duty from the standpoint of Juche. In other words, it strives to conduct its own revolution well with it at the center of consideration and, on the basis of this, fulfill its duty in promoting international solidarity and overall development of the international revolutionary movement. 15. Political system. The political system of the DPRK is an advantageous socialist political system that provides a substantial guarantee for the rights of the working people as masters of the state and society and defends their interests in every way possible. It consists of the leaders' unified leadership system, the WPK's leadership system, the political system of the socialist state, and the system of the socialist political life. 16. The leaders' unified leadership system. The leaders' unified leadership system is, in 11 nutshell, a political system that guarantees the leading position and role of the leader in socialist politics. In other words, it is a political system whereby the revolution and construction are conducted with the leader's ideology as the guideline and the whole WPK, the entire country and all the service personnel and other people move as one according to his orders and directives. First, the leaders' unified leadership system is a system of ideology whereby the revolution and construction are conducted with the leader's revolutionary ideology as the sole guideline, because they reflect the working people's aspirations and demands most correctly. The Juche idea and the Sungun idea created by Kim Il-sung serve as the sole guideline in the revolution and construction and the activities of the WPK and the state. Second, the leaders' unified leadership system is a system of discipline and order whereby the people support only his organizational leadership and move as one according to his directives. In the DPRK, the leader's organizational leadership enables all political organizations and members of society to achieve unity of action since it reflects the will of the whole WPK and all the people. That is why the whole WPK, the entire country and 12, all the service personnel and other people have achieved solid unity and cohesion, moving as one under the leader's unified leadership. The leader's unified leadership system constitutes the core of the DPRK's socialist political system. 17. Leadership system of the Workers' Party of Korea. The WPK's leadership system is a political system that guarantees the leading position and role of the WPK in socialist politics. It consists of the discipline and order whereby the revolution and construction are conducted under the leadership of the WPK. In other words, it is a system under which the whole WPK and society move as one according to the lines, policies, decisions and directives of the WPK. The foremost aspect of the WPK's leadership system is that it is a political system in which the party of the working class holds undivided sway as the ruling party. Besides the ruling WPK, there are some democratic parties in the DPRK. These parties do not compete with the WPK for power, but they share fundamental interests with it, supporting and helping it. Politicians in imperialist countries slander Socialist 13 Korea's ruling WPK, talking about one-party dictatorship or despotism of the party. This is a sophistry aimed at embellishing the multi-party system in capitalist society and undermining Socialist Korea from within. Another important aspect of the WPK's leadership system is that it is a collective leadership system established by the committees of the WPK at all levels. This system enables all national organs and organizations to work under the leadership of their respective committees of the WPK and ensures that all important tasks facing relevant units are executed on the basis of collective discussion by the committees of the WPK. In the DPRK, all sectors and all units have organizations of the WPK, and the unified leadership system of the WPK has been established from its central committee down to the lowest echelon. 18. Socialist state political system. The socialist state political system of the DPRK is a revolutionary and people-oriented state political system that represents and champions the independent rights of the masses as masters of the state and society, ensures the political and ideological unity of the whole society by enhancing the people's responsibility and role, and provides them with a genuinely independent and creative life. 14. The primary factor in the socialist state political system is that it is a system that regulates the order in which the state power is established and exercised so that the working masses become the masters of the state. The type of socialist state defined by the socialist state political system of the DPRK is socialist republicanism in the aspect of the establishment of state power and socialist democracy in the aspect of the exercise of state power. The DPRK pursues the socialist republicanism in which the organ of people's representatives, who have been elected by all the people by direct suffrage on the principle of democratic election, exercises state power and maintains socialist democracy as the basic mode of its activities. Another important factor in the socialist state political system is to establish a well-knit work system whereby the state takes hold of and manages everything in society. Essential in this regard are the socialist state machinery, the state system of administrative units and districts, the system of involving the masses of the people in state administration, and the discipline and order of managing the country's economy in a unified way. 15. 19. Socialist political life system. The socialist political life system of the DPRK is an advanced political life system that provides the masses of the people with genuine political freedom and rights in a substantial way. This socialist political life system provides the working masses with a happy material and cultural life, ensuring them all political freedom and rights such as the right to elect and to be elected, and freedom of speech, the press, assembly, association, and demonstration. The broad sections of the people participate directly in state administration and politics as masters of state power, and all of them are enrolled in certain political parties and social organizations, leading a free socio political life. In the DPRK, the independent and creative political life of the working masses is ensured by the voluntary socialist political life system, the socialist law observance system, the democratic election system, the state system of providing for the people's economic and cultural life, etc. 20. Mode of politics. The DPRK's mode of politics is a people-oriented, socialist mode of politics that enables the masses of the 16 people, masters of the state and society, to perform the role of masters in social administration. The essence of this political mode lies in that it relies on the people's strength in administering the state and society in conformity with their demands and interests, thereby providing a substantial guarantee for the people's independent position and ensuring that they fulfill their responsibility and role as befits masters. 21. Basis of the socialist mode of politics. The DPRK's socialist mode of politics is based on collectivism. In the socialist society of the DPRK, state power and means of production have been socialized on the basis of collectivism, with the result that the masses of the people have become masters of the state and society, and the state is administered by the collectivist method. 22. Elements of the socialist mode of politics. The DPRK's socialist mode of politics comprises Sungun politics, benevolent politics, and socialist democracy. 23. Sungun politics. Sungun politics is the basic political mode of socialism that raises military affairs as the most important of all 17 national affairs, and defends the country, revolution, and socialism, and promotes overall socialist construction dynamically with the Korean People's Army as the core and main force. First of all, Sungun politics raises military affairs as the most important of all national affairs. This means that Sungun politics regards it as the top priority in making and implementing state policy to attach importance to military affairs and strengthen the military capability. The DPRK has set military affairs as the most important of all national affairs that is decisive of the destiny of the country and nation, and pays the greatest concern to building up the military capability. Next, Sungun politics defends the country, revolution, and socialism, and promotes overall socialist construction dynamically with the KPA as the core and main force. This means that it is a political mode that puts forth the KPA as the standard bearer in administering politics and inspires the broad sections of the people to emulate the service personnel's fighting spirit and mettle. The DPRK encourages all members of society to learn from the fighting spirit and mettle displayed by the officers and men of the KPA, so as to rouse the broad 18 sections of the people to the revolution and construction. 24. Revolutionary character of Sungun politics. The revolutionary character of Sungun politics is that it is the most revolutionary politics of anti-imperialist independence and politics of love for the country, the nation, and the people. That Sungun politics is the one of anti-imperialist independence means that it opposes aggression and interference by imperialist nations, maintains the principle of self-determination, safeguards the independence of the people and the sovereignty of the country and nation, and promotes the cause of global independence dynamically. That Sungun politics is the one of love for the country, the nation, and the people means that it absolutely serves the country, the nation, and the people, and steers the way for national prosperity. 25. Purpose of Sungun politics. The purpose of Sungun politics is twofold: to score a decisive victory in the anti-imperialist, anti-US confrontation by dealing with the US imperialist aggressive moves in a positive manner, and to build a powerful socialist country by pressing on with overall socialist construction. 19. Sungun politics is primarily aimed at dealing with the US imperialist aggressive moves in a positive manner. This means taking the initiative in the anti-US confrontation all the time to frustrate the imperialist aggressive moves and waging a vigorous struggle to put the final end to them. Sungun politics is aimed not only at defending the country, revolution, and socialism, but also at building a powerful socialist country never before seen in the history of the Korean nation. A powerful socialist country means the best country in the world, one with great national strength that is ever prospering and whose people are living happily without envying anyone in the world. To build a powerful socialist country is the goal of Sungun politics, as well as the plan of the WPK and the ideal of the Korean people. 26. Benevolent politics. Benevolent politics is, in a nutshell, politics of love and trust. In other words, it is a genuinely people-oriented politics that puts forward the people as an omnipotent entity in the world, great beings with eternal independent integrity, and is administered by relying on them and for the sake of their interests while sharing destiny with them. 27. Essential characteristic of benevolent politics. The essential characteristic of benevolent politics lies in that it is politics of ennobling trust in and love for the people, all-embracing politics. That benevolent politics is the one of trust in the people means that it is a type of politics which absolutely trusts in and relies on the creative abilities of the people to satisfy their independent demands for becoming masters of the world and their own destiny. That benevolent politics is the one of love for the people means that it is a type of politics which puts forward the people as the most precious beings, accords all honor and grants all benefits to them, and renders devoted services to meeting their interests. That benevolent politics is all-embracing politics means that it is a type of politics that bestows affection and trust on the working people and all others, irrespective of their classes and strata, who faithfully serve their country, nation, and compatriots with love for them. 28. Socialist democracy. Socialist democracy is a type of politics by the people, under which all members of society hold the 21 position of masters of the state and society, and fulfill their role as such. It is underpinned by collectivism, and its ultimate goal is to defend the socio-political integrity of the social collective and the common interests of society. That is why in the socialist society of the DPRK, all the people lead an independent life, enjoying freedom and equality based on comradely love and mutual cooperation among them. 29. Essential elements of socialist democracy and important problems in effectuating it. The essential elements of socialist democracy are to adopt policies according to the aspirations of the broad sections of the working people and implement them in conformity with the masses' interests and by their own efforts, and to provide them with genuine freedom and rights and well-being in all realms of social life in a substantial way. The important problems in effectuating socialist democracy are to involve the working people in governance and enhance their role in the state political life, to strengthen the leadership of the party and the unified direction of the state in every way possible, to wage a vigorous struggle against all hostile moves that infringe upon the independence of the working people. 22. To promote socialist economic and cultural construction, and to eliminate practices of bureaucratism, a legacy of an outdated society. In the DPRK, all the lines and policies of the WPK and the state reflect the will and demands of the people, and they are carried out by dint of their voluntary enthusiasm and struggle. 30. Socio-political organism. A socio-political organism is a socio-political collective in which the leader, the party, the army and the people share one destiny with one life. In the DPRK, in administering and developing socialist politics, the leader, the WPK, the army and the people form a socio-political organism with one life and accelerate political development. Revolutionary obligation and comradeship run through the socio-political organism, as it is a social collective sharing one destiny with one life. This unites the leader, the WPK, the army and the people into an integral whole and gives full play to the might of their unity. The socio-political organism is a social collective which not only embodies the people's independent demands at the highest level but also has a perfect creative ability to realize them. 23. 31. Position of the leader in the socio-political organism. The leader holds the absolute position in the revolution and construction. This means that the leader is the top brain of the socio-political organism and the center of its unity. The position of the leader is absolute as the center of the socio-political organism. As the brain of a man is the center of his life, so the leader, the top brain of the socio-political community, is the center of that community. The leader is the top brain of the socio-political community because he fully embodies the will of the people and develops their ideological consciousness with independence and creative abilities onto the highest possible level. That the leader is the center of the life of the socio-political community means that he is the center of unity of that community and the center of leadership. 32. Role of the leader in the socio-political organism. As he holds the absolute position as the center of the socio-political organism, the leader plays a decisive role in the revolution and construction. He creates the guiding ideology of the revolution and continuously develops it to illuminate the way for the 24 people to follow in their struggle. He also strengthens the party in every way, and awakens the people ideologically and organizes them, thereby preparing a powerful motive force of the revolution. And by dint of his seasoned art of leadership, he motivates the people and gives full play to their strength so as to lead the revolution and construction along the road resplendent with victory. 33. Position and role of the party in the socio-political organism. In the socio-political organism, the party plays a pivotal role in uniting the people around a leader. It effectuates the leader's political leadership over them, and it is only through its organizations that they can be closely linked to the leader. Under the party's guidance, they are equipped with the leader's ideology and rallied organizationally behind him. It is through the party that the leader organizes and directs the people's activities in a unified way. 34. Position and role of the army in the socio-political organism. In the socio-political organism, the army is the core and main force. 25. The army is the most revolutionary, militant and powerful group. No group is equal to the revolutionary army in terms of the sense of revolution and organization and combat efficiency. At present, the main thrust of politics in defending and realizing the people's basic demands and interests is the anti-imperialist military front on which they struggle against the imperialist moves for aggression and plunder. This is the major front on which depend the rise and fall of the country and nation, the revolution and socialism. The revolutionary army defends the party and the revolution, the country and the people in direct confrontation with the imperialists, and it performs the role of the main force in pushing forward overall socialist construction. Peace, socialism and the worthwhile, happy life of the people rest on the arms of the revolutionary army. As explained above, in the socio-political organism, the revolutionary army assumes the noble mission and the heaviest yet most honorable duty, for which neither the working class nor any other social group can substitute. 35. Position and role of the people in the socio-political organism. In the socio-political organism, the masses of the people are substantially responsible for developing 26 politics. This means that they play a decisive role in administering and developing politics. The masses of the people are a social group composed mainly of the working people and whose members are united on the basis of common independent demands and creative activities. In socialist society, they take hold of state power and means of production in their hands, create history consciously as masters of society and their own destiny, and administer politics in conformity with their own will and demands. They form a socio-political organism led by such a political organization as the Revolutionary Party, with the outstanding leader at the helm and army as the main force. They hold the position and perform the role as befits true masters of politics. 36. Political parties. The political parties in the DPRK are the Workers' Party of Korea, the Korean Social Democratic Party, and the Jeongnyoist Jonggu Party. 37. Workers' Party of Korea. The Workers' Party of Korea is a new type of revolutionary party with Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism as its guiding ideology. 27. The WPK regards the Juche idea and the Sundan idea created by Kim Il-sung and developed by Kim Jong-il as the basic guidelines in its building and activities, and it applies the fundamentals of those ideas to establish a leader's monolithic ideology and unified leadership across itself and the whole society and consolidate its single-hearted unity. It is a dignified party which has maintained its revolutionary character and principles. In former days, when great power chauvinists and opportunists were dictating their opinions to others in the socialist movement, the WPK rejected them resolutely and chose to adhere to the line of independence and revolutionary principles. It has advanced the socialist cause, countering the imperialist political and military pressure and aggressive moves with the do-or-die spirit and the Sundan-based strategy, frustrating their despicable economic blockade and infiltration of reactionary ideas and culture by means of the spirit of self-reliance and revolutionary ideological offensive. The WPK has been built up in a prospective way so as to accomplish the cause of the just revolution. In its early years it paid close concern to resolving the problem of inheritance of the revolutionary cause, consolidating its foundations and establishing its leadership system whereby the whole WPK moves as 28 one in conformity with the leader's ideology and intentions. By doing so, it has laid the rock-solid basis for carrying the cause of the just revolution, the cause of the Sundan-based revolution, to completion. Today the WPK, founded on October 10, George 34, 1945 by Kim Il-sung, the founding father of socialist Korea, is advancing vigorously towards final victory and building a powerful socialist nation, upholding Kim Jong-il, George 31, 1942, George 100, 2011, as its eternal leader and united with a single mind around his chairman Kim Jong-un. 38. Fundamentals of building the Workers' Party of Korea. The fundamentals of building the WPK are to put the main stress on work with people and effectuate political leadership over the whole society. To put the main stress on work with people is the basic way for the building and activities of the WPK, and to effectuate political leadership over the whole society is the WPK's basic mission and the main direction for its building and activities. 39. Basic principles in building the Workers' Party of Korea. The basic principles in building the WPK are to 29. Establish the monolithic ideological system within the WPK, to form a harmonious whole with the masses of the people, and to ensure continuity in the building of the WPK. To establish the monolithic ideological system within the WPK means to imbue the whole WPK with one ideology and, on the basis of it, establish unified leadership. More specifically, it means to achieve oneness in ideology, equipping the whole WPK with a leader's revolutionary ideology and tolerating no other ideology than his ideology, and ensure community of action, making the whole WPK move as one under his unified leadership. That the WPK forms a harmonious whole with the masses of the people means that the former and the latter are integrated into a socio-political organism in which they share one destiny. To ensure continuity in the building of the WPK means to carry forward the WPK's bloodline provided by the leader pure and clean in the whole course of this process and consistently adhere to the basic principles for its building. 40. Establishment of the monolithic ideological system within the Workers' Party of Korea. Since the day of its founding, the WPK has maintained establishing the monolithic ideological system within itself under the leadership of the leader as the most important problem in party building, and made strenuous efforts to this end. It has endeavored to equip its members and other working people with Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism, and ensure that they devote all their energy and wisdom to safeguarding and adding eternal brilliance to the great leader's imperishable revolutionary exploits. It has also made certain that its organizations work in a responsible manner to ensure the safety of the leader death-defyingly, and intensified education to infuse absolute trust in the leader and to its members and other working people. It has cemented the single-hearted unity between it and the revolutionary ranks with the leader as the center, and established rigid revolutionary discipline whereby the whole WPK, the entire country, and all the service personnel and people move as one under the unified leadership of the leader. As a result, it has established the leader's ideological and leadership systems across itself and consolidated its unity and cohesion, thus propelling the revolution and construction along the road filled with victory. 41. Forming a harmonious whole with the people. Since the early days of its founding, the WPK has 31 directed attention to building up its mass foundation in order to form a harmonious whole with the people. To build a mass-based party means to build a party that embraces the progressive elements of the working masses, including the working class, and safeguards the interests of the broad sections of the working people. The WPK set forth a theory on building a mass-based party for the first time in history and has developed it in depth. By doing so, it shed a fresh light on the character and features of the working class party and illuminated a new road for the building of a revolutionary party leading the socialist cause. The WPK has developed itself as a motherly party to form a harmonious whole with the masses. A motherly party is the one that bears responsibility for the destiny of the people, takes warm care of them, and leads them. The WPK has developed itself as a motherly party under the wise leadership of the leader, effectuating benevolent politics and all-embracing politics, both of which are its traditional modes of politics, and demonstrating their vitality to the international community. 42. Ensuring continuity in the building of the Workers' Party of Korea. In order to ensure continuity in its building, the WPK 32 has guaranteed the inheritance of the leader's ideology and leadership, and defended and developed its revolutionary traditions created in the course of the arduous revolutionary struggle. In particular, it found a correct solution to the problem of the heir to the leader. It nominated as the heir to the leader an outstanding man loved by the people, who is boundlessly faithful to the leader, the pioneer of the revolution, and his cause, and is possessed of the personality, qualifications, and abilities with which to effectuate political leadership over the whole WPK and society. Then it strove to establish the heir's leadership system. Today, the WPK upholds Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il as its eternal leaders and has thoroughly established Kim Jong-un's unified leadership system, satisfactorily resolving the problem of the heir. This is a sure guarantee for developing it into a just-oriented revolutionary party. 43. Fundamental principle in the activities of the Workers' Party of Korea. The fundamental principle in the WPK's activities is to combine its leadership with the revolutionary mass line. To combine the WPK's leadership with the 33 revolutionary mass line means to implement the revolutionary mass line on condition of thoroughly establishing the leader's unified leadership. In order to apply this fundamental principle to the letter, the WPK has effectuated its leadership in conformity with the people's aspirations and demands and encouraged its organizations and officials to go among them and conduct effective organizational and political work so that they would support its leadership with the whole heart. 44. Work system of the Workers' Party of Korea. The work system of the WPK is characterized by important revolutionary discipline in order to ensure that the whole WPK moves as one under the leader's unified leadership, to ensure that the committees of the WPK at all levels, as the highest leadership bodies in the relevant units, guide all their affairs in a unified way, and to ensure that the organizations of the WPK at all levels guide the work of their subordinate organizations systematically. As it has established a well-regulated revolutionary work system within itself, the WPK has been strengthened into a united force with invincible might to thoroughly effectuate the leader's leadership over 34. The revolution and construction. 45. Method of work of the Workers' Party of Korea. The method of work of the WPK is to give priority to political work to educate and unite the people around it and motivate them so that they will take part in the revolution and construction voluntarily. The essential features of this method are to give definite priority to political work over all other undertakings, to ensure that superiors help their subordinates and officials at higher echelons mingle with the masses all the time to carry out revolutionary tasks by relying on them, to work in a scientific and creative manner in keeping with the objective realities and specific conditions, and to launch vigorous mass movements aimed at carrying out the tasks advanced by the WPK. 46. Style of work of the Workers' Party of Korea. The style of work of the WPK consists of the spirit of work displayed by the working class party in the course of its leading the revolutionary struggle and construction work, and the political and moral traits of the officials 35 and other members of the WPK in conducting revolutionary work and dealing with the masses. The important features of this style of work are the spirit of continuous innovation and progress, spirit of self-reliance and fortitude, vivacious and enthusiastic lifestyle, principled and fair attitude, benevolent trait of making the people trust and follow the WPK as they would do their mothers, loyal devotion to the WPK and the revolution, spirit of setting a personal example, and traits of modesty, simplicity, rectitude and purity. 47. Ultimate program of the Workers' Party of Korea. The ultimate program of the WPK is to model the whole society on Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism. Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism is an integral system of the idea, theory and method of Juche. It is a great revolutionary ideology representative of the Juche era. The modeling of the whole society on Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism constitutes a revolutionary inheritance of the modeling of the whole society on Kim Il-sungism in a new, higher stage of its development. 48. Flag of the Workers' Party of Korea. The flag of the WPK is a red panel inscribed at its 36th center with the emblem of the WPK bearing a hammer, a sickle and a writing brush. The red panel symbolizes the purity of the bloodline of Juche and the revolutionary traditions created by the revolutionary foreigners at the cost of their blood, and it represents the revolutionary banner of the Juche idea and the banner of socialism. The emblem of the WPK symbolizes the revolutionary character and mass character of the WPK that is composed of the working class, farmers and working intellectuals. There are some political parties whose flags bear a hammer and a sickle, and there is no other party that has a writing brush in its flag. 49. Korean Social Democratic Party. The Korean Social Democratic Party is a democratic party that, by embodying the idea of love for the country, nation and people, struggles to safeguard the demands of the broad sections of the Korean people and the interests of the nation and realize social justice. Its predecessor is the Democratic Party of Korea, which was founded on November 3, Juche 34, 1945, on the initiative of progressive democratic activists, nationalists and religionists. In January Juche 70, 1981, the Democratic Party of 37 Korea was reorganized into the Korean Social Democratic Party to meet the objective demands of social development and the law-governed requirement of its own development. The mission and duty of the party is to take part in the struggle to advance the cause of independence of the nation and mankind, with the ideal of independence as its guideline. Its immediate goal goal is to build an independent society and achieve independent reunification of the country, and its ultimate goal is to create a world in which independence of human beings, the nation and mankind has been realized. Since the early days of its founding, the party has taken an active part in the people's power, maintaining the united front with the WPK. It has rendered great services to building a new society, winning victory in the Fatherland Liberation War, rehabilitating the country after the war, conducting the socialist revolution and socialist construction, expediting the independent and peaceful reunification of the country, and promoting friendship, cooperation and solidarity with democratic parties of the world. The party has a well-knit organizational system from its central committee to the lowest echelons according to administrative districts and residential areas. It publishes KSEP as its organ. 38. 50. Jandoist Janggu Party. The Jandoist Janggu Party is an independent and democratic party that is committed to safeguarding the interests of Jandoists and other Korean people. It was founded on February 8, George 35, 1946, in reflection of the requirements of the people who were desirous of eradicating the after-effects of Japanese colonial rule and building a new society. Its guideline is Tonghak, Eastern Learning, the basic idea of which is God-man identity, or man and God are one. The party carries forward the independent spirit of the Korean people who have demonstrated to the world the dignity of the homogeneous nation with a time-honored history of 5000 years. It has also inherited the spirit of love for the country and nation and the traditions of national unity created by the martyrs who laid down their lives in the sacred war against the Japanese imperialists to achieve national liberation. The party's ultimate goal is to achieve the independent and peaceful reunification of the country through great national unity, build an equal society in which no one is superior or inferior to another, and secure an earthly paradise, that is, a peaceful world. The basic duty of the party is to found a pan-national reunified state where all the working people lead a happy 39 life by rejecting foreign aggression and interference in the spirit of national self-determination, the one of driving out the Westerners and the Japanese. Since its founding, the party, as a member of the Democratic National United Front, has taken an active part, with other democratic parties, in the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution, Fatherland Liberation War, socialist revolution and socialist construction. It has rendered active support to the South Korean people of different strata in their struggle for independence, democracy and national reunification, and to the overseas compatriots in their patriotic struggle for justice. It has also strengthened solidarity with democratic parties and organizations the world over. 51. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, founded on September 9, George 37, 1948. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is a people-centered, independent socialist state representing the will and interests of all the Korean people. The DPRK is guided by the Judge idea and the Sun Gun idea, which were created by Kim Il-sung and developed by Kim Jong-il. Under the leadership of the WPK, it fully embodies these ideas in state building and state activities. 40. The sovereignty of the DPRK resides in the workers, farmers, soldiers, working intellectuals and all other working people. 52. Fundamental principle in state building. The DPRK maintains, believe in people as in heaven, as the fundamental principle in state building. It adheres to this principle in adopting all its lines and conducting state activities, and its social system and laws including the socialist constitution are oriented towards defending the people's independent rights and interests. 53. Basic mission of the state. The basic mission of the DPRK is to provide the people with an independent and creative life in the political, economic, cultural and all other sectors of social life. The DPRK represents the people's independent rights. The state crystallizes the people's independent aspirations and demands through its organizations, and directs the struggle for their realization in a unified way. It organizes the people's creative abilities. It is the most comprehensive political entity representing the people's interests. It embraces them in its organizations, unites them on the basis of the 41 community of their social status, purpose and interests, and coordinates their creative abilities to develop them into a strong force capable of transforming nature and society. It bears full responsibility for their material and cultural life. It provides everything needed for and looks after the living of all members of society on its own responsibility. It also protects their independent and creative life. It firmly defends their rights, lives and property through its organizations. 54. Political base. The DPRK is underpinned by a wide spectrum of socio political base that embraces the broad sections of the working people including workers, farmers, service personnel and intellectuals. The sovereignty of the DPRK resides in all the classes and strata of people who are interested in the revolution, and the people's power ensures them equal political rights and freedom in all realms of state and social life. The power of the DPRK is the most reliable socialist power based on the unity and cohesion of all the people. The unity of the service personnel and people is rock solid as they have been united politically, 42 ideologically and in moral obligation around the WPK and the leader. 55. Military base. The DPRK relies on the nationwide, all-people defense system with the Korean People's Army as the core. The military base of the DPRK is one and the same as its political base. It is based on the all-people defense system under which the service personnel and people have achieved solid unity under the unified leadership of the WPK and the leader, and all of them are under arms. 56. Economic base. The DPRK is supported by the socialist economic system based on socialist ownership of the means of production and the foundations of the developed independent national economy. The socialist ownership, which consists of all people ownership and social, cooperative ownership, is the economic basis of the DPRK. The solid foundations of the independent national economy, which is made up of effective defense industry, heavy industry, modern light industry and developed rural economy, constitute the secure material basis of the state. 43. 57. Functions of the state. The basic function of the DPRK is to give unified guidance over society. Its important function is the dictatorship of the people's democracy aimed at frustrating the hostile elements' moves so as to provide the people with an independent and creative life. 58. Unified guidance over society and the DPRK. The unified guidance over society is a comprehensive function of the state to bring all realms of social life and all the regions of the country under its control and make arrangements for and regulate their development, and a function to realize the independent demands of the people across society and provide for their creative activities. The state's unified guidance over the political sector is geared to ensuring the people's independent rights so that they will hold the position of genuine masters of the state and society. The state guarantees the people's political rights and improves social relations in keeping with the level of development of their independent ideological consciousness and creative abilities. The state's unified guidance over the sector of national defense is aimed at bringing under its control and directing in a unified way all the undertakings for strengthening the country's defense capability. 44. The state reliably defends socialism against the imperialist aggressive moves by preparing the service personnel and people political, ideologically and in military techniques, developing military hardware including weapons and other combat and technical means, and upgrading them in line with the demands of modern warfare. The state's unified guidance over the economic sector is the one of controlling and directing in a coordinated way the overall socialist economic activities. The state draws up a viable national economic plan, makes careful arrangements for economic work, ensures a reasonable balance between accumulation and consumption and proper distribution according to the work done, and improves the people's standard of living in a balanced way. The state's unified guidance over the cultural sector is designed for the coordinated development of socialist ideology and culture. The state creates ideological and spiritual assets and disseminates them widely to equip the people with them, so as to transform all members of society into fully developed social beings and satisfy their cultural and spiritual needs. The state's unified guidance over the sector of foreign affairs is aimed at safeguarding the sovereignty of the country and nation in dealing with foreign 45 countries. The state makes effort to achieve unity with the revolutionary peoples the world over who champion self-determination to accomplish the cause of global independence and to defend socialism against all sorts of vicious schemes by imperialists and reactionaries. 59. Dictatorship of the People's Democracy in the DPRK. The dictatorship of the People's Democracy is the state's authority functioning to thwart all counter-revolutionary schemes and elements designed to undermine socialism and infringe upon the people's interests while guaranteeing their democratic rights and freedom. As the strict enforcer of the dictatorship of the People's Democracy, the state keeps watchful eyes on and deals out merciless punishment to the remnants of the exploiting class who attempt to undermine the socialist system and the imperialist spies and subversive elements who infiltrate from outside. Thus it safeguards the socialist system and the gains of the revolution. It applies legal sanctions against law violators. It imposes legal responsibilities upon the organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens that commit such offenses as delinquencies, misappropriation and squandering of state and social property, bribery and graft. 46. 60. State machinery. The state machinery of the DPRK includes organs of state power, administrative and executive organs, and judicial and pro-territorial organs. 61. Characteristics of the state machinery. The state machinery of the DPRK is, in essence, the major instrument for political domination over society that is in the hands of the people. It has some characteristics that make it differ fundamentally from other state machineries of the past. First, it was formed and works on the principle of effectuating the unified leadership of the leader. Second, it was established to meet the people's demands. Third, it involves the people actively in state administration and renders services to promoting their interests. It is also opposed to bureaucratism and ensures strict law observance in state administration. The basic mode of its activities is socialist democracy. 62. Organs of state power. The organs of state power of the DPRK hold a pivotal position in the state machinery. As the people's representative organs composed of the representatives who are elected on the set principle, they exercise state 47 power. In other words, they are made up of the people's representatives who are elected on the principle of universal, equal and direct suffrage by secret ballot, and embody and exercise state power. They comprise the supreme power organ and other power organs at all levels. 63. Supreme Power Organ. The Supreme Power Organ of the DPRK takes complete hold of and exercises state power on a countrywide scale. As a national organ with the highest authority, it is a people's representative organ composed of deputies that are elected by all the people on the principle of direct suffrage. The Supreme Power Organ formulates laws, ordinances and policies of the state, establishes administrative and executive organs and judicial organs, and performs the role of directing, supervising and controlling their activities as a body that exercises state power. The Supreme Power Organ of the DPRK is the Supreme People's Assembly, and its permanent body is the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly. 64. Supreme People's Assembly. The Supreme People's Assembly is the highest organ 48 of state power in the DPRK. It is composed of deputies elected on the principle of universal, equal and direct suffrage by secret ballot. Deputies to the SPA are representatives of the working people including workers, farmers, intellectuals and service personnel. They are guaranteed inviolability. Unless he or she is caught in the act, any one of them cannot be arrested or subjected to criminal punishment without the consent of the SPA or, when it is not in session, without the consent of its presidium. The SPA is elected for a term of 5 years. A new SPA is elected according to a decision of the presidium of the SPA prior to the expiry of the former's term of office. When unavoidable circumstances render an election impossible, the term of office of the SPA is prolonged until an election can be held. 65. Authority of the Supreme People's Assembly. The SPA has the authority to adopt laws, organize major state organs, establish the basic principles of the state's domestic and foreign policies, deliberate and approve the state plan for the development of the 49 national economy and the report on its implementation, deliberate and approve the state budget and the report on its implementation, hear a report on the work of the cabinet and the central bodies when necessary, and adopt relevant measures, decide on ratification and nullification of treaties suggested to the SPA. 66. Composition of the Supreme People's Assembly. The SPA holds regular and extraordinary sessions. Regular sessions are convened once or twice a year by the Presidium of the SPA, and extraordinary sessions are convened when the Presidium of the SPA deems them necessary, or at the request of a minimum of 1/3 of the total number of deputies. The SPA requires a quorum of at least 2/3 of the total number of deputies in order to meet. The SPA elects its speaker and deputy speaker, and the speaker presides over the sessions. Items to be considered at the SPA are submitted by the chairman of the State Affairs Commission, the State Affairs Commission, the Presidium of the SPA, the Cabinet and the committees of the SPA of the DPRK. Items can also be presented by deputies. The first session of each SPA elects the Credentials Committee and, on hearing the committee's report, 50 adopts a decision confirming the credentials of deputies. The SPA issues laws, ordinances and decisions. Laws, ordinances and decisions of the SPA are adopted when more than half of the deputies attending signify approval by a show of hands. The Constitution is amended or supplemented with the approval of more than 2/3 of the total number of deputies to the SPA. The SPA appoints the Bills Committee, the Budget Committee, and other committees. 67. Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission. The Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission is the supreme leader of the DPRK. The office of the Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission is the highest office in the state machinery. The Chairman controls all the political, economic and military affairs of the country to safeguard the state system of Socialist Korea and its people's destiny, and organizes and leads the work of consolidating and developing its defense capability and overall national strength. The Chairman is the supreme commander of all the armed forces of the country. The term of office of the Chairman of the DPRK 51 State Affairs Commission is the same as that of the SPA. 68. Authority of the Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission. The Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission has the authority to direct the overall affairs of the state and personally guide the work of the SAC, appoint or remove key cadres of the state, ratify or rescind major treaties concluded with other countries, exercise the right of granting special pardon, proclaim a state of emergency, a state of war and mobilization order within the country, and organize and direct a national defense committee in wartime. The Chairman issues orders and is accountable to the SPA. 69. State Affairs Commission. The State Affairs Commission of the DPRK is the supreme policy-oriented guidance body of the state power. It consists of the chairman, vice chairman and members, and the term of office is the same as that of the SPA. 70. Authority of the State Affairs Commission. The SAC discusses and decides on important policies 52 of the state, including those related to defense building, and it exercises supervision over the implementation of the orders of the Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission and the decisions and directives of the SAC, and takes measures for their fulfillment, and abrogates the decisions and directives of state organs which run counter to its orders and the decisions and directives of the SAC. It issues decisions and directives, and is accountable to the SPA. 71. Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly. The Presidium of the SPA is the highest organ of state power when the SPA is not in session. It means that the Presidium of the SPA is an organ that exercises the highest state power normally when the SPA is not in session. The Presidium of the SPA consists of the President, Vice Presidents, Secretary, and members. It may have a few honorary Vice Presidents. The honorary Vice Presidents may be deputies to the SPA who have participated in the work of state building for a long time and render distinguished services. The term of office of the Presidium of the SPA is the same as that of the SPA. The Presidium of the SPA continues its work until a new Presidium is elected, even 53 after the term of the SPA expires. 72. Authority of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly. The Presidium of the SPA has the duties and authority to convene sessions of the SPA, adopt laws in intervals between sessions of the SPA, supervise law observance by the state organs and take relevant measures, conduct the election of deputies to the SPA and work with them, set up some state bodies, rescind the decisions and directives of state bodies which run counter to the Constitution, laws, ordinances and decisions of the SPA, orders of the Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission, decisions and directives of the SAC, and decrees, decisions and directives of the Presidium of the SPA, suspend the implementation of unwarranted decisions of local people's assemblies, and it has the authority to decide and make public the appointment or recall of diplomatic representatives to other countries, approve or nullify treaties concluded with other countries, confer decorations, medals and titles of honor. It also has the duties and authority to grant amnesties, establish or alter administrative units and districts, conduct external activities including contact with 54 foreign parliaments and interparliamentary organizations. The President of the Presidium of the SPA represents the state and receives the credentials and letters of recall of diplomatic representatives accredited by foreign countries. The Presidium of the SPA is accountable to the SPA. 73. Composition of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly. The Presidium of the SPA convenes plenary meetings and meetings of the Permanent Committee. The plenary meeting consists of all the members, and deliberates and decides on important matters arising and fulfilling the duties of the Presidium and exercising its authority. The meeting of the Permanent Committee consists of the President, Vice Presidents and Secretary, and deliberates and decides on matters entrusted to it by the plenary meeting. 74. Local organ of state power. The local organ of state power of the DPRK is the organ which assumes and exercises state power in its own region. It is organized according to the administrative district and consists of the representatives elected by citizens in 55, the relevant region. It consists of a non-permanent organ which works by convening a meeting and a permanent organ which exercises state power when the non-permanent organ is not in session. The local organ of state power is subordinate to the highest organ of state power and the organs of state power at higher levels, deliberates and decides on matters of local significance, and organs, enterprises, groups and citizens in the relevant region are duty-bound to implement its decisions and directives. The local organ of state power of the DPRK consists of the Local People's Assembly and Local People's Committee when the Assembly is not in session. 75. Local People's Assembly. The Local People's Assembly is the local organ of state power. It adopts decisions to realize the demands and will of the local people and exercises the function of the local organ of state power in the course of their implementation at the corresponding level as a people's representative organ of its own region. Every province or municipality directly under central authority, city or district and county has its own Local People's Assembly, and it consists of deputies 56 elected on the principle of universal, equal and direct suffrage by secret ballot. Its term of office is 4 years. A new Local People's Assembly is elected according to the decision of the Local People's Committee at the corresponding level prior to the expiry of the term of office of the existing Local People's Assembly. When unavoidable circumstances render an election impossible, the term of office of the Local People's Assembly is prolonged until an election can be held. 76. Authority of the Local People's Assembly. The Local People's Assembly has the authority to deliberate and approve the local plan for the development of the national economy, the local budget, and to report on their implementation and adopt measures to observe state laws in the region concerned. It also has the duties and authority related to the exercising of local power, including those to elect or recall the chairman, vice chairman, secretary, and members of the People's Committee, as well as the judges and people's assessors of the court at the corresponding level. 77. Local People's Committee. The Local People's Committee exercises the function 57 of the local organ of state power when the People's Assembly at the corresponding level is not in session, and of the administrative and executive organ of state power at the corresponding level. It consists of the chairman, vice chairman, secretary, and members, and its term of office is the same as that of the corresponding People's Assembly. 78. Authority of the Local People's Committee. The Local People's Committee has the authority to convene sessions of the People's Assembly, organize the election of deputies to the People's Assembly, and work with them, implement the decisions and directives of the corresponding Local People's Assembly and the People's Committee at higher levels, the laws, ordinances, and decisions of the SPA, the orders of the Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission, the decisions and directives of the SAC, the decisions of the Presidium of the SPA, and the decisions and directives of the Cabinet and the commissions and ministries of the Cabinet, and it carries out all administrative affairs in the given region, drafts the local plan for the development of the national economy, and compiles the local budget and adopts measures for their implementation. It adopts measures to maintain public order, protect 58 the property and interests of the state, social and cooperative organizations, and safeguard the rights of citizens in the given region, and inspects and controls the establishment of order and state administration in the given region. It also directs the work of the People's Committee at lower levels and has the duties and authority to rescind unwarranted decisions and directives of the People's Committee at lower levels and suspend their implementation. It issues decisions and directives and is accountable to the corresponding People's Assembly. It is subordinate to the People's Committees at higher levels, the Cabinet and the Presidium of the SPA. 79. Administrative and executive bodies. The administrative and executive bodies of the DPRK organize and carry out state affairs with the authority delegated by the power organs. They hold the position of executive bodies that implement the laws, ordinances, orders, decrees, decisions, and directives issued by the power organs. In the course of implementing the laws, ordinances, orders, decrees, decisions, and directives of the power organs, they make administrative arrangements for and carry out all policies in the fields of the economy, culture, 59, and foreign relations, maintain state and public order, and take responsible care of the people's living conditions. They conduct all undertakings by relying on the people and enlisting their creative wisdom and strength. They are established by the power organs and are accountable to them. They consist of central administrative and executive organs and their subordinate departmental management bodies, and local administrative and executive organs. 80. Central administrative and executive organs. The central administrative and executive organs include the Cabinet and its commissions and ministries. The Cabinet is the administrative and executive body of the state power and organ of overall state administration. The commissions and ministries are departmental executive organs of the Cabinet and central departmental organs of administration. The central administrative and executive organs have the duties and authority to implement on a society-wide scale the laws, ordinances, and decisions adopted by the highest organ of state power, and organize and direct the 60 work of developing all realms of social life. They adopt measures to implement the policies of the WPK and the laws, ordinances, orders, decrees, decisions, and directives of the power organs, direct in a responsible manner the work of all fields under their charge, guide population and land administration, economic and cultural work, Take steps to maintain public order and protect the interests of the state and the rights of citizens. Conclude treaties with foreign countries and conduct external affairs. The departmental executive organs of the central administrative and executive organs conduct planning, supply of materials, technical guidance over production and labor administration, supervise and control production and construction in their respective sectors in order to implement the lines and policies of the WPK and the laws, ordinances, decisions and directives of the state. The central departmental organs of administration direct the work of their subordinate organs and the departments of the local administrative and executive organs on the principle of democratic centralism and issue directives to carry out their own duties. The central administrative and executive organs are established by the highest organ of state power, and they are accountable to it. 61. 81. Cabinet. The Cabinet is the administrative and executive body of the state power and organ of overall state administration. That the Cabinet is the administrative and executive body of the state power means that it is the administrative and executive organ which implements the laws, ordinances, orders, decisions and directives of the highest organ of state power on a nationwide scale, and that the Cabinet is the organ of overall state administration means that it is the organ which exercises unified control over all units for state administration except those related with national defense. The Cabinet consists of the Premier, Vice Premiers, Chairman, Ministers and other members, and its term of office is the same as that of the SPA. 82. Authority of the Cabinet. The Cabinet has the duties and authority appropriate for its legal status to adopt measures for implementation of state policies, adopt, amend or supplement the regulations on state administration on the basis of the Constitution and the sector-specific laws, draft the state plan for the development of the national economy and adopt measures to put it into effect, compile the state budget and adopt measures to implement it, organize and 62 execute all affairs of state administration, inspect and control the establishment of order in state administration. It issues decisions and directives and is accountable to the SPA and to the Presidium of the SPA when the SPA is not in session. The Premier of the Cabinet organizes and guides the work of the Cabinet and represents the government of the DPRK. 83. Local administrative and executive organs. The local administrative and executive organs implement the decisions and directives of the local organs of state power and carry out the tasks facing the political, economic, cultural and all other sectors in their respective regions. They work under the constant guidance and supervision of the latter and are accountable to them, and they are duty-bound to report on its activities to the administrative and executive organs at higher levels, and they are placed under the unified guidance of and subordinate to the central administrative and executive organs. 84. Authority of the local administrative and executive organs. The local administrative and executive organs, 63 through their administrative functions, exercise direct control over such affairs related to population administration as education, culture, public health, commerce, finance and labor administration, draft the local plan for the development of the national economy and adopt measures to put it into effect, compile the local budget and adopt measures to implement it, maintain public order, protect the property and interests of the state and social and cooperative organizations, safeguard the rights of citizens in the given regions. They have departmental executive bodies in charge of the specific sectors of administrative work in the given regions, and conduct administrative work through them. 85. Judicial and procuratorial organs. The judicial and procuratorial organs of the DPRK supervise and control observance of the laws of the state and take direct charge of their application and execution. They are set up by the organ of state power and vested by it with a certain degree of authority to exercise the state power. In this system of state administration, they occupy the position of organs that supervise and control strict observance and implementation of the laws and policies 64 of the state. They perform the role of supervising and controlling law observance and applying sanctions by legal means, thereby defending the social system from all illegal practices and crimes and ensuring correct and prompt implementation of the policies, laws and ordinances of the state. They constitute the instrument of the dictatorship of the people's democracy, which safeguards the gains of socialism and the people's lives and property. They safeguard the people's lives, property and rights, taking it as their special duty to struggle against all sorts of illegal practices that infringe on the independence of the working people. They repress the anti-state and counter-revolutionary maneuvers thoroughly, and detect and advance and punish the destructive moves by the hostile elements. In addition, they wage a legal struggle to ensure that all units defend and implement the economic policies of the state unconditionally and to the letter. 86. Investigation and prosecution. The purpose of the investigation and prosecution of the DPRK is to ensure the strict observance of state laws and identify and institute legal proceedings against 65 criminals and offenders. Investigation and prosecution are conducted by the Central Public Prosecutor's Office, the Public Prosecutor's Offices of a province or municipality directly under central authority, city or district or county, and the Special Public Prosecutor's Office. The functions of the Public Prosecutor's Office are to ensure the strict observance of state laws by institutions, enterprises, organizations and citizens, to ensure that the decisions and directives of state bodies conform with the Constitution, the ordinances and decisions of the SPA, the orders of the Chairman of the DPRK State Affairs Commission, the decisions and directives of the SAC, the decrees, decisions and directives of the Presidium of the SPA, and the decisions and directives of the Cabinet, to identify and institute legal proceedings against criminals and offenders in order to protect the state power of the DPRK, the socialist system, the property of the state and social, cooperative organizations, personal rights as guaranteed by the Constitution, and the people's lives and property. Investigation and prosecution are conducted under the unified direction of the Central Public Prosecutor's Office, and all public prosecutors' offices are subordinate to their higher offices and the Central Public Prosecutor's Office. 66. 87. Functions of the Central Public Prosecutor's Office. The Central Public Prosecutor's Office is the highest state organ of investigation and prosecution. It gives unified guidance over all aspects of investigation and prosecution, and performs executive functions as well. The essential aspect of the work of the Central Public Prosecutor's Office is to give unified guidance over the whole of investigation and prosecution. It discharges executive functions in dealing with important units and sectors of the state. It has authority to set up the lower echelons of public prosecutors' offices. It is accountable to the SPA and to the Presidium of the SPA when the SPA is not in session. The term of office of the Prosecutor General of the Central Public Prosecutor's Office is the same as that of the SPA. 88. Functions of the Local Public Prosecutor's Office. Local Public Prosecutor's Offices are organs of investigation and prosecution established in the given areas. They ensure law observance by state institutions, 67 enterprises, and social and cooperative organizations, and combat crimes. They are under the unified guidance and control of the Central Public Prosecutor's Office, and are accountable to it. 89. Justice. Justice is administered by the Central Court, the Court of the Province or Municipality directly under central authority, the City or District or County People's Courts, and the Special Court. The functions of the court are to protect through judicial procedure the state power of the DPRK and its socialist system, the property of the state and social, cooperative organizations, personal rights as guaranteed by the Constitution, and the lives and property of citizens, to ensure that all institutions, enterprises, organizations and citizens abide strictly by state laws and staunchly combat class enemies and all lawbreakers, to give judgments and findings with regard to property and conduct notarial work. Justice is administered by a court consisting of one judge and two people's assessors. In special cases, there may be 3 judges. Court cases are heard in public and the accused is guaranteed guarantee the right of defense. Hearings may be closed 68 to the public as stipulated by law. Judicial proceedings are conducted in the Korean language and foreign citizens may use their own language during court proceedings. In administering justice, the court is independent, and judicial proceedings are carried out in strict accordance with the law. Verdicts are delivered in the name of the DPRK. The term of office of the President of the Central Court is the same as that of the SPA, and the term of office of judges and People's Assessors of the Central Court and the local court is the same as that of the People's Assembly at the corresponding level. The President and judges of the Special Court are appointed or removed by the Central Court, and the People's Assessors of the Special Court are elected by the soldiers of the Army unit concerned or by employees at their meetings. 90. Functions of the Central Court. The Central Court is the highest judicial organ of the state. It deliberates and decides on important criminal and civil cases and discusses the appeals concerning the cases judged by the local courts. It has the authority to deal with cases and direct the 69 work of the local courts, and supervises the justice by the courts at all levels. It is established by the highest organ of state power and is accountable to the SPA and to the Presidium of the SPA when the SPA is not in session. 91. Functions of the local court. The local court is the judicial organ established in the given area. It deliberates and decides on the cases that occur in the given area under the unified guidance of the Central Court. It is set up by the organ of state power in the given area and is accountable to the organ. 92. Meaning of the name, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The name, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, means that it is an independent socialist state which represents the interests of all the Korean people and strives for socialist construction in the northern half of Korea and the independent and peaceful reunification of Korea. The name reflects the class nature of the state and the basic goal and immediate duty of the Korean Revolution. 70. 93. National emblem. The national emblem of the DPRK was enacted with the founding of the state on September 9, George 37, 1948. It bears the design of a grand hydroelectric power station under MTPUK-2, the sacred mountain of the Korean Revolution, and the beaming light of a five-pointed red star, with ears of rice forming an oval frame, bound with a red ribbon bearing the inscription, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The red star and its beaming light represent the brilliant future of the Korean people who struggle for the building of a powerful socialist nation, the independent and peaceful reunification of Korea, and the accomplishment of the cause of the just revolution. MTPUK-2 epitomizes the revolutionary cause of just pioneered by Kim Il-sung, the founding father of socialist Korea, and the revolutionary traditions created in the period of the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle he led in the first half of the last century. The hydroelectric power station stands for the powerful heavy industry and working class of the state and the heirs of rice, the socialist rural economy and cooperative farmers. The oval frame represents the invincible unity of the Korean people around the WPK. The name 71, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, inscribed on the red ribbon shows that it is an independent, democratic and people's state which represents the interests of the Korean people. The national emblem was designed by Kim Il-sung, who founded the DPRK. 94. National flag. The national flag of the DPRK was enacted with the founding of the state on September 9, George 37, 1948. It consists of a central red panel, bordered both above and below by a narrow white stripe and a broad blue stripe. The central red panel bears a five-pointed red star within a white circle near that hoist. The ratio of the width to the length is 1:2. The red color symbolizes the red blood of the anti-Japanese revolutionary forerunners who fought for the freedom and independence of the country, and the invincible might of the Korean people rallied behind the DPRK. The white color implies that it is the state of a homogeneous nation that has lived on one expanse of territory sharing one bloodline, language and culture. The blue color represents the spirit of the Korean people who struggle for the victory of the socialist cause and global peace and progress, and it symbolizes the 72 sovereignty of the DPRK. The five-pointed red star depicts the spirit of the Korean people who advance vigorously, carrying forward the revolutionary traditions of the anti-Japanese struggle and the prospects of the DPRK. The national flag was designed by Kim Il-sung. 95. National anthem. The national anthem of the DPRK is Patriotic Song, created in June 36, 1947. Patriotic Song. 1. Shine bright, you dawn, on this land so fair, the country of 3,000 radi, so rich in silver and in gold you are, 5,000 years your history. Our people ever were renowned and sage, and rich in cultural heritage, and as with heart and soul we strive, Korea shall forever thrive. 2. And in the spirit of Mount Puk-2, with love of toil that shall never die, with will of iron fostered by the truth, will lead the whole world by and by. 73. We have the might to foil the angry sea, our land more prosperous still shall be, as by the people's will we strive, Korea shall forever thrive. The song reflects the dignity and self-respect of the Korean people who have beautiful nature, abundant resources, a 5,000-year-old history and excellent tradition of culture, and the passionate patriotism of the Korean people to build a powerful country under the leadership of the WPK. 96. National flower. The national flower of the DPRK is magnolia, a deciduous shrub or high tree. It grows well in valleys and on mountain slopes of Korea except some of its northern highlands. It grows to 5 minutes tall, and the fragrant flowers bloom white between May and June. Each magnolia tree flowers for 50 to 60 days and each flower lasts for about 1 week. The flower is 7-10 centimeters in diameter, the largest 15 centimeters, and has 9-12 petals including 3 sepals at the outer edge. It is highly resistant to cold and grows well in the climate of Korea. Beautiful, fragrant and with simple and lofty looks, its 74 is a flower that represents the spirit of the stout-hearted Korean people. 97. National bird. The national bird of the DPRK is goshawk. It lives in Korea's central and northern highlands. It is 48-61 centimeter long and weighs 0.7-1.2 kilograms. Its wings are about 30-37 centimeter long each, and, when spread out, it measures 105-130 centimeters. Its beak looks like a sharp hook and its talons are strong. Its body color is yellowish-brown and there are 4 dark brown strips crossed on the upper part of the tail. It is not so large but has a balanced figure, penetrating eyes, sharp beak and strong talons. It is clever and resolute, and flies fast. It symbolizes the temperament of the Korean people who hate being fettered by anything and tide over difficulties in a valiant manner. 98. National tree. The national tree of the DPRK is pine. It is an evergreen conifer of the family Pinaceae which grows on a vast area below 800 min above sea level except the northern highlands of Korea. It is 20-40 min tall and 60 centimeters in diameter. Its furrowed bark is reddish-brown or dark brown. 75 buds, cylindrical or elliptical in shape, appear in winter, 3 or 4 or even 6 at the end of a branch. Bundles of leaves come out in pairs at the end of a sprig or by threes in some young trees and well-grown trees. The leaves are 7-12 centimeter long each, the longest 14 centimeters. Evergreen and viable, the pine tree symbolizes the unflinching spirit of the Korean people. 99. National dog. The national dog of the DPRK is Fungsin dog. Registered as a natural monument of the country, the dog is native to Kimhaeungwan County, the then Fungsin County, Ryanggang Province, in the northern part of Korea. Clever and nimble, it fights its opponents to the last. It has a slim figure, thick and firm rear legs, and runs fast in an upright position even in a mountainous area. The eyes are rather small and the pupils are black or ash gray. The ears are small and straight, tilting to the front or sideways. The thick and short neck is well developed. The fur is usually white, or sometimes yellowish-brown. The DPRK pays great concern to preserving the pure breed. 76. 100. Working People's Organizations. The Working People's Organizations of the DPRK are Kim Il-sung's Kim Jong-il's Youth League, General Federation of Trade Unions of Korea, Union of Agricultural Workers of Korea, and Democratic Women's Union of Korea. These organizations have achieved brilliant successes in the struggle to defend and develop the people-centered socialism under the leadership of the WPK. Now they are playing a significant role in inspiring the working people to build a powerful socialist nation. Understanding Korea. 3. Politics. Author Han Soo-young. Editor Kim Ji-ho. Translators Kim Young-nam and Ri Chung-hyun. Layout Pang Song-hu and Yang Song. And cover design Kim Un-jung. Copyright Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in September 105, 2016. Numero sign 683,568. Email flph@star-co.net.kp http://www.naonara.com.kp Understanding Korea for Defense. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 105, 2016. Understanding Korea for Defense. Foreign Languages Publishing House. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 105, 2016. Contents 1. Military Ideas and Theories. 1. 2. Major Military Line. 2. 3. Turning the entire army into a cadre army. 2. 4. Modernizing the entire army. 3. 5. Arming all the people. 3. 6. Fortifying the whole country. 4. 7. Basic principles in building armed forces. 5. 8. View of an attitude towards war. 5. 9. Policy on defense industry. 6. 10. Line of simultaneously developing economic construction and defense upbuilding. 7. 11. Line of economic construction in the Sun-Gun era. 8. 12. Line of simultaneously conducting economic construction and building up nuclear forces. 9. 13. System of commanding the army. 10. 14. Idea of attaching importance to arms, to military affairs. 11. 15. Principle of giving priority to military affairs. 12. 16. Composition of armed forces. 13. 17. Korean People's Army. 14. 18. Korean People's Internal Security Forces. 15. 19. Worker Peasant Red Guards. 15. 20. Young Red Guards. 16. 21. Services and Arms of the Korean People's Army. 17. 22. Strengthening the Korean People's Army. 17. 23. Red Flag Company Movement. 18. 24. Slogan, A Match for 100. 18. 25. Building a politically and ideologically strong army. 19. 26. Building a morally sound army. 19. 27. Strengthening the Korean People's Army and military techniques. 20. 28. Physical training of the service personnel. 21. 29. Military discipline of the Korean People's Army. 21. 30. Idea of Army-People Unity. 22. 31. Line of anti-Japanese armed struggle. 23. 32. Launch of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. 23. 33. Founding of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. 24. 34. Major military operations during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. 25. 35. Operation of advance into the homeland by large unit. 26. 36. Operation of harassment of the enemy's rear. 26. 37. Operation of advance into the Musan area. 27. 38. Operation of circling by large unit. 27. 39. Small unit actions. 28. 40. 3-point line for national liberation. 28. 41. Key tactics created during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. 29. 42. Major battles during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. 29. 43. Battles in defense of the Xiaowankan guerrilla base. 30. 44. Battle of Pokanbo. 30. 45. Battle of Jiansanfeng. 32. 46. Arduous March. 33. 47. Battles in the Musan area. 34. 48. Final offensive for national liberation. 34. 49. Building a regular army after national liberation. 35. 50. Pyongyang Institute. 36. 51. Central Security Officers Training School. 36. 52. Security Officers Training Centers. 36. 53. Outbreak of the Fatherland Liberation War. 37. 54. Stages of the Fatherland Liberation War. 38. 55. Strategic policy for the first stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. 38. 56. Strategic policy for the second stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. 40. 57. Strategic policy for the third stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. 41. 58. Strategic policy for the fourth stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. 42. 59. Operation to Liberate Seoul. 43. 60. Battle of Osan. 44. 61. Naval Battle of Juumunjin. 45. 62. First Air Battle. 46. 63. Operation to Liberate Taejon. 46. 64. Defensive Battle on Walmy Island. 47. 65. Second Front in the enemy's rear. 48. 66. Battle at Lake Jangjin. 48. 67. Battles in defense of High 1211. 49. 68. Battle on T-shaped Hill. 50. 69. Attack on High 351. 51. 70. Factor in achieving victory in the Fatherland Liberation War and its significance. 52. 71. War results achieved by the Korean People's Army. 53. 72. Major military tactics created during the Fatherland Liberation War. 53. 73. Tunnel tactic. 54. 74. Aircraft hunting team movement. 54. 75. Tank hunting team movement. 55. 76. Separate heavy machine gun team movement. 55. 77. Units honored with the title of guards during the Fatherland Liberation War. 56. 78. Heroes produced during the Fatherland Liberation War. 57. 79. Defending socialism after the war. 58. 80. PCE 56 incident. 58. 81. Pueblo incident. 59. 82. EC 121 incident. 60. 83. Panmunjom incident. 61. 84. DPRK U.S. nuclear standoff in the early 1990s. 62. 85. U.S. helicopter shot down. 64. 86. Skirmishes on the West Sea. 64. 87. Yantiang Island bombarded. 65. 88. Nuclear tests, 65. 89. Test firing of super precision tactical guided rockets, 66. 90. Manufacturing nuclear weapons, 67. 91. Ballistic rocket launching drill, 68. 92. Concentrated long-range artillery fire drill, 69. 93. SLBM test firing, 70. 94. Military Hardware Museum of the Korean People's Army, 72. 95. Military Parades of the Korean People's Army, 72. 96. Services rendered to the cause of global independence against imperialism, 73. 97. Support to the Chinese Revolution, 74. 98. Assisting the Vietnamese people in their Revolutionary War, 75. 99. Assistance to the Arab states during the Yom Kippur War, 75. 100. Support to the Cuban Revolution, 76. 1. Military ideas and theories. The DPRK upholds the man-centered military ideas and theories that embody the Josh idea and the Sun idea created by President Kim Il-sung, 1912-1994, founding father of Socialist Korea. These ideas and theories consist of the principles that will serve as guidelines in carrying on different types of revolutionary wars, army building and military actions, and also the theories and methods to be applied in crushing the enemies that are boasting of their numerical and technological edge by dint of political, ideological, strategic and tactical superiority in conformity with the characteristics of modern warfare and the actual conditions of the country. They are Josh-oriented military ideas and theories that enable the Korean people to develop their self-defensive military capability by themselves in line with the requirements of the Korean Revolution and the specific situation in the country, and they constitute an encyclopedia giving comprehensive and scientific answers to all the theoretical and practical problems arising in army building and military actions in the present era. Since they have been guided by these original military ideas and theories, the Korean army and people too won the fierce wars against the US and Japanese imperialists that were incomparably superior in numerical and technological terms, and have achieved one victory after another in the decades-long military confrontation with the United States. 2. Major military line. The major military line of the DPRK is to make its defenses impregnable by turning the entire army into a cadre army and modernizing it, arming all the people and fortifying the whole country. 3. Turning the entire army into a cadre army. Turning the entire army into a cadre army means training the service personnel politically and ideologically, militarily and technologically to make them all, from privates to generals, capable of discharging the duties of the next highest rank in the event of an emergency. This helps towards preparing a large contingent of commanding officers who can lead all the armed people militarily in case of emergency, and it significantly raises the combat efficiency of the army, making it possible to maintain at a fixed number the standing army for national defense and socialist economic construction 3 in peaceful days, and to preserve the high qualitative standard of the army in step with its sudden numerical increase in the event of an emergency. An important factor in turning the entire army into a cadre army is to prepare all its officers and men politically and ideologically, militarily and technologically so that they can carry out their duties with credit, however complex the circumstances may be. 4. Modernizing the entire army. Modernizing the entire army means building up the army in conformity with the demands of modern warfare by equipping it with the latest military hardware and raising its level of military science and technology. Essential in this regard is to upgrade and increase the power of the weaponry on the basis of the rapidly developing military science and technology, and to train all the service personnel to be skillful at handling the latest weapons and well-versed in modern military science and technology. 5. Arming all the people. Arming all the people is aimed at making all the working people, including workers and peasants, maintain their readiness all the time to annihilate the enemy anywhere they may attack, while at the same time for accelerating socialist construction, with a hammer or sickle in one hand and a rifle in the other. What is important in arming all the people is to train them militarily on the basis of firm political and ideological preparedness. In particular, it is crucial to encourage all of them to learn military affairs in earnest and take an active part in combat and political training. In the DPRK, the work of arming all the people has been carried out successfully on the basis of the solid political and ideological unity of the entire population and the self-sufficient national economy. 6. Fortifying the whole country. Fortifying the whole country means setting up impregnable defense facilities all over the country to turn it into a military stronghold so that the aggressors will be defeated at a single stroke at any time and anywhere they may attack. In order to fortify the whole country, it is necessary to make it an impregnable fortress with strong defense facilities and, in particular, to strengthen the areas of strategic importance, develop munitions industry and prepare plenty of reserve materials. And in the event of an emergency, the economic system as a whole should be reorganized according to wartime needs, and in peaceful days, munitions factories and other key 5 production bases should make full preparations to ensure uninterrupted production even under unfavorable circumstances. All the parts of the DPRK have been fortified by relying on the solid foundations of the self-sufficient national economy. 7. Basic principles in building armed forces. The basic principles the DPRK maintains in building its armed forces are: first, effectuating the unified leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea and the leader over the entire army; second, applying the principle of self-reliant defense; third, giving precedence to political work and combining it properly with the work related to military techniques; and fourth, ensuring inheritance in building armed forces. 8. View of an attitude towards war. The DPRK holds that it should believe in its army and people and conduct a revolutionary war by relying on its internal forces. The Korean service personnel and people are of the view that even though others would not help them in the fight against the imperialist aggressors, they are capable of winning victory on their own. They are certain that they will have to fight the sixth enemy at any time, and, should the latter dare to invade their country, they will resolutely defeat the reckless aggressors and exalt the honor of heroic Josh Korea. It is quite natural that they retain such view of an attitude towards war, because they have yet to reunify their country, and hostile forces persist with their schemes to start a war. For this reason, close concern is paid to ridding the service personnel and people of all undesirable tendencies such as warphobia, war weariness and peaceful mood, making political, ideological, military and material preparations to cope with possible war, and encouraging them to work and live in a state of constant alertness. 9. Policy on defense industry. An important aspect of the DPRK's policy on defense industry is to build a national defense industry by relying on its internal resources on the principle of self-reliance. When building munitions factories following their country's liberation from the Japanese military occupation, 1905-1945, the Korean people suffered an acute shortage of technological data, equipment, materials, funds, technicians, and skilled workers. 7. However, they overcame all manner of difficulties and trials and implemented to the letter the Josh-oriented policy on defense industry on the principle of self-reliance, thereby producing military hardware needed for army building without depending on other countries. Another aspect of the DPRK's policy on defense industry is to develop the defense industry in a modern fashion. Great efforts have been directed to modernizing the defense industry, as well as to making it fend for itself to meet the domestic demands for military hardware independently. As a result, the country is now capable of manufacturing even nuclear weapons, strategic rockets and other state-of-the-art hardware whenever they are needed. This provides a sure material and technological guarantee for strengthening the country's defense capability. 10. Line of simultaneously developing economic construction and defense upbuilding. The fifth plenary meeting of the Fourth Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea, held in December 1962, set forth the line of simultaneously developing economic construction and defense upbuilding so as to successfully propel socialist construction while reliably defending the gains of the revolution against the imperialist aggressive maneuvers. At that time, the United States orchestrated the Cuban Missile Crisis, escalated the war in Vietnam, and stepped up preparations to unleash another war against the DPRK by reinforcing armed forces in South Korea. This precipitated a touch-and-go situation in the Korean Peninsula. The above line reflected the requirements of this tense situation. Simultaneously developing economic construction and defense upbuilding means promoting economic construction and defense upbuilding in parallel without neglecting either of them. This was an original line that made it possible to resolve the problem of combining socialist economic construction with defense upbuilding on the principle of giving priority to national defense, and a revolutionary line that enabled the Korean people both to defend the gains of the revolution and to advance socialist construction successfully by relying on their own efforts. 11. Line of economic construction in the Sun-Gun era. The DPRK set that as its line of economic construction in the Sun-Gun era to develop the defense industry on a non-priority basis while developing light industry and agriculture simultaneously. An essential aspect of this line is to develop the defense industry on a priority basis. By the close of the 1990s, the Allied imperialist forces went frantic in their bid to stifle the DPRK, clamoring about the end of socialism. In order to safeguard socialism of the Korean style, the DPRK laid the greatest emphasis on developing the defense industry and carried on all undertakings on the principle of giving priority to military affairs. Another aspect of the line is to radically improve the people's living standards by developing light industry and agriculture simultaneously. Incorporated in this line is the objective of Sun-Gun politics, building a powerful socialist country, whatever the situation, to provide the people with a happy material and cultural life as well as the intrinsic requirements of socialist economic construction. 12. Line of simultaneously conducting economic construction and building up nuclear forces. The line of simultaneously conducting economic construction and building up nuclear forces was advanced at the March 2013 plenary meeting of the 10th Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. It is a strategic line aimed at accomplishing the cause of building a powerful socialist country by directing more efforts to economic construction while strengthening national defense through nuclear forces upbuilding. It is not a temporary countermeasure adopted to cope with a rapidly changing situation, but a strategic line that will be maintained permanently in view of the supreme interests of the Korean Revolution. It is a brilliant inheritance and in-depth development of Kim Il-sung's line of simultaneously developing economic construction and defense upbuilding and Kim Jong-il line of economic construction in the Sun-Gun era. It embodies the firm faith and will of the Korean service personnel and people to achieve the final victory of the cause of the just revolution following the road of independence, Sun-Gun and socialism. 13. System of commanding the army. The DPRK's system of commanding the army is, first of all, the one of revolutionary discipline and order whereby the entire army moves as one under the unified leadership of its supreme commander. In essence, it means establishing the unified leadership 11 system of the leader and the Workers' Party of Korea across the army. Next, it is a command system in which soldiers act according to their officers' orders and directives. In the DPRK, the officers' command system is aimed at effectuating the WPK's unified leadership. It is a system of acting under the collective leadership of the relevant committees of the WPK and of realizing the officers' coordinated direction through the sections of staff officers. 14. Idea of attaching importance to arms, to military affairs. The idea of attaching importance to arms, to military affairs is, in essence, the one that the revolution should be waged by relying on arms, i.e., on the army. The principle of regarding armed struggle as the only way to defeat the armed enemy and liberate the country was advanced in the early days of the Korean Revolution. Accordingly, an army was proclaimed first and, after national liberation, the Workers' Party and the state were founded. And in the whole period of building a new Korea and socialism, the idea and line of attaching importance to arms, to military affairs, were maintained. The greatest efforts have been channeled into strengthening the 12 countries' defense capability by developing the army into an invincible force, and the revolution and construction pushed forward by relying on it. 15. Principle of giving priority to military affairs. The principle of giving priority to military affairs is, in a nutshell, the one of giving definite precedence to military affairs over all other affairs and laying the greatest emphasis on developing them in the course of pushing ahead with the revolution and construction. First of all, this principle demands that definite precedence be given to military affairs over all other affairs. There are numerous affairs to be tackled in conducting the revolution and construction, but top priority must be given to military affairs. This is an essential feature of the principle of giving priority to military affairs. Next, it demands that coordinated and balanced development be ensured in other sectors of the revolution and construction on the basis of the successes achieved in military affairs. This principle is not biased toward military affairs. It is aimed at developing the economy, culture, and other sectors of the revolution and construction on the basis of 13 great military might so as to realize all dreams and ideals of the people. 16. Composition of armed forces. The DPRK's armed forces can be divided into two categories, regular and paramilitary. The regular armed forces comprise the Korean People's Army and the Korean People's Internal Security Forces. They have all arms and services, and are equipped with modern weaponry and underpinned by latest military science and technology. They are regulated by a well-knit organizational and command system that conforms with the requirements of modern warfare. All their actions, as well as the service personnel's living, are regularized and standardized on a high level. They are standing armed forces that are provided with weapons and various other supplies by the country's own defense industry and economic sectors. As the hardcore armed forces in the country, they play a leading role in defending it. The paramilitary forces are made up of the worker peasant Red Guards and the young Red Guards. They are non-standing, irregular forces which are composed of workers, peasants and other working people, and youths and students. They constitute a 14 supplement to the regular armed forces and assist them in performing operational and combat duties. They are voluntary forces of the working people who carry out military tasks when needed while working at their jobs. Unlike a regular army, they are organized and act mainly with production base or residential area as a unit. 17. Korean People's Army, component of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of the Workers' Party of Korea. The Korean People's Army was founded on April 25, 1932 and developed into a regular army on February 8, 1948 under the leadership of Kim Il-sung. It is a revolutionary armed force that has inherited the glorious traditions of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, and the People's Army formed with the sons and daughters of the working people. It is a revolutionary army that fights against imperialist aggressors for the complete liberation of the Korean nation and the reunification and independence of Korea, and for the security of the country and people. It struggles to achieve the victory of socialist construction in Korea and to realize the cause of independence of mankind by liquidating all exploiting systems in the world. 15. Having been strengthened and developed under the leadership of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il and now being led by Kim Jong-un, it demonstrates its might as a matchless, elite armed force equipped with modern means of attack and defense with which to defeat any aggressors in one stroke. 18. Korean People's Internal Security Forces. As another component of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of the Workers' Party of Korea, the Korean People's Internal Security Forces safeguards the WPK and the leader, defends the socialist country and the gains of the revolution against the enemies at home and abroad, and protects the people's lives and security. 19. Worker Peasant Red Guards as a non-standing paramilitary force. The Worker Peasant Red Guards is a voluntary armed force of workers, peasants and other working people who are taking part in socialist construction. It was founded in January 1959 on the initiative of Kim Il-sung. It is an indispensable component of the DPRK's revolutionary armed forces, whose mission is to defend the socialist country and the gains of the revolution from enemy encroachments while accelerating socialist construction with a rifle in one hand and a hammer or sickle in the other. With a well-regulated military organizational and command system set in place across the country, it has been prepared politically, ideologically and in military techniques so that it can defeat imperialist aggressors at any time and in any place, be it on the ground, on the sea or in the air. 20. Young Red Guards is a voluntary paramilitary organization of students. The Young Red Guards is an armed force whose members perform their duties for national defense, as well as their basic duty of learning. It was founded in September 1970 on the initiative of Kim Il-sung. Its important duty is to defend the home front with the Worker Peasant Red Guards, in case aggressors unleash a war. With the development of the Young Red Guards, the policy of the Workers' Party of Korea of arming all the people has been implemented in greater depth and the country's self-defensive capabilities strengthened further. 17. 21. Services and arms of the Korean People's Army. The services of the KPA comprise ground, naval, air and anti-aircraft, and strategic forces. The ground force includes such arms as infantry, artillery, tank and corps. The naval force is equipped with ships including submarines. The air and anti-aircraft force is armed with interceptors, bombers, helicopters and other types of aircraft. 22. Strengthening the Korean People's Army. The DPRK lays great stress on training the KPA soldiers politico-ideologically and physically and developing it in military techniques. To this end, it directs close concern to strengthening the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea over the KPA, combining politico-ideological work closely with the work related to military techniques and ensuring inheritance in army building. As a result, the KPA has become an elite revolutionary army that is unfailingly faithful to the leadership of the WPK and the Supreme Commander, brimming over with revolutionary faith and 18 revolutionary soldier spirit, and equipped with up-to-date military hardware, and in which strict military discipline is established. 23. Red Flag Company Movement. The Red Flag Company Movement is a mass innovation movement conducted by the service personnel of the KPA. It is aimed at developing the KPA into a solidly united force by educating all the service personnel in an unfailing loyalty to the Workers' Party of Korea and the leader in making it a match for 100 armed force. The flames of this movement spread rapidly to all sectors, units and posts of the KPA, developing into twice and thrice Red Flag Company, Red Flag Battalion and Red Flag Regiment movements. 24. Slogan, A Match for 100. Kim Il-sung advanced the slogan, A Match for 100, on February 1963, when he was inspecting a unit of the KPA. This slogan reflects the military idea of preparing each soldier to be capable of matching 100 foes by training him politically and ideologically, militarily and technologically, and of consolidating the self-defensive 19 capabilities of the country, not by increasing its numerical strength but by turning the whole army into a cadre army and modernizing it. Upholding the slogan, the KPA has been developed into an invincible combat force, every one of whose soldiers is capable of matching 100 foes. 25. Building a politically and ideologically strong army. Building a politically and ideologically strong army means developing the KPA into an army strong in ideas and faith, the core of which is the spirit of defending the leader unto death, and into an army that wins victory by relying on the service personnel's spiritual strength, maintaining ideology as an effective means of its building and activities. The DPRK set this as one of its key lines for increasing its military might and is developing the KPA into a force that follows its supreme commander only and defends him unto death with absolute trust in him, and into an invincible force that is capable of defeating any formidable enemy on the strength of ideology. 26. Building a morally sound army. Building a morally sound army means developing the KPA into a revolutionary army whose soldiers are 20 possessive spotless loyalty to the Workers' Party of Korea and the leader and are morally sound and win victory on the strength of morality. The DPRK defined this as one of its important lines for increasing its military might and is developing the KPA into a revolutionary army that supports the WPK and the leader with pure conscience and obligation, and into a force of comrades in arms possessive sound morality. 27. Strengthening the Korean People's Army in military techniques. The work of strengthening the KPA in military techniques is twofold. One is to train the service personnel into a match for 100 combatants who have acquired modern military science and technology, accurate marksmanship, and adroit and singular tactics, and the other is to equip the army with modern weaponry and other combat and technical equipment. According to the 4 major principles and 5-point policy for intensive training, all the units of the KPA intensify combat and political training in every way possible, and step up such mass movements as the movement for winning the title of a Young Hop-led 7th Regiment and arrange shooting competitions on a number of occasions. 21. On the basis of the specific situation in the country and the experiences gained in the anti-Japanese armed struggle and the Fatherland Liberation War, the state directs great efforts to obtain military science and technology and developing cutting-edge military hardware. By relying on the self-supporting, modern defense industry, it produces plenty of weapons and other combat and technical equipment needed for strengthening the armed forces. In this way, it strives to develop the KPA onto a higher level in military and technical terms. 28. Physical training of the service personnel. The KPA defines physical training of its service personnel as an important task for improving its fighting efficiency, and has paid close concern to equipping every one of them with a sturdy physique. It ensures that they build up their bodies through combat training, defense sports and mass-based sports activities. 29. Military discipline of the Korean People's Army. The KPA's military discipline assumes a voluntary and revolutionary character. 22. It set military rules and manuals in conformity with the essential features of a revolutionary army and the law-governed requirements for building revolutionary armed forces, ensures that the soldiers' service is put on a regular footing, and maintains rigid military discipline based on their self-consciousness. As a result, it has established the military discipline whereby the soldiers receive constant education and observe rules on a voluntary basis, unlike the armies of other countries that are usually controlled by such coercive methods as disciplinary punishment and detention in a guardhouse. 30. Idea of Army-People unity. The idea of Army-People unity is the one of the unity between the army and the people in ideology and fighting spirit, based on the revolutionary soldier spirit. It demands that the revolutionary soldier spirit of the KPA be popularized throughout society and all its members live and work in that spirit. By realizing the unity between the army and the people in ideology and fighting spirit, the DPRK has consolidated in every possible way the single-hearted unity of the WPK, the KPA and the people around the leader, and, by relying on it, built up its overall national strength. 23. The single-hearted unity of the Korean army and people in ideology and fighting spirits is indestructible. 31. Line of anti-Japanese armed struggle. The line of anti-Japanese armed struggle was advanced at the meeting of leading cadres of the Young Communist League and the Anti-Imperialist Youth League held in Kowloon, northeast China, between June 30th and July 2nd, 1930. Presiding over the meeting, Kim Il-sung set forth the line of waging an organized anti-Japanese armed struggle. He defined organizing and conducting an armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists as the major line of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle and the foremost task facing Korean revolutionaries, and presented the line of the Sungun Revolution to achieve national independence and liberation by force of arms. 32. Launch of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. The anti-Japanese armed struggle was launched according to the policy of waging an organized armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists without delay, which Kim Il-sung advanced at the meeting of 24-party and Young Communist League cadres held in December 1931 in Mengyu-gu, Yanji County, northeast China. At the meeting he called upon the entire nation to turn out in the sacred struggle for national liberation and set up strategic and tactical principles organizing and waging guerrilla warfare as the main form of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, founding the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army as the standing revolutionary armed force, establishing guerrilla bases, laying the mass foundation for the armed struggle, and forming a united front with Chinese anti-Japanese armed units. The meeting declared a war against the Japanese imperialists under the slogan, oppose arms with arms, and oppose counter-revolutionary violence with revolutionary violence. 33. Founding of the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army on April 25, 1932. Kim Il-sung founded the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army on the tableland of Bukidnon, Xiaosei, Antu County, northeast China. The AJPGA was a revolutionary armed force whose mission it was to achieve national liberation by driving out the Japanese aggressors and to build 25 socialism by abolishing all types of class exploitation and oppression. A genuine people's armed force, it was the pivotal force of the Sungun Revolution. The founding of the AJPGA made it possible to propel the overall Korean Revolution on the principle of Sungun. This marked the start of Kim Il-sung's Sungun-based revolutionary leadership. The AJPGA was reorganized into the Korean People's Revolutionary Army in March 1934 and developed into the Korean People's Army, a regular revolutionary armed force, in February 1948 after Korea's liberation. In the DPRK, April 25th, the founding day of the AJPGA, is celebrated as the Day of Army Founding. 34. Major military operations during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. Noteworthy in the history of the anti-Japanese armed struggle are the military operations whose main form was guerrilla warfare. Typical examples include battles in defense of guerrilla bases, operation of advance to a vast area, operation of advance to the Ntipuktu area, operation of advance into the homeland centered on the Battle of Pokampo, arduous march, operation of advance into 26 the Musan area, small unit actions and operation for final offensive. 35. Operation of advance into the homeland by large unit. In the middle of 1937, a large unit of the KPRA advanced into the homeland under the command of Kim Il-sung, dealing a heavy political and military blow to the Japanese imperialists. In this period they won victories in such battles as those of Pokampo, Kuehoshishin and Jianshanfeng. Thus they shattered the myth of the matchless imperial Japanese army and demonstrated the might of the KPRA, fully convincing the Korean people that they would emerge victorious if they fought against the Japanese aggressors. 36. Operation of harassment of the enemy's rear. In the wake of the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War in July 1937, the KPRA harassed and attacked the rear of the Japanese army, constantly moving in the vast areas including those near the Amnok and Tumen rivers. The units of the KPRA struck a hard blow at the Japanese aggressors in such battles as the assault on the 27-wall town of Shigang and Shisandae-ku, ambush in the area between Fusan and Shigang, and attack on the Huainan County town. 37. Operation of advance into the Musan area. In the spring of 1939, the KPRA under the command of Kim Il-sung conducted positive counter-offensives against the enemy and advanced again into the homeland. It dealt a heavy political and military blow to the Japanese aggressors in many battles including those of Shiwudae-gu, Bajiguao and Tihundin. It thereby demonstrated its might at home and abroad. 38. Operation of circling by large unit. From the autumn of 1939 to the spring of 1940, the main unit of the KPRA under the command of Kim Il-sung conducted an operation of continuously circling the vast region northeast of Ntipuktu. Unlike the conventional military and political activities based on secret camps, it was a mobile warfare in which a large unit continuously circled a vast area along the designated secret routes and attacked the enemy by employing various tactics. 28. At many battles such as those of Liuksong, Jiaxingzi, Damliu and Wankudi, the KPRA demonstrated its strength once again, thus making the Korean people realize that the gleam of national liberation was dawning. 39. Small unit actions. In August 1940, the KPRA switched over to small unit actions. Small units and groups of the KPRA conducted various military and political activities in the vast area of northeast China and deep in the homeland. This made it possible for the KPRA to preserve and build up its forces and make full preparations for the great event of national liberation. 40. Three-point line for national liberation. In late February 1943, Kim Il-sung called a meeting of commanding officers and chiefs of small units and groups of the KPRA and heads of revolutionary organizations at the Dulmubang secret camp in Sogak-ra, Sanhong County, South Hamgyong Province. At the meeting he advanced the three-point line for national liberation, which set the direction of the final operations for the anti-Japanese war to liberate Korea by the Korean people themselves. 29. This line was to deal a crushing blow at the Japanese aggressors through a general offensive of the KPRA, to hasten the defeat of Japanese imperialism by launching an all-people revolt in step with the KPRA's general offensive, and to organize joint operations behind enemy lines by all-people resistance groups in combination with the KPRA's general offensive. 41. Key tactics created during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. In the period of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, the KPRA defeated the enemy, which were boasting of their numerical and technological edge, by means of strategic and tactical, as well as political and ideological, superiority. The tactics created and employed by the KPRA include assault, ambush, harassment in the enemy's rear, luring, sudden attack, telescope tactic, and the tactic of marching a long distance at a go. 42. Major battles during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. During the anti-Japanese armed struggle, the KPRA dealt a severe political and military blow to the enemy in numerous battles, inspiring the people with confidence in the certainty of victory and revolution. 30 typical examples are the battles in defense of the Hiaowangching guerrilla base and others in Heoyangxiling, Dongning and Fusan County towns, Shigang, Hongtishan, Limingji, Pokampo, Jianshanfeng, Tihundin, Yoshaidong, Hongpe, Baraping, Dashai-Jingang, on the outskirts of Dashai and at the edge of Haixizigu. 43. Battles in defense of the Hiaowangching guerrilla base. In the period between early 1933 and February 1934, the KPRA unit and the people in the Hiaowangching guerrilla base, under the command of Kim Il-sung, frustrated the enemy's large-scale, punitive operations. The soldiers of the KPRA and other people in the guerrilla base made an all-out defense against the Japanese troops who were attacking in waves. They put the latter on the defensive by such adroit tactics as luring, ambush, sniping, assault on enemy bivouacs, and harassment of the enemy in their rear. The victory in these battles was attributable to Kim Il-sung's original guerrilla tactics and the all-people defense system set up in the guerrilla base. 44. Battle of Pokampo on June 4, 1937. The main unit of the KPRA, under 31, the command of Kim Il-sung, made an assault on the then township of Pocheon Sub-County, Haizan County, South Hamgyong Province, today's Pocheon Township, Pocheon County, Ryanggang Province, in the northern border area of Korea. At 10 p.m. Kim Il-sung fired a shot as a signal to launch the attack. The police substation, sub-county office and other Japanese repressive organs were wrapped in flames by the KPRA soldiers' brave and prompt actions. With the fire blazing high into the air, political operatives conducted various activities, scattering in the streets such appeals and leaflets as the proclamation and the 10-point program of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. The local people were only welcomed the KPRA, shouting, "Long live General Kim Il-sung." and long live the independence of Korea. In front of the welcoming crowd, Kim Il-sung made a speech in which he called upon the people to strive hard for the liberation of the country. The victory in the Battle of Pokonbo dealt a heavy political and military blow at the Japanese aggressors, shook their colonial ruling system to its foundations, and provided the impetus for the people to rise up against Japanese imperialism with full confidence in national 32 liberation. It also had a considerable impact on the anti-imperialist, anti-fascist struggle of the world's revolutionary peoples who were fighting for national independence, freedom and justice. Mass media of several countries reported the news of the KPRA's advance into the homeland under such headlines as guerrilla warfare in the northern area of Korea and guerrilla activities on the Korean border. 45. Battle of Jeonsanfeng on June 30, 1937. The KPRA defeated a large unit of the Japanese aggressors on Jeonsanfeng. After sustaining a hard blow in the Battle of Pokonbo, the enemy mobilized a huge force to chase the KPRA. On Jeonsanfeng, the units of the KPRA under the command of Kim Il-sung made full preparations to destroy the pursuing enemy. Around 8 a.m. the enemy launched an attack under cover of thick mist. The KPRA soldiers waited with patience until the enemy were a stone's throw from their positions, and then hit hard at them. The unit in front volleyed at the enemy, driving them into a valley, and those in both flanks made a counterattack, putting them on the 33 defensive. The enemy soldiers who narrowly escaped death ran away as dusk fell. Through this battle, the KPRA struck another severe military and political blow at the Japanese aggressors and demonstrated its strength once again. The victory in the battle was significant in consolidating the successes gained in the operation for advance into the homeland and convincing the people of the triumph of the revolution. 46. Arduous march from early December 1938 to March the following year. The main unit of the KPRA under the command of Kim Il-sung made a trek from Nanpei in northeast China to the border area near the Amnok River. Called the Arduous March, it was an expedition fraught with unheard of, unimaginable trials, a bloody march in which fierce battles were fought day and night for more than 100 days. By achieving brilliant victory in the Arduous March, the KPRA dealt a hard blow at the Japanese aggressors and demonstrated its might, thereby inspiring the people with confidence in the victory of the revolution and opening up a new phase and effecting an upsurge in the overall Korean Revolution centered on the anti-Japanese armed struggle. 34. 47. Battles in the Musan area in May 1939. After winding up the historic Arduous March, the main unit of the KPRA advanced into the homeland again and fought battles in Tiahong and other parts of the Musan area. At these battles, the soldiers of the KPRA hit hard at the enemy, inspiring the compatriots in the homeland with confidence and sure victory and zeal for struggle. This was a severe political and military blow to the Japanese aggressors. Along with the Battle of Pokonbo, these battles were quite great in scale and significance among the military operations the KPRA conducted in the homeland. 48. Final offensive for national liberation. On August 9, 1945, Kim Il-sung ordered the units of the KPRA to launch a final offensive for the liberation of the country. According to his order, the units of the KPRA switched over to a final offensive and pushed into Korea, crushing the Japanese aggressors in cooperation with the Soviet army that was involved in the anti-Japanese war. In response to this final offensive, the small units, groups and political operatives of the KPRA, local people's armed units and armed revolt groups, all active 35 in the homeland, as well as the broad sections of the people, harassed the enemy's rear in all parts of the country and rendered support to the advancing units of the KPRA. The KPRA's fierce attacks and the all-people resistance dealt a devastating blow to the Japanese imperialists. On August 15, 1 week after the launch of the KPRA's final offensive, Japan announced its unconditional surrender. In this way, the historic cause of Korea's liberation was accomplished and the KPRA won a brilliant victory in the 15-year anti-Japanese armed struggle. 49. Building a regular army after national liberation. After the country's liberation, the KPRA was developed into the Korean People's Army, a modern regular army, the hardcore of which was the anti-Japanese revolutionary fighters who had been tempered in the flames of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. This work was carried out by relying on the country's internal forces. The KPA was proclaimed on February 8, 1948. The development of the KPRA into a regular revolutionary force was another brilliant fruition born of the Juche idea and the Sungun idea created by Kim Il-sung 36 and their embodiment in the Sungun-based revolutionary line. 50. Pyongyang Institute. Pyongyang Institute was the country's first school for training military and political officials who would render services to building a new Korea and revolutionary armed forces. The institute was founded in mid-November 1945 under the guidance of Kim Il-sung. Its first graduation ceremony was held in late April 1946. 51. Central Security Officers Training School. The Central Security Officers Training School was a base for training military officers needed to build regular armed forces. The training school was founded in July 1946 under the guidance of Kim Il-sung. Its first graduation ceremony was held in late October 1947. It trained officers for such arms as infantry, artillery, and engineering. 52. Security Officers Training Centers. The Security Officers Training Centers were set up in August 1946 under the direction of Kim Il-sung in different parts of the country, including Pyongyang, 37 Kaechon, and Ronam. They were the country's first regular army units that were organized as part of the preparations for building regular armed forces. These training centers had branches, under which there were battalions, companies, platoons, and squads. As the core units of the future regular army, they were genuinely people's armed units composed of the sons and daughters of workers, peasants, and other working people. 53. Outbreak of the Fatherland Liberation War. The Fatherland Liberation War broke out at the early dawn of June 25, 1950, when the troops of the Syngman Republic clique, at the instigation of the U.S. imperialists, launched an all-out invasion against the northern half of Korea. The U.S. imperialists engineered the war with an aim to stamp out the DPRK, which was proclaimed on September 9, 1948, at its burgeoning stage and make the whole of Korea a colony and military bridgehead for invading the Asian continent and realizing their ambition of world domination. In actual facts, there was a small war before the outbreak of the all-out war. From 1947, the U.S. imperialists persisted in armed 38 provocations against the northern half of Korea, expanding the scope of their military actions on a yearly basis. This local war did not escalate into an all-out war. It was entirely attributable to the peace-loving stand and utmost patience of the Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPRK. However, the U.S. imperialists responded with an all-out war to the Korean people's sincere attitude towards peace. Now the Korean service personnel and people found themselves at the crossroads of whether to become imperialist colonial slaves again or to defend their dignity as citizens of an independent and sovereign state. They turned out as one in the Fatherland Liberation War to repulse the invasion by the U.S. imperialists and their vassal forces, reunify the country and safeguard its sovereignty, freedom, and democratic system. 54. Stages of the Fatherland Liberation War. The Fatherland Liberation War can be divided into 4 strategic stages. 55. Strategic policy for the first stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. The strategic policy for the first stage of the Fatherland Liberation War was to frustrate the 39 enemy's invasion, swiftly switch over to counter-offensive, annihilate the enemy's main force in a short period with great maneuverability and successive blows before the U.S. imperialists could bring in massive reinforcements, and liberate the southern half of Korea. This stage lasted from June 25th to September 15th, 1950. During this period, the units of the KPA conducted 5 operations in a row, including the operations to liberate Seoul and Daejeon, the battle to seize Indong, advance to the Raktong River line, and naval engagement in the Sea off Jumunjin. They won numerous battles, routing the ever-victorious U.S. 240H Infantry Division and the 2nd, 5th, and 7th Infantry Divisions of the ROK Army, dealing a heavy blow at the U.S. 1st Cavalry Division and 25th Infantry Division, and the 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 8th Infantry Divisions, and the Metropolitan Division of the ROK Army. The sailors hit hard at the U.S. Far East Fleet, and the airmen shot down or damaged such enemy planes as the Flying Fortress B-29. In a matter of 1.5 months after the outbreak of the war, the KPA liberated more than 90% of the territory of South Korea and over 92% of its population. 40. 56. Strategic policy for the second stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. The strategic policy for the second stage of the Fatherland Liberation War was, on the one hand, to slow down the enemy's advance and thus gain time to rescue the main force of the KPA from encirclement in the southern half, and, on the other, to muster new reserve units for a powerful counter-offensive and make a planned retreat. Around mid-September 1950, the tide of the war was turning against the DPRK. The U.S. imperialists had been in danger of being expelled from Korea owing to the KPA's strong counterattack. In a bid to make up for their repeated failures and occupy the whole of Korea at all costs, they brought in huge forces to the Korean front: ground, naval and air forces in the Pacific, part of the Mediterranean fleet, ground forces from the U.S. mainland, and even troops of 15 vassal states including Britain, Canada, Turkey, Australia, Thailand, the Philippines, France, Greece, New Zealand, and Colombia. They were attempting to conduct a large-scale landing operation at Incheon with a huge force. In this critical situation, the KPA was compelled to make a strategic temporary retreat. The second stage of the Fatherland Liberation War 41 lasted from September 16th to October 24th, 1950. During this period, the units of the KPA won a brilliant victory in many operations and battles: the operations in defense of the Incheon Seoul area, the Raktong River line, the area along the 38th parallel, and the area north of it, and the defensive battle on Walmy Island. These operations dealt a heavy blow at the U.S. 1st and 9th Army Corps and the 1st and 2nd Army Corps of the ROK Army, and frustrated the adventurous general offensive of the enemy to swallow up the northern half of Korea in one single gulp. And the second front units of the KPA engaged the enemy actively and struck them hard from behind. 57. Strategic policy for the third stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. The strategic policy for the third stage of the Fatherland Liberation War was to frustrate the enemy's attack and switch over to a counterattack as soon as possible to drive the enemy to the south of the 38th parallel and debilitate their forces through incessant battles while making full preparations for final victory in the war. The third stage of the Fatherland Liberation War lasted from October 25th, 1950 to June 10th, 1951. 42. During this period, the units of the KPA conducted 5 large-scale operations in succession: the counterattack in the area north of the Changjiang River, stubborn defensive battles on the eastern sector of the front, encirclement on the Changjiang River line, encirclement of an Army Corps at Lake Jangjin, active harassment of the enemy's rear by the second front units. These operations and battles inflicted a crushing blow on the U.S. 1st, 9th and 10th Army Corps and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Army Corps of the ROK Army. As a result, the area in the northern half of Korea, which had been under the enemy's temporary occupation, was liberated and the enemy were driven to the south of the 38th parallel. 58. Strategic policy for the fourth stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. The strategic policy for the fourth stage of the Fatherland Liberation War was to maintain the existing front line and ceaselessly strike at and wipe out the enemy forces by launching an active positional defense battle, while preparing all conditions necessary for ultimate victory in the war, by gaining time to further increase the fighting capacity of the KPA and consolidate the rear. The fourth stage of the Fatherland Liberation War 43 lasted from June 11th, 1951 to July 27th, 1953. During this period, the units of the KPA waged several defensive operations and battles, including the summer and autumn defensive operations in 1951, the battles in defense of Height 1211, and the attack on Height 351. By so doing, they frustrated the enemy's adventurous offensives and aggressive plots such as Summer and Autumn Offensive, Strangling Operation, Scorched Earth Operation, New Offensive, and Germ Warfare, all of which were committed behind the screen of the armistice talks. In this way, they dealt a severe political and military blow to the enemy and won final victory in the war. 59. Operation to liberate Seoul. In the period of the initial operations for the first stage of the Fatherland Liberation War, the combined units of the KPA, which had switched over to a counterattack, conducted a general offensive to seize Seoul. The general offensive started at 5 a.m. on June 28, 1950, followed by a powerful artillery barrage. The tanks made a breach and the combined infantry units attacked the enemy from the front, flanks, and rear. The KPA soldiers charged into the streets and took such important 44 organs as the Capitol Building, Radio Station, Army Headquarters, MP Headquarters, Sadiman Prison, Mafo Prison, Central Telegraph Office, and Kyangmudiae, Syngman Rhee's residence. Seoul fell at 11:30 a.m. on the same day, the flag of the DPRK fluttering on the roof of the Capitol Building. It was just 3 days after the outbreak of the war. In this operation, the KPA killed or wounded or captured over 21,000 and destroyed or captured many combat equipment, including guns, small arms, armored vehicles, trucks, and planes. The victory in the operation was a brilliant result of Kim Il-sung's operational plan to launch an immediate counterattack, a model of modern warfare. The operation demonstrated the superiority of his outstanding strategies and tactics, such as correct definition of the direction of the main attack, continued strikes and annihilation through encirclement, high mobility, and flanking. 60. Battle of Osan on July 5, 1950. The combatants of the tank and infantry units of the KPA engaged the advance group of the U.S. 240H Infantry Division in the Osan area, south of Suwon. 45 composed of 1 battalion and 1 field artillery battalion of the 21st Regiment of the division. The advance group was called Smith Detachment, or Smith Commando, named after the battalion commander Lieutenant Colonel Smith. The detachment took up a position in the Osan area at 3 a.m. that day, waiting for the KPA units marching southward. At the outset of the battle, a tank unit of the KPA broke through the enemy's heavy barrage and sped up its advance. Another tank unit wiped out the enemy's field artillery battalion from the flank, thus completely isolating the infantry. Then the combatants of the KPA Infantry Regiment encircled and annihilated the enemy troops at a go. Thus the advance group of the U.S. Army met a tragic end. 61. Naval Battle of Jumunjin in early July 1950. In the period of the second operations for the first stage of the Fatherland Liberation War, the sailors of the second torpedo boat fleet of the KPA sank the heavy cruiser Baltimore, 17 300-ton class, which the U.S. imperialists had boasted about as a moving island, and damaged a light cruiser, 12 000-ton class, with 4 torpedo boats in the sea off Jumunjin. This miraculous feat was unprecedented in the world history of naval battles. 46. 62. First air battle. The pilots of the KPA achieved a brilliant victory in the first air battle during the Fatherland Liberation War. In early July 1950, the KPA pilots, on board propeller planes, engaged a jet aircraft of the U.S. 5th Air Force. They shot down 13 planes, including B-29, and damaged more than 10. This added a brilliant page to the world history of air battles. 63. Operation to Liberate Daejeon. The KPA conducted the Operation to Liberate Daejeon in the period of the third operations for the first stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. Kim Il-sung advanced an operational plan of encircling the Daejeon area in a short period and annihilating the enemy promptly. According to this plan, the combined units of the KPA succeeded in encircling the city through swift mobility and sudden attack. One of those units blocked the enemy's retreat by making a 40-kilometer-long rush march through rugged mountains overnight. The general offensive began on July 20, 1950. The combined units of the KPA launched an all-out attack from north, northwest, and west of the city. By dint of close cooperation and singular tactics, they 47 vanquished the U.S. 240H Infantry Division, the ever-victorious division, arrested its commander Dean and annihilated the soldiers of the ROK Army. Daejeon fell by noon. It was a model of modern encircling operation, in which large enemy force was encircled and defeated in one stroke by employing various tactics. The victory in this operation put an end to the myth of the U.S. imperialists' mightiness. 64. Defensive battle on Walmy Island. The subunits of the KPA on Walmy Island waged a heroic battle to frustrate the U.S. forces' massive landing at Inkpon. For the landing operation, the U.S. imperialists mobilized over 50,000 troops, hundreds of warships, and some 1,000 aircraft, as well as the forces of the former Japanese army. At that time, on Walmy Island, there were a coastal artillery battery with 4 guns and an infantry company of the KPA. The battle on the island lasted from September 13 to 15, 1950. The combatants of the KPA fought death-defyingly to the last man, delaying the enemy's landing operation for 3 days. They sank or damaged 13 vessels, 48 including 3 destroyers. Thanks to their heroic struggle, the units in defense of the Inkpon area gained time. It was a great contribution to implementing the strategic policy for the second stage of the war. 65. Second front in the enemy's rear. The second front formed by the units of the KPA during the Fatherland Liberation War was a new type of front in the enemy's rear never witnessed in the world history of human warfare. It was an operation by regular army, which differed from guerrilla warfare. Under the unified direction of the Supreme Headquarters, the KPA units involved took hold of wide areas in the enemy's rear and liberated the local people. They seized wide areas in Wanghi, Kangwon, and South Yangon provinces in the central part of the country and launched brisk military actions in the enemy-held areas from mid-October 1950. They delayed the enemy's advance as much as possible, created conditions favorable for the counter-offensive of the KPA, and enhanced the striking power of the KPA both at the front and in the rear, so as to liberate the enemy-held areas at the earliest possible date. 66. Battle at Lake Jangjin. The KPA combined units waged the battle at Lake 49 Jangjin from November 27 to December 6, 1950. They annihilated the main force of the US 10th Army Corps by encircling it near the lake along the scores of kilometers long line. Consequently, the lake and nearby valleys were covered with the corpses of enemy soldiers and wrecked guns, tanks, and trucks. Commander Smith of the 1st Division of the US Marine Corps, later nicknamed the Grave General, fled at Hong'an Port in the east coast of Korea. On board a ship, he said that in the 175-year history of the US Marine Corps had not been recorded such a commander who departed leaving behind so many corpses of his soldiers. On the spot, American journalists described it as the first retreat in the history of the US Marine Corps. Not long after the counterattack, the KPA units under the wise leadership of Kim Il-sung struck hard at the enemy that intruded into the northern half of Korea and liberated the whole part north of the 38th parallel. 67. Battles in defense of Height 1211. During the fourth stage of the Fatherland Liberation War, the KPA units waged fierce battles in defense of Height 1211, a key defense point in the eastern sector of the front. The enemy poured 30,000 to 40,000 shells and bombs every day on the height and launched massive attacks in waves scores of times a day. However, the KPA soldiers and the local people repulsed the enemy's attacks and defended the height, thus frustrating their summer and autumn offensive. At the battles, they killed, injured or captured over 29,000 soldiers, shot down over 40 aircraft, and captured or destroyed many weapons and other combat and technical equipment including about 60 tanks. The enemy soldiers would call the height Heartbreaking Ridge or Punchbowl as no one could come out alive after entering the valley in front of it. 68. Battle on T-shaped Hill in late January 1953, an artillery unit and an infantry subunit of the KPA defended T-shaped Hill against the U.S. imperialist large-scale offensive. At that time, the enemy prepared a massive attack on the hill in a bid to fathom the feasibility of their success in the new offensive and bring in more forces by raising the sagging morale of their allied states. They mobilized huge forces and combat equipment and invited the UN Press Corps and an inspection group, taking their victory as a fait accompli. 51. However, the carefully prepared, exemplary battle ended in a fiasco by the KPA unit's unexpected powerful gunfire and counterattack. This ignominious defeat augured ill for the enemy's new offensive. They lamented that they did not seize the hill even after suffering over 6,000 casualties, which had been estimated to be about 200. An American publication said that Mark Clark and Van Fleet had 300,000 shells poured on the hill on a daily basis, and the elite mechanized units mobilized to conquer the hill of tactical importance, and their operation proved a complete failure. 69. Attack on Height 351. The KPA soldiers launched a sudden attack on Height 351 on the night of June 2, 1953 in the last period of the fourth stage of the Fatherland Liberation War. The enemy described the height as an impregnable fortress and line of no retreat, saying that they might give up Seoul, but not Height 351. The KPA combatants seized it in a matter of 15 minutes. Subsequently, they repelled the enemy's attacks for more than 50 days and defended the height to the end. The enemy suffered 500 casualties. After the battles, 14 combatants of the KPA were honored with the title of Hero of the DPRK. 52. These battles added another brilliant page to the records of the Fatherland Liberation War. Driven into a predicament by the continued strikes of the KPA, the U.S. imperialists signed the Armistice Agreement on July 27, 1953, which, in effect, meant a surrender to the Korean people. Thus, the 3-year-long Fatherland Liberation War ended in a great victory for the DPRK. 70. Factor in achieving victory in the Fatherland Liberation War and its significance. The factor in achieving victory in the Fatherland Liberation War is twofold: the wise leadership of Kim Il-sung, the ever-victorious, iron-will commander and outstanding military strategist, and the gallant spirit of the Korean service personnel and people of defending the country and their unyielding fighting mettle. The victory was significant in that the DPRK defeated U.S. imperialism for the first time in history and safeguarded its national sovereignty and dignity, that it smashed the myth of the U.S. imperialists' mightiness and brought about the beginning of a decline for them, and that, by prevailing over the Allied imperialist forces, it contributed greatly to promoting the cause of independence against imperialism. 53. 71. War results achieved by the Korean People's Army during the 3-year-long Fatherland Liberation War. The KPA killed, wounded or captured over 1,567,120 enemy soldiers, including more than 405,490 microsecond imperialist aggressor troops, and seized or destroyed enormous amounts of combat equipment and war materiel, including 12,220 planes, 564 vessels, 3,250 tanks and armored vehicles, 13,350 trucks, 7,690 guns and 925,150 small arms. The loss sustained by the U.S. imperialist aggressors was nearly 2.3 times what they had sustained in the 4-year-long Pacific War. The U.S. journal U.S. News and World Report said that the loss sustained by the United States on the Korean front was more than twice what it had sustained during the previous 5 big wars: the War of Independence, the War of 1812, the Mexican War, Spanish-American War, and the War in the Philippines. 72. Major military tactics created during the Fatherland Liberation War. Kim Il-sung created unique military tactics during the Fatherland Liberation War, and the combatants of the KPA achieved brilliant results by employing those tactics. Typical examples include tunnel tactic, aircraft 54 hunting team movement, tank hunting team movement, sniper team movement, and separate heavy machine gun team movement. 73. Tunnel tactic. The tunnel tactic was a combat method of striking the enemy by building defensive positions centered on the underground tunnel connected to such field positions as pillboxes and trenches for personnel and communications. The tactic was highly effective in that it reliably protected service personnel, weapons, and other combat and technical equipment against modern means of strike, and made it possible to prepare for such combat actions as charge, countercharge, and assault, thus providing a guarantee for strong defense and active attack. As for this combat method, Commander Van Fleet of the U.S. 88th Army said that even the Maginot Line of France and the Siegfried Line of Germany, widely known as the strongest defense lines during the Second World War, would not match the KPA's defense line with tunnels built along the 250-kilometer-long front. 74. Aircraft hunting team movement. The aircraft hunting team movement was a combat action of shooting down enemy planes with small arms. 55. The aircraft hunting teams, wherever they went, shot down planes with rifles, light and heavy machine guns, anti-tank guns, etc., according to their actual conditions. A combined unit of the KPA defending the West Coast shot down 106 planes in 1952 alone, thereby frustrating the U.S. imperialists' air supremacy and air strategy and contributing to achieving victory in the Fatherland Liberation War. 75. Tank hunting team movement. The tank hunting team movement was an action of destroying tanks by making effective use of the characteristics of mountainous regions and weak points of enemy tanks. The tank hunting teams destroy not only the tanks and armored vehicles of the enemy in the defense line, but also those in the depth of their tightly guarded positions. In November 1951 alone, a team in the eastern sector of the front destroyed 29 tanks, and an army corps in the front line organized about 109 tank hunting teams in 1952. 76. Separate heavy machine gun team movement. The separate heavy machine gun team movement 56 was an action of checking the mobility of enemy scouts and soldiers by deploying heavy machine guns near the front. The principle of this movement was that 1 or 2 teams should be organized by every infantry company in the first echelon, and each team should move secretly near the enemy's defense line, carrying 1 heavy machine gun, some rifles, submachine guns, etc. by shooting the enemy whenever they appeared. These teams helped toward restricting the activities of enemy scouts and soldiers, striking terror into their hearts and providing a guarantee for active defense. 77. Units honored with the title of Guards during the Fatherland Liberation War. 13 units and combined units of the KPA were awarded the title of Guards for their outstanding exploits in the Fatherland Liberation War. Among them were Seoul Guards 3rd Infantry Division, Seoul Kim Chae Guards 4th Infantry Division, Seoul Guards 105th Tank Division, and Guards 18th Infantry Regiment, which distinguished themselves in many battles including the operations to liberate Seoul and Daejeon, Guards 2nd Torpedo Boat Fleet, which sank a heavy cruiser and damaged a light cruiser with 4 torpedo boats in the Sea off Jumunjin, and Guards 56-57 Interceptor Regiment, which shot down and damaged scores of U.S. jet aircraft in the operation to liberate Daejeon and many other battles. 78. Heroes produced during the Fatherland Liberation War. A large number of service personnel and people were honored with the titles of Hero of the DPRK and Labor Hero of the DPRK for their distinguished services to winning victory in the Fatherland Liberation War. 586 were awarded the title of Hero of the DPRK, 5 of them were twice heroes, and 20, Labor Hero of the DPRK. Besides, over 809,000 service personnel and people received various kinds of official commendations. Examples are Ri Su-bok, who blocked an enemy pillbox with his body and made a breakthrough for his charging unit in the battle on Height 1211, Jo Kun-sil, who repelled the enemy's attack by pressing the trigger of the heavy machine gun with his chin after being seriously wounded in his 2 arms and left leg and thus contributed to defending the hill, and Kang Ho-young, who, seriously wounded in his 2 arms and 2 legs, rolled down into a group of the enemy with a grenade in his mouth. 58. 79. Defending socialism. After the war, the U.S. imperialists suffered a severe political and military defeat during the Fatherland Liberation War. Instead of drawing a serious lesson from it, they have resorted to vicious schemes to stamp out socialism of the Korean style. There has been no let-up in their anti-DPRK, anti-socialist schemes since the ceasefire, and the enemy have grown more desperate in their aggressive maneuvers. The situation in the Korean peninsula has steered on the brink of war, and, consequently, the Korean people face serious challenges and threats in their efforts for socialist construction. However, the KPA has safeguarded the country's national sovereignty and socialism, thwarting the enemy's aggressive schemes and military provocations at every step. 80. PCE 56 incident. On January 19, 1967, the South Korean puppet clique, hell-bent on igniting a new war under the aegis of the U.S. imperialists, sent PCE 56 into the territorial waters of the DPRK. While committing acts of hostility, the escort ship was sunk by the fire of a coast artillery unit of the KPA. The incident showed that aggressors will meet a tragic end. 59. 81. Pueblo incident. On January 23, 1968, the naval vessels of the KPA, during a routine patrol, captured the U.S. armed spy ship Pueblo, as well as over 80 of its crew, which intruded into the territorial waters of the DPRK and was committing acts of espionage 7.6 nautical miles from Rio Island near Wonsan. The armed spy ship dispatched by the CIA was furnished with various items of espionage equipment, and the crew had a map marked with the DPRK's military bases and detailed records collected through several rounds of their espionage acts. In capturing the spy ship, the DPRK was exercising its sovereign right. However, the United States claimed that the ship had been in international waters and had not committed any acts of espionage, clamoring that it would retaliate by military means unless the DPRK released the ship and its crew. It concentrated huge forces in and around the Korean peninsula, bringing the situation to the brink of war. At this critical juncture, Kim Il-sung declared that the DPRK would retaliate against that retaliation and return all-out war for the all-out war. The Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPRK stated that if the U.S. imperialists, despite a serious warning, plunged the situation into a highly volatile state and dared to ignite a war, they would suffer a more ignominious defeat. All the service personnel and people in the country made full combat preparations with a firm resolve to repulse the enemy's attack at a stroke. Frustrated by this resolute stand and surging morale, the United States had no option other than to sign a letter of apology in which it solemnly apologized for the espionage activities and hostile acts by the Pueblo against the DPRK and gave firm assurance that no U.S. ships would intrude again in the future into its waters. Through this incident, the Korean service personnel and people demonstrated to the whole world their firm unity around the WPK and the leader in the validity of their country's self-defensive military line. 82. EC 121 incident. Far from drawing a lesson from the Pueblo incident, the U.S. imperialists persisted in conducting aggressive military exercises and, at the same time, reinforced their armed forces and ROK forces and brought in larger amounts of latest weapons and war materiel. On April 15, 1969, they sent the spy aircraft EC 121 to the territorial airspace of the DPRK on reconnaissance missions. 61. The pilots of the Air Force of the KPA shot down the spy plane while it was committing acts of espionage inside the airspace of the DPRK. This was a self-defense measure that conformed with international law and a due punishment to the intruders. 83. Panmunjom Incident. The Panmunjom Incident, also called August 18th Incident, was a premeditated scheme that the U.S. imperialists orchestrated in the joint security area at Panmunjom in a bid to make an excuse for another aggressive war against the DPRK. Their military provocations against the country continued into the 1970s. On August 18th, 1976, 14 enemy soldiers turned up with axes to fell a tree in the joint security area at Panmunjom along a military demarcation line. Felling a tree in this area without agreement between the two sides was an undisguised act of provocation. A fierce scuffle followed. Obviously, it was a prearranged provocation to ignite a new war in Korea. The Ford administration immediately ordered all its aggressive forces stationed in South Korea to be put on full combat readiness. It reinforced state-of-the-art military hardware and troops on a large scale. 62. Threatening retaliation against the DPRK. This precipitated a hair-trigger situation in the Korean peninsula. The Korean service personnel and people, single-heartedly united around the leader in the Workers' Party of Korea, strove together to thwart the enemy's aggressive acts. In this showdown, they reliably defended the security of their country and the gains of the revolution by strengthening its defenses and pushing forward socialist construction with a rifle in one hand and a hammer or sickle in the other. 84. DPRK-US nuclear standoff. In the early 1990s. In the early 1990s, there was a standoff between the DPRK and the US-led allied imperialist forces over the DPRK's nuclear issue, concocted by the US imperialists. Availing themselves of the collapse of socialism in the former Soviet Union and East European countries, the US imperialists clamored about the end of socialism and directed the spearhead of their attack to socialist Korea. In 1993, they instigated the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, to force upon the DPRK a special inspection of some military sites, suspected 63 to be related with nuclear activities, on the pretext of their suspicions concerning its nuclear development. They even fixed a time limit, threatening that they would not rule out preemptive military strike if the DPRK did not accept the demand for the inspection and making public their aggressive war plans. To coincide with this, the Team Spirit 93 joint military exercise of the US and the South Korean puppet army was resumed, and various means of nuclear strike, including latest type of fighter planes and naval vessels loaded with nuclear weapons, and 200,000 soldiers were deployed in the Korean peninsula and its surrounding seas. The situation in the Korean peninsula was driven to the brink of a nuclear war. At this juncture, the order of the Supreme Commander of the KPA on declaring a state of semi-war for the whole country, all the people in the entire army, was issued March 8, 1993, and the DPRK government issued a statement on its withdrawal from the NPT March 12, 1993. To the world, this was a bolt from the blue. It demonstrated the courage and mettle of the Korean service personnel and people who always counter the imperialists and provokers' hardline policy with a harder line policy. Overawed by this resolute response, the US and its 64 followers were compelled to announce the ending of the Team Spirit 93 joint military exercise ahead of schedule, and the IAEA gave up the special inspection. 85. U.S. helicopter shot down on December 17, 1994. A U.S. helicopter, which intruded into the territorial airspace of the DPRK, was shot down at a single shot by the self-defense measure of the KPA. The incident was part of a series of the hostile acts the U.S. imperialists committed behind the curtains of the DPRK-U.S. talks. It proved that the DPRK's declaration that it would never pardon anyone who violated its territory, airspace, or waters was not a bluff. It was a severe punishment meted out to the aggressors that were hell-bent on the maneuvers to start a new war against the DPRK behind the curtain of bilateral talks. The U.S. president dispatched his special envoy to make a formal apology to the DPRK government and sign a memorandum of understanding which guaranteed that the U.S. would take measures to prevent a recurrence of such incident. 86. Skirmishes on the West Sea. From June 1999, the naval vessels of the ROK 65 Army, at the prompting of the U.S. imperialists, would intrude into the DPRK's side of the demarcation line on the West Sea of Korea and provoke the patrol boats of the KPA. There were 3 rounds of skirmishes between both sides, in which many South Korean ships and crew were sunk. This was a just, self-defense measure and a due punishment to the intruders. 87. Yanpyeong Island bombarded. In the afternoon of November 23, 2010, the artillery unit of the ROK Army on Yanpyeong Island opened fire towards the territorial waters of the DPRK under the pretext of naval firing exercise. This was a premeditated act of provocation the South Korean warmongers committed at the instigation of the U.S. imperialists. As the enemy ignored the DPRK's repeated warnings, the KPA ground artillery unit's multiple launched rocket systems fired back by volleys, turning the island into a lake of fire. 88. Nuclear tests. In order to cope with the U.S. imperialist frantic schemes to ignite a nuclear war, the DPRK built up its own nuclear deterrent and conducted underground nuclear tests 3 times and its first H-bomb test. 66. Since the mid-1950s, in violation of the Korean Armistice Agreement, the U.S. shipped more than 1,000 nuclear weapons to South Korea and conducted joint nuclear war games with the ROK Army on a yearly basis. Worse still, it ratcheted up its nuclear threats against the DPRK, drafting secret nuclear war plans during the Fatherland Liberation War and on later occasions, and designating the country as one of the targets for its preemptive nuclear strike. In February 2005, the DPRK announced that it manufactured nuclear weapons for self-defense and, according to its plans to strengthen its nuclear deterrent, conducted underground nuclear tests in October 2006, May 2009, and February 2013, and its first H-bomb test in January 2016. This was a declaration that it ranks among nuclear powers, and any force which dares to provoke it is doomed. 89. Test firing of super precision tactical guided rockets. In late June 2014, there was a test firing of a super precision tactical guided weapon system, which the military scientists and technicians and the workers in the munitions industry had developed at the proposal of Kim Jong-un and under his meticulous guidance. 67. The test fire proved that the new system's scientific and technological performance is excellent with no slightest deviation. It enabled the KPA to put all of its strike mechanisms, including short, medium, and long-range guided weapons, on a super precision basis at the world level and improve the accuracy and power of their strikes as much as possible. As the test fire was conducted at a time when the U.S. and its vassal forces, including the South Korean puppet clique, were running most desperately to isolate and stifle the DPRK and ignite an aggressive war, it marked a signal victory in strengthening the country's self-defensive capabilities and thus encouraged its service personnel and people with great courage and confidence. 90. Manufacturing nuclear weapons. Scientists and technicians of the DPRK achieved great successes in installing nuclear warheads in various types of tactical and strategic ballistic rockets. In March 2016, Kim Jong-un gave field guidance over the manufacturing of nuclear weapons. He learned in detail about the proud successes the nuclear scientists and technicians achieved, upholding the WPK's line of promoting the two-front 68 simultaneously in national defense science and research work to strengthen the country's defense capability and consolidate its self-defensive deterrent. He said that the nuclear warhead designed to use mixed charge that was built in a Korean style was really great as it had been manufactured in a rational structure whereby thermonuclear reaction could develop in a moment. He continued that nuclear warheads were lightened and standardized in line with ballistic rockets, describing this as a real nuclear deterrent. He stressed that the Korean people can do what they are determined to do. Now the DPRK ensures the regular operation of nuclear facilities at a higher level. It produces necessary materials, develops the nuclear weapons technology uninterruptedly to manufacture more powerful, precise and miniaturized nukes and their carriers in larger quantities, and takes sustained steps to upgrade the means of nuclear strike already deployed for action. 91. Ballistic rocket launching drill. In March 2016, in a critical situation in which a nuclear war was about to break out on the Korean peninsula, the ballistic rocket launching drill of the KPA Strategic Force was conducted in combination 69 with the mobile operations for judging its actual capability of fighting the war. Kim Jong-un oversaw the drill. Western Front strike units, led by the commander of the KPA Strategic Force, moved swiftly to a launching site upon a sudden order by the Supreme Headquarters and demonstrated their constant readiness for action and mobility. At the commander's order to fire, ballistic rockets blasted off with thunderous explosions breaking the silence. The rockets struck the virtual ports of the enemy where the foreign forces of aggression would land by blasting at a fixed height over the target. Through this drill, the combat efficiency of the Western Front strike units of the Strategic Force was clearly demonstrated. This showed what the KPA's military countermeasure would be like. 92. Concentrated long-range artillery fire drill. In March 2016, a frontline large combined unit of the KPA staged a concentrated long-range artillery fire drill to destroy the Blue House and other reactionary government organs in Seoul. The largest ever long-range artillery fire drill 70 was aimed at turning Seoul into a lake of fire, the citadel of the South Korean puppet clique who dared to openly stage a precision strike drill targeting the supreme leadership of the Korean Revolution, and thus showing the resolve for revenge of all the service personnel and people. It demonstrated once again to the world the might of the KPA that is determined to make the U.S. imperialists and South Korean group of traitors meet the most miserable doom. Involved in the drill were well over 100 long-range guns of various calibers including Josh guns of the crack artillery units. Kim Jong-un climbed to the observation post and listened to the report on the plan for the drill. Upon his order, the guns opened fire striking the virtual targets mercilessly. The enemy's strongholds were reduced to rubble. 93. SLBM test firing. In May 2015, Kim Jong-un saw the test firing of a strategic submarine-launched ballistic missile. The strategic submarine sank to the depth of firing in the waters far away from the land and, after a while, the ballistic missile soared out of the surface into 71, the sky, emitting red flame. The test fire proved the SLBM launch fully satisfied the requirements of the latest military science and technology such as noise level inside the submarine, recoiling power, speed of the ballistic missile appearing on the surface of the water, and its angle. In April 2016, another test firing of SLBM was conducted under the guidance of Kim Jong-un. The test fire was aimed at verifying the stability of the cooling launch system at the maximum depth underwater, the dynamic features of the vertical flight of a missile propelled by a newly developed high-powered solid motor, the reliability of the thermal segment detachment, and the accuracy of operation of the nuclear detonator of warhead at a preset altitude. It proved that the Korean-style underwater launch system is completely reliable with all technical indexes satisfying the requirements of the Josh-based underwater offensive operations. The completion of the SLBM technology enabled the DPRK to possess a world-class strategic weapon with which to strike and destroy the hostile forces in any waters if they attempt to undermine the sovereignty and dignity of Sungun Korea and to stage underwater operations at will. 72. 94. Military Hardware Museum of the Korean People's Army. The Military Hardware Museum of the Korean People's Army was inaugurated in April 2012. It embodies the great exploits Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il performed in their lifelong, strenuous struggle to make the country's armed forces invincible, as well as the achievements of Supreme Commander Kim Jong-un. It also demonstrates the national defense capability of the DPRK. The museum houses thousands of weapons and other combat and technical equipment including small arms, guns, tanks, armored vehicles, ships, planes and strategic rockets, all produced by the munitions factories of the country. 95. Military parades of the Korean People's Army and the DPRK. There have been held grand-style parades of armed forces on important occasions, the first one being the parade of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. The parades of the KPA involving many units, service personnel and modern hardware, are festivals of great political and military significance. These events are arranged to add brilliance to the 73 imperishable exploits Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un performed in building up the armed forces. They greatly encourage and inspire the Korean people and the progressive peoples of the world with confidence in the certainty of victory in the cause of anti-imperialist independence. Also, they instill terror into the U.S. and other imperialists, giving an implicit warning that anyone who dares to violate the sovereignty of the DPRK and impair its national dignity will meet a tragic end. 96. Services rendered to the cause of global independence against imperialism. The DPRK disseminated the practical experience it had gained in the anti-imperialist national liberation war among the armies and peoples of many countries struggling for national independence and the building of a new society, and gave an active encouragement to them so that they could step up the anti-imperialist, anti-US struggle with confidence. It also offered selfless military assistance to the countries which embarked on the road of building a new society after being liberated from imperialist colonial rule in the efforts to build their own military forces. Besides, it trained military experts with utmost sincerity by request from many countries. 74. It rendered active help to the peoples of several countries in their struggle to frustrate the subversive schemes by imperialists and reactionaries and safeguard national independence. 97. Support to the Chinese Revolution. The DPRK rendered active support to the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people in their fight to liberate the whole territory of China. Its military assistance, as well as political and material support, was significant in the latter's fight to liberate Northeast China and the rest of the country from September 1945 to February 1950. In those years, competent military and political cadres and about 250,000 young people of Korea fought together with the service personnel of the People's Liberation Army, performing distinguished feats in the operations to liberate the whole of Northeast China, among them the battles to seize such cities as Siping, Jilin, Changchun, Jintu and Shenyang. Korean units also took part in the southward march of the PLA, making a breach for the main thrust in the operation to cross the Jiang River. After the battle in Jilin, Guangxi Province, they pushed to Hainan Island. The sons and daughters of Korea fought death-defyingly in the hundreds of big and small battles at 75 lasted for 4 to 5 years in the vast region extending from northeast China to Hainan Island. 98. assisting the Vietnamese people in their Revolutionary War in the mid-1960s. When the Vietnam War broke out, the DPRK government rendered unstinting political, military and material support to its Vietnamese counterpart, after declaring that it was ready to send volunteers to fight with the Vietnamese people at any time when the latter requested it. It dispatched competent engineers units to help the Vietnamese people in their tunneling work. The Korean fighter pilots shot down over 100 enemy planes, including the Flying Lion F-4, and held supremacy in the air over strategic points. Additionally, it sent millions of uniforms and other war supplies gratis to the Vietnamese army and people. 99. Assistance to the Arab states during the Yom Kippur War in March 1973. The DPRK government, at the request of its Egyptian counterpart, dispatched many pilots and military experts. During the Yom Kippur War, the Korean pilots performed with credit the duty of air defense near the 76 Red Sea coast, the weakest point on the front, clipping the feathers of the enemy pilots by displaying matchless courage and employing adroit tactics from the initial period of the war. The U.S. and Israeli planes did not dare to appear around the Red Sea coast throughout the war. On the other hand, the DPRK's military advisory group worked out a novel tactical plan of combining flank, rear and frontal attacks, and had some planes fly to the Mediterranean Sea for a surprise attack on the Israeli army's rear, thus making a remarkable contribution to putting the enemy on the defensive. 100. Support to the Cuban Revolution. At the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis between October and November 1962, the staff of the DPRK embassy stated that they would take up arms and fight alongside the Cuban people to the end. Then, dressed in Cuban military uniforms, they turned out in the showdown with the U.S. aggressors, to the admiration of the world's people. Moreover, after the victory in the Cuban Revolution, the DPRK sent large quantities of weapons to the country. In the 1980s, for example, it sent 100,000 weapons as a gratis material aid. In subsequent years it spared nothing if it was a request from the Cuban government. Understanding Korea, for Defense. Author, Han Soo-young. Editor, Kim Ji-ho. Translators, Mun Myung-song and Fyo Song-nam. Layout, Pang Song-hu and Yang Song-im. Cover design, Kim Mun-jung. Copyright, Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in July 105, 2016. Numero sign, 983,603. Email, flph@star-co.net.kp, http://www.naonara.com.kp. Understanding Korea 5 Economy. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 105, 2016. Understanding Korea 5 Economy. Foreign Languages Publishing House. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 105, 2016. Contents. 1. Type of the economy. 1. 2. Planned economy. 1. 3. Socialist ownership of the means of production. 2. 4. All people ownership and cooperative ownership. 2. 5. Necessity for the conversion of cooperative ownership into all people ownership. 3. 6. Organic combination of all people ownership with cooperative ownership. 4. 7. Planning of the national economy. 5. 8. Unified planning. 5. 9. Detailed planning. 6. 10. Advantage of the planned economy. 6. 11. Independent national economy. 6. 12. Differences between independent economy and closed economy. 7. 13. Key aspects of the independent national economy. 8. 14. Viability of the independent national economy. 8. 15. Economic structure. 9. 16. Theory on management of the socialist economy. 10. 17. Tea and work system. 11. 18. Major methods of socialist economic management. 11. 19. See essential to improving socialist economic management. 12. 20. Line of economic construction in the Sungun era. 13. 21. Goal of economic development. 13. 22. Definition of socialist economic giant. 13. 23. Strategic line of the Workers' Party of Korea for building an economic giant. 14. 24. Essential characteristics of a socialist economic giant. 14. 25. Objective of the 5-year strategy for national economic development. 15. 26. Industrial infrastructure. 15. 27. Priority given to heavy industry. 16. 28. Extractive industry. 16. 29. Underground resources. 17. 30. Construction of mines. 18. 31. Important mines. 19. 32. Coal mining industry. 20. 33. Big coal fields. 20. 34. Electric power industry. 22. 35. Tapping of renewable energy sources. 23. 36. Metallurgical industry. 24. 37. Drought-based system of producing iron. 25. 38. Important metallurgical bases. 25. 39. Machine building industry. 26. 40. Shipbuilding. 27. 41. Chemical industry. 27. 42. Vinalon. 29. 43. Recent advances in chemical industry. 29. 44. Building materials industry. 31. 45. Light industry. 32. 46. Central task facing light industry. 32. 47. Textile industry. 33. 48. Garment industry. 34. 49. Footwear industry. 34. 50. Foodstuff industry. 35. 51. Daily necessities industry. 36. 52. Local industry. 36. 53. Electronics industry. 37. 54. Agriculture. 38. 55. New agricultural guidance system. 39. 56. Subwork team management system. 39. 57. Drought farming method. 40. 58. Seed revolution. 41. 59. Agricultural science and technology. 42. 60. Land realignment. 42. 61. Irrigation network. 43. 62. Gravitational waterways. 44. 63. Tideland reclamation. 45. 64. Tiajido Tideland. 46. 65. Organic farming. 46. 66. Crop cultivation. 47. 67. Vegetable growing. 47. 68. Mushroom production. 48. 69. Industrial crop farming. 49. 70. Livestock farming. 50. 71. Pomiculture. 51. 72. Sericulture. 51. 73. Fishing industry. 52. 74. Fishing. 53. 75. Inshore aquaculture. 54. 76. Fish farming. 54. 77. seafood processing, 55. 78, transport, 56. 79, rail transport, 56. 80, sun pole 21, electric locomotive, 57. 81, road transport, 58. 82, water transport, 59. 83, West Sea barrage, 59. 84, transport by means of cableway, conveyor and pipeline, 60. 85, telecommunications, 61. 86, general orientation of land administration, 61. 87, afforestation, 62. 88, landscaping with lawns, 63. 89, agroforestry, 63. 90, recent achievements in land administration, 64. 91, commerce, 65. 92, public catering, 66. 93, quality management, 66. 94, quality accreditation, 67. 95, standardization, 68. 96, finance, 69. 97, system for protecting intellectual property rights, 70. 98, activities for protecting intellectual property rights, 70. 99, foreign trade, 71. 100, effecting a turnaround in building an economic giant, 72. 1. Type of the economy. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is propped up by the planned economy which, on the basis of socialist ownership of the means of production, is operated by organically combining the state's unified guidance with individual enterprises' relative independence and creativity. It is a self-supporting national economy that stands on its own feet, progressing by dint of domestic efforts, materials and technology. 2. Planned economy. Planned economy is a type of economy that develops in a planned and balanced way according to the unified strategy of a given state. The state accelerates economic construction by ensuring a reasonable balance between accumulation and consumption in conformity with the laws governing the development of the socialist economy, and draws up and executes a national economic plan geared up to steadily improving the people's living standards. This type of economy is based on socialist ownership of the means of production and collectivism. 2. 3. Socialist ownership of the means of production. Socialist ownership of the means of production means that the material elements for production are under the collective ownership of the socialist working people. In other words, it means that the material elements for production, means of labor and objects of labor, are under the public ownership of a social collective. Within the state machinery of the DPRK, raw and other materials, land, production-related buildings, means of transport, posts and telecommunications, and all other means of production are placed under the collective ownership of the working people. Socialist ownership of the means of production is a form of ownership that enables the working masses to become real masters of production and benefit from what has been produced. This form of ownership can be divided into all people ownership and cooperative ownership. 4. All people ownership and cooperative ownership. All people ownership means the ownership by all the people of the means of production, and cooperative ownership is the public ownership of the means of free production within the bounds of a certain collective. In the DPRK, cooperative ownership holds the dominant position in the sector of the rural economy, as socialization of the means of production is confined to the individual cooperative economy. In the sphere of cooperative ownership, products are distributed and used within the scope of the cooperative economy, and the ownership is confined to those involved directly in the management of the cooperative economy. This indicates that cooperative ownership is a low-grade form of ownership as compared with all people ownership. Cooperative ownership is gradually converted into all people ownership. 5. Necessity for the conversion of cooperative ownership into all people ownership. Only when cooperative ownership is converted into all people ownership, it is possible to eliminate the differences between the urban and rural areas, and between the working class and the peasantry, and achieve the complete victory of socialism. To this end, the DPRK are pushing forward the three revolutions, ideological, technological and cultural, in the countryside, and organically combining the two forms of ownership in the direction of constantly enhancing the forward role of the leadership of all people ownership over cooperative ownership. 6. Organic combination of all people ownership with cooperative ownership. It is through the interaction between all people ownership and cooperative ownership that the machinery, technology, advanced method of enterprise management and cultured production practices in the industrial sectors are introduced into the cooperative economy. In the DPRK, the two forms of ownership are being combined organically in the direction of cementing the direct relations of production between industry and agriculture and improving the role of the leadership of all people ownership over cooperative ownership. The state directs concerns of building up the national enterprises directly involved in the rural economy, such as farming machine stations, irrigation stations, seed selection farms, seed processing stations, agricultural experiment stations, breeding stock farms, and veterinary and anti-epizootic stations. It also exercises unified control over these enterprises and induces them to take an active part in the agricultural production of the cooperative economy. It is solidifying their material and technological foundations and managing them in an effective way so as to steadily improve their role in developing the agricultural cooperative economy. 7. Planning of the national economy. Reasonable balance is essential to the planning of the national economy. Balance should be established in such a way as to assure an increasingly high speed of economic development. Planning is done by a scientific system and method. Unified and detailed planning is important in this respect. 8. Unified planning. Unified planning means ensuring uniformity in planning under the coordinated direction of the state. What is fundamental to unified planning is to set up a uniform planning system. In the DPRK, all organs and sections in relation to planning make up a uniform planning system under the unified guidance of the State Planning Commission. This planning system makes it possible to effectuate the unified leadership of the ruling party and the state in each planning section, the basic unit of production, and combine leadership with the producer masses in planning. 6. 9. Detailed planning. Detailed planning means drawing up a specific, elaborate plan to dovetail the economic activities of all the sectors and units of the national economy to the finest detail. The essential characteristics of detailed planning are that it is a scientific method of combining the overall development of the economy closely with the management activities of all factories and enterprises, and that it is a method of working out elaborate plans to meet the actual conditions of economic sectors, regions and enterprises. Detailed planning makes it possible to eliminate the factors for imbalance and spontaneity in economic development and develop the country's economy smoothly at a high speed. 10. Advantage of the planned economy. The planned economy is advantageous in that it maximizes economic effectiveness by ensuring unified control of all economic potentialities available in the country and exploiting them under a unified plan. 11. Independent national economy. An independent national economy is one that can stand on its own feet without being subordinated to 7 others. During the anti-Japanese armed struggle, Kim Il-sung advanced an idea of building an independent national economy in the 10-point program of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland, May 1936. Immediately after the country's liberation, August 1945, he stressed that, in order to remove the after-effects of Japanese colonial rule and build a new Korea, it was vital to build an independent national economy on the principle of self-reliance, instead of seeking help from other countries, and wisely led the efforts to this end. In the whole period of socialist construction, the DPRK has adhered to the line of building an independent national economy. 12. Differences between independent economy and closed economy. An independent national economy is by no means a closed economy. In other words, it does not close the doors to other economies, nor does it rule out foreign trade. It is opposed to economic domination and subjugation of other countries, not to international economic cooperation. It strives to promote a wide spectrum of relations and aid cooperation with other economies, producing by itself what is vital and in large demand and obtaining what is lacking or in little demand or cannot be made domestically, through trading with other countries on the principle of filling each other's needs. 13. Key aspects of the independent national economy. The key aspects of the independent national economy are the establishment of a multifaceted and comprehensive structure of economic sectors, equipping of the national economy with modern technology, building up of domestic bases for raw materials, fuels and power, and management and operation of the economy by native technical personnel. 14. Viability of the independent national economy in the post-liberation years. The Korean people rehabilitated and developed the devastated economy in accordance with the line of building an independent national economy, though the Japanese imperialists claimed that they were not capable of doing so. During the Fatherland Liberation War, 1950-1953, they filled wartime needs by themselves to win victory in the war. After the war, the U.S. imperialists claimed that the DPRK-9 would not rise up again even after 100 years, but the Korean people rehabilitated the national economy in 2 to 3 years. They carried out the task of industrialization in a matter of 14 years, to the admiration of the developed capitalist nations with a history of hundreds of years of industrialization. In spite of severest difficulties facing them in the 1990s, they succeeded in launching the country's first artificial Earth satellite, which they manufactured by relying on their own efforts, technology and resources. In recent years, despite harsh sanctions by imperialists, they have established a just-based system of producing iron, fiber and fertilizer, put many industrial establishments on a just-oriented and modern footing, and raised the fierce flames of industrial revolution in the new century to push back the frontiers of science and technology. Today, the DPRK's independent national economy is fully developed and equipped with modern technology, and boasts reliable bases for materials and fuels. It is progressing at a fast speed, unaffected by economic upheavals worldwide. 15. Economic structure. The DPRK's economic structure is centered on the cabinet. 10. The cabinet adopts policies for the sectors of the national economy and guides the efforts for their implementation in a unified way. 16. Theory on management of the socialist economy. The theory on management of the socialist economy consists of the fundamentals of socialist economic management, basic principles to be maintained in the management and operation of the socialist economy, and methods to this end. The fundamentals of socialist economic management are to make the masses of the people the real masters of economic management, i.e., to help the masses of the people to exercise their actual rights and perform their responsibility and role to the full as the masters of economic management. The basic principles to be maintained in the management and operation of the socialist economy are proper combination of political guidance and economic and technological guidance, unified guidance of the state and the creative abilities of individual units, democracy and unitary supervision, and political and moral and material incentives, and gaining actual benefits to the maximum in economic work. 11. 17. Taein Work System. Kim Il-sung created the Taein Work System during his field guidance at the then Taein Electrical Machinery Plant in December 1961. It is a people-centered system of economic management, whereby the masses of the people are the real masters of economic management, managing and operating the economy in a scientific and rational way, under the collective guidance of the relevant committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. It is a type of socialist economic management that embodies the collectivist principle of one for all and all for one. With the establishment of this work system, the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea over socialist economic management has been strengthened in a comprehensive way. All undertakings for economic management and operation conducted by relying on the great enthusiasm and creativity of the producer masses, and the objective economic laws and the requirements of production embodied to the letter. 18. Major methods of socialist economic management. The major methods of socialist economic management are political method, economic technological method and administrative organizational 12 method. The political method in the sphere of socialist economic management is a method of organizing and inspiring the producer masses to the fulfillment of economic tasks by arousing their revolutionary enthusiasm and creative activeness. The economic technological method is a method of conducting economic technological work scientifically and rationally in accordance with the objective economic laws and the scientific and technological requirements of production. The administrative organizational method is a method of mobilizing economic institutions and enterprises and their members by administrative ways and means in an orderly fashion and through organizations. 19. Seed essential to improving socialist economic management. The seed essential to improving socialist economic management is to adhere to socialist principles and ensure maximum actual benefits. This means that the economy should be managed and operated in such a way as to accrue more substantial benefits to the people by enhancing the effectiveness of economic activities while thoroughly maintaining the 13 attitude of defending the interests of the masses of the people. 20. Line of economic construction in the Sun Gun era. The line of economic construction in the Sun Gun era is to develop the defense industry on a priority basis while developing light industry and agriculture simultaneously, as demanded by the new era. It is, in essence, the most revolutionary and people-oriented line to defend the dignity of the country and nation and safeguard socialism in a complex, intense situation, while at the same time providing the people with an abundant and cultured life. 21. Goal of economic development. The DPRK aims to become a socialist economic giant. 22. Definition of socialist economic giant. The socialist economic giant the Korean people are building is a country that is strong in terms of its independence, unjust character and is developing with science and technology as the main productive force. A socialist economic giant precisely means a powerful country with a self-supporting economy, a 14 knowledge-based economy, which produces and supplies by itself the material means needed for defense building, economic construction and people's livelihood improvement, and in which science and technology are integrated with production and high-tech industry plays a leading role in promoting economic growth. 23. Strategic line of the Workers' Party of Korea for building an economic giant. The WPK's strategic line for building an economic giant is to make the national economy just-oriented, modern, IT-based and scientific at a high level by maintaining the spirit of self-reliance and self-development and by relying on science and technology, and to provide the people with affluent and cultured living conditions. 24. Essential characteristics of a socialist economic giant. The genuine features and essential characteristics of a socialist economic giant are not just that the country is highly developed in terms of productivity and national income, it must also be a people's paradise which provides its people with an affluent and cultured life. 15. 25. Objective of the 5-year strategy for national economic development. At present, the DPRK are implementing the 5-year strategy for national economic development from 2016 to 2020. The objective of this strategy is to lay the foundations for the sustainable development of the country's economy by re-energizing the overall national economy and ensuring a balance among economic sectors. In this period, the DPRK plans to improve the people's living standards drastically by normalizing the vanguard sectors of the national economy, the basic industries, and boosting agricultural and light industrial production, while holding fast to the WPK's new line of simultaneously promoting economic construction and the upbuilding of the nuclear forces, and resolving the energy problem. 26. Industrial infrastructure. The DPRK's industrial infrastructure has been designed to develop all sectors in parallel with the main emphasis on heavy industry. Heavy industry comprises mining industry including the extraction of coal and mineral deposits and other sectors involved in the initial processes of production, electric power industry, and processing industry such as 16 metallurgical, machine building and chemical sectors. Light industry includes textile, garment, footwear, foodstuff and daily necessities sectors. 27. Priority given to heavy industry. The DPRK lays great stress on developing heavy industry, taking into account its position and role in the country's specific conditions. According to the basic line of socialist economic construction, it has maintained the principle of giving priority to the development of heavy industry, concentrating funds, materials, equipment and labor on it. It adheres to the line of building a self-supporting, modern heavy industry, the policy of properly combining rehabilitation, renovation and new construction, and the policy of developing heavy industry not for its own sake but in such a way as to render substantial services to developing light industry and the rural economy. It has built up the material and technological foundations of a self-supporting heavy industry centered on machine building industry. 28. Extractive industry. The DPRK set it as a general direction for the development of extractive industry to build up raw 17 material and fuel bases by giving definite precedence to extractive industry over processing industry, and it has followed it consistently. It adopted reasonable policies according to this general direction and is carrying them out to the letter, maintaining the principle of prioritizing geological prospecting, conducting the technological revolution and stepping up scientific research, concentrating investment on coal and other mines with large deposits and favorable extracting conditions, and developing large, medium and small size mines while renovating and expanding the existing ones, giving precedence to construction of pits, tunneling and removal of overburden, introducing large, modern and high-speed mining equipment, extracting, transporting and processing in large quantities, and using cableways, conveyors and pipelines in transport. 29. Underground resources. The DPRK is abundant in underground resources, iron ores and other ferrous minerals, gold, silver, lead, zinc and other non-ferrous minerals, raw materials and fuels for industry including magnesite, limestone, talc, kaolin and other non-metallic minerals, and anthracite, lignite and other coal reserves. Graphite, magnesite and some other minerals are among the world's largest. 18. The DPRK's minerals are widely known for their variety and plenitude. They are deposited in thousands of places and their kinds total more than 100. Few small countries have such a wide variety and large quantity of mineral deposits. The DPRK's minerals are also noted for their high density per unit area and countrywide distribution. According to an American investment bank report, the DPRK has about $3.7 trillion worth of mineral deposits. Lehman estimated them at $6 trillion. Reuters noted that the DPRK has an abundance of coal reserves, in addition to such minerals as magnesite, limestone, uranium, gold, lead, manganese and copper. 30. Construction of mines. The DPRK has maintained it as its basic mining policy to build up the mineral production bases in the country and give precedence to mining industry over processing industry. Prospecting is extensively carried on to build new mines, and the projects for renovating the existing mines are well underway. Due concern is paid to comprehensive mechanization of mining work, introduction of large, modern and high-speed equipment, and use of various means of transport. 19. Today the mining sector is striving hard to attain higher production goals, developing the depths and vicinity of the extracting areas at large mines, securing pits for mass extraction, accelerating the construction projects to boost transport, speeding up the compressive mechanization of the mineral production lines, and pushing forward the projects for putting the production lines on an automatic and IT basis. 31. Important mines. The DPRK's important mines include the Musan Mining Complex, Komdok Mining Complex, March 5th Youth Mine, and Ryangshan Mine. The Musan Mining Complex, an open-air iron ore mine, has put mining, conveying, ore dressing and all other lines on a mechanized and modern footing. The Komdok Mining Complex has built non-ferrous metallic mineral production bases in different areas to boost the output of useful minerals. The Ryangshan Mine under the General Bureau of the Tanchon Area Mining Industry has been spruced up. Its newly built ore dressing plant has well-equipped lines for crushing, grinding, flotation and other purposes. It prioritizes long-term prospecting and strives to increase its extracting capacity. 20. 32. Coal mining industry. The DPRK is very rich in coal, though with some regional variations. Coal reserves are found in all provinces. Their distribution has some characteristics. Bituminous coal is mostly present in the northeastern part of the country, anthracite in the central part, and bituminous coal and ultra-anthracite in the western part. The coal mining industry concentrates investment on mines with rich deposits and favorable conditions for mining, and conducts a dynamic campaign for increased production so as to satisfy the growing demand of the national economy for coal. Coal mines introduce more efficient mining methods, and strive to realize the comprehensive mechanization of pit work, diversify transport and improve coal dressing processes so as to supply high-quality coal to consumers. Precedence is given to prospecting and tunneling aimed at identifying more coal reserves that can be exploited and at developing new coal mines and pits on a large scale. 33. Big coal fields. The DPRK has big coal fields in the northern and southern parts of North Hamgyong and South Yangon provinces, in Anju and in the Ko-121 Muncheon area. The coal field in the northern part of North Hamgyong province produces millions of tons of bituminous coal on a yearly basis, the biggest of its kind in the country. Bituminous coal is also produced at the many coal mines of varying sizes in the southern part of North Hamgyong province. Anthracite from the coal field in the southern part of South Yangon province is mostly dust coal, not stone coal. For its high quality, it is primarily used for the ferrous metallurgical, fuel and power industries. The coal field in the northern part of South Yangon province is the largest in the country, which comprises a number of coal mines of varying sizes: Sencheng Coal Mine, Songnam Youth Coal Mine, Gaijin Coal Mine and Joyang Coal Mine. The coal field in Anju has huge deposits of lignite, one of the country's biggest coal producers. It is located in the economic heartland. The coal field in the Ko-1 Muncheon area with big reserves of anthracite is in the eastern part of the country. As it adjoins an important industrial region, it occupies a significant position in developing chemical, fuel and power industries and improving the people's living standards. 22. 34. Electric power industry. The DPRK maintains it as the basic direction for the development of its electric power industry to build up the country's independent and modern power production bases and give definite priority to electric power industry over all other sectors of the national economy. The electric power industry adjusts and improves the defective production processes and facilities at power stations and steps up their technical upgrading so as to raise the efficiency of generating equipment, ensure their operation at full capacity and lower power generation costs systematically. The state takes steps to provide the equipment, materials and funds needed by the sector on a preferential basis. In order to make effective use of the electricity that is produced, a nationwide integrated power control system has been established and operated effectively, and alternated production organized on a rational basis. The power transmission and supply network is upgraded. the voltage step heightened and power factor improved to ensure minimum loss of electricity in transmission. The transmission system is gradually being converted to a flexible alternating current system. Due concern is paid to developing on an extensive scale electricity production bases that rely on Power 23 sources that are abundant in the country. Proactive efforts are made to complete ahead of schedule the power stations that are now under construction and build the large-scale Tanchon power station as soon as possible, with work on the atomic power plant push ahead at the same time, so as to open up prospects for settling the electricity problem. Provinces, cities and counties endeavor to build small and medium-scale power stations where practicable and ensure their steady operation. 35. Tapping of renewable energy sources. The DPRK has conditions favorable for the development of solar and wind power. The vast expanse of tideland in the west coast offers a promising prospect for the development of wind power. The Great Plateau Mountains run from north to south, dividing the eastern and western coastal regions. Because of variations in air pressure, the wind blows hard constantly. Geothermal energy sources are abundant in the country. Efforts are made to boost the amount of electricity generated from wind and tidal power and from biomass and solar energy, and consistently expand the scope of the use of renewable energy. Geothermal energy is used for the cooling and heating system at the existing and new buildings. 24. 36. Metallurgical industry. The DPRK maintains metallurgical industry as an important link in the whole chain of re-energizing the national economy and satisfies the domestic demand for metallic materials. It has brought about a radical turn in developing the metallurgical industry by relying on domestic resources. The Josh-based iron production system has been set up at several iron and steel plants. Remarkable advances have been made in developing and introducing methods of producing iron with domestic fuel. The metallurgical industry improves the level of technical equipment for its iron and steel making and rolling processes and takes steps to supply raw materials, fuel and power so that iron and steel production can be increased. It expands the production capacity at iron ore mines and builds up the production bases for electrodes, ferroalloys and refractories in order to further consolidate its material and technical foundations. It also improves the technical and economic indices of iron and steel production and increases the variety of alloy steel and standardized steel by relying on advanced technology in keeping with the modern trend of development of the metallurgical industry. 25. 37. George-based system of producing iron. The DPRK has no deposits of coking coal, so it has since long ago carried on research to produce iron by relying on its own materials and technology. The Songjin Steel Complex has succeeded in developing a George-based system of making iron without using coking coal by connecting the rotary furnace to the oxygen blast furnace, thus effecting a turnaround in the country's metallurgical industry. It is an innovative system whereby the iron and steel making processes have been integrated to turn out steel without cooling molten iron throughout those processes. 38. Important metallurgical bases. The DPRK's important metallurgical bases include the Kalama Steel Complex, Kimchake Iron and Steel Complex, Hwanghi Iron and Steel Complex, Songjin Steel Complex and Tanchon Smeltery. Recently, these industrial establishments are upgrading their production lines and equipment on the basis of modern technology, CNC technology in particular. The Kalama Steel Complex has built several UHP electric arc furnaces and multi-element alloy steel production shops. It has also completed a renovation of 26, the rotary furnace number 3 at the Posen Iron Works and set up oxygen plant with a capacity of 550 cubic meters. The Kimchake Iron and Steel Complex has established a new steel plate production system by introducing a high-temperature air combustion furnace and reactive power compensation device. 39. Machine building industry. The machine building industry has been the core of the DPRK's heavy industry. The basic direction of its development is to build a self-supporting, modern machine building industry that is developed in an all-round way, fed by locally available raw and other materials, and equipped with advanced technology, so as to meet all other economic sectors' demand for modern machinery. Strenuous efforts are being made for the technological upgrading of heavy industry equipment including machine tools, precision machines, extract machines and power generating machines, light industry equipment including textile and foodstuff processing machines, and means of transport including trucks and ships. The machine building industry strives to equip itself with cutting-edge facilities, upgrade its production lines by improving the performance of existing machinery in 27 equipment and forming flexible manufacturing cells, and resolve the problem of measuring equipment and tools. On the basis of the latest advances in machine building technology, it designs and manufactures modern, new type machines of the international standard and launches serial production of them. 40. Shipbuilding. For the Seagirt DPRK, shipbuilding is critical in developing fishing, marine transport and foreign trade. It is also important in laying the material and technological foundations for carrying out grand nature remaking projects such as reclamation of tideland and improvement of the rivers and streams. Now it has been developed into a self-supporting, modern industry that relies on domestic efforts, technology and materials, and can build various sizes of vessels needed for economic sectors. 41. Chemical industry. The basic direction for the growth of the chemical industry is to establish a production structure in which all sectors of inorganic and organic chemistry have been developed harmoniously on the basis of domestic materials and equipped with modern technology. Close concern is paid to ensuring organic 28 combination of in reasonable balance between the sectors of the chemical industry: inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, high polymer chemistry, fine organic chemistry, etc., and to developing new branches of the industry as required by the present era. Priority is given to resolving the problems of raw materials, fuels and food in line with global economic trends. Due attention is directed to producing vinylon, nitrogenous fertilizer, bioactive fertilizer and high concentration compound fertilizer. The chemical industry carries out regular adjustments and maintenance of its production equipment and systems, builds up its production capacity and ensures the domestic production of catalysts so as to normalize the production of fertilizer and vinylon based on Korean methods and basic chemical products. It presses ahead with its technical upgrading in the direction of reducing power consumption and removing pollution, and builds new chemical goods production bases fed by local resources under a long-term plan. In the period of implementing the 5-year strategy, it strives to establish a C1 chemical industry based on coal gasification, create the carbonization process using brown coal, and perfect a sodium carbonate industry whose starting material is glauberite. In this way it ensures that the production of such chemical goods as methanol, 29 synthetic fuel and synthetic resin is placed on a highly Josh-oriented basis. 42. Vinylon. Vinylon is synthetic fiber made from polyvinyl alcohol. Dr. Ri Sung-ji, 1905-1996, invented it in the 1930s. Carbide is essential to vinylon production. It is made from limestone and anthracite, which are abundant in the DPRK. Vinylon cotton is whitish and gleaming. The cloth is durable, warm and, especially, hygroscopic as compared with other synthetic fabrics. It is also very resistant to acid, alkali and microorganisms including mold. The February 8 Vinylon complex produces over 400 kinds of chemical products: vinylon cotton, inorganic and organic chemicals, high polymer chemicals, fine organic chemicals, vinylon intermediate, sodium hydroxide, vinyl chloride, vinyl acetate, hydrochloric acid, catalysts, herbicides, insecticides, dyes, etc. 43. Recent advances in chemical industry. In recent years, the DPRK's chemical industry has made notable progress in establishing the just orientation and upgrading the production lines on the basis of frontier science and technology. The February 8 Phenolon complex has introduced 30 CNC technology in line with the requirements of the IT era, thus developing into a chemical giant that turns out inorganic chemicals, organic chemicals, high polymer chemicals, and fine organic chemicals. The Namfeng Youth Chemical Complex has established a large-scale anthracite gasification process up to the latest standards and mass-produces nitrogenous fertilizer by relying on the materials abundant in the country. With the development of TTS, an advanced level of automatic control system for chemical processes, the fertilizer industry has gone beyond the cutting edge, and the prospects become bright for the introduction of a computer-controlled integrated manufacturing system in big chemical plants. The Hongyan Fertilizer Complex has completed the project for the first stage process of lignite gasification. Large chemical plants maintain regular production of intermediate and basic chemical goods. Asbestos, cloth, and sodium carbonate production bases have been built. The Guanyang Salt Works and Wonsan Salt Works in the East Coast, and salt refineries in coastal provinces. The existing tire factories are being upgraded and new ones built. Modern organomineral fertilizer and microbial compound fertilizer factories have sprung up. 31. 44. Building materials industry. The DPRK's key policy in developing the building materials industry is to make it self-supporting and modern and keep building materials production in step with capital construction. The building materials industry makes efforts to modernize its factories and enterprises, ensure both the specialized and traditional production of goods, and make the most of the latest technical advances so as to diversify the types and range of building materials and produce them domestically. The Sangwon Cement Complex, Sanshan Cement Complex, and other big cement producers satisfy the domestic demand, giving a strong impetus to construction projects going on across the country. Technological upgrading of the production bases is promoted to meet the growing demand for metallic and chemical materials, synthetic resin products, building stones, fittings, furniture, prefab parts, and other finishing materials in ceramics. The natural building stones, tiles, glassware, and other fittings and fixtures from the Yeguk Stone Processing Factory, Kalima Tile Factory, and Taein Friendship Glass Factory are used to decorate buildings in line with the demands of the times and modern aesthetic standards. 32. 45. Light industry. Light industry is a major thrust of the effort to build an economic giant and improve the people's standard of living. Building a just-oriented, modern light industry is the DPRK's consistent policy. The large-scale central industry and the medium and small-size local industry are developed in parallel. To this end, modern, big factories have been built up as the backbone of light industry and their role enhanced steadily, while medium and small-size local industry factories are being upgraded. Close concern is directed to building up factories as models in the era of the knowledge economy, rely on locally available raw and other materials, and boost production so as to satisfy the people's demands for consumer goods. Efforts are channeled into developing new products and improving quality so as to produce a variety of international standard light industrial goods in larger quantities. 46. Central tasks facing light industry. The central tasks facing light industry at present are to build up its factories as models in the era of the knowledge economy, rely on locally available raw and other materials, and boost production so as to satisfy the 33 people's demands for consumer goods, to develop new products and improve quality so as to produce a variety of international standard light industrial goods in larger quantities, and to encourage local areas to organize their work scrupulously so that they manage their economy by their own efforts and develop it in a unique way. 47. Textile industry. Given a limited area of arable land and low yields of cotton, the DPRK has consolidated the just-based fiber production system. It has also built a number of modern, big textile mills, as well as medium and small-sized fabric plants in provinces, and stepped up their technological upgrading to perfect the infrastructure of the textile industry and the production stages in lines. A dynamic campaign is carried on to update the textile industry and improve the qualitative composition of cloth. Most recently, the Pyongyang Kamjong-suk Textile Mill has set up a polyester rayon yarn shop and the Sinuyo Textile Mill and knitting shop. The Nyongbyon Silk Mill has developed a mercerized rami production system and adopted a method of making yeksan silk, a kind of figured satin, from a new source of materials to double the output of silk. Textile mills in different parts of the country have introduced the technology of making suit cloth with elastic staff looms. 34. 48. Garment industry. The material and technological foundations of the garment industry have been laid solid. Hundreds of clothing factories are scattered around the country. Clothes production has been put on a specialized footing. There are factories that specialize in making children's, women's, and men's clothes. Clothing factories press on with the upgrading of their technical equipment and strive to achieve self-sufficiency in production. Various forms and methods have been introduced to generalize new costume designs, while intensifying research into clothes to meet modern aesthetic taste. 49. Footwear industry. The DPRK's footwear industry satisfies the domestic demand by relying on locally available materials and modern technology. It produces a varied assortment of shoes as suited to the people's lifestyle and economic activities and the country's climatic conditions. Recently, the Wonsan Footwear Factory has been renovated into a model and yardstick of the footwear industry in line with the requirements of the new century. It has put its business operation and production lines on a highly modern and IT footing, saving labor and materials, reducing costs, boosting output, and 35 improving quality. It has intensified research to diversify its products in terms of kind, shape, and color, and developed new designs according to the seasons, ages, and gender. Children's fur shoes, women's summer shoes, university students' leather shoes, and other products enjoy popularity among customers for their lightweight, latest designs and high quality. 50. Foodstuff industry. The DPRK makes effort to establish a just orientation in the foodstuff industry to ensure that it depends on domestic materials and meets the requirements of the people's dietary life. The foundations of the foodstuff industry have been solidified by keeping the development of the large-scale foodstuff industry in parallel with that of the medium and small-scale foodstuff processing industry. Raw materials bases have been built up to increase the output of foodstuffs by using the materials abundant in the country, and close concern is directed to mass-producing essential and subsidiary foodstuffs and ensuring their better quality. The principle of making production proportional to consumption with the county as a unit has been maintained to build up the foodstuff factories that contribute to improving the county residents' dietary life. 36. And equip their production lines with modern machinery. The Pyongyang Wheat Flour Processing Factory has renovated the buildings of several workshops, introduced CNC technology in the production lines, and made them germ-free. The Pyongyang Cornstarch Factory has updated all its production lines ranging from the input of raw materials to packaging. The Sunhong Foodstuff Factory, Susangjan General Foodstuff Factory, Kangso Mineral Water Factory, and other foodstuff producers and specialty processing plants pay off. The Changsong Foodstuff Factory, a locally run factory, has built a supercritical extraction line in a modern fashion. 51. Daily necessities industry. The DPRK makes great efforts to produce plenty of high-quality, useful goods by developing the daily necessities industry. It has developed large-scale central industry and medium and small-scale local industry in parallel, tapping domestic materials to the full to increase the variety of daily necessities and improve their quality. 52. Local industry. The DPRK has since long ago kept it as an important principle of socialist economic construction to develop 37 central industry and local industry in parallel. Jiangsu County in North Yan'an Province was transformed into a model unit of local industry. On the basis of the achievements made in the county, locally run factories mushroomed and sideline production gained momentum. Mountainous regions made good use of mountains. Coastal regions utilized coasts effectively. With the growth of local industry, the urban-rural gap has been narrowed and all the regions of the country developed evenly. 53. Electronics industry. The DPRK's electronics industry has a perfect infrastructure composed of materials, elements, hardware and other production sectors. It is supported by the bases for the designing and manufacturing of the latest microchips. Its priorities include consolidating the existing electronics industry bases, manufacturing state-of-the-art hardware and ensuring their best quality, and developing electronic devices with new characteristics and functions. Particular emphasis is put on developing super pure metals and reagents, precision alloys, and other basic materials of electronic devices by means of domestic resources and technology, and on adopting latest materials processing technology. High quality and 38 modern electronic goods for household use are mass-produced to enrich the people's cultural life. 54. Agriculture. The DPRK's agriculture was extricated from centuries-old backwardness. Now, along with industry, it constitutes one of the major components of the national economy. Recently, the country has made significant progress in agricultural production and the development of agricultural science and technology, arranging crops and their strains on the principle of sowing the right crop on the right soil and cultivating the right crop in the right season, as demanded by the just farming method, and manuring and cultivating them in a scientific and technological way, developing high-yielding, superior seeds, carrying out large-scale land realignment projects, and attaining a high level of irrigation in the rural economy, promoting potato, soybean and double cropping extensively, encouraging organic farming and establishing food production cycle, putting all the processes of the rural economy on an industrial and modern footing by introducing the latest advances in science and technology. The state makes constant efforts to develop agriculture and increases investment in this sector. 39. 55. New agricultural guidance system. In early 1962, Kim Il-sung had a cooperative farm management committee set up in every county, and then a rural economy committee in every province, thereby establishing a well-knit national system of agricultural guidance from the center to the lowest levels. The new agricultural guidance system centered on the county cooperative farm management committee makes it possible to ensure industrial guidance over the socialist rural economy. The county cooperative farm management committee exercises unified control over AGRO technicians, farming machine stations, farming implements factories, irrigation management stations and other state-owned enterprises in the service of the rural economy, and gives on-site direction and guidance over the business operation of cooperative farms. It also performs the function of both directing cooperative farms and bringing the state's material and technological assistance to the rural economy. 56. Subwork team management system. Kim Il-sung created a subwork team management system during his field guidance at the Fochin Cooperative Farm, Hawaiian County, Kangwon Province, in May 1965. 40. Under the system, manpower and various means of production are fixed for each subwork team, which is the lowest unit of production and manpower organization at a cooperative farm and the cell of a collective life. The quota is defined for each subwork team and the work points of its members are assessed according to the results of their work done before determining the share of distribution. The system is a form of production organization and management that enables farmers to take an active part in the production and management with a feeling of attachment to the collective economy and an attitude befitting masters. The plot responsibility system that has recently been instituted according to the subwork team management system pays off as it enables farmers to have a higher degree of consciousness of being masters of the land who are responsible for the country's cereals production. 57. Judge farming method. The judge farming method created by Kim Il-sung is geared to doing farming in a scientific and technological way suited to the climate and soil of the country and the biological features of agricultural crops, and to making agricultural production highly intensive on the basis of modern science and technology. The fundamental requirement of this method is to 41 range crops and their strains according to the geographical characteristics on the principle of sowing the right crop on the right soil and cultivating the right crop in the right season, manure and cultivate them in a scientific and technological way, ensure accuracy in the number of seedlings in a cluster and the number of clusters per phyllum, and attain high and stable yields by making effective use of the fields, water, farming machinery, fertilizer and other means of production. 58. Seed revolution. The DPRK's agricultural sector is putting great emphasis on breeding good seeds that are suitable to the local climate and soil, those capable of yielding abundantly while demanding less fertilizer and shorter growth period and withstanding the cold, and of resisting pests and natural calamities such as drought, rainstorm and biting cold. Due concern is directed to importing high-yielding seeds from other countries. In addition to crop cultivation, all other sectors of the rural economy such as animal husbandry, fruit farming and sericulture carry on the seed revolution. According to the well-regulated National Seed Selecting System, seed research institutes develop the first filial generation and other superior seeds and supply them to cooperative farms across the country. 42. 59. Agricultural science and technology. The DPRK set it as the major task for developing its agricultural science and technology to realize comprehensive mechanization of the rural economy, find proper solutions to the problems that arise in the research to develop agriculture, and radically raise the scientific and technological level of agricultural workers. Amid a dynamic campaign to develop agricultural science and technology, the mechanization and chemicalization of the rural economy have been promoted, many scientific and technological problems arising in agricultural production resolved, and the scientific and technological level of farmers improved. Latest models of tractors and other high-performance farming machines have been supplied, and advanced farming techniques and methods introduced in the farms all over the country. Among the models of scientific farming are the Minok Cooperative Farm in Sariwan, Sinam Cooperative Farm in Ryangchi County, Samdragam Cooperative Farm in Jayarian County and Tonggang Cooperative Farm in Anju County. 60. Land realignment. The DPRK push ahead with land realignment as a grand nature harnessing project and a patriotic work of 43 everlasting importance to increase agricultural production by obtaining new land, free farmers from hard labor by realizing comprehensive mechanization of the rural economy, eliminate once and for all the remnants of feudal land ownership, and hand over to posterity the land transformed as befits that of socialist Korea. Kim Jong-il decided to launch land realignment in Kangwon Province, which was lagging behind other provinces in this regard and had unfavorable working conditions, and generalized the experience to transform the landscape of the country. In hard response to his appeal, all the people turned out in the land realignment projects, with the result that in a few years hundreds of thousands of hectares of paddy and non-paddy fields were repartitioned into large standardized plots as befits the land of the socialist state. 61. Irrigation network. Large-scale irrigation systems, including the Funem, Kiyang, Amokyang, Sohung-ho and Sing irrigation systems, ramify throughout the country. These irrigation systems cover all the paddy and non-paddy fields in both lowland and highland regions. Major irrigation systems have been interconnected in a circular way. Pumping up irrigation systems, or gravitational waterways where appropriate, have been 44 built according to the regional characteristics. At first, irrigation systems were built separately in the regions and then connected with one another to form a loop. In the new century, the Kachin Lake Theizong, Pangmachalsan, Miru Plain and other large-scale gravitational waterways have been built one after another. As a result, the country's irrigation network has been developed to a higher level. 62. Gravitational waterways are built on the basis of the physical property of water that flows downward. The completion of gravitational waterway projects in the DPRK marks a new milestone in its irrigation history. Typical of them are the Kechon Lake Fuzhong, Pangmachalsan and Miru Plain waterways. The Kechon Lake Fuzhong waterway, built in 2002, flows along a 150-odd km channel with a 23-minute difference in elevation, irrigating more than 100,000 hectares of paddy and non-paddy fields in 15 towns, counties and districts of South Yangon Province, including Pyongyang and Nampo. The total length of the gravitational waterways in the country is thousands of ri. 10 ri equals 4 kilometers. Now a large waterway in South Wangi Province 45 and another connecting the irrigation network in South Yangon Province with the Chongchon River are being built. The completion of these projects will signify the full establishment of the gravitational waterway system for the fertile farmland along the west coast, which has a large share in the country's cereals production. In other provinces, towns and counties, they are striving to build gravitational waterways of varying lengths in conformity with their local conditions. 63. Tideland reclamation. The DPRK has a limited area of land under cultivation, as mountains constitute nearly 80% of its territory. Tideland reclamation is crucial in expanding the area of arable land. As early as the 1980s, the state worked out the plan for reclaiming hundreds of thousands of hectares of tideland, transforming into fertile fields the Tasidu, Huaxan, First Stage, Sokwa and other tidelands with favorable conditions on the west coast. Reclaimed in 2010 was the Taegyedo tideland, the size of a county. The project was the biggest of its kind in the country. Now underway are the Huaxan, Second Stage, Ryangmi-do, Hangando and several other tideland reclamation projects. 46. 64. Taegyedo Tideland. The Taegyedo project, reclaiming 800 hectares of tidal flat, the biggest of its kind in the country, was finished in July 2010. As a result, several islands scattered on the west coast were linked by a dam tens of kilometers long, and the meandering coastline was shortened remarkably, redrawing the country's map. Now the tideland has become a comprehensive agricultural base, rendering a tangible contribution to improving the people's standard of living. A vast expanse of crop cultivation area, fish farm covering an area of 100 hectares, salt works, modernly equipped duck and oyster farms, and ponds teeming with flatfish and other species. 65. Organic farming. The Korean Association for the Development of Organic Agriculture works according to the law of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea on organic industry. Microbial compound fertilizer factories number several hundreds, and organic fertilizer factories are in Sukchon County, South Yangon Province, and other parts of the country. The organic compound fertilizer factory in Pyongyang depends on the mud from the Pothang River. Model units have been set up in some farms for the purpose of establishing an organic farming 47 system and introducing advanced technology and modern livestock farms built in different parts. This has resulted in the establishment of a food production cycle. The methods of using mud cells in growing rice and introducing biological pesticide and other substances have been applied in cultivating and manuring the crops, thus strengthening pest control, saving manpower and boosting productivity. The DPRK is promoting cooperation and exchange with relevant international organizations. It acceded to the IFOAM in 2005 and is carrying on the project of building a bridge for the diffusion of knowledge about organic farming and increasing the capacity for the development of organic farming. 66. Crop cultivation. The DPRK has brought about a fresh turn in crop cultivation by applying the Dutch farming method to the letter. It lays special emphasis on effecting the seed revolution, encouraging the double cropping based on the principle of grain with grain, and making a radical improvement in potato and soybean farming. 67. Vegetable growing. The DPRK pays close concern to supplying the 48 people with plenty of fresh vegetables all year round. There are many vegetable farms and work teams around cities and workers' districts. The fields for vegetable growing have been selected on the principle of sowing the right crop on the right soil and cultivating the right crop in the right season, and high-yielding seeds, appropriate watering systems, cultivation on terraces and multiple cropping have been introduced to meet the demand according to different seasons. Taking seasonal characteristics into account, appropriate crops are selected to ensure sustained production, while hotbed and greenhouse cultivation is encouraged by radically increasing the number of modernly equipped greenhouses. Arched or adobe greenhouses covered with PVC sheeting, solar-heated greenhouses with a food production cycle, and many other models of greenhouses have been built to ensure a high level of scientific and intensive cultivation. 68. Mushroom production. It is an important policy of the DPRK government to provide the people with adequate amounts of tasty, nutritious mushrooms by putting mushroom production on an industrial and scientific footing. 49. Close attention has been directed to the research into mushroom cultivation. The Central Mushroom Institute has been newly built under the State Academy of Sciences to distribute original spores and cultivation techniques across the country. Modern mushroom farms have been built in Pyongyang and every province. Also, individual families grow mushrooms to improve their standard of living. 69. Industrial crop farming. The DPRK pays due concern to industrial crop farming while focusing on cereals production. In order to meet the demand for raw materials of light industry, industrial crops are planted intensively on the right soil, and fiber and oil-bearing crops are cultivated extensively, as well as crops for luxury items, medical use and other purposes. Efforts are made to estimate the demand for each crop, fix the area suitable for its cultivation and the volume of production there, and to put production on a specialized, intensive basis by forming separate work teams and sub-work teams. Such oil-bearing crops as perilla, sesame, sunflower and rape are sown on idle land, or sometimes arable land, and tended with care to increase their per hectare yields. 50. 70. Livestock farming. The livestock farming sector strives to solve the problem of domestic breeds and their feed, rear them scientifically, and adopt comprehensive anti-epizootic measures so as to boost livestock production. A mass drive is being conducted to raise grass-eating domestic animals, and collective livestock farming developed at cooperative farms and individual livestock farming in rural households, so that every place seeds with livestock farming. The Youth Oat Farm in Hamhung, Unjong Livestock Cooperative Farm in North Wangi Province, Kainam Livestock Farm in South Wangi Province, and other farms have been laid out as model units in livestock farming, and the successes and experiences gained in their work are being generalized across the country. Production is increasing at the Pyangya Chicken Farm and other modern livestock farms. They have laid solid foundations for radically increasing the number of livestock by introducing advanced rearing techniques, resolving many scientific and technological problems, improving veterinary and anti-epizootic work, and boosting the output of nutritious, high-yielding crops for animal fodder. Ostrich farming is in full swing. 51. The Cepho area is being turned into a large-scale livestock farming base. 71. Pomiculture. The DPRK has newly set up a mechanism for the guidance of the fruit growing sector and increases state investment in it to put production on a specialized, intensive footing. Orchards of varying sizes have been built in large numbers, and dwarf apple trees and other good species arranged properly to boost the output. The processing and storage facilities have been updated to ensure enough supply of tasty, nutritious fruits and their processed products for the people. Following the construction of the Tianjong Combined Fruit Farm in Pyongyang, the material and technological foundations of the fruit farms in Gweil County, Pakchong County and other regions have been cemented, so that they can produce dozens of tons per hectare. Recently, Khotan in Gangwon Province is being turned into a modern combined fruit farm. 72. Sericulture. The DPRK has consolidated the foundations for putting cocoon production on a highly specialized, 52 intensive and modern footing. A vast expanse of mulberry fields and modern sericultural facilities in the regions with favorable conditions, and breeding new species of mulberries and silkworms. The per hectare yield of cocoons is rising at many farms including the Manful Cocoon Farm in Jagang Province, Osan Cooperative Farm in Jeongdu, North Yangon Province, and Sejong Cooperative Farm in Kumaya County, South Hamgyong Province. 73. Fishing industry. The DPRK has followed the direction of developing the fishing industry in an all-round way and putting it on a just-oriented, modern and scientific footing. As a result, fishing, inshore aquaculture and freshwater fish farming have been developed in equal measure, and the production and processing of seafoods combined closely to ensure balanced development of the relevant sectors and improve the structure of production. With the consolidation of the material and technological foundations at the fishing implement factories, ship repair bases, fishing machine plants and fishing research institutes, fishing, processing and aquaculture have been put on a highly modern and scientific footing. The productive forces of the fishing industry have been arranged on the principle of ensuring regional 53 balance, making effective use of the fisheries on the east and west coasts, and developing the production and processing of seafoods in a comprehensive way. This has provided a sure guarantee for the full development of the fishing industry. Fishing units upgraded their boats and equipment, introduced cutting-edge science and technology in establishing a perfect system of weather forecasting, command at sea, fish processing, equipment and power monitoring and ship repair, and endeavor to catch fish all the year round, so as to land the biggest possible hauls. 74. Fishing. The DPRK develops in parallel deep sea and inshore fishing, and large, medium and small scale fishing to expand the scope of the fishing area, increase the number of days when the vessels are out fishing and thus maintain a big catch in all seasons. There is an enterprise that specializes in fishing in and around the northwestern Pacific Ocean, in addition to fishing fleets accompanied by factory ships. Inshore fishing is done by many fishing stations and fishermen's cooperatives, as well as the cooperative farms, organs and enterprises in the coastal regions. State-owned small-scale fishing stations, fishermen's cooperatives and the fishing work teams of Cooperative 54 farms strive hard in all seasons to press on with small-scale fishing in the coastal areas, using small boats and simple fishing implements. 75. Inshore aquaculture. With a large area of shallow seas, bays and tidal flats, the DPRK has natural and geographical conditions favorable for inshore aquaculture, which occupies a big proportion in the country's marine production. Many aquaculture farms are distributed along the eastern and western coasts. These farms cultivate sea tangle, seaweed, laver, oyster, mussel, jupang and others in a scientific way by putting the main stress on mixed farming of algae and shellfish while raising the utilizing rate of the cultivation areas. According to a white paper on the world aquaculture published in 2009 by FAO, the DPRK is one of the 6 biggest seaweed cultivating states. After species are selected according to the characteristics of the waters, they are bred artificially from the stage of fry to increase the unit area output. The country is striving to expand the area of inshore aquaculture and put it on a scientific and intensive basis. 76. Fish farming. The DPRK directs close attention to developing fish 55 farming. It has favorable conditions for fish farming as it has many large and small rivers and natural and artificial lakes. It has built farms for raising catfish and other fish species in various parts, and is making efforts to raise fish by industrial methods by putting it on a scientific and intensive footing. It has established a system of breeding species which grow quickly on less feed and have strong vitality and of sending them to fish farms. It is also developing fish farming on a long-term basis by solving the feed problem through combination of instant and natural feed. Labor-saving and water-saving methods have been introduced into fish farming, and offshore and cage net fish farming widely conducted. The main fish farming bases are the Pyongyang Catfish Farm, Tidonggang Eel Farm, Ryongdong Fish Farm, Kujan Fish Farm, Homan Fish Farm and so on. A large-scale sturgeon farming system has been established on the west coast, and, on the east coast, there is a research institute where research, farming and processing of high-grade fish including Atlantic salmon have been integrated. 77. Seafood processing. The DPRK has a solid foundation for processing 56 seafood. A fish refrigerating system has been established at the sites of production and consumption, and state-of-the-art equipment and methods are introduced in processing seafood. There have been built many factories that process seafood on a high standard and research centers equipped with modern facilities. Recently the Kama Foods Factory, Pyongyang Taeyang Labor Processing Factory and other modern seafood processing bases are being set up. 78. Transport. In the DPRK, various forms of transport are utilized in proper combination according to the National Economic Plan. It develops road transport and water transport with a main emphasis on rail transport and diversifies transport system by introducing cableways, conveyors and pipelines. It also satisfies the growing demand for transport by reasonably combining the unit train services, integrated railroad water transport and container transport. The domestic air transport system facilitates transport to various areas of the country. 79. Rail transport. The DPRK regards the railways as the pilot of the 57 national economy and the arteries of the country. As the leading sector and backbone in transport, rail transport claims greater share in satisfying the demand of the national economy. With the promotion of electrification, the unified system of haulage by electric locomotives has been completed in the main. The rolling stock production and repair bases produce and repair 8-axis electric locomotives and 100-ton wagons. The technical stations equipped with modern facilities ensure the large proportion of unit train services and container transport. The rail transport sector is now striving to transport materials needed for building an economic giant by modernizing the trunk lines and raising their traffic capacity and volume of transport. It is stepping up the introduction of heavy-duty and high-speed rails and directs concern to modernizing its facilities and equipment, including those for communications and electric power system, and putting the overall operation and command on an IT footing. 80. Sungun Polgum 1 electric locomotive. Sungun Polgum 1 is a 4-axis AC electric locomotive for passenger and freight transport equipped with asynchronous traction motor. The traction power, braking power and speed of this 58 locomotive are controlled in real time by a computer in line with the traction requirements. It is equipped with a self-steering biaxial bogie, running gear capable of ensuring the safety and curve running, effective high-speed compressor, auxiliary servo motors including various types of converters and electric motors newly developed for the rail conditions of the country, and other electric devices and appliances. As compared with the former 6-axis electric locomotive, it uses 30-40% less electric power and has a traction power 1.5 times higher, and its output is 4,200 kilowatts. 81. Road transport. The DPRK ensures high-speed road transport by producing modern and large-sized trucks, raising the transport capacity through scientific and reasonable organization of transport, and keeping the road network in a good state of maintenance. The modernly equipped auto factories turn out various models of trucks, and there are repair and spare parts production bases in different parts of the country. The country has an intricate network for road transport including motorways. An integrated command system has been introduced to improve transport organization and combine road transport with other forms of transport. 59. 82. Water transport. The DPRK has many merchant fleets, trade ports equipped with modern facilities, marine transport companies, dockyards, port construction enterprises, stations for managing such barrages as the world-class West Sea Barrage, aids of navigation stations, and so on. Sea girt on 3 sides, it has also many rivers including Litidong, Amnok, and Chongchan. By relying on the modern ports, wharfs, and ships for various purposes, it satisfies the demand for transport and foreign trade. Typical ports on the east coast are those of Chongjin, Hungnam, Wonsan, Rajin, Kamchagung, Tanchan, and Namfo, Yiwu, Songnam, and Sinuihu on the west coast. 83. West Sea Barrage. The West Sea Barrage was built across 8 kilometers of the sea in the lower reaches of the Litidong River. This hydraulic structure of the world class was commissioned in June 1986. Construction of the barrage opened a bright prospect for solving the problem of supplying water for industrial and drinking use and irrigation in the area around the lower reaches of the Litidong River, including the reclaimed tidal flats. It also made it possible to prevent drought and flood damage and develop transport in this area. 60. The barrage has 3 lock gates, the first one accommodating ships of 2000-ton class, the second, 50,000-ton class, and the third, 20,000-ton class. The annual cargo traffic capacity is 45 million tons. On the lock gates is the swinging bridge with a railway track, a motor road, and a pedestrian precinct. 84. Transport by means of cableway, conveyor and pipeline. Transport by means of cableway, conveyor and pipeline ensures sequence and transport between 2 fixed places. Compared to its big transport capacity, the cost is low, and it does not cause air and noise pollution. By introducing a long-distance conveyor belt at the Unyul mine, conveyor belts at the Kamdok mining complex and the Musan mining complex, a long-distance pipeline for the transport of ore concentrates from the Musan mining complex to the Kemchak iron and steel complex, and modern cableways at coal and ore mines, the DPRK has diversified the forms of transport and raised the overall transport capacity. 85. Telecommunications. The telecommunications network is densely distributed and centralized in the DPRK. In line with the demand of the IT era, the state is 61 investing heavily in modernizing telecommunications. It has introduced optical fiber cables in the communications network, and on the basis of this established a high-speed data communications network, nationwide mobile communications network, and satellite communications system. Domestic communications are provided by the Central Mobile Communications Agency, and international communications by the International Communications Center. The international communications services in Pyongyang and Rason provide access to the internet. The TNT and DHL, International Express Service Companies, have their offices in Pyongyang. 86. General orientation of land administration. The general orientation of land administration in the DPRK is to develop the land as befits that of a powerful socialist country. On the basis of a long-term plan for land administration, the country designated general mobilization periods for land administration in spring and autumn, and is enlisting all the people to spruce up their streets and villages and improve roads, railways, and rivers, and their surroundings, so as to accelerate the 62 pace of economic construction. 87. Afforestation in the DPRK. Mountains account for nearly 80% of its land area. Forest creation and conservation are of great significance, not only in increasing the country's natural resources and improving the land, but also in developing the national economy. It is laying out timber forests, forests of economic value, and scenic forests with the tree species that grow quickly and are of economic value on a nationwide scale and in a big way, thus developing forests in a prospective way. By establishing a modern forest creation and conservation system and putting forest management on a scientific footing, it is constantly increasing forest resources and using them in a comprehensive way. The Central Nursery and other nurseries direct primary efforts to putting production of saplings on a scientific, industrial, and intensive footing. On every tree planting day, March 2nd, all the people turn out. Recently, the state worked out a plan to turn all the mountains into thickly wooded treasure mountains into gold mountains within the coming 10 years. Forest restoration headquarters were formed in the capital and in every province, city, and county, and they are providing guidance over tree planting according to 1063 year, stage by stage, and annual plans. 88. Landscaping with lawns. By establishing the turf research branch of the State Academy of Sciences in Pyongyang and similar institutes in other parts of the country, the DPRK is directing nationwide efforts to breeding new turf strains with evergreen and smooth leaves and strong vitality, perfecting the methods of cultivating them and widely disseminating them. Provinces, cities, and counties are now planting and cultivating turfs through a mass campaign. 89. Agroforestry in the DPRK. Agroforestry is a contributing factor in developing the national economy and improving the people's standard of living, as it makes it possible to use forest land effectively in a comprehensive way. Agroforestry, started in Suwon County, North Wangi Province, is now being introduced in many cities and counties. According to the framework of the national strategy to introduce and popularize agroforestry across the country, 400,000 hectares of land will be secured by agroforestry until 2023 and be used to solve the food problem. Agroforestry for sustainable cultivation of various 64 types of pastures, including artificial and natural ones, and forests for fodder will be introduced in the Safo Plateau, a comprehensive animal husbandry base. Bases for agroforestry will be established in many places by combining various elements, including forests for raw materials of the local industry, for paper production, for firewood, and for the cultivation of medical herbs and mushrooms, and these will contribute to covering the whole country with trees and flowers. 90. Recent achievements in land administration. In recent years, the DPRK has built or repaired its roads or revamped the traffic network in such a way as to develop the national economy. Scenic spots have been better laid out and are providing excellent conditions for people's cultural and emotional life. As the country has put great efforts into reclaiming tidal flats as a way of expanding the area of land under cultivation, the map has to be redrawn. Large-sized power stations, as well as medium and small-sized power stations, have been built in a large number. As a result, many places and regions including Pyongyang are being laid out as socialist fairylands. 65. 91. Commerce in the DPRK is socialist commerce. It is in essence supply work for the people, as required by the socialist commerce of serving the people by satisfying their material and cultural demands. The country is giving full play to the superiority of this type of commerce on the principle of enhancing its role as supplier. The commerce of the country can be divided into state commerce and cooperative commerce according to the forms of ownership, and into selling of consumer goods, public catering, and procurement according to the economic missions of products and forms of organization of their circulation. The state commerce plays an important role in increasing production quickly and improving the material and cultural standard of living of the working people by linking production with consumption on a planned basis. It also contributes to the fast development of industry and agriculture and the strengthening of the worker-peasant alliance by realizing the economic link between urban and rural areas and between industry and agriculture. The cooperative commerce consists of producers' cooperatives, fishery cooperatives, and direct retail stores run by some cooperative farms. 66. The supply of consumer goods to the working people constitutes an important part in the internal division of the socialist commerce. 92. Public catering. In line with the increasing demand of the people for public catering with the improvement of their material and cultural life, the DPRK is distributing public catering facilities including restaurants and soft drink stands according to the characteristics of residential areas, increasing the number of foods and drinks and improving their quality. It also ensures food safety by modernizing their production facilities and enhances the sense of responsibility and role on the part of commercial workers. Recently, in Pyongyang, the Ryugyang Service Complex, the Imaji Restaurant and other public catering facilities of unique architectural design were erected, and Okrai Restaurant, Chungnu Restaurant and others renovated. At the Okrai Restaurant, people eat sturgeon and terrapin dishes while looking at the live ones swimming in glass tanks. 93. Quality management by strengthening the authority and role of the state 67 organ which controls in a unified way the major sectors of quality management including standardization, industrial art, measuring and quality accreditation, and adopting laws on quality management, standardization, measuring, licensing production and others. The DPRK is improving the quality of products on a solid legal basis. It also guarantees scientific transmission of measurement units through the National Standards Agency and is striving to raise the quality of products to the world standards in close cooperation with the International Standardization Organization. It has designated every February and July as periods for taking measures to improve the quality of products. 94. Quality accreditation. The DPRK adopted regulations for quality accreditation in 1994 and has amended and supplemented them several times since then. It set up the National Accreditation Association under the State Commission of Quality Management to give unified control over the work of certification and accreditation. It also established a legal basis and a well-organized system of state machinery for this work. The NAA has registered 5 organs: Quality Accreditation Center of Korea, Environment 68 Accreditation Center, National Maritime Accreditation Center, Pyongyang Accreditation Office and National Nanotechnology Agency as sector-specific accreditation organs, and conducts its work as required by the national standards and such international standards as ISO 9001 for quality, ISO 14001 for environment, ISO 17024 for member accreditation, ISO 22000 for food safety, GMP for medicines and GAP for agricultural produce and seafood. The state has registered such research organs as the State Academy of Sciences, Kim Chaek University of Technology and Environment Protection Institute, and some factories and enterprises as places for state accreditation tests that conform with ISO 17025, and has them assess products from various sectors. The NAA joined the International Accreditation Forum in September 2002, and is regularly exchanging information on accreditation and certification with international organizations and actively coping with the world trend in this sector. 95. Standardization. After the promulgation of the law of the DPRK on standardization in 1997, the country has provided unified standards and established a strict standardization system. 69. The standardization work at the relevant units, ranging from the State Commission of Quality Management to ministries and other central agencies, provinces, cities, and counties and factories and enterprises, is conducted under a unified system. The Standardization Institute expands the scope of objects to be standardized, works out standards for new areas, and conducts its work on a scientific basis. The DPRK is now conducting the work related with standardization in close contact with ISO and other international organizations. 96. Finance. The finance of the DPRK is socialist finance. The finance of the socialist state is, in essence, the function of using the money earned by the people for the good of the people. It enables the people to become genuine masters of the state property as its resources are earned by their creative labor and provide a guarantee for their independent and creative lives. The major tasks of the socialist finance are to accurately implement the law of balance between accumulation and consumption, the law of a steady and high rate of development of the socialist economy, and the law of distribution according to work done. 70. 97. System for protecting intellectual property rights. The intellectual property rights are fully protected by law in the DPRK. The intellectual property rights include the rights to patents, inventions, industrial designs, registered trademarks and copyrights. Patents and inventions are protected by the law of the DPRK on invention adopted in May 1998. Industrial designs by the law of the DPRK on industrial designs adopted in June 1998. Registered trademarks by the law of the DPRK on trademarks adopted in January 1998. And copyrights by the law of the DPRK on copyrights adopted in March 2001. 98. Activities for protecting intellectual property rights. The DPRK has offices for protecting intellectual property rights in various places. These offices conduct all the official and legal activities in the DPRK including the application for patent, resolving of the problems arising during deliberation, redeliberation and settlement of disputes as entrusted by foreign companies and individuals who are desirous of having their intellectual property rights protected. They conduct these activities on behalf of the 71 applicants and in their name. They also direct efforts to providing methods and conditions for the convenience of domestic clients requiring such protection within the country, simplifying the procedures concerned and going through them quickly and accurately. They also deal with national and foreign applications and registered documents of intellectual property including patents and trademarks in close contact with their counterparts in various countries. In addition, by renewing the contents of their service items, they satisfy various demands with their clients. There are Ryongsin Office, Namsingji Patent and Trademark Office, Arirang Patent and Trademark Office, Pyongyang Intellectual Property Company and other offices under the General Bureau of Invention of the DPRK and the Trademark, Industrial Design and Geographical Indication Office of the DPRK. 99. Foreign trade in the DPRK is conducted under the unified guidance by the state. The country develops foreign trade in various ways according to a well-organized management system. The state is now promoting trade with many countries of the world including developing countries, on the principle of independence, equality and mutual benefit. 72. It ensures that the sector of foreign trade maintains creditworthiness, eliminates bias, improves the country's trade structure in such a way as to increase the proportion of processed goods export and the trade in technology and services, and encourages foreign investment. Trading companies and joint ventures with different categories of business have been set up in production bases, are expanded in many units in the capital city and other regions. The Pyongyang International Trade Fair held every spring and every autumn and other events provide opportunities for developing bilateral and multilateral foreign trade. The Wonsan MT Pyongyang Zone, MT Chilbo Zone and other regions are being transformed into tourist attractions, and every province is conducting brisk activities to set up economic development parks as suited to its concrete realities and develop them in a characteristic way. 100. Effecting the turnaround in building an economic giant. In order to effect the turnaround in building an economic giant, the state is enhancing its functions as the organizer of economic work and establishing full-scale economic management methods of the Korean style that embody the Juche idea. It is providing unified guidance over and strategic management of economic work in a 73 responsible manner. The Cabinet, the country's economic command center, assumes responsibility for economic work. It has worked out a strategy for developing the national economy and stage-by-stage plans in a down-to-earth way, and is organizing economic work to the last detail to implement them and making persistent efforts to carry them through. It plans and directs economic work in such a way as to revitalize the economy overall while concentrating efforts on the main link in the whole chain, in keeping with the requirements of the Cabinet responsibility system and the Cabinet cabinet-centric system, the country's overall economic work is placed under the control of the cabinet, and all the economic sectors and units are establishing strict discipline and order by which they work in accordance with the cabinet's unified planning and direction. The socialist system of responsible business operation has been properly enforced. Factories, enterprises, and cooperative organizations work out reasonable management strategies in keeping with the requirements of this system and conduct business activities on their own initiative and in a creative manner so as to normalize and expand production. The state takes steps to provide enterprises with all the conditions they need to exercise their vested management rights without a hitch. Understanding Korea. 5. Economy. Author, Jung Hwa-sun. Editor, Kim Ji-ho. Translators, Mun Myung Song and Fyo Song M. Layout, Pang Song-hu and Yang Song M. Cover design, Kim Un-jung. Copyright, Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in September 105, 2016. New Numero sign, 683,609. Email, flph@star-co.net.kp, http://www.naonara.com.kp. Understanding Korea 6 Culture. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 106, 2017. Understanding Korea 6 Culture. Foreign Languages Publishing House. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 106, 2017. Contents. 1. Character of culture. 1. 2. Classification of culture. 1. 3. Essence of education. 1. 4. Education system. 2. 5. Development of free compulsory education system. 3. 6. Universal 12-year compulsory education. 4. 7. Education for gifted children. 5. 8. Gyeongsang Kindergarten. 6. 9. Pyongyang Middle School No. 1. 7. 10. Educational basis for extracurricular activities. 7. 11. Manjingdae School Children's Palace. 8. 12. Children's Camps. 9. 13. Songdo International Children's Camp. 9. 14. Universities and colleges. 10. 15. Kim Il-sung University. 11. 16. Educational Network. 12. 17. Distance Education. 12. 18. Grand People's Study House. 13. 19. Giving priority to science and technology. 14. 20. C-Tech Power. 15. 21. Important tasks in building a C-Tech Power. 16. 22. Measures for building a C-Tech Power. 17. 23. Vitality of the line of prioritizing science and technology. 18. 24. CNC technology. 19. 25. Space technology. 19. 26. Nuclear fusion. 20. 27. Scientific research institutes. 21. 28. State Academy of Sciences. 21. 29. Preferential treatment of scientists and technicians. 22. 30. C-Tech festivals. 23. 31. February 16 Science and Technology Prize. 23. 32. Yinfeng Scientist Holiday Camp. 24. 33. Unhelp Scientist Street. 24. 34. Wizong Scientist Residential District. 25. 35. Mirai Scientist Street. 25. 36. Making all the people well-versed in science and technology. 26. 37. C-Tech Complex. 28. 38. Sports. 29. 39. Sports Power. 30. 40. Training of sports people. 31. 41. Pyongyang International Football School. 32. 42. Korea University of Physical Education. 32. 43. Stadiums and other sports facilities. 33. 44. Sports Village on Chongchun Street. 34. 45. Mayday Stadium. 35. 46. Taekwondo Hall. 36. 47. Mazakryansky Resort. 37. 48. Miren Riding Club. 38. 49. Famous sports people. 38. 50. Preferential treatment of famous sports people. 39. 51. Annual sports games. 41. 52. Making sports a mass, everyday activity. 41. 53. Mass rhythmic gymnastics. 42. 54. Mass gymnastics. 43. 55. Art and literature. 44. 56. Inheritance and development of the traditions of art and literature. 45. 57. Revolution in art and literature. 46. 58. Heyday of art and literature. 48. 59. Cinema revolution. 48. 60. Opera revolution. 50. 61. Sea of Blood style operas. 51. 62. 5 major revolutionary operas. 53. 63. Drama revolution. 54. 64. Mountain Shrine style drama. 55. 65. 5 major revolutionary dramas. 56. 66. 4 major dances. 58. 67. Korean Film Studio. 59. 68. Prize winners at international film festivals. 59. 69. Korea April 26 Animation Studio. 60. 70. Moranbang Band. 61. 71. National Symphony Orchestra. 61. 72. National Theatrical Troupe. 62. 73. National Acrobatic Troupe. 62. 74. Mansudae Art Studio. 63. 75. Korean Painting. 63. 76. Korean Jewel Painting. 64. 77. People's Theater. 64. 78. Grand Mass Gymnastics and Artistic Performance Arirang. 65. 79. Alphabetical Dance Notation. 66. 80. April Spring Friendship Art Festival. 67. 81. Pyongyang International Film Festival. 68. 82. April Spring People's Art Festival. 68. 83. National Singing Contest for Working People. 69. 84. Mass Media Organs. 69. 85. Radong Senmun. 70. 86. Minyu Joseon. 70. 87. Jeonmin Jeonwi. 71. 88. Korean Central News. 72. 89. Korean Central Radio. 73. 90. Essence of the Public Health System. 74. 91. Free Medical Care. 75. 92. Structure of the Public Health System. 76. 93. Preventive Medicine. 77. 94. District Doctor System. 77. 95. Telemedicine. 78. 96. Medical care centers, 78. 97. Korea General Red Cross Hospital, 79. 98. Academy of Koryo Medicine, 80. 99. Pyongyang Maternity Hospital, 81. 100. Civilized Socialist Power, 82. 1. Character of culture. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea develops socialist culture. Socialist culture is created and enjoyed by the masses of the people, including the working class, and it contributes to carrying out the cause of socialism. It is also created with a nation-state as a unit, and renders services to advancing human civilization through the promotion of national culture. An important feature of socialist culture of the DPRK is that it has closely combined national form with socialist content. 2. Classification of culture. The culture of the DPRK comprises such domains of the people's mental activities as education, science, art and literature, public health, sports and mass media. In a broad sense, it also encompasses the material wealth accumulated in the process of building socialism. 3. Essence of education. The DPRK develops socialist education. The objective of socialist education is to train the people into fully developed talents who are prepared politically and ideologically and possess of a high degree of creative ability, lofty moral traits and sturdy physique. 2. The major contents of socialist education are political and ideological education, scientific and technological education, and sports education. What is important in the methods of socialist education is to orientate basic education, specialized education and scientific and technological education to raising the creative ability of students, not to imparting knowledge to them, by thoroughly applying in all stages of education the heuristic teaching method advanced by President Kim Il-sung and General Kim Jong-il. Important methods of socialist education include strengthening organizational life and socio political activities, combining school education with social education, and promoting preschool education, school education and adult education in parallel. 4. Education system. A socialist education system has been established in the DPRK, under which the state is responsible for giving education to all the people. As it is based on free education for all the members of society, the system substantially guarantees their equal rights and gives ready access to education throughout their life. The major characteristic of this system is that it is a form of universal free compulsory education. 3. 5. Development of free compulsory education system. The DPRK's free compulsory education system dates back to the days of the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. In the early 1930s, Kim Il-sung ensured that free compulsory education, the first of its kind in Korea's history, was enforced at the revolutionary schools in the vast expanse of revolutionized rural areas and at schools for the members of the Children's Corps in the guerrilla bases in liberated zones. He thus gained good experience in applying free education system. Following Korea's liberation, monthly tuition and other school fee systems were abolished, and from September 1, 1947, state scholarship was granted to university and college students. The government enforced universal compulsory education in close combination with free education. The universal compulsory primary education, enforced in 1956, and the universal compulsory secondary education in 1958 were completely free. With the triumph of the socialist revolution and the establishment of the socialist system, the government proclaimed that universal free education would be enforced from April 1, 1959. This meant that the government applied in a comprehensive way the four principles of giving education to all the working people on its own responsibility. It enforced universal 11-year compulsory education in 1972. The 6th session of the 12th Supreme People's Assembly of the DPRK, held in September 2012, promulgated a law on the enforcement of universal 12-year compulsory education. 6. Universal 12-year compulsory education. The universal 12-year compulsory education system is an in-depth development of the universal 11-year compulsory education system, and it is a new, higher stage of general secondary education. This system consists of systematic education periods: 1-year preschool education, 5-year primary school, 3-year junior middle school, and 3-year senior middle school. In these periods, children learn general elementary knowledge and the basics of modern technology. This is aimed at ensuring a higher qualitative level of general secondary education. All children in the age group of 5-17 are eligible for education. The 1-year preschool education is focused on preparing children for school education, and the 5-year primary school gives them the basic knowledge of nature and society while ensuring their physical growth so that they can receive secondary education satisfactorily. The 3-year junior middle school teaches students general basic knowledge, and the 3-year senior middle school gives them additional knowledge for secondary education and basic technical knowledge, which can be used in reality as required by the age of knowledge-based economy. Thanks to the universal 12-year compulsory education system, Korean students can acquire a broad knowledge to keep in step with the rapid development of science and technology. After graduation, they enter society with independent abilities. 7. Education for gifted children. The DPRK pays close attention to identifying and training gifted children. Those with an aptitude for music, art, and sports are admitted to such daily or weekly care centers as Gyeongsan Kindergarten, Tiedemann Kindergarten, and Changwon Kindergarten, and, finally, to Kemwongun University of Music, Pyongyang University of Fine Arts, and Korea University of Physical Education. 6. And the pupils with an aptitude for natural science are enrolled at Pyongyang Middle School No. 1 and other similar schools in provinces. 8. Gyeongsan Kindergarten. The Gyeongsan Kindergarten is located in Changjeon Street in downtown Pyongyang. The kindergarten is provided with ample conditions and environment necessary for the training of the children of preschool age and the development of their intelligence. The 4-story building with a basement has dozens of classrooms and training rooms for major subjects, general recreation hall, bedrooms and dining room. There is a wading pool in the basement. This kindergarten has produced many world-famous music prodigies. It admits children with a gift for music and teaches them to play such instruments as violin, cello and piano. Many of its graduates have won the individual contest for the February 16th art prize and international competitions. They work for such famous art troupes as the National Symphony Orchestra and Mansudae Art Troupe. Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un visited this kindergarten in May and July 2012. 7. 9. Pyongyang Middle School No. 1 located in Sanwon-dong, Pofyongyang District, Pyongyang. The Pyongyang Middle School No. 1 is an educational institution which admits children with an above-average IQ from across the country and trains them to be the reserve of competent scientists and technicians. The school occupies an area of over 70,000 m², and its total floor space is more than 28,000 m². It is fully equipped for the education of brilliant students. Physics and chemistry labs, computer rooms, music rooms, gymnastics rooms, swimming pool and library with over 100,000 books. It has produced a number of talents such as gold medalists at the International Mathematics Olympics. 10. Educational bases for extracurricular activities in different parts of the country. There are school children's palaces, students' halls, children's camps, and students' libraries. In Pyongyang, for example, there are many educational bases for students' extracurricular activities, including the Manmyongdae School Children's Palace, Pyongyang Students and Children's Palace, Central Youth Hall, and Manmyongdae Children's Camp. And 8. There is a student's library in every district. At these bases, children learn knowledge and skills according to their hopes and aptitudes. 11. Mangyongdae School Children's Palace. Founded in May 1989, the Mangyongdae School Children's Palace is a comprehensive educational base for students' extracurricular activities. It was renovated in 2015 in keeping with the requirements of the new century. The architectural form of the building represents a mother embracing her children with open arms. The palace comprises the science hall for computer, physics and SCI tech groups, the art hall for embroidery, calligraphy, kaegam, Korean harp, accordion and vocal music groups, and a general training ground for traditional instrumental music and electronic ensemble, as well as general artistic training ground and several other halls of a unique design. The rooms and training grounds are furnished with excellent educational equipment. It also has a large theater, swimming hall and gymnasium for both national and international competitions. The palace can accommodate over 5,000 students a day. They come here after school to learn skills according to their wishes and consolidate with their 9 taught at school for scientific experiment and practical training. 12. Children's camps. There are dozens of children's camps in the historic and scenic places across the country, including Mangyongdae, MT Jangja, Sogam, Songdo-won, MT Myeohyang, and Fafyong. These camps are divided into central children's camps, provincial or municipal children's camps, and international children's camp. Central children's camps accept school children from across the country. Provincial or municipal children's camps are for the local students, and the international children's camp is for foreigners. The children's camps are provided with all necessary conditions and equipment, and they are staffed by competent instructors. 13. Songdo-won International Children's Camp. The Songdo-won International Children's Camp is situated in Songdo-won, Wonsan, Gangwon Province on the east coast of the country. President Kim Il-sung fixed the site of the camp in the best part of Songdo-won, a beauty spot, and specified 10 what needed to be done for the construction project. Later, General Kim Jong-il ensured that the camp was renovated in a splendid fashion and the camp life was organized in a varied way. In May 2013, Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un proposed revamping the camp. He visited it several times and gave instructions on such problems as arranging a non-stop train service and making good preparations for its operation, and installing the newly made steep slides in the swimming pool of the camp before elsewhere. At this camp stand the statues of President Kim Il-sung and General Kim Jong-il, depicting the great leaders embracing children warmly. The modern buildings of the camp blend in with the seascape. They include the International Friendship Children's Hall, playground, gymnasium, indoor swimming pool, outdoor wading pool, outdoor archery field, aquarium, aviary and exhibition hall for stuffed animals. The camping period is from late July to early August every year. 14. Universities and colleges. Before Korea's liberation in 1945, there was no university or college in the northern half of the country. 11. Kim Il-sung University was built the following year. Later, Kim Chaek University of Technology and other institutions for higher education were built one after another. Pyongyang is now home to many universities and colleges such as Kim Il-sung University, Kim Chaek University of Technology, Kim Hyungjik University of Education, Pyongyang University of Architecture, and University of Sciences. There are also universities and colleges in all provinces. 15. Kim Il-sung University. Founded on October 1, 1946, the university is a center for training national cadres of the DPRK. Located in Taesong District, Pyongyang, it comprises Pyongyang Medical College, Pyongyang Agricultural College, Gyeongsang Agricultural College, Law College, Literature College, Computer Science College, and Finance College. 10 odd faculties including economics, history, philosophy, foreign languages and literature, mathematics, physics, chemistry, life science and geography, Academy of Cutting-Edge Science and its subordinate research institutes of nanotechnology, IT, electronic materials, bioindustry, analysis and scientific experimental equipment. It also has modern buildings necessary for the education and welfare of students such as the e-library, gymnasium, 12 swimming gymnasium, dormitory and hospital. The university is promoting cooperation and exchanges with other universities around the world. Foreign students, too, can take courses at the university. 16. Educational network. The DPRK's education system embraces all the people, and any one of them can benefit from distance education via the National Computer Network. This education system can be divided into 2 categories: regular education system and studying while working system. The regular education system consists of 1-year preschool education, 11-year general education, and higher education at universities and colleges. The studying while working system is composed of factory or farm colleges and courses for distance education. People across the country are enrolled in part-time courses at universities and colleges. There are also public learning centers such as the Grand People's Study House and the C-Tech Complex. 17. Distance education. Kim Chaek University of Technology and other major universities have developed courses for distance education. 13. This type of education gives people a broad knowledge of many fields: mechanical, metallurgical, materials and electronic engineering, light industry, food and consumer goods industries, enterprise management, IT and foreign languages. It provides access to guided lectures and relevant information. The service menu for students contains 2 types of rooms for questions and answers. The first one is for the points that are difficult to understand during lectures, and the second one for the scientific and technological problems raised by field workers. Working people can gain ready access to online lectures whenever it is convenient for them. 18. Grand People's Study House. Located in downtown Pyongyang, the Grand People's Study House covers a total floor space of 100,000 m2 and consists of 10 buildings with 10 stories. It can house 30 million books and has over 600 rooms, including 23 reading rooms with 6,000 seats in all, 14 lecture rooms, several information rooms and question and answer rooms. Its operation is fully computerized, and the lecture and information rooms are equipped with computer, 14 video player, film projector and slide projector. The books demanded by readers are automatically conveyed to the book lending stands. Visitors are given information, question and answer, recorded and video lectures, in addition to general ones. Lectures are arranged on new scientific and technological problems, and lectures on scientific theory, scientific and technological short courses, lectures on request, intensive lectures and foreign language courses are organized on a regular basis. Also, interactive lectures are given through the real-time exchange of images, sounds, and letters. 10,000 to 12,000 students and working people visit here on a daily average. 19. Giving priority to science and technology. The present is the age of science and technology, and the level of scientific and technological development is a criterion for judging the overall strength and status of a country. Scientific and technological strength is the most important strategic resource of a state and a powerful propellant for its social development. It is imperative, if the DPRK is to smash the imperialist economic and technological blockade, radically increase its capacity for self-development, and 15. Make rapid progress in all sectors to make science and technology its lifeblood. By spurring the building of a SCI tech power, the DPRK plans to achieve a new leap forward in developing its science and technology and usher in an era of prosperity by means of science, thus bringing about a revolutionary turn in socialist construction in a short period. 20. C-Tech Power. The SCI Tech Power that the DPRK is striving to build is a country whose overall science and technology are at the most advanced level in the world, a country where science and technology play the leading role in ensuring the rapid development of all other sectors including the economy, national defense and culture. The goal of building the SCI Tech Power is to take an honorable place among the ranks of the most advanced nations in the world in the near future in terms of overall scientific and technological strength. In developing science and technology, the DPRK is not simply following the road taken by others but advances by leaps and bounds from one decade to the next by giving full play to its scientists' patriotism and loyalty and its people's resourcefulness and national self-respect. 16. 21. Important tasks in building a C-Tech Power. First, it is to conduct a vigorous campaign to surpass the cutting edge in the sector of science and technology. In other words, it is to conduct a dynamic struggle to develop technologies with a world-class competitive edge in the field of cutting-edge science and technology and direct great efforts to exploring and developing new branches of cross-disciplinary sciences in line with the trend of the comprehensive development of science and technology and the demands of socio-economic development. Second, it is to make science and technology play the role of the engine in building an economic giant. To this end, the scientific research sector should work out concrete scientific and technological plans for promoting the independence and just character of the economy and improving the people's living standards, and adopt and implement specific measures to this end. And the sector of science and technology should play the leading role in speeding up the integration of science and technology with the economy and making the country's economy modern and IT-based. Third, it is to value talented personnel and ensure that all the people are well-versed in science and technology. It is necessary to build up the ranks of scientific and 17 technical talents with a view to them shouldering the future of SCI Tech Power, raise their research and development capabilities to the world-advanced level, and make all the people well-versed in science and technology. 22. Measures for building a C-Tech Power. The DPRK is carrying out proper planning, guidance and management for the development of the country's science and technology, establishing a well-made scientific research and development system and providing in full the conditions needed by the sector. It is maintaining strategic focus in the planning and guidance for the development of science and technology, while ensuring that no scientific research institutes tend to conduct research separately in a dispersed manner. It is adjusting and consolidating the national system of scientific research and development and scaling up its investment in the sector of science and technology. It is also making a climate of prioritizing science and technology prevail throughout society, based on the viewpoint and attitude that no success can be achieved in any work without relying on science and technology. All sectors and all units are directing primary efforts to their development and solving all problems on their strength. 18 is treasuring scientists and technicians and providing them with good working and living conditions so that they can apply themselves to their scientific research. It is establishing a climate of studying science and technology across society to make all the people masters and developers of science and technology so that they can devote their knowledge and skills to building a powerful socialist country. 23. Vitality of the line of prioritizing science and technology. The DPRK has adhered to the line of giving priority to science and technology, and its vitality is clearly manifested in the fact that the flames of the Industrial Revolution in the new century based on the cutting-edge CNC technology have flared up in machine building industry, and the country has taken its place among the ranks of a few nuclear powers of the world and acquired the capability of manufacturing and launching artificial Earth satellites. The country has also established a just orientation in producing iron, fertilizer and fiber and in magnesia clinker industry. The integrated automation system of key factories and enterprises has been set up, and many scientific and technological successes achieved in bolstering up the 19 vanguard sectors of the national economy, basic industries, and improving the people's living standards. 24. CNC technology. CNC technology symbolizes the might of the DPRK's just-oriented industry. It is making a great contribution to putting different sectors of the national economy on a modern footing by surpassing the cutting edge. The country is developing various models of high-performance CNC machine tools which are high-speed, precise and intelligent, while normalizing the production of standard CNC machine tools. CNC machine tools with 8 and 9 axes as well as 4, 5 and 6 ones are being produced according to varied demands. Many foreign companies, interested in the DPRK's CNC technology, are planning to promote economic exchange with their Korean counterparts. 25. Space technology. The DPRK succeeded in launching its first artificial Earth satellite Gwangyungsong-1 in August 1998 and its second satellite Gwangyungsong-2 in April 2009. Then space scientists and technicians buckled down to the development of an application satellite. In December 2012, despite the severe winter cold, they succeeded in launching Gwangyungsong-3 by means of the launch vehicle Anha-3. It was a sun-synchronous polar orbiting satellite, the acme of satellite technology. They had decided to change the ideal trajectory of the satellite, out of respect for the sovereignty of neighboring countries and international law. The application satellite was entirely domestic in designing, manufacturing, assembling, blasting off and observation after its launch. Thus it demonstrated a high level of the country's space technology. In February 2016, the Earth observation satellite Gwangyungsong-4 achieved orbit. It was developed according to the plan for 2016 of the 5-year national project for space exploration. With the rapid development of the country's space science and technology, the government set up the National Aerospace Development Administration with a view to exercising unified guidance and control over all its space activities, and promulgated the law on space exploration. Now it is making notable progress in its space exploration project. 26. Nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion, otherwise called artificial sun technology, is arousing great interest among the academic circles of the world as it will pave the way for 21 obtaining an ideal energy which is inexhaustible, safe and environment friendly. In 2010, Korean scientists succeeded in nuclear fusion tests by resolving numerous scientific and technological problems through a concerted effort. They manufactured a thermonuclear reaction device of a unique design and pressed on with basic research to complete the country's thermonuclear technology by themselves. Thus they have achieved a breakthrough for developing new energy, opening up a new phase in developing cutting-edge science and technology. 27. Scientific research institutes. In the DPRK, there are the State Academy of Sciences, the Comprehensive Guidance Unit of Scientific Research Institutes, the Academy of Social Sciences, the State Commission of Science and Technology in charge of relevant administration work and its affiliates across the country. These scientific research institutes have latest facilities, research rooms, laboratories, analysis rooms, and pilot plants. 28. State Academy of Sciences. The State Academy of Sciences is a national organ 22 responsible for unified guidance and control over scientific research. Its basic mission is to ensure coordinated development of all the scientific research institutes and their projects and provide a scientific and technological guarantee for resolving the problems arising in the development of science and the national economy. It was founded on December 1, 1952, during the Fatherland Liberation War, on the initiative of Kim Il-sung. Its affiliates include Hamhung Branch Academy and Branch Academy of Biotechnology, Research Institute of Physics, Research Institute of Mathematics, Research Institute of Electronics, Institute of Mechanical Engineering, Institute of Thermal Engineering and Research Institute of Microbiology. 29. Preferential treatment of scientists and technicians. The government of the DPRK is responsible for providing scientists and technicians with ample conditions for their research and living. It built scientist streets in downtown Pyongyang and other places and took other steps to resolve the housing problem for scientists and technicians. The Mirai Shop for scientists was built on the bank of the picturesque Pothang River in Pyongyang. 23. The state confers on outstanding scientists and technicians national orders and medals. February 16. Science and Technology Prize, and honorary titles such as People's Scientist, People's Technician, Merited Scientist and Merited Technician. 30. SeaTech Festivals. The National SeaTech Festival is held on an annual basis to mark the Day of the Sun, one of the greatest national holidays in the DPRK, and similar festivals for various sectors are organized occasionally. All applicants including scientists, technicians, factory workers, office employees, farmers and students are allowed to attend the festivals. In addition, the National Invention and New Technology Exhibition, sponsored by the State Commission of Science and Technology, is held every 1 or 2 years. 31. February 16th Science and Technology Prize. This is the top prize in the sector of science and technology. General Kim Jong-il defined science and technology as one of the 3 buttresses for building a powerful socialist country. True to his intention, the state confers 24. The February 16th Science and Technology Prize on the scientists, technicians and projects that have rendered distinguished services to the development of science and technology and the economy and the improvement of the people's livelihood. 32. Yanfeng Scientist Holiday Camp. Situated on the picturesque Lake Yanfeng, the resort can accommodate dozens of scientists at a time. It has 9 buildings around the general service building, and pavilions are connected through access corridors for the convenience of scientists. On the ground floor are a banquet hall, dining room, bathroom, barbers and beauty salon, and on the first floor is the billiards hall. There are also an e-library, consultation room and indoor waiting pool. 33. Unha Scientist Street. Unha Scientist Street covers a wide area on the outskirts of Pyongyang. The modern street has 21 blocks of over 1000 flats, public buildings such as school, hospital, nursery and kindergarten, children's park and small parks laid out in 16 places, and various kinds of public amenities. 25 broad roads, good species of trees around the buildings, beautiful flowers and turfs present, fine natural scenery. The flats are provided with all conditions necessary for family life, including high-quality furniture and utensils. They were allotted gratis to ordinary scientists and technicians. 34. Wizong Scientist Residential District. In January 2014, during his visit to the State Academy of Sciences, Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un proposed building a modern scientist street in the Unjong Science Park, which is home to the State Academy of Sciences, as the Unha Scientist Street had been built the previous year, saying that unsparing investment in the sector of science and technology is key to success in scientific research. Accordingly, dozens of apartment blocks, school, hospital, service facilities and scientific research bases were built in the science park, forming a modern residential area. 35. Mirai Scientist Street. In May 2014, Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un visited the construction site of apartment blocks for teachers at 26 Kemchak University of Technology. Looking up at the 2 blocks with 46 stories, each soaring on the bank of the Taedong River, he said that the building of a unique architectural design looked like a boat sailing on the river as their outer walls were curved, and that the Workers' Party of Korea was planning to build such apartment blocks for teachers and researchers. Then he proposed naming the new street Mirai Scientist Street. Under his close concern, the street was built in a magnificent fashion. Such scientist streets, which have been erected one after another in Pyongyang, demonstrate the leader's unshakable determination to develop the country into a powerful socialist country by prioritizing science and technology. 36. Making all the people well-versed in science and technology. Ensuring that all the people are well-versed in science and technology is an important undertaking to prepare all the members of society as intelligent workers with the intellectual level of university graduate, and as the developers of science and technology. It literally means preparing all the people as talents who have a high-level grounding in modern science and technology. 27. This reflects the demands of the era of knowledge economy. The present era requires competent talents who can render services to promoting economic growth and the development of science and technology. That's why the state should direct primary attention to training all the people into talents well-versed in modern science and technology, treating this work as one of decisive significance. It also reflects the situation in the DPRK, where all the people have turned out in the efforts to build theirs into a powerful socialist country. It is impossible to raise the country's overall science and technology to the cutting-edge level in a short period and fully meet the demand for talents needed in the building of a knowledge-based economic giant if the state focuses only on the education of brilliant students or tries to increase the number of talented personnel by importing talents from other countries. The goal of building a knowledge-based economic giant is to make all industrial sectors fully automated and intelligent in a short span of time by advancing by leaps and bounds. Needed to attain this goal are competent workers who are able to handle CNC machines and other high-tech equipment and develop new innovative techniques. 28. To satisfy the demand for talents in different sectors of the national economy, it is important to encourage all the people to learn modern science and technology. 37. SeaTech Complex. It is a great temple of learning for all the people and a hub for the diffusion of latest science and technology. The complex sits on the Suk Island on the Taedong River flowing through the central part of Pyongyang. It consists of 4 floors above the ground and 1 floor under the ground, and covers a total floor space of 106,601 m2. It is a giant atom-shaped structure of a unique architectural design that is reminiscent of the world of science. A large-scale library. It is a multifunctional hub for the dissemination of advanced science and technology, base of social education, equipped with indoor and outdoor SCI-Tech exhibition halls. In the lobby of the complex stands the model of a launch vehicle for artificial Earth satellite. On each floor formed in a circular shape are indoor SCI-Tech exhibition halls, which include e-reading areas, hall for children's dream, hall dedicated to the history of SCI-Tech development, Frontier SCI-Tech Hall, Basic Science Hall, Applied SCI-Tech Halls, and Hall for Scientific Study. These learning spaces are always filled with scientists, 29 technicians, workers, farmers, officials, students and children, who are eager to learn scientific principles and methods. Looking around the exhibits, visitors can handle, feel or operate them. In the step rest halls, they can study scientific and technological data watching TV. The complex is an energy-saving, green building that uses geothermal and solar energy for the cooling and heating system and lighting and indoor illumination. It is also equipped with the latest sewage treatment system. Outside the building are study sites, fountain park, hand-shaped tower symbolic of science and technology, exhibitions and lecture areas. There is a dormitory with 500 beds, which blends in with the surrounding environment. 38. Sports. In former days, sports was considered a diversion for people, the privileged class in particular. In the DPRK, however, this is an important undertaking which is conducive to national prosperity, contributes to building up the country's defense capability, promotes public health and enhances the country's reputation. Thanks to the deep concern and energetic guidance of President Kim Il-sung and General Kim Jong-il, sports has become mass-based in the country, rendering a contribution to propelling the revolution in construction. 30 sports facilities can be found in all parts of the country's cities, farms and schools, and mass gymnastics and other mass-based sports activities are conducted briskly. As sports has become part of everyday activity, the people have been fully prepared for labor and national defense, and the country's sporting techniques are developing as the days go by. Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un plans to develop the country into a sports power by raising a strong sports wind and developing sporting techniques as soon as possible. 39. Sports power. A sports power is a country that enhances its reputation, prospers and grows stronger on the basis of sports. The DPRK is stepping up the building of a sports power to consolidate its national strength, cultivate the resourcefulness and mettle of the nation, and demonstrate the country's dignity and honor to the world. It strives to raise the specialist sporting techniques to the world level as soon as possible, make sports a mass, everyday activity, and improve the scientific level of sports. It has ensured that the sports sector focuses on intensifying training and perfecting the Korean-style 31 superior competitive tactics so as to create successive, fresh, amazing sports myths of heroic Korea in international competitions and win Asian and world championships. It improves physical education at schools and lets institutions, enterprises and cooperative farms conduct brisk sporting activities so that the whole country seethes with enthusiasm for sports. As putting sports on a scientific basis gives an impetus to building a sports power, it sees that the sports sector conducts training, competition, upbringing of reserves and production of sports equipment and materials on the basis of modern science and technology, and develops sports science to suit the Koreans' physical qualities. 40. Training of sports people. In the DPRK, sports people are being systematically trained under the concern of the state. There are extracurricular sports schools in all cities and counties, and each school has teams for different sports events. After receiving basic education, students are admitted to Korea University of Physical Education or professional sports teams. The university has a course for training pupils, and the sports teams have a special system for training reserves by themselves. 32. Reserve training is conducted according to a long-term plan under the unified guidance of the National Sports Guidance Committee. 41. Pyongyang International Football School. The Pyongyang International Football School is located on the Rung Island on the Judong River, Pyongyang. The school has buildings, training grounds, dormitory, dining hall, bathroom and other welfare facilities. Covering an area of over 10,000 m2, it can be called a cradle for future football stars. Students are selected according to strict criteria from among the boys and girls at juvenile sports schools or football classes of other schools who have extraordinary basic techniques and physical conditions. Particular attention is paid to the children who have great potential. These students are trained by the young teachers with an innovative vision who led their teams to victory several times at the national competition of juvenile sports schools and who won FIFA recognition as excellent coaches. 42. Korea University of Physical Education. This university is located in Tongdaewon District, Pyongyang. 33. Covering a total floor space of over 10,000 m2, it has several faculties such as the Faculty of Basic Sciences, about 40 departments, Sports Science Institute, postgraduate course and printing shop. It also has a swimming pool and training grounds for such events as track and field, gymnastics, volleyball, basketball, table tennis, weightlifting, boxing, wrestling and judo. It is intensifying technical education for such subjects as sports information science and sports physiology in keeping with the trend of development of modern sporting techniques while raising a qualitative level of theoretical education for the students' majors. It also ensures that theoretical study is closely combined with practical training. It has published hundreds of textbooks and reference books, thus making a contribution to developing education and sports science of the country. It has produced a number of sports stars including Tae Kil-soo, gold medalist in the pommel horse event at the World Gymnastics Championships and the Olympic Games. 43. Stadiums and other sports facilities. The Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPRK ensured that sports facilities were built across 34 the country for everyone to conduct physical training to their heart's content. In Pyongyang alone, there are many sports facilities, including Kim Il-sung Stadium, Mayday Stadium, Yanggukdo Football Stadium, Sosan Football Stadium, Pyongyang Indoor Stadium, Pyongyang Gold Lane, Golf Course and Sports Village on Chongchun Street. Every district of the city has its own gymnasium. Each provincial seat has a stadium, multi-purpose gymnasium and swimming pools. City and county seats, large factories and enterprises, cooperative farms and schools have sports facilities of their own. 44. Sports Village on Chongchun Street situated in Manyongye District, Pyongyang. The Sports Village was inaugurated in September 1988 and renovated in 2014. Covering an area of over 1,540,000 m2, it is home to the Sosan Football Stadium and gymnasiums for basketball, table tennis, light sports and swimming, and other facilities, in which more than 40 games of over 20 events can be held at a time. Their illumination equipment are up to international standard and the heating and cooling system is so perfect that sports people can conduct training and hold competitions in all seasons. 35. In the Sosan Football Stadium and some other gymnasiums there are such amenities for both national and international competitions as referees room, press conference hall, dope test room, tactical discussion room, waiting room, video room, physical training hall and massage room. An advanced refereeing system for different sports events, developed by Korean scientists, has been introduced at the gymnasiums. Also, the Pyongyang Sports Goods Factory is in the Sports Village. 45. Mayday Stadium. The Mayday Stadium, built on the picturesque Rung Island in a splendid and distinctive fashion, was inaugurated in 1989 and renovated in 2014. The stadium, resembling a magnolia blossom, covers an area of over 400,000 m2. It has sports and welfare facilities including the 150,000 seat auditorium, soccer pitch, track and field course, warming up room, bedrooms for players, coach's office, referee's office, dope test and registration room, swimming pool, table tennis hall, mini golf course and rehabilitation room. Around the stadium are more than 20 training grounds including lawn pitches, tennis court, roller 36 hockey field and roller figure skating ground. Held at this stadium were many international and national events such as the 13th World Festival of Youth and Students and the Kim Il-sung Prize-winning Grand Mass Gymnastics and Artistic Performance Arirang. A large, modern structure of a unique design, it is rendering a great contribution to the development of the country's physical culture and the people's cultural and aesthetic activities. 46. Taekwondo Hall. A traditional martial art of the Korean nation, Taekwondo has become a mass-based sport in the DPRK. It is good in building a sturdy physique and cultivating strong will, determination, bravery and sense of organization. At this hall in Chongchun Street, Manyongye District, Pyongyang, Taekwondo players can conduct training. The venue for national and international Taekwondo competitions, it was inaugurated in September 1992. It is composed of the main building and several auxiliary buildings, covering an area of about 250,000 m2, a building area of over 7,100 m2, and a total floor space of 18,000 m2. 37. The main building has over 120 rooms including the competition area, auditorium, training ground, meeting room, lounge, public amenities, offices and machine room. 47. Mazikryong Ski Resort. The Mazikryong Ski Resort is situated in Gangwon Province, in the eastern part of the DPRK, covering a total area of over 1,400 hectares. This ski resort has 10 skiing and sledging slopes for experts and amateurs, 2 and 4 seat chairlifts, cableways, travelator, children's snow park, open-air skating ground, reservoir for snow cannons, Mazikryong Hotel and accommodation facilities. The skiing slopes stretching from the summit of Taehwa Peak, 1,363 meters above sea level, have been designed to differ in topography for the convenience of adventurous experts and amateurs. Midway down the slopes are recreational facilities where they can take a simple meal. The slopes are divided into beginners, intermediate and expert slopes. There is also a ski school in the resort. Teachers of the school are expert tour champions of national competitions and attended international contests. They teach beginners and amateurs to suit their psychology and demands. 38. 48. Miran Riding Club. Horse riding is a traditional sport of the Korean nation. It has grown popular among the people, following the construction of the riding club in the Miran area in the outskirts of Pyongyang. The club occupies an area of over 627,000 m². It has running tracks and dozens of service buildings. It is fully equipped with all conditions necessary for horse riding and education, including indoor and outdoor training grounds, hall for dissemination of riding knowledge, rehabilitation house, accommodation facilities, veterinary hospital and stockbreeding institute. The indoor training ground is 59.4 meter long and 28 meter wide. Inside, it is warm enough even in winter and has a ball truss roof for natural lighting. There are a sand-covered course 750 meter long and a long course 850 meter long in the elliptical outdoor training ground. There are also training grounds for beginners and steeplechasing. The hall for dissemination of riding knowledge has several lecture rooms and SCI Tech learning spaces. 49. Famous sports people. The DPRK has produced a number of players who won fame at the international competitions such as the Olympics and World Championships. They include San 39 Koon Dan, Queen of Track and Field, who broke the world records 11 times, Han Phil-hwa, first Asian medalist in the Winter Olympics and Hans called Comet on the ice, Pak Young-sun, twice champion of the World Table Tennis Championships and called Queen of Table Tennis, Kai Sun-hoo, winner in the 48 kg category of women's judo event at the Olympics in her teens and later 4-time consecutive champion in different categories of the World Championships, and Om Yoon-shal, twice champion of the World Weightlifting Championships. There are also Jong Song-ok, World Marathon Queen, who distinguished herself in the track and field event in the 20th century, Bae Kil-soo, king of pommel horse, who won gold at the Olympics and 3-time champion of the World Championships, Kim Chal-won, twice champion of the World Wrestling Championships, and Kim Il, twice Olympic gold medalist. Recent stars include marathon player Kim Kun-ok, table tennis players Kim Hyo-bong and Kim Jong, footballers Rahon Sim and Ho Eun-bio, and gymnast Hong Eun-jung. 50. Preferential treatment of famous sports people. Korean players attend international competitions not for any special reward or personal fame, but for the 40 dignity and honor of their country and nation. The Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPRK give them due publicity and treatment in appreciation of their meritorious service. Those who have won medals at international competitions receive warm welcome from the people on the streets, and, sometimes, the government arranges a grand banquet in honor of them. When Pak Young-sun returned home after taking the first place in the World Table Tennis Championships, hundreds of thousands of Pyongyang citizens gave her warm welcome on the streets, putting the garland around her neck and waving bouquets. President Kim Il-sung and General Kim Jong-il posed for a photograph with her and gave her precious gifts. In 2014, when the DPRK players, including women footballers, returned home after achieving a great success in the 17th Asian Games, hundreds of thousands of people gave them enthusiastic welcome on the streets. Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un posed for a photograph with them and gave gifts to each of them. Many of the above players received such honorary titles as People's Athlete and Merit Athlete, as well as material reward. 41. 51. Annual sports games. Annual sports games held in the DPRK include Paekdaesun Prize, Manjung-dae Prize, Pokanbo Torch Prize and Ulsandok Prize sports competitions, national championships, and Weibo Cup football matches. Amateurs competitions include the Paekdaesun Prize sports contest, Manjung-dae Prize games for civil servants at city and county level, national sports contest of workers, national sports contest of agricultural working people, national interprovincial games, sports contest of artists, Jeonjilbang Prize national contest of youths and school children. 52. Making sports a mass. Everyday activity. Making sports a mass. Everyday activity is the consistent policy of the Workers' Party of Korea. There is a well-regulated mass-based sports system from the capital to provinces, as well as sectional systems at factories, enterprises and schools. In addition, material foundations have been laid for making sports a mass, everyday activity. Every year, sporting activities, including examination of people's physical strength, sports games and group running, take place and sports months are observed. The movements for winning the titles of Model Sports 42 County, District, and Model Sports School are gaining momentum. 53. Mass rhythmic gymnastics. Mass rhythmic gymnastics is popular in the DPRK. It is a rhythmic exercise composed of athletic movements conforming to the principles and methods of rhythm to increase physical strength in a harmonious and balanced way. The movements are coordinated in direction, scale, speed, duration, contrast, and repetition. As the exercise consists of common body movements, it is interesting and easy to learn. People can do it separately or collectively, at any time and in any place, in office, at home, in parks and pleasure grounds. The beautiful, light melody and stimulating rhythm increase the frequency of excitement, and thus the exercise allows one to move intensively without feeling exhausted. As all the parts and organs of the body move, a 5-minute exercise makes you sweat and feel refreshed. This exercise promotes your health by enhancing the function of the whole body, including the cardiovascular and respiratory systems. The rhythmic gymnastics for children consists of 10 movements to be performed in 4 minutes. It suits the 43 physical and psychological features of children at kindergarten and primary school. It is effective in developing the mobility, support, balance, and aesthesia of the whole body. The rhythmic gymnastics for the elderly is made up of 9 movements to be performed in 4 minutes. This moderate exercise is good in relieving fatigue and preventing aging. 54. Mass gymnastics in the DPRK. Mass gymnastics is encouraged as one of mass-based sports. It is a composite, popular sport which combines athletic finesse with artistic skills and ideological content. It uses diverse means of athletic representation, including freestanding, exercises with hand apparatus, formation and modeling, to show seasoned athletic skills. Through the combination of background art, band music, pangchang, offstage chorus, rhythmic dance and other artistic means and language, it ensures a high standard of artistic skills. As a composite exercise that combines high ideological content, artistic qualities and gymnastic skills, mass gymnastics renders a contribution to the political and ideological education of children and working people and to the promotion of their health. And 44. Aesthetic activities. Mass gymnastics is popular in provinces, cities and counties, as well as at educational institutions. Even overseas compatriots enjoy it. Korean sports people and students resident in Japan created such mass gymnastics performances as Our Glorious Motherland and song dedicated to our motherland. Mass gymnastics has continued to develop in scale, style and content. In particular, the grand mass gymnastics and artistic performance ever victorious Workers' Party of Korea was staged in 2000 to mark the 55th anniversary of the founding of the Workers' Party of Korea. It was widely known as the epitome of the 20th century Renaissance. At the turn of the century, the Kim Il-sung Prize-winning grand mass gymnastics and artistic performance Arirang was created. It won worldwide fame as the performance representing the spirit of the Korean people. Korean experts traveled around more than 40 countries in Asia, Africa and Latin America to help them develop mass gymnastics. 55. Art and literature in the DPRK assumes a socialist character. 45 Socialist art and literature is revolutionary in that it is created and built in reflection of the demands and interests of the working class and other working people who strive to build socialism. It plays an important role in encouraging the people to turn out in the revolution and construction with a proper outlook on the revolution and life and with noble and beautiful mental and moral traits, and in developing social civilization. Its basic mission is to give an impetus to the revolutionary cause of Josh by implanting the ideas and intentions of the Workers' Party of Korea in the entire population and inspiring the masses to further efforts. Socialist art and literature is characterized by a high level of artistic skill and ideological content that meet the demands of the times and the aspirations of the people. It puts stress on revolutionary, working class-oriented and socialist content in national form that is loved by the people and meets their taste. 56. Inheritance and development of the traditions of art and literature. The sector of art and literature carries forward the traditions of revolutionary art and literature Kim Il-sung created during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. In the flames of the anti-Japanese revolutionary 46 struggle, he authored a number of immortal classic works including the revolutionary Song of Korea, Song of the 10-Point Program of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland, and Song of Anti-Japanese War, revolutionary dramas and Young Gun, Shutsito Hirabume, Three Pretenders, Blood at an International Conference, The Mountain Shrine, The Sea of Blood, The Fate of a Self-Defense Corps Man in Celebrations, revolutionary opera The Flower Girl, and revolutionary song and dance performances Unity Pole and Pride of the 13 Provinces. After being discovered, such classic works were adapted as different genres of art and literature as part of the efforts for revolution in this sector. 57. Revolution in art and literature with keen insight into the demands of the times, the law governing the development of art and literature, and the state of affairs of this sector. General Kim Jong-il put forward original ideas and theories on making a revolution in art and literature and energetically led the efforts to this end. As a result, in the 1970s a radical improvement was brought about in all realms of art and literature. He set forth establishing a Josh orientation in art and literature, thoroughly embodying the party spirit, 47 working class spirit and the spirit to serve the people, and properly combining the ideological and artistic qualities as the basic principles to be adhered to in making a revolution in art and literature. Then he led writers and artists to apply these principles to the letter. He also advanced a policy of bringing about a revolution in art and literature in the course of adapting as different forms of art and literature the immortal classic works created by Kim Il-sung during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. He saw to it that the principle of speed campaign and collectivism was maintained in the creative work and that a breakthrough was achieved in cinematic art and the success generalized in all other realms of art and literature. Accordingly, the revolution in the cinema and opera was carried out successfully in the course of adapting the classic works The Sea of Blood, The Fate of a Self-Defense Corps Man, and The Flower Girl into films and operas. It was followed by the drama revolution through the adaptation and staging of the classic work The Mountain Shrine. This led to a revolutionary turn in all other realms of art and literature. These successes contributed to developing the country's art and literature onto a new, higher stage and thus ushering in the heyday of art and literature. 48. 58. Heyday of art and literature under the leadership of General Kim Jong-il. The DPRK's art and literature greeted the heyday in the 1970s through the embodiment of the Josh-oriented idea and theory of art and literature. Many immortal classic works created during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle were discovered and they were adapted into revolutionary novels, films, operas and dramas. Thus a heyday of art and literature was ushered in. The sector of literature created a host of novels and poems of high ideological and artistic value including The Cycle of Novels, Immortal History. The sector of cinema produced many films including The Flower Girl, Star of Korea and The Untrodden Path, contributing to the revolutionary education of the people. The opera and drama sectors produced Sea of Blood style operas and Mountain Shrine style dramas. Excellent music, songs and dances were created, including the music and dance epic The Summer on the Bank of the Tumen River, and a new turn was effected in the sectors of fine arts and acrobatics. 59. Cinema revolution. Towards the end of the 1960s, General Kim Jong-il advanced an original theory on the cinema revolution 49 and led the struggle to apply it in practice. The cinema revolution contributed to developing the DPRK's cinematic art onto a new, higher plane. The cinema revolution was aimed at building a cinematic art to meet the demands of the new era and aspirations of the masses by bringing about a radical improvement in all realms ranging from script writing, direction, acting, shooting and fine arts to music. In the course of carrying out the cinema revolution under the leadership of General Kim Jong-il, the historic cause of adapting to the cinema the immortal classic works created by Kim Il-sung during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle was accomplished with success. As a result, a historic tradition of Korean cinematic art was created and solid foundations for its sustained development laid. In addition, a number of films were produced, depicting truthfully and profoundly the glorious history of President Kim Il-sung's revolutionary activities and his ennobling traits. In this way, the problem of portraying the leader of the working class was resolved successfully in the cinematic art. The cinema revolution led to a radical improvement in making films on the theme of the revolutionary struggle and socialist realities. Many films on various themes and of high ideological and 50 artistic value were produced. Notable progress was made in the production of documentaries, cartoons, and science and education films. Innovations were also made in composition and means of portrayal to suit the features of cinematic art and sentiments of the Korean people. As a result of the cinema revolution, the country's cinematic art attained a new, higher level in terms of ideological content and artistic representation. 60. Opera revolution. The opera revolution owes its success to General Kim Jong-il, who put forward the original policy of opera revolution in 1969 and wisely led the struggle to create the new form of revolutionary and popular opera. In the early 1970s, Korean artists adapted into an opera, The Sea of Blood, the classic work created by Kim Il-sung during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. With this as a momentum, the flames of the opera revolution flared up, giving birth to Sea of Blood style operas, a new form of revolutionary opera art. The production of The Sea of Blood was a historic milestone in doing away with outdated patterns that had remained long in this sector and ushering in the new era of revolutionary opera. Drawing on the experience gained 51 in producing The Sea of Blood, Korean artists created revolutionary operas, The Flower Girl, Tell-O Forest, A True Daughter of the Party and Song of Mt. Gang. 61. Sea of Blood style operas. Sea of Blood style operas constitute a revolutionary and popular opera form of the present era, which was created on the basis of the original principles and methods set forth by General Kim Jong-il. The term Sea of Blood style opera originated from the title of the revolutionary opera, The Sea of Blood. It was produced in 1971 under his guidance. These operas reflect the fundamental requirements of the present era of independence, when the masses of the people have emerged as masters of history, and embody the law-governed requirements for the development of opera art. They set as the fundamental task of representation resolving socio-political problems arising in adding luster to the dignity and honor of man, a social being with independence, creativity and consciousness, and find significant and effective solutions to them in order to bring about a radical improvement in the content of operas. They embody profound profound and diverse themes at a high artistic standard, on the basis of original principles and 52 methods of creation and means of portrayal. They regard verse, simple yet refined, as the basis of all musical forms. The extent of representation has been expanded beyond comparison, and the depictive ways of vocal music diversified with the introduction of pangchang, offstage chorus, for the first time in history. Orchestral music performs an important function and role in these operas. It organically combines all the elements of opera in a musical setting by highlighting songs, acting, speech, behavior, circumstances, and events in an emotional way. Dance is an indispensable means of portrayal. Stage art shows reality in a three-dimensional way by means of its profound composition and lifelike formative influence. Achieving a harmonious descriptive unity between music and drama is an important dramaturgical requirement of the operas. The operas are unique in musical development. Theme songs are selected according to the themes and ideas of the operas and the features of the heroes, and other major songs determine the features of the characters and their behavior and feelings. The production of Sea of Blood style operas was a watershed in the history of opera art, and thus a new era of revolutionary opera art was ushered in. 53. 62. 5 major revolutionary operas. The 5 major revolutionary operas of the DPRK are The Sea of Blood, The Flower Girl, Tell O Forest, A True Daughter of the Party and Song of Mt. Kong Gang. The Sea of Blood, produced in 1971 by the Fibata Opera Troupe, is the country's first revolutionary opera of a new form adapted from its namesake drama, which Kim Il-sung created during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. The Flower Girl, produced in 1972 by the Mansudae Art Troupe, was adapted according to the principles and methods of Sea of Blood style operas from its namesake opera, which Kim Il-sung created during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. Tell O Forest, produced and staged in 1972 by the National Folk Art Troupe, portrays a heroic underground worker who fulfills his mission in the days of the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. Through the depiction of the main character, it shows the boundless loyalty to Commander Kim Il-sung cherished by the soldiers of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army, their fervent love for the motherland and people, noble revolutionary personality, indomitable will and revolutionary optimism. A True Daughter of the Party, produced in 1971 by the Korean People's Army Song and Dance Ensemble. 54 tells a moving story about a woman soldier who carries out her task against all odds during the Fatherland Liberation War, remaining infinitely faithful to Supreme Commander Kim Il-sung and the Workers' Party of Korea to the last moment of her life. Song of Mt. Kong Gang, produced in 1973 by the Pyongyang Art Troupe, deals with a family that has a reunion in the embrace of their socialist motherland after 20-odd years of separation during Japanese colonial rule, demonstrating the advantages of the socialist system established by President Kim Il-sung. 63. Drama Revolution. Following the revolution in the cinema and opera between the late 1960s and the early 1970s, Korean artists buckled down and carried out the Drama Revolution. The Drama Revolution was aimed at eliminating all manner of outdated patterns and creating a new form of revolutionary drama. Through the Drama Revolution, the outmoded system and method that had lingered long in all the aspects of drama production, including the play, direction, acting, fine arts and music, gave way to an innovative system and method as required by the times, thereby transforming dramatic art as a whole. 55. General Kim Jong-il set forth an original theory on the Drama Revolution and led the efforts to reproduce the immortal classic work, The Mountain Shrine, into a new form of revolutionary drama. The Drama Revolution resulted in the production of Mountain Shrine-style dramas. 64. Mountain Shrine style drama. Mountain Shrine style drama embodies in its content the Juche-oriented humanics that is centered on the masses of the people and serves them as required by the Juche idea. It describes the masses' position as masters and their decisive role in the revolution and construction at a high artistic level in keeping with the requirements of the Juche idea and aspirations of the masses. It is a people-oriented drama that embodies the requirements of the Juche idea in its form as well. It adopts a new form of multi-scene plot on the principle that scenes should be set according to the content of life, instead of setting the content of life to the stereotype plot, and that the overall plot should be composed accordingly. Its characteristics are also evident in stage setting. It uses three-dimensional revolving stage that continually changes furnishings and backgrounds in step with dramatic development, to show life truthfully, vividly and in great depth and breadth. 56. Introduction of music is another major characteristic of the drama. Music reveals various thoughts and feelings of the characters, promotes dramatic development, helps actors perform their parts in a natural way, and effects emotional changes in scenes. With the introduction of music, the drama grows in emotion and influence, acquiring its perfect features as a composite stage art. 65. 5 major revolutionary dramas. The 5 major revolutionary dramas of the DPRK are Mountain Shrine style dramas, which were adapted under the guidance of General Kim Jong-il from the immortal classic works created by Kim Il-sung during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. They are The Mountain Shrine, Blood at an International Conference, A Letter from a Daughter, 3 Pretenders and Celebrations. The Mountain Shrine, produced in 1978 by the National Theatrical Troupe, stresses through the contrasting delineation of an old woman and an intelligent young man that man should believe in his own strength, not in God or any other deity, and shape his destiny by his own efforts. The old woman thinks that people are doomed to misfortunes and sufferings, so they should offer prayer at the Mountain Shrine to escape 57 with fate. The young man fights against oppression and exploitation and defends human dignity. Blood at an International Conference, produced in 1984, gives a clear exposition of the truth that dependence on foreign forces leads to national ruin. On the basis of historical facts and in the context of contemporary life, the drama gives a vivid picture of Ri Jun, who struggles to win back national sovereignty, as well as other characters from different strata. It culminates in the emissary incident at The Hague. A Letter from a Daughter, produced in 1987, explains through a satirical delineation the truth of life that knowledge illuminates one's path, whereas ignorance dims it. 3 Pretenders, produced in 1987, highlights the consequences of factional strife and division through the satirical depiction of 3 ministers with different political affiliations in the imaginary state of Songdo, who resort to all sorts of schemes to claim the throne after the demise of the king and, in the end, lead their country to ruin. Celebrations, produced in 1988, describes the historical fact of the anti-Japanese guerrilla army and people holding celebrations after spoiling the celebrations arranged by the Japanese punitive force to mark its fictitious victory over the guerrilla army. 58. 66. 4 major dances. The 4 major dances of the DPRK, all known worldwide, are The Snow is Falling, Azaleas of the Homeland, A Rich Apple Harvest, and Winnowing Dance. The group dance The Snow is Falling, produced in 1967 by the National Song and Dance Troupe, depicts the unshakable conviction in the victory of the revolution and indomitable revolutionary spirit of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army soldiers who are unfailingly loyal to Commander Kim Il-sung, showing that the Korean people owe their well-being to the fighters' bloody struggle. Azaleas of the Homeland, produced in 1971 by the Mansudae Art Troupe, delineates the patriotism and revolutionary optimism of the KPRA women soldiers who love their motherland and people and are determined to support Commander Kim Il-sung with pure loyalty even after liberating the country. The group dance A Rich Apple Harvest, produced in 1972 by the Moranbang Art Troupe, proves, through an artistic depiction of girl farmers picking apples in an orchard, the validity and vitality of President Kim Il-sung's policy on developing fruit farming. The group dance Winnowing Dance, produced in 1972 by the Fibata Opera Troupe, describes, through the portrayal of girls winnowing milk grain under 59 moonlight, the sincere devotion of the people who assist the KPRA to hasten the day of national liberation, revering Commander Kim Il-sung as the son of the nation during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. 67. Korean Film Studio. The Korean Film Studio, founded in 1947, is located in Yangjae District, Pyongyang. The studio has, in addition to a group of actors and actresses, sections for direction, photographing, fine arts, recording and others. It also has indoor photographing grounds which are furnished with up-to-date, remote-controlled equipment for illumination, recording, editing and special shooting. Its location street is up to international standard. The studio has produced many feature films of high ideological and artistic value. 68. Prize winners at international film festivals. The Korean films The Flower Girl and A Broad Bellflower won prizes at international film festivals. The Flower Girl was adapted in 1972 from its namesake classic work created by Kim Il-sung during the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. Its topic and dramatic form are simple, but it delves deep into the 60 emotional world of the characters and thus highlights the peculiar features of the original work. It was awarded a special prize and special medal at the 18th Karlovy Vary International Film Festival. A Broad Bellflower clarifies the profound truth that if one does not love one's native place and motherland and makes no contribution for the sake of them, one cannot claim one's right to speak about the motherland or have the honor of being true sons and daughters of their country. The film delves into the relationship between human life and native place, between the love of youth and love for the motherland, by setting the heroine's humanity and love on the basis of the truth of life. In 1987, the film was awarded the Torch Gold Prize for its high ideological and artistic value at the first Pyongyang Film Festival of the Non-Aligned and other developing countries, the present-day Pyongyang International Film Festival. 69. Korea April 26th Animation Studio. Founded in 1957, the studio is located in Central District, Pyongyang. It has produced a large number of popular children's films including animation serials The Boy General, The Clever Raccoon Dog and a Squirrel and a Hedgehog. Provided with latest equipment, it produces animations on order or in collaboration with other countries. 61. 70. Moranbang Band. The Moranbang Band debuted in July 2012, causing a great sensation among the audiences. Staffed by about 10 instrumentalists and several young singers, the band plays solemn, rich and thrilling melodies. Its superb performances are reminiscent of a big orchestra. It enjoys wide popularity for its innovative, fashionable styles. 71. National Symphony Orchestra. In 1946, 1 year after Korea's liberation from Japanese colonial rule, the National Symphony Orchestra debuted with the playing of the immortal revolutionary hymn song of General Kim Il-sung. Since then it has played a great number of symphonies created by Korean and foreign composers. The orchestra has its own gifted composers, who produce excellent symphonies on the basis of traditional music to reflect the lives of the Korean people. The country's symphony has taken great strides under the guidance of General Kim Jong-il. The symphony The Sea of Blood, orchestral pieces A Bumper Harvest in the Cheongsan Plain and Arirang, piano concertos Korea is won into a decisive battle, and violin concerto Nostalgia are typical works which 62 laid a foundation for Korean-style symphony. The orchestra also plays such modern musical works as those by Yoon I-sang in European classical music. 72. National Theatrical Troupe. Founded in 1946, the National Theatrical Troupe has produced and performed hundreds of dramas. Typical of them are The Mountain Shrine, Blood at an International Conference, A Letter from a Daughter, Three Pretenders and Celebrations. 73. National Acrobatic Troupe. Established in 1952, when the Fatherland Liberation War was at its height, the National Acrobatic Troupe has creditably performed its mission of giving the Korean people ideological, physical and cultural education. The Acrobatic Troupe has produced many works based on folk games, including dancing on a tightrope, seesaw jumping, horse riding and two persons on the swing. Other works like Human Crane, Scaffold Workers and Trapeze represent the indomitable fighting spirit, optimism and resourcefulness displayed by the Korean people in socialist construction. The Acrobatic Troupe also created interludes, magical works and animal acts. Its aerial stunts and magical works won top prizes at international festivals. 63. 74. Mansudae Art Studio. Founded in 1959, the Mansudae Art Studio is a hub for creating works of fine arts. It has produced fine art works of national value paintings, sculptures, ceramics, embroideries and jewel paintings. It also has built many grand monuments such as the Grand Monument on Mansu Hill, Tower of the Joch Idea, Arch of Triumph and Monument to the victorious Fatherland Liberation War. It has produced large numbers of labor heroes, people's artists and merited artists, trained talented people who are prepared ideologically and artistically, and laid solid foundations for reserve training. It maintains close ties with many countries of the world. 75. Korean painting. Korean painting is peculiar to the Korean nation. Known worldwide, it embodies the rich emotion and sentiments of the Korean people and gives a vivid depiction of the reality by various traditional techniques. It is characterized by neat and delicate execution and vigorous and ennobling styles. Its techniques vary detailed delineation, single stroke, line drawing, gradation and delicacy. Typical works include Bloody War against the 64 Japanese imperialists, Old Men on the Raktong River, Women of a Village on the Bank of the Nam, Evening Glow over Kangsan, Red Glow over Lake John on Mtipuk-2 and Sunrise on Mtipuk-2. 76. Korean jewel painting. Korean jewel painting is a new type of painting invented in the latter half of the 1980s by the Mansudae Art Studio in the course of developing fine arts on the basis of Korean painting. Its color does not change for long years and it can represent all hues because it is made of natural jewel powder. It assumes a strong national character as it is based on the clear and delicate execution of Korean painting and the exquisite and refined techniques of traditional handicraft. It is widely used in the production of small fine artworks and murals of monumental structures for its material properties, varied methods of portrayal and permanency. Famous works include Dove Dance, The Snow is Falling, Wisteria Flower and Puppies, So Be Extreme in winter and Manyongye in spring. 77. People's Theater. The People's Theater is located at the foot of Mansu Hill in downtown Pyongyang. 65. True to the intention of General Kim Jong-il, Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un took all necessary steps to build the theater in 1 year. Covering a total floor space of over 50,000 m2, it has a 500-seat circular gallery and a 500-seat underground auditorium, both of a peculiar architectural design. In the round theater, performers do not need to use microphones as the seats are arranged in groups around the stage to allow the audiences to see the performers from different angles. This ensures better emotional interaction between them. The underground parking lot and other amenities provide every convenience for visitors. 78. Grand Mass Gymnastics and Artistic Performance. Arirang. The Grand Mass Gymnastics and Artistic Performance Arirang highlights, through the representation of its namesake folk song, the philosophical seed that a fundamental turn has been brought about in shaping the Korean people's destiny, and the people, once miserable, are leading a happy life in their prospering country. The performance was premiered in April 2002 to mark the 90th anniversary of the birth of President 66 Kim Il-sung and the 70th anniversary of the founding of the Korean People's Army, and it was staged every year from August 2005 to 2013. The performers, including artists and young workers, total 100,000. It was awarded Kim Il-sung Prize, the top prize of the DPRK. It also received the Grand Son Medal and its certificate in 2006 from the Peruvian National Association of Writers and Artists, and the Order of Peace in 2007 from the Russian International Charity Fund Maisonises of the Century. In 2008 it was designated as the best best work of art in Asia. In August 2007, Guinness World Records Limited conferred on it the certificate of its registration in the Guinness Book of World Records, on which it is written that the record for the largest gymnastic display was achieved by Grandmaster Gymnastics and Artistic Performance, Arirang, State Preparing Committee of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in the Nadae Stadium, Pyongyang. 79. Alphabetical dance notation. The alphabetical dance notation developed by Korean artists is a set of written symbols that represents the whole course of dance ranging from individual movements, correlations between dancers, the use of instruments and 67 hand props to the lengths of time for the movements. This perfect dance notation was created in 1987 under the guidance of General Kim Jong-il for the first time in the 500-year-long history of research into dance notation. This notation is scientific, simple and easy to understand, as its dance symbols number 34 and the markings are arranged in 3 lines. It can represent dance movements with accuracy, however complicated they may be. 80. April Spring Friendship Art Festival. The April Spring Friendship Art Festival is an international event that is held in Pyongyang to mark the Day of the Sun, April 15th, the birthday of President Kim Il-sung. The festival, which began in 1982, aims at promoting joint development of music and art by strengthening friendship, unity and cultural exchange between the artists from many countries of the world under the ideal of independence, peace and friendship. It is a large-scale event which involves all realms of stage art such as vocal and instrumental music, dance and acrobatics. It is attended by talented artists including stars of famous art troupes and prize winners at international contests. Diplomas, cups, bonuses and souvenirs are 68 conferred on excellent organizations and artists. During the festival, colorful functions take place, including the seminar on national art development in the present era. 81. Pyongyang International Film Festival. The biennial Pyongyang International Film Festival has taken place since 1987, drawing artists from many countries of the world. It is divided into the competition of full-length films, documentaries and short films, special show and information show. The main prize of the festival is Torch Prize. Other prizes include the Best Film Prize and sectional prizes to Best Director, Best Script, Best Shooting, and Best Actor or Actress awards, in addition to the prize of special show and special prizes of the organizing committee of the festival and the International Jury Committee. 82. April Spring People's Art Festival. The April Spring People's Art Festival has been held since April 2008 on the occasion of the anniversary of the birth of President Kim Il-sung. The festival is divided into 4 categories: art troupes, artistic information squads, itinerary artistic information teams and art groups. 69. 83. National Singing Contest for Working People. The National Singing Contest for Working People, held amid the great interest of the entire population, epitomizes the mass-based culture and art of the DPRK. The contest is divided into 5 categories: factory workers, office employees, farmers, families and students of universities and colleges. The jury is composed of artists and art officials. The opinions of the audience are reflected in the deliberation. Seeing the contest, many people including TV viewers enrich their knowledge of art and cultivate their abilities for appreciation and evaluation. Promising performers are often chosen as reserve artists. 84. Mass media organs. National newspapers include Radong Senmun, Minju Chosun, and Jeongnam Jeonwi, and the capital city and provinces have their own newspapers. News and radio services include Korean Central News, Korean Central Radio, Pyongyang Radio, and provincial, city and county broadcasting services, in addition to the Korean Central TV Broadcasting Service. Among other media organs are the Workers' Party of Korea Publishing House, Kumsong Youth Publishing 70 House, Foreign Languages Publishing House, Science and Encyclopedia Publishing House, Art and Literature Publishing House, Educational Books Publishing House and other presses under universities and research institutes. 85. Radong Senmun. Founded in November 1945 in Pyongyang, Radong Senmun is the organ of the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. Its mission is to make a positive contribution to accomplishing the revolutionary cause of Juche down through the generations, guided by the Juche idea and the Juche-oriented theory of the press, and by carrying forward the brilliant traditions of revolutionary publications established by Kim Il-sung in the flames of the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle. It is circulated in many countries of the world including China and Japan. 86. Minju Chosun. Minju Chosun is the organ of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly and the Cabinet of the DPRK. It was founded in June 1946 as the organ of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea. 71. After the founding of the DPRK in September 1948, it was developed into the joint organ of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly and the Cabinet. Its mission is to render services to carrying out the cause of modeling the whole society on Kim Il-sungism Kim Jong-ilism by arming the officials and working people of the state and economic organs with the great Kim Il-sungism Kim Jong-ilism to rally them firmly around the Workers' Party of Korea and their leader and inspire them to the implementation of party policy. 87. Jeongnam Jeonwi. Jeongnam Jeonwi is the organ of the Central Committee of the Kim Il-sung's Kim Jong-ilist Youth League. Its initial issue was published in April 1946 under the title of Jeongnam, which means youth. The newspaper was renamed Minju Jeongnam on the occasion of the Second Congress of the Democratic Youth League of North Korea in September 1946. Then Radong Jeongnam as the Democratic Youth League of Korea was reorganized into the League of Socialist Working Youth of Korea in May 1964, and finally Jeongnam Jeonwi as the organization was developed into Kim Il-sung Socialist Youth League in January 1996. 72. The newspaper is popular among the millions of young people. Its mission is to explain the immortal Juche idea to the young readers, train them into dependable successors to the revolutionary cause of Juche who are boundlessly faithful to the Workers' Party of Korea and their leader, and rouse them to the implementation of the WPK's lines and policies. To sustain its features as the paper for young people, it carries short articles, travelogues, memoirs, essays and articles for education by positive examples, and they are all edited in various styles. 88. Korean Central News. Korean Central News is a national news service that represents the stand of the Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPRK. It was launched in January 1947 under the title of News of North Korea and was renamed Korean Central News, following the founding of the DPRK in 1948. Its mission is to render an active contribution to modeling the whole society on Kim Il-sungism Kim Jong-ilism and building a new independent world. It voices the stand and viewpoint of the WPK and the government of the DPRK toward national and international events, thereby contributing to implementing 73. The DPRK's foreign policy of independence. Its main sources of information are on-site coverage and foreign media coverage, in addition to the documents from foreign affairs organs. It is conveyed in printed form to local newspaper agencies and broadcasting stations, and transmitted around the world via radio service in Korean, English, Russian, Spanish, Chinese and Japanese. It is also distributed as bulletins in foreign languages. 89. Korean Central Radio. Korean Central Radio is a national radio service run by the Radio Television Broadcasting Committee of the DPRK. It was launched on October 14, 1945 with live broadcasting of Kim Il-sung's historic address on his triumphal return after Korea's liberation. At that time, it was called Pyongyang Radio Station. It was renamed the Pyongyang Central Radio Station in May 1946, the Central Radio Station of North Korea in February 1948, and the Korean Central Radio in November 1948. In its early days, it broadcast for only 3 hours a day through one wavelength, but now it airs its programs for more than 10 hours through several wavelengths. There are 2 Korean language channels: 74, one for the citizens of the country, and another for overseas compatriots, and also Chinese, Russian, English, Japanese, French, Spanish, German, and Arabic channels. channels for the audiences in other countries. Its opening music is patriotic song and the broadcasting begins with the playing of the immortal revolutionary songs, Song of General Kim Il-sung and Song of General Kim Jong-il. 90. Essence of the public health system. During the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle, Kim Il-sung established a new type of healthcare system and enforced people-oriented health policies in the guerrilla bases and liberated areas. After the country's liberation, he set up an advanced public health system in the northern half of Korea. The public health system of the DPRK enables everybody to work in good health and lead a happy life free from worries about medical treatment. The entire population benefits from the free medical treatment system. The state puts stress on preventing diseases and takes necessary steps to this end. According to the district doctor system, medical workers visit the families and workplaces under their charge to adopt preventive measures against different kinds of diseases by taking into account the people's 75 ages and physical qualities. Besides, they conduct a regular checkup to detect diseases before it is too late. Their motto is that warm humanity and devotion is the best medicine. This is another important characteristic of the country's healthcare system. 91. Free medical care. The DPRK's system of free medical care has a long history. Back in the days of the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle, Kim Il-sung ensured that the people in the guerrilla zones were given free access to medical treatment. After Korea's liberation, he had the system of free medical care enforced despite a shortage of materials and difficult conditions. In 1947, 2 years after liberation, the law on social insurance was promulgated to give factory workers, office employees and their family members free medical treatment. In January 1953, when the country was undergoing trials during the Fatherland Liberation War, the government announced the launch of a universal free medical care system for all the people. Medicine, examination, checkup, surgery and all others for diagnosis and treatment are free of charge, and even the inpatient's boarding, dental prosthesis and the use of corrective apparatuses and travels to 76 and from sanatoria are provided at the expense of the state. Hospitals and clinics can be found in all parts of the country including remote mountainous areas and lonely islands. All the people enjoy the benefit of free medical care at any time and in any place, irrespective of sex, age, occupation, property status, and the quantity and quality of work done. 92. Structure of the public health system. The DPRK has a nationwide network of medical care centers comprising central and specialized hospitals and clinics in provinces, cities, counties, districts, and regions, as well as in factories and enterprises. Central and provincial people's hospitals keep a register of the sick people across the country and conduct research into refractory diseases and offer prophylactic treatment for them. The specialist departments at the county, district, and city people's hospitals deal with the people with chronic diseases, and the clinics in regions are major units for the district doctor system, which conduct a regular checkup of the residents. Also, there are doctors in nurseries, kindergartens, and schools. 77. 93. Preventive medicine. The government of the DPRK directs close concern to implementing the policy of preventive medicine on the principle of prioritizing prevention of diseases over their treatment. Preventive medicine is a system whereby the working people are protected against all kinds of diseases through vaccination and regular examination. Great efforts are exerted for the hygienic and anti-epidemic work to create a cultural and healthy environment for living and working. There are hygienic and epidemic control centers in the capital, provinces, cities, and counties, and a well-networked system for them has been established. Hospitals and clinics pay due concern to the prevention of diseases. The hygienic and epidemic control centers have been modernly equipped and they focus on the prevention of infectious diseases. And all hospitals are encouraged to provide proper preventive care just as they do at specialist centers to reduce morbidity as far as possible. The district doctor system has been boosted to ensure that medical workers take good care of the residents and workers under their charge. 94. District doctor system. The district doctor system is a system whereby 78 medical workers take charge of households and workplaces and visit them on a regular basis to take care of the residents and working people and adopt preventive measures against diseases. According to this system, medical workers visit households and workplaces under their charge to take precautions against diseases in consideration of the ages and constitutional characteristics of the people. Thanks to this system, all the people live under the constant care of medical workers. 95. Telemedicine. The DPRK boasts a nationwide telemedicine system which embraces all the medical treatment centers in the capital, provinces, cities, and counties. Proactive efforts are being made to diversify and perfect this system. The WHO Technical Council for Southeast Asia pointed to the 3 features of this system. First, it has been established on a nationwide scale. Second, it is not for any special class or stratum and is free for all ordinary working people. Third, it has been set up in a short period and at a high standard. 96. Medical care centers. In the DPRK, there is a nationwide network of 79 care centers, modern central and specialized hospitals and clinics in provinces, cities, counties, districts, regions, as well as in factories and enterprises. Among them are Korea General Red Cross Hospital, Kim Man-yu Hospital, Academy of Koryo Medicine, Pyongyang Medical College Hospital of Kim Il-sung University, Pyongyang Maternity Hospital, Ryajin Dental Hospital, Okryu Children's Hospital, and Pyongyang Friendship Hospital. 97. Korea General Red Cross Hospital. Korea General Red Cross Hospital is a national hub for treatment, preventive medicine, and academic research. It has cardiac, respiratory, digestive, and many other hospitals, as well as about 10 specialist departments directly under its control, a postgraduate course and other doctor training centers. It has developed into a comprehensive prophylactic treatment center and medical science research institution, staffed by competent medical workers and equipped with up-to-date facilities. It makes a positive contribution to protecting the people's lives and promoting their health by making medical services specialized according to the kind of diseases and the affected systems and ensuring utmost care for medical treatment. It has resolved problems arising in different fields of basic medicine and clinical medicine, including immunology and virology. It has made a tangible contribution to developing the country's medical science by achieving a great deal of successes in opening up its new branches. It promotes exchanges with its foreign counterparts to further develop the country's medical science and technology. 98. Academy of Koryo Medicine. The Academy of Koryo Medicine, located in Taedongdong District, Pyongyang, conducts research into traditional Koryo medicine with a 5000-year history. Its mission is to promote public health by treating and preventing diseases through a combination of Koryo medicine and Western medicine. Built in a magnificent style, the Academy has hundreds of outstanding experts including the holders of academic degrees and titles. The Academy plays a leading role in the research, treatment, and prevention of diseases by Koryo medicine, in the training of Koryo medicine workers, and in the joint research on traditional medicine with WHO. It has cured a large number of patients by using herbal medications, acupuncture, moxibustion, cupping, and massage. In particular, it has gained good experience 81 in the treatment and prevention of adult and geriatric diseases including hypertension, diabetes, arteriosclerosis, and hyperlipemia, such diseases with a high morbidity rate as cerebral hemorrhage and cerebral thrombosis, and the refractory diseases including spontaneous gangrene and epilepsy. In the course of this, it has developed very effective treatment methods and medicines. It promotes exchanges with other countries and issues technical information of the WHO Joint Research Center for Traditional Medicine and Bulletin of the WHO Joint Research Center for Traditional Medicine, as well as English pamphlets treatment by clinical acupuncture and moxibustion and folk remedy for primary medical service. 99. Pyongyang Maternity Hospital located in Taedonggyang District, Pyongyang. The hospital is a comprehensive medical service center for Korean women. It is a large, standardized maternity hospital devoted to gynecological treatment and prophylactic work, technical and methodological guidance, scientific research, clinical education and reserve training. Inaugurated in July 1980, the hospital covers a building area of over 10,000 m2 and a total floor space of over 60,000 m2. 82. The exterior of the building resembles a mother embracing children with open arms. In the lobby there is a large chandelier decorated with tens of thousands of gems, and its floor is covered with natural jewels. The hospital is furnished with up-to-date medical equipment and apparatuses to ensure scientific accuracy and promptness of medical treatment. It has specialist departments for pregnancy and delivery, gynecology, internal medicine, urology, dentistry, first aid, ophthalmology and otolaryngology. It treats hundreds of outpatients a day and gives delivery assistance to 15,000 women a year. Hundreds of thousands of babies, including hundreds of triplets, were born at the hospital, and it has offered high-quality medical service to millions of women, including foreigners. Most recently, the Breast Tumor Institute of the Pyongyang Maternity Hospital was built, which specializes in the research, treatment and prevention of breast diseases. 100. Civilized socialist power. The construction of a civilized socialist power is one of the major targets that the DPRK has set in developing itself into a powerful socialist country. 83. The civilized socialist power that it is building is a country where socialist culture will develop in a comprehensive way and where the people, possessed of a high level of creativity and culture, will create and enjoy the highest quality and standard of civilization. The country is speeding up the construction of a civilized socialist power with the aim of making all the people powerful builders of socialism who have a wealth of knowledge and high cultural attainments, and providing them with the conditions and environment for leading an affluent, civilized life to their heart's content. Understanding Korea. 6. Culture. Author, Om Hyang-sim. Editor, Kim Ji-ho. Translators, Mun Myung-song and Pak Yo-son. Layout, Pang Son-hu and Yang Song. And cover design, Kim Bung-jung. Copyright, Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in April 106, 2017. New numero sign, 7835010. Email, flph@sar-co.net.kp, http://www.naonara.com.kp. Understanding Korea 7 Folklore Pyongyang, Korea Josh 106, 2017. Understanding Korea 7 Folklore Foreign Languages Publishing House Pyongyang, Korea Josh 106, 2017. Contents. 1. Folklore of Korea. 1. 2. Classification of Korean folklore. 1. 3. Costume. 1. 4. Clothes for men. 2. 5. Clothes for women. 2. 6. Characteristics of Jima and Jagori. 3. 7. Important features in the traditional attire. 4. 8. Diet. 5. 9. Everyday dishes. 5. 10. Pap, boiled cereals. 5. 11. Bean paste. 6. 12. Kimchi. 6. 13. Special dishes. 7. 14. Cereal cakes. 7. 15. Noodles. 8. 16. Pyongyang cold noodles. 9. 17. Typical dishes of Pyongyang. 10. 18. Bulgogi. 10. 19. Sinsolo. 10. 20. Kam. 11. 21. Jim. 11. 22. Ho. 11. 23. Sweets and drinks. 12. 24. Alcoholic beverage. 12. 25. Makgeolli. 13. 26. Famous liquor. 13. 27. Tea culture. 13. 28. Sujongbua. 14. 29. Table manners. 14. 30. Dwellings. 15. 31. Ondal. 16. 32. Building houses. 17. 33. Family life. 18. 34. Surnames of Korean women after marriage. 18. 35. Celebration of first birthday. 18. 36. Marriage. 18. 37. 60th birthday. 20. 38. Funeral and memorial services. 21. 39. Folk holidays. 21. 40. Lunar New Year's Day. 22. 41. Jonggwol Daebarum. 22. 42. Chuseok. 23. 43. Tongji. 24. 44. Characteristics of folk holidays. 25. 45. Folk games. 25-3. 46. Physical training games. 26. 47. Zarum. 26. 48. Seesawing. 26. 49. Swinging. 27. 50. Tug of war. 27. 51. Archery. 28. 52. Sabaki. 29. 53. Intellectual games. 30. 54. Yacht. 30. 55. Jangi. 31. 56. Paduk. 32. 57. Komu. 33. 58. Puppeteering. 33. 59. Peasant music dance. 34. 60. Mask play. 35. 61. Children's folk games. 35. 62. Top spinning. 36. 63. Kite dash flying. 37. 64. Sleighing. 37. 65. Rope getting. 37. 66. Shuttlecocking. 38. 67. Characteristics of folk games. 39. 68. Etiquette of salutation. 40. 69. Deep bow. 40. 70. Half bow. 42-4. 71. Slight bow. 42. 72. Folk songs. 42. 73. Folk songs from Western provinces. 43. 74. Folk songs from Southern provinces. 43. 75. Arirang. 44. 76. Noto Riverside. 45. 77. Folk dances. 46. 78. Tondalari. 47. 79. Fan dance. 48. 80. Bracelet dance. 49. 81. Dagger dance. 49. 82. Folk dance sweet song of seasons. 50. 83. Traditional musical instruments. 51. 84. Tanso. 52. 85. Jangsainap. 53. 86. Kagam. 54. 87. Okryugum, 55. 88. Django, 57. 89. Narrative Stories, 58. 90. Myth of Tangun, 58. 91. Myth of Haimosu, 60. 92. Legend of Jumong, 61. 93. Legend of a Deer-Footed Lady, 63. 94. Tale of Simchong, 64. 95. Tale of Chunhyang, 66.5. 96. Handicrafts, 67. 97. Development of Pottery, 68. 98. Koryo Porcelain, 68. 99. Sorry 1 Folklore Street, 68. 100. Korean Folklore Museum, 69. 1. Folklore of Korea. Folklore has developed in Korea through the 5000 years of history of its nation. Unique to the homogeneous nation, it consists of the traditional life customs and beautiful manners formed in the course of fighting against the ceaseless invasions by foreign aggressors and of creating brilliant cultural traditions. The folklore, which lost its colors in the days of occupation of Korea by Japanese imperialism, 1905-1945, developed after liberation as one with socialist content in national form. 2. Classification of Korean folklore. Korean folklore can be classified into costume, diet, dwelling, family life, communal life, folk holiday, salutation and pastimes. 3. Costume. The main style of costume peculiar to the Korean nation was formed in ancient times, created in the course of laboring life and developed as suited to the national characteristics. There were clear distinctions between clothes for men and women. Their colors and forms varied according to the ages of the people, and summer clothes were mostly white. Clothes were simple, plain and cultured, and people always kept their clothes clean and tidy. 4. Clothes for men. Clothes for men consist of trousers, joguri, coat, and taryumaji, overcoat. Their kinds and forms varied according to the times and class standings. Still now Korean men are fond of wearing traditional clothes. 5. Clothes for women. Clothes for women consist of joguri, coat, trousers, chima, long skirt, and overcoat. Joguri for women is mainly the same as that of men's in the form, but generally shorter than the latter in length and beautiful for the good harmony of its color and patterns on it. Women's joguri seen on the mural paintings of Kagoryo tombs generally drooped to the lap, but became short in the period of the feudal Joseon dynasty, 1390-1910. In the present age, it has developed to be convenient with the gradual elimination of the feudalistic formalities and complexity from clothes in general. What is distinctive in women's joguri is hojang 3, colorful strips of cloth for trimmings. Originally, hojang was for keeping the jacket clean by frequently replacing a part, which gets dirty earlier than other parts, with another strip of cloth. It became an important means of decoration in the days of the feudal Joseon dynasty. Strips of purple or other colors different from the brown color of joguri were sewn on the cuffs, collar, strings and armpits. This was called samheon. Green was regarded as the best round color. Women's joguri was classified into unlined, lined, quilted and padded ones according to season. 6. Characteristics of chima and joguri. First, they are characterized by their unique formative beauty. The detailed elements of the short, well-structured joguri blend well with the streamlined silhouette of the long chima. Second, they are characterized by their formative proportion and three-dimensional beauty. The traditional clothes of the West are distinctive through their three-dimensional beauty, while those of the East are mainly characterized by their plainness. Chima and joguri of the Korean women are of a unique form. They sustain the two features of the clothes of the West and East. Colorful joguri above chima for rich three-dimensional quality constitutes an ensemble of the clothes of other nations. Third, they look ennobling and elegant in their color. Fourth, color combination presents a high level of formative skills. The peculiarity of color combination is in sustaining the major color when more than two colors are used and subordinating other colors to the major one. 7. Important features in the traditional attire. The important features in the traditional attire of Koreans are their diversity and beauty. From olden times, there was a clear distinction in clothes for men and women, and their colors and forms were appropriate to the ages of the people wearing them and to the seasons. The seasonal difference of clothes found expression in the quality and color of cloth. People wore cotton or silk clothes in spring, autumn and winter, and rami and thin hemp clothes in summer. Joguri worn in spring represented the colors of flowers of apricot, pear, peach and azalea and the natural features of the season. When everything turns green, Koreans always paid attention to dressing themselves clean and tidy. Inclined to cleanness from olden times, Koreans 5 regarded it as a custom to wear clean and tidy clothes, though plain, by frequently washing and mending them. 8. Diet. The Korean nation created and developed a peculiar dietary custom. Korean foods vary in kind, some being special, and the methods of preparing them are also diverse. The custom includes everyday dishes, special dishes, sweets, drinks, and table manners. 9. Everyday dishes. The Korean people have eaten boiled cereals, soup, kimchi, and other kinds of side dishes every day. The staple food consists of boiled cereals, and subsidiary foods are soup, bean paste, and kimchi. They have eaten these foods because they had cultivated millet, kaoyang, soybeans, barley, and rice as major crops and vegetables, including bok choy and radish from olden days, and they conformed to their life sentiments and taste. 10. Pap. Boiled cereals. Koreans rinse cereals in clean water and pour a certain amount of water over them before boiling them. They eat these boiled cereals at every meal. 6. Pap is cooked with rice, barley, millet or sorghum. Sometimes, 5 cereals, rice, barley, millet, sorghum and beans are boiled together, or some of them are mixed before being boiled. 11. Bean paste is one of the important condiments indispensable to the diet of Koreans. Bean paste is a fermented foodstuff made with soybeans and salt as the main ingredients. In the process of making bean paste, soy sauce and peppered bean paste are also made. Various methods of making bean paste have evolved. Koreans use soy sauce and bean paste as the basic seasoning for soup, vegetable and meat stew and other side dishes. Peppered bean paste is sometimes eaten as a subsidiary foodstuff. 12. Kimchi. Kimchi is made by pickling vegetables including bok choy and radish and adding various kinds of seasoning and fish before fermenting them. It is uncertain when kimchi emerged in Korea, but according to historical documents radish was pickled already in the period of Koryo 918-1392, and various kinds of tasty kimchi were made in the period of the feudal Joseon dynasty 1390-1910. 7. There are many kinds of kimchi, of which kimchi prepared for wintering is the best. In the period from the beginning of winter to early spring, kimchi is a source of vitamin C and various inorganic elements. Most of its materials are rich in vitamin C and basic inorganic elements such as Na, K, Ka, Mg and Fe. In harmony with such acid foodstuffs like boiled cereals, meat and fish, it enhances the appetite. Health. American Health Journal described Korean kimchi as one of the 5 health foods in the world. In December 2015, UNESCO registered kimchi making on the list of intangible cultural heritage of mankind and introduced it through the internet, stressing that Koreans promote the harmony of family, collective and society through kimchi making. 13. Special dishes. Special dishes for the wedding ceremony and holidays are multifarious in variety and arrangement. They include such staple foods as cereal cakes and noodles and such non-staple foods as grill and soup. Cereal cakes are counted first in special dishes. 14. Cereal cakes. Cereal cakes are made in the way of steaming powdered cereals or pounding or molding the boiled cereals. As an alternative staple food, they are very diverse in variety. From antiquity, Koreans added herbs and fruits of unique aroma and taste and natural pigments to such grains as rice, glutinous rice and millet to make various kinds of cakes, nutritious, tasty and good to the eye. Typical cake made of cereal powder is songpyeon, cake steamed on a layer of pine needles, and typical cake made by steaming cereals is chaltak, glutinous rice cake. 15. Noodles. Koreans have loved from ancient times to eat noodles, thin long strips of the dough of grain powder, and the dishes made with these strips. According to their materials, preparation, locality and season, they are different in taste, aroma, degree of coldness and hotness, amount of broth, and methods of seasoning and garnishing. From ancient times, it has been a must to serve noodles to the guests of honor and other guests during the wedding and first birthday ceremonies. Noodles are largely divided into pressed noodles and chopped noodles. They are divided into buckwheat noodles, wheat noodles and corn noodles according to 9 materials, and cold noodles, warm noodles and noodle hash according to how they are served. Representative of buckwheat noodles is Pyongyang cold noodles. 16. Pyongyang cold noodles. Pyongyang cold noodles are renowned from ancient times for the characteristics of their material, stock, seasoning, and garnishing, vessels in which they are served and the way they are prepared. Its main material is buckwheat, which has been called a longevity cereal for its health-friendly nutrients. The strips of noodles made of buckwheat are not too tough but slippery. The peculiar taste of buckwheat stimulates appetite. What makes Pyongyang cold noodles stand out from other noodles is the particularly refreshing, sweet and savory stock. They are served in a large brass vessel, which looks refreshing and furthers the appetite. The foodstuff is praised as a masterpiece of Korean noodles, as a representative national foodstuff for its taste and unique appearance and preparation. Today, Akrai restaurant in Pyongyang and many other restaurants in the country serve Pyongyang cold noodles. 10. 17. Typical dishes of Pyongyang. They include mung bean pancake, Pyongyang on and Tidong River mullet soup in addition to Pyongyang cold noodles. 18. Bulgogi. Bulgogi has been a favorite dish of Koreans from olden times. They cooked meat over an open fire since they began to use fire in their living. Beef and duck, the major materials for bulgogi, are nutritious, and the broiled meat is tasty and smells unique. 19. Sinsolo. A dish made by seasoning and cooking finished foods in sinsolo. Cooking brazier is called sinsolo. As a tasty and highly nutritious dish made by processing meat, seafood, vegetables, edible herbs and fruits separately and boiling them together in a cooking brazier, it is one of the national dishes of Korea, widely known in the world. Since it is the best in taste and looks beautiful, as if all sorts of delicacies are gathered in one vessel, it is usually put on tables during a party and other various events. 11. 20. Kom. Korean zikom is a medicinal dish. It is made by steaming meat for hours. Typical are those made with rabbit and chicken. 21. Jjimjim is a dish made by dressing meat, fish and vegetables beforehand and steaming them in a deep pan. As it is cooked with steam, the materials do not get burnt, and thick layers do not form on their surface, and as they are heated in a fixed state, they preserve their original shape. There are 3 ways of making jjim. One is steaming sea bream, chicken and the like as a whole on a tray. Another is pouring water on chopped animal ribs or oxtail and boiling the water down so that the stock is almost absorbed into the meat. Last is making shallow cuts on abalone, japan and the like, before steaming them. 22. Ho. It is a dish made by processing raw fish or meat. Raw meat, fish or shellfish are thinly sliced and seasoned with peppered bean paste or soy sauce mixed with vinegar. Famous are those made with beef, animal stomach, fish, octopus, squid, abalone, scallop and oyster. 12. 23. Sweets and drinks. Traditional sweets include yot, yumeolgu, yot kanjong, tazik, suksilgor and jonggwa. Yot, or taffy, is made by mashing cereal powder with sorghum malt and boiling it down until it becomes sticky. Sometimes, it is mixed with peanut, walnut, sesame, etc. Yumeolgu is made by kneading wheat flour and honey and frying the batter. Yot kanjong, tazik and suksilgor are cakes made by kneading the powdered and boiled or steamed materials in honey and giving them a shape. Jonggwa is made by boiling in sam, ginger, bamboo shoot, apricot, peach, bog bilberry and orange down in honey until the mixture becomes jelly-like. Dry jonggwa is called kanjonggwa. Drinks include rice wines, tea, kiwaki, honey juice with fruits in it, and suu jonggwa, fruit punch. 24. Alcoholic beverage. Koreans have made wines with cereals in their houses since ancient times. They can be classified largely into 3 kinds: makgeolli, coarse liquor, cheongju, wine with a low alcohol content, and soju, liquor with a high alcohol content. 13. 25. Makgeolli. Makgeolli is a drink made by mixing rice or wheat starch with malt and fermenting it before filtering. It is also called thakju or thakpiji. Makgeolli literally means a coarse or cloudy liquor, and it is a national drink of Korea with a long history. Milky, sourish and sweet, it gives a refreshing feeling. 26. Famous liquor. The renowned brands of Korean liquor are Koryo liquor, Pyongyang soju, Kamhongno, Yefion liquor, Kiezon Koryo and Sam liquor, Wild and Sam liquor, Infeng wine, Pactus and Bog bilberry wine, etc. 27. Tea culture. Tea culture came into being in the days of the 3 kingdoms. At first it was confined to the Buddhist temples and rich people, but in the period of Koryo, 918-1392, it spread nationwide. In the period of the feudal Joseon dynasty, tea was prepared with materials with medicinal value such as fruits, leaves and roots of tree. Unlike the types of tea of other countries that are for stimulation, Korea's have medicinal elements which are conducive to making heart and stomach strong. 14. And Sam tea, made of root herb and sam, Korean speciality, is a tonic, and is effective in the treatment of indigestion, anemia and nervous system disorders. Scasandra chinensis tea tastes sweet and refreshing. If one drinks a sip of it frequently, it is effective when treating coughing, hoarse voice and cold sweat. The savory and aromatic Pyongyang tea helps make eyes sharp and protect the liver. The vitamin C rich pine needle tea promotes digestion and prevents arthritis, hypertension and hepatitis. Barley tea, rich in nutritive elements, tastes savory and promotes digestion. Persimmon leaf tea, rich in vitamin C, is effective in preventing hypertension and in curing arteriosclerosis, stomach hemorrhage, diabetes and cerebral hemorrhage. 28. Suu jonggwa. This fruit punch is prepared with dried persimmon, ginger, cinnamon bark, sugar and honey. It is also called dried persimmon jonggwa. Fragrant, delicious and refreshing, the fruit punch of unique taste is one of the dishes for New Year's Day. 29. Table manners. The Korean nation, courteous from antiquity, has 15 ennobling table manners. They do not begin to eat before elders take up their spoons and chopsticks. At table they assume a proper posture and have meals in an amicable atmosphere. The host takes up spoon and chopsticks before his guest and places delicious and rare dishes near the latter. He also creates an amicable atmosphere so that the guest can feel at home at the table. He refrains from finishing his meal before the guest to let him have his fill. 30. Dwellings. The traditional house is a one-story house with floor heating. The houses differ a little in structure from province to province, but something they have in common is a heating system called ondal. The heat from the fireplace passes under flat stones, keeping the room warm, and a chimney on the roof keeps the room air fresh and clean. The present urban communities are dominated by high-rise apartment houses, but in the countryside one-story houses with ondal heating system are commonplace. When one moves to a new house, neighbors help him carry his household goods, present boxes of matches or household goods, and wish him a happy life. 16. When entering the room, they put off their shoes. In the room, young people offer their seniors the seat of honor, warm place nearest a fireplace in winter and cool part of the room in summer. 31. Ondal evolved from the Korean people's custom of relaxing on the floor. This heat radiation style facility is similar to the Roman hypocaust system in the ancient West. It consists of the fireplace, fuel hole, flues and chimney. When the fire is built at the fuel hole, the heated air is led through the flues under the floor, making the room warm. So it is said that it was also called kundal, heated stone, and later it was hardened into kujul, heated floor. Kujul, invented by the Korean nation, prevents humidity and cold from the floor and is effective in curing various diseases, for it preserves heat for a long time. The simply structured, health-friendly ondal is attracting the world's interest because it is more effective and convenient than the Western heating system. Some countries have introduced electrical appliances, modeled after ondal, and branding them ondal or kujul. 17. These Korean words have already entered in the dictionaries of some languages. Ondal heating system is widely disseminated in Europe and the US. The International Standardization Organization recognized the effectiveness of the system and accepted the 7 criteria of the system as international standards. Related to the definition of this system, its efficiency, design, dynamic analysis, installation and operation, they are helpful to wider introduction of ondal to building houses on a worldwide scale. Today in Korea, the system has developed into central heating system. 32. Building houses. From ancient times, Koreans built houses in quiet and sunny places. The natural villages frequently seen in Korea are located in places with mountains at the back and streams or crop fields in front. Nearly all the houses face south. When one builds a house, neighbors lend a helping hand. Having regarded helping one another and sharing joys and sorrows at all times as moral obligation between neighbors from antiquity, they helped one another in building houses. 18. 33. Family life. Supporting parents with filial devotion, taking good care of the bedridden parents and paying homage to the late parents are essentials in the family custom the Korean people have observed from generation to generation. It is also an important part of the family custom to love children and pay close attention to their education. 34. Surnames of Korean women after marriage. Unlike the women of some foreign countries, Korean women retain their maiden surnames after marriage. 35. Celebration of first birthday. Families celebrate the first birthday of their child in a big way. The child is dressed beautifully, and a birthday table is arranged with special dishes and various kinds of things. The child's talent and future are predicted by the symbolic meaning of the thing the child takes first from the table. 36. Marriage in Korea goes through the process of meeting, engagement, promising the date of wedding, 19 ceremony, exchanging gifts and wedding ceremony. The ceremony for the bridegroom is held first. The ceremony starts with welcoming the bridegroom into the house of the bride, and the bridegroom presents a goose wrapped in red cloth to his mother-in-law. This stems from the belief that a goose is the symbol of harmony, trust and chastity between the husband and wife, as it is an animal which lives harmoniously with its mate. Then the bride and bridegroom pour liquor into gourd cups decorated with blue and red threads and then exchange them. This is considered a token of marital bond. The bride and bridegroom sit shoulder to shoulder in front of a spread in a room. After the ceremony in her house, the bridegroom makes a deep bow to her parents and takes a sit-in. Escorted by the bridegroom on horseback and her relatives, she goes to her house-in-law. On arriving at the house, she accepts her table and visits the shrine to pay homage to the ancestors of her husband's family. Then she makes bows to her parents-in-law and then to her husband's relatives. During the wedding ceremony, the bridegroom wears a hat and clothes of the nobles, and the bride wears clothes decorated with 7 kinds of ornaments. 20. In the present era, the outdated wedding ceremony with empty formalities and pompous display gave way to a new one which not only sustains national traditions but also caters to the aesthetic taste of the times. The bride puts on beautiful traditional chima and jagori and decorates her head and breast with flowers, and the bridegroom wears the traditional Korean trousers and jagori. Their close relatives and friends get together to congratulate the new couple on their marriage and enjoy simple dishes. 37. 60th birthday. In the past, a person who lived to be 60 was considered to have lived long in Korea. On the 60th birthday, the children arranged a grand party to congratulate the guest of honor. On this day, they prepared new garments and to spread for him or her. His or her children, relatives and friends took their turn to present a cup of wine and make a deep bow to the guest of honor, wishing him or her even a longer life. Today, the country, which attaches importance to national customs, arranges a birthday spread for the people who have devotedly worked for the country and fellow people and also for centenarians. 21. 38. Funeral and memorial services. From olden times, the Korean people have considered respecting their parents and supporting them with filial devotion as moral obligation due to them. This filial piety continued even after the demise of the parents. But from the end of the 14th century, the funeral and memorial services, under the influence of Confucianism, became a combination of religious and superstitious factors and complex formalities. The original meaning for dealing with the body of the dead and paying tribute to their memory out of moral obligation became distorted, and they turned into a sort of ceremony. Today, empty formalities and pompous display in the days of the past are replaced by a simple but respectful atmosphere in the funeral and memorial services. On 8th day of the 3rd month and the 15th day of the 8th month by the lunar calendar, people visit their ancestors' graves and present flowers and dishes in front of them. 39. Folk holidays. From olden times, Korean people enjoyed the folk holidays by season. Representative of them are Lunar New Year's Day, 22 Jeonwol Borum, the 15th day of the 1st lunar month, and Chuseok, the Harvest Moon Day, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. 40. Lunar New Year's Day. From olden times, Korean people celebrated the 1st day of the 1st month by the lunar calendar as the greatest holiday in the year. First, they made preparations, keeping their houses clean inside and out, decorating walls with paintings, making new clothes, and preparing foods. In the early morning of the New Year's Day, they made bows to their seniors and exchanged holiday dishes with their neighbors, and played various folk games. The main dish for the day was a rice cake soup made by cooking thin slices of bar rice cake in soy sauce soup. The soup was a must on the New Year's Day. Mung bean pancake was also a must on the table on this day. One of the popular folk games played on that day was yut, 4-stick game, and children enjoyed sleighing, kite flying, and so on. 41. Jongwoldaebarum, the moon rising on the 15th day of the first month by the lunar calendar, is the first full moon in a year and the 23 brightest and largest of the moons around the year. So, Koreans, from olden times, celebrated this day from the folk viewpoint that happiness comes to one who is the first to see the full moon that day. The holiday began from the 14th day. Representative holiday events and folk games were torchlight play, pinwheel game, tug of war and car competition. They also played at standing grain stack poles, long poles hung with stalks of kaoyang and their sheets portraying 5 cereals wishing a bumper harvest in the year. Around sunset on the 15th, they climbed hills to see the first full moon. After enjoying the moon, they played at torchlight, setting fire on the old weeds in paddy and dry fields. Children enjoyed pinwheel play, and a tug of war was played in many localities. On this day, they prepared and ate ogapap, boiled rice mixed with 4 other cereals, and yakpap, medicinal rice with 9 kinds of cooked dried herbs. 42. Chuseok, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, is one of the greatest folk holidays in Korea. It was a day of celebrating the bumper harvest and paying homage to ancestors. On this day they prepared glutinous rice cake, half 24 moon-shaped rice cake stuffed with beans and cooked on a layer of pine needles, chestnut dumplings and glutinous rice wine, all made with new crops of the year. Families visited their ancestral graves with these seasonal dishes to hold memorial services for the dead. Fruits for the day were chestnut, juhubi, persimmon, pear and so on. That day neighborhoods gathered together to play various folk games like zarum, Korean wrestling, and swinging. Today the festival is being inherited in keeping with the demands of the times. On the day families visit their ancestors' graves to trim the grasses on the mounds and plant turf or put earth in places damaged by rain or wind. Then they lay bouquets or foods before the graves and observe a moment of silence or make vows in memory of the deceased. The family members and relatives sit in a circle and spend time taking foods and calling back on the life of the deceased before returning home. 43. Tongji, a day in the 11th lunar month, is the winter solstice. From olden times, Koreans called this day a small 25 New Year's Day. That they take Tongji porridge, they call back on the days of the year, thinking they had grown a year older. They also promoted friendship with their neighbors, sharing the porridge. The porridge was prepared with rice and azuki with egg-shaped grain cakes added to it. The custom of eating the porridge on this day is still preserved. 44. Characteristics of folk holidays. The folk holidays of Korea have some characteristics. First, most of them are not only closely related with farming but also set to suit the laboring life of farmers. Second, few religious events are held on these days. Third, people celebrate these days by cleaning their houses inside and out, eating seasonal health foods and playing folk games. Fourth, the holidays incorporate the traditional traits of the Korean people who respect the elderly and live harmoniously, helping one another. 45. Folk games. Folk games include martial arts, physical training games, intellectual games, singing and dancing, and children's games. 26. 46. Physical training games. Physical training games include such lively and interesting games as zarum, Korean wrestling, seesawing, swinging, tug of war, archery and horse riding. 47. Zarum, or Korean wrestling, is a game in which 2 contestants hold each other's thigh band and try to throw the opponent to the ground. The mural paintings of the Zarum tomb, late 4th century, and Chengchuan tomb No. 1, mid-5th century, in Jilin Province, China, portray lifelike scenes of Zarum. Belonging to the days of Kagoryo, 277 BC AD 668, they show that Zarum has a long history. Zarum has been regarded as a must on the Chuseok festival. The champion in the game was presented an ox as a prize, and the winner would go home on the ox decorated with flowers, as if he were a triumphant general. Today the Grand Bull Prize National Zarum contest takes place every year on the picturesque Rung Island in Pyongyang to mark the Chuseok festival. 48. Seesawing. It is said that seesawing originated in the old days, 27, when, as an expression of their complaints against the feudal shackles, women used to get on a board in their courtyard to get a glimpse of the world outside the wall. On Lunar New Year's Day and the 15th day of the first lunar month, women in colorful clothes got together to jump seesaw till late in the evening. There were different modes of jumping: vertical jumping, stunt, rhythmic jumping to the tune of folk songs, high jumping and long jumping. Seesawing is still played in Korea, and it enjoys popularity abroad as an item of national acrobatics. 49. Swinging. Swinging is a contest in which a person standing on a board held by 2 ropes hanging from a certain height tries to swing as high as possible by swinging back and forth. Single swinging and double swinging are practiced. A contest is adjudicated in various ways. The swinger has to touch with foot a bell hung high in the air, or a graduated cord is attached to the swinging board to measure the height the swinger has attained. 50. Tug of war. The tug of war, a team game, has a long tradition. In the bygone days, it was played usually on 28 Jongwoldaebarum, 15th day of the first lunar month, and Chuseok festival. Now, played in any place and at any time, the time-honored game of the Korean nation demonstrates esprit de corps and helps build up physical strength and endurance. 51. Archery. Koguryo, 277 BC AD 668, was the strongest state in the history of the Korean nation. Its people were fond of horse riding and archery from childhood and always trained their bodies, so they possessed strong physique and will capable of enduring any hardship. King Tongyang, 298 BC 259 BC, the founder king of Koguryo, made the bow and arrow by himself at the age of 7, and he missed no target. So, he was called Jumon, meaning ace archer. There are many records and murals which illustrate that archery was popular in Koguryo. The mural painting in the tomb in Tokhang-ra, Gangso County, is the oldest, lifelike material on archery. It depicts 4 mounted archers contesting their skills with 5 targets on long poles. On one corner of the painting 2 judges and 1 recorder stand, watching the game and recording the scores under strict regulations. There were different rules and procedures in archery, but emphasis was put on hitting targets in any contest. 29. 52. Subakui. Subakui is a game of attacking with fists, spread widely in the period of the Three Kingdoms, -sign, Koguryo, Pech and Silla, -sign. The martial art was practiced throughout the Middle Ages, ranging from the period of Koryo to the period of the feudal Joseon dynasty. As a sport of striking and knocking out an opponent, victory depended on where and how to strike. The major technique was to hit the vital points of the opponent with a powerful strike or to hit the opponent in his vulnerable points. Subakui has now been developed into Taekwondo. Taekwondo is a national martial art of attack and defense using nimble movements of the legs and hands. Taekwondo games are divided into basic movements, patterns, sparring, art of self-defense, and power show. Basic movements are applied to real games, and they number over 3,200. Patterns are tactical movements, composed of basic movements by group, and they number 24 in total. Sparring is a game in which one fights with 1 or 2 opponents, and it is divided into promissory and free sparring. The art of self-defense is the techniques and method 30 with which one quickly and flexibly turns the situation to one's own advantage and protects oneself without prior preparations from a sudden attack. What is important here is to promptly judge the situation, make a decision and move by automatic reflex with an explosive power, making the maximum reverse use of the opponent's strength and psychology. Power is the capability of breaking such things as wooden board, brick and roof tile with the fist, hand, knife and heel. 53. Intellectual games. The intellectual games are usually played indoors. They include Yut, Jangi, Padok and Konu. 54. Yot Yot is one of the favorite games the Korean people have enjoyed playing on New Year's Day. Players compete by moving markers on a board according to the patterns in which the 4-6 thrown in the air fall. In the old days, it was played from the end of the year to the beginning of the next year, but now it has developed into a mass game played by all in any place and at any time. The 4-6 thrown in the air fall on the obverse 31 or reverse sides, so they give rise to 5 patterns. When 3 of them fall on the obverse sides and 1 on the reverse side, this is called do and is given 1 mark. When 2 of them fall on the obverse sides and the other 2 on the reverse sides, it is called key and is given 2 marks. When 1 stick falls on the obverse side and the other 3 on the reverse sides, it is called kol and is given 3 marks. When all the 4-6 fall on the reverse sides, it is called yot or sayang and is given 4 marks. When all the 4-6 fall on the obverse sides, it is called mo and is given 5 marks. The board has 29 positions in all, which are said to have been marked in imitation of constellations. The winner is the first to complete the required rounds of the board according to the patterns in which the sticks fall. 55. Jangi Jangi, or Korean chess, though simple in composition, has countless varieties of moves, so the more one plays, the more interesting it gets. There are 10 horizontal lines and 9 vertical lines on the board and 16 chessmen for each player. The chessmen of the 2 players are distinguished by the red and blue letters on them. It is the custom with the Koreans that the poor 32 player moves first, and the older player always uses the red pieces and the younger player the blue pieces. The winner is the one who overwhelms the other player by moving one's chessmen to capture the opponent's pieces and in the end capturing the king. Though simple in the meaning of chessmen and the structure of the lines on the board, this traditional pastime has an innumerable number of moves, and it has become a popular game, a competition of wisdom. It relieves the player of the spiritual and physical fatigue, improves his thinking faculty and brings joy to life. 56. Paduk Paduk, or Go, was played from olden times. The game is associated with the simple outlook of the people of those days on the universe that the sky is round and the earth is square. There are 361 intersections on the square wooden board, and a stone is put on a point of intersection. The stones for the 2 players are white and black in color, round and flat in shape and about 1 centimeter in diameter. There are various playing methods and regulations, but the most common method is enclosing the group. The stones in the captured territory are removed and 33 added to the number of captives. There are 2 methods of deciding the winner. One is to remove the captives from the board to count the number of houses in the enclosed territory. The other is to fill the vacant houses with captives and then count the number of remaining houses. Capable of infinite variety in playing and quite interesting, it was often played by military strategists in the bygone days for the studying of tactics. Today it is played by the broad sections of the people including children. 57. Konyu. Unlike Jangi or Paduk, Konyu needs no instruments and its playing method is simple, so it can be played with anything on the ground. There are several kinds of Konyu, and they are different from one another in the playing method surrounding the opponent's stones by putting stones one by one like in Paduk, putting the stones beforehand and then moving them to capture the opponent's stones like in Jangi or removing the colliding stones. 58. Puppeteering. In the old days of Korea, puppeteering was called a puppet show or old pax show. 34. This has been inherited and now developed into a puppet play to cater to the demands of the times and the sentiments of the people. The modern puppet play is a combination of 3 kinds of puppets: stick and string controlled puppets and finger puppets. The stick controlled puppets are used in the production of works of dramatism, for the puppets need a wide area for their movement. Puppets controlled by string are mostly small in size. Hand puppets are controlled by 3 fingers wearing them and used for the representation of fables or portrayal of small animals. In Korea, precedence is given to making use of marionettes combined with glove show. 59. Peasant music dance. Peasant music dance is associated with farm work. Several people in colorful costumes dance merrily in a wide field, singing rhythmically. It took place before and after a day's work and during the break, mostly during the seasons of rice transplanting and weeding. It was also arranged on holidays and during communal events and labor and recreational parties. Sometimes men wore long pigtail ribbons by 35 vigorous movements of their heads. Pongsan mask dance is renowned from olden times. Today the dance that came into being associated with farming is performed during artistic performances and at recreation grounds. 60. Mask play. Originally masks were made and used for hunting animals or scaring the enemy, and this developed into a play. Performers wearing various masks sang and danced on the stage, sometimes delivering their lines. In the feudal days, it depicted the anti-feudal class struggle of the people. Today children wearing the masks of animals like bee, cicada, grasshopper, squirrel, hare, fox, wolf, bear and antelope present a beautiful dance in the artistic performances on New Year's Day. Mask dance by adults is performed at sports games or during picnics. Cooperative farmers wearing the masks of corn, radish, bok choy, pumpkin, pig, ox, chicken and duck hold this dance when their farms settle their end-of-year accounts. 61. Children's folk games. From the olden days in Korea, children played 36 various games conducive to their growth. They include hop spinning, shuttlecocking, kite flying, rope skipping, sleighing, stone kicking, konyu, tail catching and so on. Children spent their pleasant time playing with flowers and grasses in mountains and fields in spring, and bathing and basking in the sun in rivers and fields in summer. In autumn they enjoyed several place-filling villages with their laughter till late in the evening, and in winter played top spinning and sleighing on the ice in the blizzards defying the biting cold. They played indoor games, outdoor games, on the grass and ice, and so on without any special preparations. 62. Top spinning. Top spinning was played usually in winter. From olden times, in winter children went outside and spent interesting moments with various forms of tops made to suit their taste in defiance of the cold. The present tops not only retain the forms of the old ones but have been reformed. The advent of the metal and plastic tops that took the place of wooden ones has made it possible to use the tops long. 37. 63. Kite flying. From olden times kite flying started in early winter and reached its climax between the Lunar New Year's Day and Jeonggul Daerum, 15th day of first lunar month. In particular, on the Lunar New Year's Day children vied with one another to fly their kites higher. This period was astir with children flying their kites. Children enjoyed themselves on windy hills, singing songs and flying kites. 64. Sleighing. Sleighs in winter was originally called snow horse, because sleighing on the snow or ice gave a feeling of riding on a horse. Today sleighs of the past with a pair of runners have given way to the modern ones with a single runner for various stunts. 65. Rope skipping. The rope skipping was often played by young girls aged between 7 and 16 from early spring to early summer. Sometimes it was played by boys of same ages. The ways of rope skipping have become more diverse. 2 children turn around a long rope, the third one turning a short rope around him or her, turning his or 38 her body 180 degrees or 360 degrees twice or thrice. 2 children jump over a rope together while turning ropes in one of their hands each. Players in a sitting position hop over a rope as they stand up to the rhythm of songs. Players cross a fixed rope after their feet stepped on it in a certain order or made same light movements with it, instead of simply jumping over it. 5 or 6 children skip over a fixed rope in the order agreed beforehand. 66. Shuttlecocking is a play for boys. The play dates back to the period of the Three Kingdoms, Goguryeo, Pech and Silla. Shuttlecocks varied in form according to the periods, but the most popular one in modern times was the one made with a coin or an iron piece with a hole at the center through which the Korean paper or colored thread, woolen thread, strips of cloth or chicken feather twisted by hand were pierced. Such shuttlecocks look nice and fall down slowly because of resistance by the air. There are different methods of playing: kicking continuously with the inner side of the ankle with one foot planted on the ground and the other moving up and down from the ground, kicking with one foot moving up and down in the air, kicking with one foot and then with 39 the other, kicking with the inner side of the ankle of one foot and then with the outer side of the other, kicking with one foot in the air and then sending up the shuttlecock on the head or back, and throwing the shuttlecock away with instep after kicking it for a while with one foot. An interesting method is passing the shuttlecock to each other. 2 or 3 children pass and receive a shuttlecock among themselves, or master players surrounded by several children pass or receive the shuttlecock from the other children. Sometimes children shuttle a certain distance while kicking it. This play increases the children's mental ability for concentration, helps them make a correct judgment on the fall of objects, and makes their physique strong. 67. Characteristics of folk games. The long-standing folk games of the Korean nation, which are closely associated with their life, contain their distinctive national characteristics. First, they are rich in national emotion as a reflection of the life sentiments and attitudes of the Korean people which have developed for a long time. The games of Goguryeo people like Zarum, Subakyo and archery were full of vigor. Second, the kinds and playing methods are diverse. 40. The games number hundreds, like those that can be played at any place, outdoors, indoors, irrespective of sex and age, those for the practice of martial art, physical training and cultivation of thinking faculty, and seasonal and year-round ones, and the methods of playing them are countless. Third, their contents are sound and cultured. Fourth, they foster love for neighbors and community as well as patriotism among the people. 68. Etiquette of salutation. From olden times, Korea has been known as a country of good manners in the East, and its people have observed the etiquette of salutation and proprieties. When they meet the elderly and their seniors outdoors, they bend their upper part of the body with respect and make a deep bow indoors. They bend their heads a little when exchanging greetings with friends. The main salutation is a bow, divided into a deep bow, a half bow and a slight bow. 69. Deep bow. A deep bow is made to one's parents and elders of one's family and blood relatives. As a deep bow requires one to fall on one's knees 41 touching the ground with hands to deeply bend one's head, it is usually made indoors. There are 2 kinds of deep bow for men. The first is bending one's body, holding 2 overlapped hands at the height of the eye, falling on the left knee first and then on the right knee while touching the ground with the palms, and lowering the hip. Then the forehead touches the back of the hands, the elbows touching the ground. The second is generally similar to the first. What is different is that bowing starts with the overlapped hands held at the height of shoulders and slightly bends the body, the forehead not touching the back of the hands on the ground. The former was made at ceremonies or to a person for whom one had to show greater respect, and the latter usually for the elders or persons with whom one had to exchange such bow. Therefore, the second type of deep bow was the commonplace. Kneeling on the floor with a crash or quickly was a taboo. The deep bow was made in a solemn and calm way. This was regarded as an expression of respect and propriety to the elders. The deep bow made by women is similar to that made by men, but different in that women do not bend their heads deep and they make a bow more slowly than men. 42. 70. Half bow. Half bow is made in response to a bow. One assumes a bowing posture and slightly lowers his head in his seat. The method of men's half bow is similar to the second mode of their deep bow, but different in that one does not deeply lower one's hip nor lower his head. That of women's half bow is also similar to the second mode of their deep bow, but different in that they assume a bowing posture and slightly bend their heads. 71. Slight bow. Slight bow is usually made outdoors. The extent of the bending of the upper part of the body indicates the rank of the people to whom one bows. The deeper the bow, the more respectful the person is. When people in similar age meet, they only make slight bows to each other and say hello. 72. Folk songs. Folk songs of the Korean nation include labor-related songs, lyrical songs, dance music and so on. Representative labor-related songs are Onghae, Song of Peasant, Milling Ballad, Boatman Song, Spinning Ballad and Bellows Ballad. Lyrical songs are Ariwang, Yangsando, Broad Bellflower and so on. Dance 43 music are Kangang Chaiwali, Wiu Hanapingchingden, Tongdalari, Ryangyanganari and so on. In the present days many songs have been produced on the basis of folk songs. Noticeable among them are Girl on the Swing, Nojo Riverside, Ballad of the 8 Scenic Spots of Korea and Song of Scenic Spots. 73. Folk songs from Western provinces. Western provinces in Korea include Pyongan and Hwanghae provinces. Generally, songs from these provinces are bright and optimistic and full of tremolo and trill. The renowned ones are Ryangyanganari, Mulberry Ballad, Yangsando, Jangsan Point Ballad and so on. 74. Folk songs from southern provinces. Southern provinces in Korea include Hoi and Gyeongsang provinces. Typical songs from the southern part of the Korean peninsula are Kangang Chaiwali and Kweahinachingchingnain of the patriotic theme, Song of Peasant, Onghae and Spinning Ballad associated with laboring life of peasants, and Jindo Ariwang, Miliang Ariwang and Gyeongsangdo Ariwang reflecting the people's emotion of social life. 44. One of the characteristics of these songs is that, under the influence of professional singers, their form is relatively closely knit and their tones and techniques are diverse, whereas the style of stanza is too often applied to setting the intonation and lyrics to the melody and there are too many difficult drills and unnecessary formalities in singing. 75. Ariwang. Ariwang is the most representative of Korean folk songs. There are many legends about the origin and etymology of Ariwang, but the most authentic is Songbu and Rirang. Once upon a time, a boy named Rirang and a girl named Songbu who had been working as farmhands in a landlord's house took part in a revolt that broke out in a year of bad harvest, and ran way deep into a mountain to escape the pursuit of government troops. There they married and led a happy life. Determined to fight against the exploiters, the husband said goodbye to Songbu and crossed many high and low hills. Songbu sang a song, yearning for him, looking at the hills crossed by her husband, and the song has been spread by people, giving birth to Arirang. In the course of dissemination, the song gave rise to 45 many provincial versions of different characteristics. Sodo Arirang of Hyeonan Province, Kin Arirang of Gyeonggi Province, Jindo Arirang of Hoya Province, Miliang Arirang of Gyeongsang Province, Jongsan Arirang of Gangwon Province, Tanchon Arirang of Hamgyong Province, and so on. All the lyrics reflect the sorrow and resentment of the popular masses against the exploiting society and their ardent desire for a happy life through the portrayal of love between a man and a woman, including the sorrow at parting, yearning for the partner and hope for reunion. Today Arirang is broadly sung and played as an orchestral piece, instrumental ensemble, and in films and dances. Arirang, familiar with the world's people as a symbol of the Korean folk songs, was registered on the list of intangible heritage of humanity. 76. Nojo Riverside. Nojo Riverside is a ballad created in the early 1930s. It portrays the plight of the people who had no rights and led a miserable life under the colonial rule of the Japanese imperialists, 1905-1945, and their grievance about and dissatisfaction with the rotten society. The lyrics of the song tell of their wretchedness and sorrow, Tanso, portraying the waste of the time through the 46 weeping willows on the bank of the Nodal River, questioning the bitters of the past life to the sand beach and asking the quiet flow of the river to do away with their PENT upgrudge. The basis of the lyrics is the hatred of the Korean people against the Japanese imperialists. For its light rhythm, soft and gentle, beautiful and loose, smooth and easy, and simple melody, the song was popular among the people. Despite its limitations of confining to the lamentation over the hateful society of those days and the distress of the ruined nation, the song is still loved and used as a dance music for its peculiar national emotions and beautiful melody. 77. Folk dances. Korean folk dances, created by the people in reflection of their diligent laboring life and beautiful customs, are characterized by their people-oriented emotions and local flavor. They are natural in the structure of their composition, and their movement patterns are so simple that they are easy to perform and enjoy. They reflect their laboring life and struggle against the enemy. Mask dances reflect their everyday life. These dances contain movement patterns peculiar to respective regions and provinces. 47. 78. Tondolari. Tondolari is a folk dance from the east coast of Hamgyong province. Originally, it was a circle dance performed by women in the Pukchong area when picking giant garlic. Afterwards, during the colonial rule of the Japanese imperialists, it was developed into a mass dance in reflection of the people's wish for a quick dawn of national liberation free from exploitation. The resonant, gentle rhythmic sound made by heating with a stick or the palm, a gourd turned upside down in a water-filled wooden or brass vessel to the accompaniment of merry tune adds cheerfulness to the dance. Taking the first big step and bending the knees deeply, followed by light walking with slight bending of the knees to the accompaniment of rhythmic patterns of the music and song with clear distinctions in the stress look as if the dancer is limping. The dance has many other movements peculiar to it. Slightly shaking the head and folded arms side to side and stretching out both wrists forcefully, thus winding up a movement pattern is one of the characteristics of this dance. Also characteristic is the movements of hiding the face lightly by turning the wrists repeatedly while lightly shaking them side to side, running along while 48 vigorously shaking the arms to and fro, and rhythmically beating the gourd while abruptly turning the body in other directions or turning the waist with the knees on the ground. The dance, reproduced in the present days to meet the aesthetic tastes of the contemporaries, enjoys love of the Korean people. 79. Fan dance. Fan dance is a theatrical artwork that has been reproduced from the old dances performed in different events and circumstances of life to meet the modern aesthetic taste. The lyrical work, full of poetic sentiments, portray the beautiful mental world of the Korean people. The rhythm of the dance and the costume of dancers showcase the gracefulness of the gentle and refined Korean national dance. Wielding a folding fan in the hand to close it before opening it after striking it on the leg, lifting the fan up and down the head and opening the static fan horizontally or vertically are movements peculiar to the national dance of Korea. The folk dance took the first place and won the gold medal at the competition of national dances held during the 6th, 7th and 9th World Festivals of Youth and Students for its high artistic value. 49. 80. Bracelet dance. Bracelet dance is performed with iron bracelets on the wrists, producing the clanking sound to the joyous rhythm. The work overflowing with popular sentiments shows such typical movement patterns and movements as stretching out the swinging arms, bending the knees while beating them with the hands, using a fan, making a clanking sound by clapping the hands before lifting and shaking them over the head, or by taking a big step forward in an oblique direction before raising one hand and shaking it over the head, swinging the arms, walking quickly, waving the hands, etc. 81. Dagger dance. Dagger dance is a folk dance which has been adapted from the dances danced with a dagger, traditional dances of the Korean women, to meet the aesthetic tastes of the present times. The work depicts the ennobling spirits of patriotism, wisdom and courage of the Korean women, who, firmly determined to fight in defense of their country at the risk of their life, practiced with dagger. The movements, like forcefully revolving the dagger to the rhythm of slow yet powerful music and the resultant exquisite rhythmic sound, moving forward 50 while wielding the sharp blade of the dagger to and fro and standing with the body askew while raising an arm aloft and wielding the dagger in the way of blocking the dagger of the adversary, blend well with the diversified composition of the dance, forcefully emphasizing the ideological content of the work and the character of the dance. Unlike the former dances that focused on showing the movements and skills of using the dagger, the present one contains movements created in order to show the patriotic mettle and wisdom of the Korean women as its ideological theme. 82. Folk dance. Sweet Song of Seasons. Song of Seasons is a theatrical collection of small-scale dances based on the folk plays closely related to the creative laboring life of the people, which were selected from among the folk plays of 4 seasons, plays which have been developed throughout the long historical period in Korea. The work consists of 4 parts and the epilogue. Part 1 consists of 3 scenes: Yacht Game Dance, Dance of Welcoming the First Full Moon, and Torchlight Dance, which reflect the traditional life in winter. Part 2 is made up of 4 scenes reflecting the life in spring, like Dance of Welcoming Spring, Swinging Girl, 51 Zarum Dance, and Mask Dance. Part 3 is composed of 3 scenes reflecting the summer life, like On the Bank of a Stream, Tondolari and the Lem Picking Girl. Part 4 consists of 4 scenes reflecting the autumn life, like Hunter's Dance, Flower Decked Rope Play, Harvester Dance, and Peasant Music Dance. The epilogue, "Oh, what a lovely land of the golden tapestry of ours is woven with dances and songs which reflect the national pride and happiness against the background of the beautiful natural landscape of Korea." 83. Traditional musical instruments. From olden times, Korean people made and played musical instruments with peculiar tone qualities and shapes distinguishable from those of other countries, and have developed them continuously. There are wind instruments like fiery, flute, tanso, short bamboo flute, jotte, 5, thongso, 6-hole bamboo flute, and sinap, trumpet, stringed instruments like konghu, string instrument, higum, 4-string fiddle, kaegam, 19-string harp, ajaeng, 7-string fiddle, yangam, string instrument, komungo, lute, and percussion instruments like jango, hourglass-shaped drum, puck, drum, huiangwari, gong, and jing, cymbal. 52. In the 1960s and early 1970s, a number of traditional musical instruments were improved so that they can produce clear and soft, graceful and plaintive sounds with the beautiful tone color of stronger national sentiments. Representative of them are tanso, treble tanso and ordinary tanso, jotte, treble jotte, alto jotte and ordinary jotte, varieties of sinap and fiery, jangse inap, diaphiri and jafiri, varieties of higum, small, middle, large and bass higum, kaegam, yangam and okri hugum. These improved instruments can play both the Korean national music and Western music in a harmonious way and find broad use in various forms of performance like solo, ensemble and concert, as they are fully capable of rendition, modulation and transposition. 84. Tanso. Tanso is one of the national woodwind instruments peculiar to Korea. Similar to flute, it is played by blowing it with mouth. The tone quality is soft, clean and gentle, and it becomes clearer and more beautiful and plaintive at the treble part. An improved version of the instrument plays an important role both in the national and mixed orchestra. Treble tanso takes charge of the highest part in the 53 orchestral music. The main material used for the improved version is hardwood like birch and rosewood, not the bamboo of the original instrument, and its specifications have been standardized on a scientific basis so that it can make a more accurate tone. It consists of a mouthpiece, bell, finger buttons, mouthpiece receiver, upper and lower resonance boxes, and finger rests. For the wide range and volume of the sound, it can render any musical piece. In modulation, it has a 12-tone tone chromatic scale, not the pentatonic scale, allowing transition to any scale. It is capable of modern executions like the various methods of drill and fast sound progress, not to mention the delicate national techniques of drill like tremolo, microtone and drawn-out sound. 85. Jangsainap. Jangsainap is an improved version of CNAP, which is similar to trumpet. As it has become long, it is called Jangsainap, long CNAP. The instrument is longer and has more finger buttons than CNAP, and can be tuned to the chromatic system of the equal temperament. 54. It is capable of modulation and transposition, and its musical range reaches the fourth two of the two-line octave. Structurally, it is divided largely into a lead, gourd-shaped neck, pipe and bell. The tone quality is typically clear and joyful. It is used not only as an instrument for the solo, but also as an instrument leading the melody in different kinds of instrumental ensemble including the mixed orchestra, playing an important role in sustaining the peculiar national flavor of such orchestra. 86. Kaebam. Kaebam is a national string instrument developed by Uruk, a musician, composer and performer between the early and mid-6th century. It is called so as it was invented in Kea, a feudal state that emerged in the wake of Kagoryo, Pech and Silla. Its tone quality is clean, graceful, soft and plaintive. The execution is quite varied, plucking, thrumming, double thrumming, hocking and pulling and thrumming, chordal execution, dispersive chordal execution, tremolo execution, etc. With the energetic improving of the traditional musical instruments, Kaebam has also been improved so that it can give fuller play to its advantages. 55. Structurally, it consists of a soundboard, strings, movable bridges, scroll, tail, pegs, nuts, supports and rows. Tension screws have been added, and the number of strings increased to 21. The initial pentachord scale has developed into a heptachord scale, and the sound range has also been expanded. The volume and quality of the sound has improved, making the tone quality peculiar to Kaebam conspicuous. The methods of execution have been supplemented and developed to suit the features of the improved version. The original one was limited to producing monophony with the right hand alone and the left hand producing tremolo. The new methods of execution with both hands make it possible to produce various forms of polyphony while preserving the methods peculiar to Kaebam like that of producing tremolo. Kaebam is used not only as a solo instrument but also as an instrument that takes charge of basic melodies in various forms of Kaebam ensembles, and as a melody and rhythm instrument in the orchestral music, instrumental ensemble and accompaniment. It is widely used by professional art troops and among the people. 87. Okryugum. Okryugum is a national Philip instrument developed 56 in the 1970s. Chairman Kim Jong-il provided guidance to its development and, after its completion, named it Okryugum, saying that the instrument produces a crystal clear sound. A development of the national Philip instruments, it produces a soft, graceful, crystal clear and beautiful tone quality and rich sound volume, and can produce a long lingering sound. There are three sound parts. The bass part produces a broad yet deep and full sound. The sound of the main is quite soft and beautiful. The treble part emits a high, clear yet a little tense and sharp sound. Okryugum produces various tone colors according to the execution and position of the strings thrummed by the finger. The middle part of a string produces a soft and elegant sound akin to the sound made by harp. When the right part of a string is thrummed, the tone color becomes similar to the elegant sound of Kaebam. When the left part of a string is thrummed, the tone color is similar to that of guitar. Okryugum can produce a wide range of sound and any change tones, and the varied methods of execution make it possible to play various forms of accompaniment as well as melodies. It can play the solo, and is an important instrument in an ensemble of national instruments. 57. In the composition of mixed orchestra, it adds the national flavor and emotion to the sound of the music. 88. Jango, a national percussion instrument. The hourglass-shaped drum vividly represents the national features of the Korean music. Widely disseminated among the Korean people from olden days, it dates back to the period of Kagoryo. It is depicted in the paintings on the chamber walls of tombs numbers 4 and 5 of the 5 mural tombs of Kagoryo. Two sound boxes are linked to each other, the left one being a little larger than the right one. The left soundboard is the part beaten with the palm and produces a low sound and a magnificent and soft resonance. The right soundboard beaten with a stick produces a high sound and an elastic and lively resonance. The drum head is thick on the left side and thin on the right side. For its balance and beautiful shape, the instrument is popular among the people. In the long historical process of nationwide propagation, the use and execution of the instrument have become diversified, and now it acts as a conductor in the orchestra of small formation and sometimes plays a solo. 58. It produces rhythmic patterns of various characters, sustaining the national taste and rendering an active contribution to raising the level of musical representation. It is widely used not only for musical and dance works but also in enlivening the atmosphere during sports and recreational games. 89. Narrative stories. Narrative stories emerged and developed through the primitive, ancient and medieval ages in Korea. There are many narrative stories such as myths, legends, folk tales, fairy tales and fables. 90. Myth of Tangun. Myth of Tangun deals with the founding of ancient Joseon. It focuses on the tale of birth of Tangun, founder king of ancient Joseon. Tangun's father is Wonun, son of the heavenly god Hwanon. Hwanon in the heavens has harbored an ambition to rule over the terrestrial world. Having fathomed his son's mind, Wonun gives him 3 seals made of precious stone and sends him down to the earth. Having come down to the bottom of a tree on the top of Mtithaebiak, or Mtmyohyang, leading a group of over 359,000 persons, Wonun governs the world by making rain, cloud and wind gods supervise over 360 affairs in the human world including farming, disease control, giving punishment and distinguishing good from evil. At that time a bear and a tiger that have been living in the same cave begged Wonun to make humans of them. Hwanon gives them mysterious garlics and wormwood, saying if they spent 100 days without exposing themselves to the sun after eating them, they could become humans. The tiger that has broken the promise could not become a human, and the bear that has kept the promise becomes a woman. She lives with Wonun and gives birth to Tangun. Tangun designates Pyongyang as the capital, becomes the king and names his country Joseon. He ascends to the heavens after governing the country for 500 years, and at that time he was 908 years old. The tale of Wonun and his wife in the myth is aimed at mystifying the founder king and rationalizing the founding of the state on the basis of worship for ancestors. Lying on the tale are the life, aspirations, state of consciousness and way of thinking of the people in the primitive age and the early ancient times. With the unearthing of the tomb of Tangun, it became clear that Tangun was not a mythical being but the founder king of the Korean nation who set up the 60th capital in Pyongyang and founded ancient Joseon, the first ancient state, 5000 years ago. 91. Myth of Haemosu. Myth of Haemosu is an ancient narrative story. Haemosu, son of the heavenly emperor and hero of the myth, is the king of North Puyo. He administers the country in daytime and goes up to the sky in the evening by a 5-dragon chariot which can run freely in the sky, on the land, under the sea and between them. One day, when hunting, he sees the 3 daughters of Hobek, Seep God, playing in a place called Jangwa. He is attracted to them at the first glance, so he draws a line with his horsewhip and has a magnificent copper palace built there. Then, he lures the 3 girls to come and play in the palace. He falls in love with Ryuhua, the eldest. On hearing the news, Hobek sends his envoy to reproach Haemosu's attempt to get married to his daughter against etiquette. Haemosu feels ashamed of this, and drives the 5-dragon chariot to Hobek's country. There he officially marries Ryu after winning a game of talents with her father. Afraid that Moses' love for his daughter may cool down, Hubei lets him get drunk and puts him in a 61 leather cart with Ryu and loads them on the 5 Reagan chariot. Before coming out of the sea, he gets sober and makes a hole in the leather cart with Ryu's ornamental hairpin. Then he goes up to the sky alone. Hubei throws his daughter to the river Yubel, saying she has brought disgrace on her family. Ryu is caught in a net by a fisherman and lives in the house of Kamua, king of East Puyo. There she lays an egg, from which Code Yumong is born. Through the mythical representation of ever-changing Heimusu, the myth shows the worship of the people of those days for their ancestors and their simple desire to conquer nature. At the same time, it shows an aspect of cultural development of those days through the portrayal of Heimusu's princely travel to and from the heavens, copper palace and leather cart. This myth is directly connected with the legend of Jumong of Kagario. 92. Legend of Jumong. This legend is related with the founding of Kagario. Jumong, hero of the legend, is a man whose father is Heimusu, son of Heavenly Emperor, and Ryua, daughter of Hubei, Seek God. Ryua is forced to live in exile in the river Yubel on the charge of having an affair with Heimusu without 62 permission from her parents. She is rescued by the people of East Puyo and brought under the protection of Kamua, king of East Puyo. Feeling something strange about her, the king confines her to a room. The sun pours down its rays on her, and she lays an egg as heavy as 3.75 kilograms. A human baby hatches from the egg. From his childhood the boy excels in strength and is good at archery. As a person good at archery is called Jumong in East Puyo, he is named Jumong. King Kamua has 7 sons, but they are not a match for Jumong in talent. Jealous of Jumong, the princes say to the king that there would certainly be trouble in the future unless he disposed of the boy. The king makes them look after horses to test the latter's heart. Jumong says to his mother that he would build a country in the southern land, adding that he, grandson of the Heavenly Emperor, is as good as dead because he is tending others' horses. Ryu whips horses in the ranch and identifies a steed jumping over a fence as high as 2 men put together. Jumong sticks a needle beneath the tongue of the horse. One day the king comes to the ranch. He is pleased to see the sturdy horses and gives Jumong the bony horse. 63. Jumong removes the needle from the tongue and pays special attention to feeding it. He leaves East Puyo with grain seeds given by his mother and with his fellows. Aware of this, the princes let loose soldiers to pursue them. Jumong and his party cross the river safely with the help of fishes and tortoises, but the soldiers of East Puyo are drowned because the fishes and tortoises forming a bridge scatter in all directions. On his arrival at a place called Jolban Puyo, Jumong sets up the capital city there, founds a country and names it Kagario. 93. Legend of a deer-footed lady created by the people of Kagario. The legend is based on the theme of patriotism against foreign aggression. There lives a mother with 2 sons. As her feet resemble those of deer, people call her deer-footed lady. The feet of her sons, too, resemble their mothers, so from their childhood they are jeered by their village peers. One day a sudden storm hits the village, and the woman is separated from her sons. For decades she does not know what has become of them. Though she is old and living alone, she bravely fights 64 helping General Uljimundak when the Sui has invaded her country. Hearing the rumor that there are 2 generals called deer-footed generals among the enemy, she goes to the enemy camp alone in defiance of death. At the sight of their feet, she realizes that they are her sons. She tells them that she is their mother, and that they must not forget their motherland where their forefathers' graves lay and where they were born. Seeing their mother fighting in defense of the country in the battlefield and learning that Kagario is their motherland, the 2 generals put off the enemy military uniforms and defect to the Kagario army. This disintegrates the enemy's order of battle. Without missing this chance, General Uljimundak orders a general attack and annihilates enemy troops. Through the portrayal of the deer-footed lady, her 2 sons and General Uljimundak, the legend gives a lifelike picture of the wisdom, life sentiments and patriotic feelings of the Kagario people. 94. Tale of Simchong. This is a representative classical novel created on the basis of the tales depicting the filial piety of the Korean women for their parents. Through a pathetic story about Simchong, the work, 65, while showing her filial devotion to her father and the miserable plight of the exploited and oppressed people of those days, represents the noble virtue of the Korean people and their desire for a happy life. Born as a daughter of a poor, blind man, she is bereaved of her mother in her early days and grows up on the milk of other women. Having keenly felt the painstaking efforts of her father from childhood, she works for others and begs food to support her father from the age of 11. One day as his daughter who went out to work does not return, the blind father goes to find her, but he falls in a stream. A monk, who is passing by, saves him and tells him that he can recover his sight if he offers 300 sak. 1 sak equals 4.9629 bushels of rice to a temple. Simchong sells her own body for that amount of rice to a merchant who is hunting for a girl to be offered to the sea as a sacrifice. She is thrown into Rimdingsu, only to find herself rescued by the order of the King of Heaven. Later she becomes queen. Meanwhile, after sending Simchong, her father takes a second wife, but she squanders all his fortune. At this juncture, Queen Simchong arranges a banquet for the blind across the country to find her father. 66. The man comes to the party, and opens his eyes wide with delight for meeting his daughter. He then regains his sight. 95. Tale of Chunhyang. Tale of Chunhyang was first created as the script of a rhythmic narrative based on folk narratives, and was later adapted into a novel. The work begins with a journey by Rimong Ryong, son of the magistrate of Namwon, to the Gwanghong Pavilion, where he meets and falls in love with Song Chunhyang, daughter of former Kissing entertainment girl Wal Mei. At first Chunhyang, aware of her social standing, refuses to accept the advance made by a son of nobleman, but moved by his sincerity, she finally promises him to be his wife. Later the young man moves to the capital city with his father, who has been promoted, but Chunhyang cannot follow him for she is a daughter of former Kissing. Pian Hakdu, an evil bureaucrat, is appointed as the magistrate of Namwon. What he first does on his arrival is to take a roll of Kissing girls in disregard of the affairs of the county. On hearing that Chunhyang is a beauty, he forces her to attend him. The girl repulses all sorts of temptation and 67 threat, and defends her chastity. Pian Hakdu puts her behind bars and plots to execute her after a party on his birthday. In the meantime, Rimong Ryong in the capital city wins the first place in the state examination and comes to the Namwon area as a secret royal inspector. By invoking the right of a secret royal inspector, Rimong Ryong dismisses Pian Hakdu from his office. Chunhyang is saved and has an emotion-filled reunion with Rimong Ryong. The work criticizes the inequality between the nobles and commoners in feudal society, exposes the tyranny and corrupted nature of the nobles, and insists that a young man and woman can love each other and get married regardless of property status and social standing. This classical work is widely known in the world. 96. Handicrafts. Handicrafts of Korea include pottery, woodwork, metalwork, lacquered mother-of-pearl work, embroidery, bamboo work, bull's horn paper work, stone work, grass work, paper work, etc. The handicrafts are decorated with the patterns of plants and animals closely linked to the life of the people, patterns of 10 mascots symbolic of longevity reflecting 68 their desire for happiness and longevity, patterns of letters, fantastic patterns, geometrical patterns and so on. 97. Development of pottery in Korea. Earthenware dates back to the primitive age, ceramic ware to the ancient times, and porcelain to the Middle Ages. The most famous ceramics in Korea are Koryo porcelain. 98. Koryo porcelain, the ceramic workmanship in the period of Koryo, 918-1392, which had inherited and developed the traditions of earthenware of Kagoryo, occupies pride of place in the world's medieval history of porcelain for the high level of their artistic qualities. They are divided into bluish green, white and crimson porcelain, of which the representative one is celadon. The celadon was also called jade green celadon or jade green porcelain because its ground color is the same as jades. The jade green celadon had already been made in the early 10th century. 99. Sari 1 Folklore Street. The street is situated at the foot of MT Gyeongnam in 69 Sari 1, North Gwangi Province. The street stands on both sides of a gate roofed with Korean tiles. On display there are visual materials and models that showcase the 5000-year history and brilliant talents of the Korean nation. A model of Dolmen, an ancient tomb peculiar to the Korean nation. A model of the monument to the mausoleum of King Hwanggaetho, one of the oldest inscribed monuments. A model of the Chomsonggi Observatory, known to be the oldest of its kind in the world, and so on. All the buildings on the street are of the Korean style. There is a folklore amusement center where yacht, paddock and jangi games can be played. There are also restaurants specializing in national dishes such as jjajam, pancake, glutinous rice cake and makgeolli, raw rice wine, a tailor's that makes traditional Korean clothes, and a pharmacy that sells traditional medicines. 100. Korean Folklore Museum. The Korean Folklore Museum contributes to giving a correct understanding of the traditions and beautiful manners and customs of the Korean nation by means of historical remains and auxiliary visual materials. The historical remains and visual materials showcase the custom of production in various sectors: clothing, food and housing, family life, etiquette of salutation, folk 70 games, and traditional music. The part devoted to the production customs displays materials related to farming, primitive implements such as bone hoe and stone sickle, and latter-day tools of various forms by region. It also shows the customs of collective labor such as cooperation, mutual help and ox sharing aimed at helping one another in difficult and labor-consuming farm work. As for materials related to handicraft production in different sectors, there are manual spinning tools including handloom from the primitive age and various kinds of cloth including hemp, cotton, rami, silk and satin produced with those tools. The famous celadon of Koryo and white porcelains from the feudal Joseon dynasty, various kinds of blacksmith tools, brass vessel making tools, metal works, such pieces of furniture as wardrobe, chest of drawers, dressing table and dinner table, and works of grass, horsehair, bamboo and stone are also exhibited here. On display in the part of dietary custom are primitive kitchen equipment including grinding stone, various kitchen utensils seen on the mural paintings in the Kagoryo tombs, different kinds of vessels and tables, famous dishes by province including Pyongyang, coal 71 noodles, sweets and drinks, and sets of 7 dishes and 12 dishes for a table that show the custom of preparing a table. The part of attire exhibits clothes by sex, social standing and occupation, headgear, shoes and accessories like drinktree, ornamental hairpins, finger rings and ornamental daggers in the periods, ranging from Kagoryo to Koryo and the feudal Joseon dynasty. The part of dwelling custom displays materials related to the invention and development of ondal underfloor heating system peculiar to the Korean nation, the dominant forms and patterns of houses and the layout of kitchens and houses of different times and regions. The part of family life has on display materials showing the harmonious family custom of respecting parents, loving children and making efforts for their education though living in poverty. Materials showing the customs of celebrating the first birthday and other birthdays and wedding ceremonies and funeral and memorial services are on display, forming a contrast to those showing the present socialist mode of life. The part of folk games displays large-sized folding screens and model visual aids portraying the games played on holidays and other cheerful and interesting games handed down from olden times, like archery, 72 horse riding and Zarim in the period of Kagoryo, contest of physical strength, singing and dancing and children's games. The musical part exhibits replicas of various musical instruments seen on the mural paintings in the Kagoryo tombs. The modern, improved versions of national stringed and wind instruments present a contrast to the historical ones. The Korean Folklore Museum organizes exhibitions in foreign countries to introduce the customs and manners of the Korean nation. At the same time, it conducts exchanges and develops relations of friendship and cooperation with its foreign counterparts. Understanding Korea. 7. Folklore. Author, Om Hyang-sam. Editor, Kim Ji-ho. Translators, Kim Young-nam and Jong Myong-jin. Layout, Pang Son-hu and Yang Song. And cover design, Kim Eun-jung. Copyright, Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in May 106, 2017. Numero sign, 7835020. Email, flph@star-co.net.kp, http://www.naonara.com.kp. Understanding Korea A Tourism and Investment. Pyongyang, Korea. 106, 2017. Understanding Korea A Tourism and Investment. Foreign Languages Publishing House. Pyongyang, Korea. 106, 2017. Contents. 1. Tourism resources. 1. 2. Major tourist attractions. 1. 3. Pyongyang, a tourist destination. 2. 4. Monumental structures in Pyongyang. 2. 5. Grand Monument on Mansu Hill. 2. 6. Tower of the Joch Idea. 3. 7. Monument to Party Founding. 4. 8. Kalima Statue. 5. 9. Arch of Triumph. 6. 10. Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Museum and Monument to the Victorious Fatherland Liberation War. 7. 11. Monument to the 3 Charters for National Reunification. 8. 12. Parks and Pleasure Grounds in Pyongyang. 9. 13. Moran Hill. 10. 14. Keesan Youth Park. 10. 15. Rung the People's Pleasure Ground. 11. 16. Pyongyang, a time-honored city. 12. 17. Royal Tombs in Pyongyang. 13. 18. Mausoleum of King Tangun. 13. 19. Mausoleum of King Tongyang. 14. 20. Museums and exhibitions in Pyongyang. 15. 21. Cultural and welfare facilities in Pyongyang. 16. 22. Sports facilities in Pyongyang. 16. 23. Mayday Stadium. 17. 24. Miran Riding Club. 18. 25. Kizong, a tourist attraction. 18. 26. Historical remains in Kizong. 19. 27. Mausoleum of King Wangkon. 19. 28. Mausoleum of King Kyangyo, Kongman. 20. 29. Koryo Songyangwon. 21. 30. Sanhuk Bridge. 23. 31. Koryo and Sam. 23. 32. Padian Falls. 24. 33. Panmunjom. 25. 34. Mtipuk 26. 35. Lake John on the top of Mtipuk 27. 36. Lakes MG. 28. 37. MT Komgang. 29. 38. Division of MT Komgang. 30. 39. Lagoon Samul. 31. 40. Cheongsikjong. 31. 41. Historical remains in MT Komgang. 32. 42. MT Myohaeong. 32. 43. Tourist paths in MT Myohaeong. 33. 44. International Friendship Exhibition House, 34. 45. Historical Remains in Mt. Myohyang, 35. 46. Ryangmun Cavern in Songnam Cave, 35. 47. Mt. Chil, 36. 48. Mt. Chilbo, 37. 49. Scenic Beauties in the Wonsan Area, 38. 50. Mazukryong Ski Resort, 38. 51. Songdo-woon, 39. 52. Lake Saijung, 39. 53. Tourist cities on the west coast, 40. 54. West Sea Barrage, 41. 55. Mural tombs in Nampo area, 42. 56. Pyongyang Golf Course, 42. 57. Attractions in Hamhung area, 43. 58. Diverse themes of tours, 44. 59. Travel services, 45. 60. Tourism programs, 46. 61. Tourism prospects, 46. 62. Modes of investment, 47. 63. Environment for investment, 48. 64. Legal environment, 48. 65. Legal system for special economic zones, 49. 66. Laws related to special economic zones, 50. 67. Economic environment, 51. 68. Infrastructure for business activities, 52. 69. Labor force, 52. 70. Personnel training for enterprise management and technological development, 53. 71. Access to consumer market, 53. 72. Kind and rate of tax for foreign invested enterprises, 53. 73. Promotional measures for foreign investment and business activities, 54. 74. Investment projects to be encouraged, restricted or forbidden, 55. 75. Special economic zones, 56. 76. Rasan Economic and Trade Zone, 57. 77. Wanggomtheong Mihwado Economic Zone, 57. 78. Kumgangsan Special Zone for International Tourism, 58. 79. Laws and plans for setting up economic development parks, 59. 80. Sintheong Tourist Development Park, 59. 81. Manfo Economic Development Park, 60. 82. Amakyang Economic Development Park, 61. 83. Cheongsu Tourist Development Park, 61. 84. Haiyanyang Industrial Development Park, 62. 85. Hungnam Industrial Development Park, 63. 86. Pukchong Agricultural Development Park, 64. 87. Orang Agricultural Development Park, 65. 88. Onsong Island Tourist Development Park, 66. 89. Songnam Export Processing Park, 66. 90. Chongjin Economic Development Park, 67. 91. Haizan Economic Development Park, 68. 92. Wayudo Export Processing Park, 69. 93. Waiwon Industrial Development Park, 70. 94. Chongnam Industrial Development Park, 71. 95. Sukchon Agricultural Development Park, 72. 96. Unjong Cutting Edge Technology Development Park, 73. 97. Senyuiju International Economic Park, 74. 98. Gangyang International Model Green Park, 75. 99. Jindo Export Processing Park, 76. 1. Tourism resources. The Korean people boast their country's 5000-year history, brilliant culture and picturesque landscape. In the Democratic People's Republic of Korea can be found rich and diverse tourism resources. Natural tourism resources include beautiful mountains and rivers, valleys, waterfalls, caves, spas, mineral water, fauna and flora. Among social tourism resources are revolutionary battle sites and other historic sites, historical relics and remains, grand monuments, unique customs and lifestyle, cultural heritage, art and culture, festivals, exhibitions, theaters, museums, zoos, botanical gardens, industrial establishments, livestock farms, orchards, etc. The country has developed traditional forms of tourism, including extensive trips and sightseeing, and diverse themes of special tours. 2. Major tourist attractions. The DPRK's major tourist attractions include the capital city of Pyongyang, the popular tourist city of Gyeonggi, Wonsan, Hamhung, Nampo, Sariwon, Senyuiju, and Chongjin, scenic spots such as TTS FULL AUDIOBOOK, Myohyang, Kumgang, Chilbo and Kool, and the Mazukryong Ski Resort, Uling Falls and Songdo-woon. 2. 3. Pyongyang, a tourist destination, the center of the country's politics, economy and culture. Pyongyang is the hub of Korean tourism. The capital city is located in the middle lowlands of the northwestern part of the Korean peninsula, and its name means a flat land. In Pyongyang, often called the city in a park, there are a lot of parks, pleasure grounds, green areas and historical remains. In particular, you can see many modern monumental structures here. 4. Monumental structures in Pyongyang. Pyongyang is home to many monumental structures with few parallels in the world. Typical of them are the Kumsasan Palace of the Sun, Grand Monument on Mansu Hill, Tower of the Joch Idea, Monument to Party Founding, Kalima Statue, Kim Il-sung Square, Mansudae Assembly Hall, Arch of Triumph, Revolutionary Martyrs Cemetery on MT Taesong, Monument to the Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Museum, Monument to the Three Charters for National Reunification, and Monument to the Unified Front. 5. Grand Monument on Mansu Hill. This Grand Monument stands on Mansu Hill in downtown Pyongyang. It was built to highlight the glorious path of the Korean Revolution led by President Kim Il-sung, founding father of socialist Korea, and his immortal revolutionary exploits. It was unveiled in April 1972 to mark the 60th anniversary of his birth. On this hill the statues of President Kim Il-sung and General Kim Jong-il were newly erected in April 2012 on the occasion of the centenary of the president's birth. Covering an area of 240,000 m2, the Grand Monument consists of these statues at the center, 2 flanking group sculptures, Monument to Anti-Japanese Revolutionary Struggle and Monument to Socialist Revolution and Socialist Construction, and a large-sized stone mosaic mural, MT2, on the facade of the Korean Revolution Museum. Here you can see a steady stream of Koreans and foreigners all the year round. 6. Tower of the Judge Idea. This tower stands on the bank of the Taedong River in East Pyongyang. It was unveiled in April 1982 to mark the 70th anniversary of the birth of President Kim Il-sung. It was built to hand down for all ages the ideological and theoretical exploits of the president who authored the immortal Judge Idea. It is a white granite structure, accentuating the nation's traditional architectural style. It is 170 minutes tall, the tallest stone tower in the world. It consists of the main body and a torch on it. It is surrounded by three-person sculptures, sub-thematic group sculptures, pavilions and fountains spouting water 150 meters into the air. The main body symbolizes the president's immortal ideological and theoretical exploits, and the torch epitomizes the greatness and veracity of the Judge Idea that illumines the road for mankind to follow. Displayed at the back of the tower are the precious stone slabs sent by heads of state and government of other countries, personages and followers of the Judge Idea. 7. Monument to Party Founding. The monument stands in Munsu Square in Taedong District, Pyongyang. It was built in October 1995 on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Workers' Party of Korea to glorify the history of the WPK which has led the Korean Revolution along the road of victory. 5. It is 50 minutes tall, the height representing the 50th anniversary of the WPK's founding, and it covers an area of 250,000 m2. At the center there are three tower bodies depicting a hammer, a sickle and a brush that are symbolic of workers, farmers and working intellectuals, respectively. The round band is embossed with the slogan, "Long live the Workers' Party of Korea, organizer and guide of the Korean people for all victories." It demonstrates the single-hearted unity between the leader, the WPK, and the masses. 8. Kalima statue. The statue is located on Mansu Hill. Kalima means a legendary steed which can run 1000 ri, 400 kilometers a day. After the Fatherland Liberation War, 1950-1953, the Korean people turned out with one accord in the post-war rehabilitation campaign and socialist construction, raising the fierce flames of the Kalima movement to effect a revolutionary upsurge in socialist construction under the slogan, "Let us race in the spirit of Kalima." This movement was a nationwide campaign geared to stepping up socialist construction at the fastest possible speed by giving free rein to the working people's revolutionary zeal and creative talent, and 6. Eliminating the old and creating the new in all fields: the economy, culture, ideology, and morality. The movement resulted in a great leap in socialist construction, and Kalima became the symbol of socialist Korea. The Kalima statue was erected in April 1961 when the movement was in full swing. The largest and tallest of its kind in the world, the statue is 46 minutes high and its body is made of over 2,500 granite stones of about 360 sizes. 9. Arch of Triumph. Standing at the foot of Moran Hill in Pyongyang, the Arch of Triumph was unveiled in April 1982 to mark the 70th anniversary of the birth of President Kim Il-sung. It was built in commemoration of his triumphal return to Korea. He liberated the country from the Japanese imperialist military occupation by organizing and leading the anti-Japanese armed struggle to victory. It is a granite structure embodying the traditional features of a multi-tiered stone tower. The arch is 60 minutes tall and 52.5 minutes wide. The tallest arch in the world, it is 10 minutes higher than its counterpart in Paris. Embossed on two of the four pillars with carvings in relief are 1925 and 1945, the figures symbolizing 7 respectively, the year when Kim Il-sung embarked on the road of revolution and the year when he made his triumphal return home after liberating Korea. The immortal revolutionary paean song of General Kim Il-sung is engraved boldly on the walls of the arch's balcony. 10. Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Museum and Monument to the Victorious Fatherland Liberation War. The Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Museum is a monumental structure built to pass down through the generations the immortal exploits that President Kim Il-sung performed in leading the Fatherland Liberation War, 1950-1953, to victory, and General Kim Jong-il in steering the Sungun Revolution. Opened in August 1953, immediately after the war, the museum was renovated in July 2013 on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of victory in the war. Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un showed close concern for the renovation project. The museum consists of the main building, the hall dedicated to the operations for season Taejon, and outdoor exhibitions of weaponry. It comprises more than 80 rooms. At the large panorama hall, lectures are given by DPRK heroes and war veterans. Beside the museum flows the Pathang River, where you can see the U.S. armed spy-ship Pueblo captured by Korean sailors in January 1968. The monument to the Victorious Fatherland Liberation War was built on the bank of the Pathang River in 1993 on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of victory in the war. Dedicated to the heroes of the great years, it highlights the exploits that the heroic army and people of the country performed by defeating the U.S.-led imperialist allied forces and defending the freedom and independence of their country under the leadership of Supreme Commander Kim Il-sung. The monument covers an area of 150,000 m2. It consists of the entrance gate, monuments inscribed with President Kim Il-sung's handwriting, and a poem, sculptures of the flag of the Workers' Party of Korea and the flag of the Korean People's Army lining up inside the gate, the main theme sculpture, Victory, standing directly opposite to the gate, and 10 sub-thematic group sculptures in between. 11. Monument to the Three Charters for National Reunification. The monument stands at the starting point of the Pyongyang-Kaesong Road. 9. It was built in August 2001 in reflection of the ardent desire and firm determination of the Korean people to reunify the country without fail, holding aloft the Three Charters for National Reunification set forth by President Kim Il-sung. As it stands at the entrance to the road running from Fangil Street in Pyongyang to Kaesong, a city near the military demarcation line, it symbolizes the people's desire for national reunification. It depicts two Korean women in traditional costumes, one from the north and the other from the south, holding high the emblem of the Three Charters for National Reunification. It is unique in architectural style and formative beauty. Inside the tower body you can see rare stone slabs sent from the South Korean people, overseas Koreans, and personages of other countries. 12. Parks and pleasure grounds in Pyongyang. Pyongyang is often called the city in the park. Here you can see different species of trees and flowering plants lining up along the streets. You can also find parks and other recreational facilities here and there. Typical examples are Moran Hill, Keesan Youth Park, Manyunye and Tiazongsan Amusement Parks, Rungna People's Pleasure Ground, Tenryong Gaksan Pleasure Ground, Central Zoo and Central Botanical Garden. 13. Moran Hill, located in downtown Pyongyang and called the Garden of the Capital. Moran Hill is counted among the 8 scenic spots of Korea. It was named so because it resembles a beautiful, attractive peony blossom. Sprawling over 270 hectares, it has an elevation of 95 meters above sea level. On the hill there grow about 180 species of plants and various flowers. In spring it looks like a flower garden, and in summer, it presents verdant scenery, so attractive that the citizens regard it as their ideal summer resort. Historical remains such as All Mill Pavilion, Chilsong Gate, Chosong Pavilion and Pubak Pavilion add to the beautiful scenery of the hill. On Sundays and holidays the hill is bustling with citizens who are on a picnic. 14. Keesan Youth Park. Inaugurated in July 1984, the Keesan Youth Park nestles at the foot of Moran Hill. Sprawling over 40 hectares, it has latest amusement 11 facilities including disco, Z-Force, Volare, Pirate and electronic recreation hall, fountains, artificial waterfalls and green areas. The scenery. Chongsu Pavilion, Unsa Pavilion and Moran Pavilion blend in with different species of trees like pine nut, pine, clove and apricot. In particular, the night view is fantastic. Citizens enjoy riding on various modern machines amid dazzling illuminations. A CNN correspondent, broadcasting live the fascinating night scene of the park, said, "Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is Socialist North Korea. 15. Rung the People's Pleasure Ground. The Rung the People's Pleasure Ground is located on Rung Island midway down the Jidong River, Pyongyang. The island was named so because the weeping willows reflected on the crystal clear water are akin to a roll of silk. Now it is home to a modern recreational facility. Here you can find a water park, dolphinarium, amusement park and mini golf course. The water park and dolphinarium are up to modern standards, and the night view of the amusement park is fascinating. 12. Impressed by the wonderful scenery, foreigners said in the following vein, a British tourist, the Rung amusement park is quite amazing. I could hardly imagine that it is such a modern, wonderful park. A Swedish tourist, this amusement park is really wonderful. It is far better than what I imagined when I was seeing the pictures of it. Indeed, I have had a pleasant time. A Chinese tourist, in Hong Kong there are similar amusement facilities. They are too expensive. To my surprise, they are very cheap in Korea. An American tourist, amusement equipment is sophisticated. We do not have such a aeroplane in the US. I can see how happy the Korean people are. 16. Pyongyang, a time-honored city. Pyongyang epitomizes the long history, brilliant culture, resourcefulness and talent of the Korean nation. In and around the capital city, you can see a lot of historical remains that are a million years old. The city is one of the cradles of mankind and the birthplace of Tiananmen civilization, which ranks among the world's 5 major civilizations. It is a 5000-year-old city with a time-honored culture. It was the capital of ancient Joseon, the first state of 13, the Korean nation that existed from the early 30th century BC to 108 BC, and also the capital of Goguryeo, a great power in the east that existed between 277 BC and AD 668. The city abounds with historical remains. 17. Royal tombs in Pyongyang. Pyongyang is home to the mausoleum of King Tangon, the founder of ancient Joseon, and the mausoleum of King Tongyong, the founder of Goguryeo. 18. Mausoleum of King Tangon. Tangon is the founding father of the Korean nation who built the first slave state in Korea early in the 30th century BC. The mausoleum is situated at the foot of Mt. Taebak in Munhong-ra, Kangdong County, Pyongyang. The tomb is a square, pyramid-shaped stone grave and covers an area of 45 hectares. It is divided into 3 sections. The mausoleum at the center, the monument to renovation of the mausoleum, and an area of stone statues. At the back of the tomb, there are 3 stone doors in the passage leading to the coffin chamber, each door weighing more than 1.2 ton. Preserved inside the chamber are the remains of Tangon and his wife in glass casings. The tomb is 50-minute long and 22-minute high. 14 in front of the tomb you can see an altar, incense burner and sword tower, all made of stone. Stone tigers are on its 4 corners. The tomb is associated with many legends about the customs of the Korean nation who revered the founder king as a mythical being. 19. Mausoleum of King Tongyong. King Tongyong is the founder of Goguryeo, the first feudal state and a great power in the east. It is located in Ryongsan-ra, Ryokpo district, 25 kilometers away from the center of Pyongyang. The tomb of the king was relocated here in AD 427 when Goguryeo moved its capital to Pyongyang. It was according to an old custom. Sprawling over 170 hectares, it is divided into the mausoleum area, Yangnam Temple area and the area of loyal supporters' graves. The mausoleum area contains the gate, earth mound, statues of civil officials and military officers, stele, hall for memorial services and other stone monuments which boast the peculiar architecture of Korean style. Originally, invaluable artifacts were buried in the tomb before being plundered by foreign aggressors. Inside the coffin chamber is a mural depicting lotus flowers. The Yangnam Temple was built at the same time as 15 the royal tomb as a temple for praying for the soul of King Tongyong. Covering an area of over 37,000 m2, the temple is surrounded by a corridor which is 223 minutes from east to west and 133 minutes from north to south. The area of loyal supporters' graves contains 19 graves of meritorious subjects. The mausoleum of King Tongyong was designated as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. 20. Museums and exhibitions in Pyongyang. Museums and exhibitions in Pyongyang include the Korean Revolution Museum, which showcases the glorious history of the Korean Revolution, the National Gifts Exhibition House, which exhibits presents and gifts from the Korean people, including South Korean and overseas compatriots, to President Kim Il-sung, General Kim Jong-il, the anti-Japanese war heroine Kim Jong-suk, and Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. The Korean Central History Museum, which puts on display thousands of priceless historical remains and materials. The Korean Art Gallery, which exhibits outstanding fine artworks. The Kim Il-sung Kim Jong-il Exhibition House. The Three Revolution Exhibition House, which displays the achievements made by the Korean people in conducting the 3 revolutions: ideological, technological, and cultural. 16. 21. Cultural and welfare facilities in Pyongyang. Universities in Pyongyang include Kim Il-sung University, Kim Jae University of Technology, Kim Hyung-jik University of Education, Pyongyang Kim Won-kyung University of Music. Schools at different levels include Pyongyang Middle School No. 1, Jangdok School and Kim Songju Primary School. Bases for extracurricular education include the Pyongyang Students and Children's Palace and Manmyeongdae School Children's Palace. Public temples for learning include the Grand People's Study House and CTEC Complex. Public health organs include the Korea General Red Cross Hospital, Academy of Koryo Medicine, Pyongyang Maternity Hospital, Ryajin Dental Hospital and Oak Ryu Children's Hospital. Cultural and art establishments include the People's Theater, Pyongyang Grand Theater, Pyongyang International Cinema House, Mansu the Art Studio and Korean Film Studio. Welfare facilities include the Changwon Health Complex, Ryeogyang Health Complex and Munsu Water Park. 22. Sports facilities in Pyongyang. In Pyongyang, there are a great number of mass sports facilities including Kim Il-sung Stadium, Mayday Stadium, Pyongyang Indoor Stadium, Miran Riding 17 Club, Ice Rink, Yanggukdo Football Stadium, Sports Village on Chongchun Street, Miari Shooting Gallery, Pyongyang Gold Lane, Thongnogori Fitness Center and People's Open Air Ice Rink. 23. Mayday Stadium inaugurated on May 1, 1989. The Mayday Stadium sits on the Rung Island in the Jidong River, one of the renowned scenic spots in Pyongyang. The stadium, akin to an open parachute, boasts its unique architectural style. It is a world-class sports facility which can accommodate 150,000. It occupies a total floor space of about 200,000 m2 and has about 80 entrances to the auditorium. The stadium served as the venue for the opening and closing ceremonies of the 13th World Festival of Youth and Students and for the Grand Mass Gymnastics and Artistic Performance Aryuang, the Kim Il-sung Prize-winning world-renowned masterpiece performed by 100,000 people. Around the stadium are the Pyongyang International Football School and more than 20 outdoor training grounds, including the folk game area, lawn pitch, tennis court and basketball court. 18. 24. Miran Riding Club. Situated in the Miran area on the outskirts of Pyongyang, the Miran Riding Club was opened in October 2013. Sprawling over 627,000 m2, the club is provided with all conditions necessary for equestrian sports and education including riding tracks, equestrian training grounds, room for the dissemination of equestrian knowledge, rehabilitation center, veterinary hospital and research institute for breeding. All buildings in the club were decorated with wood to blend in with the natural landscape. It looks like a villa in the forest, with different species of trees and flowers covering the area. 25. Keizong, a tourist attraction. Keizong, located 160 kilometers south of Pyongyang, is a historical city. It was the capital of Koryo, 918-1392, the first unified state of the Korean nation. This area abounds with historical remains and relics dating back to the Koryo period. Keizong is near the military demarcation line, which symbolizes the tragedy of Korea's territorial bisection and national division. A world-renowned medicinal herb, Koryo and Sam originates in this area. 19. A railway line or motor road leads to the city, and the drive along the Pyongyang-Keizong road is worth trying. Midway down the road is the Sugak Hostel. Passing through several tunnels from the hostel, you will see the fossils of a dinosaur's footprints that are 180 million years old. 26. Historical remains in Keizong. Historical remains in Keizong include the Mausoleum of King Wangkon, Mausoleum of King Kyeongyo, Kongmin, Sanho Bridge, Monuments to Loyalty, Koryo Songyungwon, Songyang School, Cluster of Myeong Tombs, Cluster of 7 Tombs, Manwilti, Keizong Chomsongbi Observatory, Keizong Fort and Nam Gate. You can also see the Kwanum Temple, a wooden structure built without using nails. It is noted for its unique architecture and the image of Bodhisattva Kwanzayam dating back to the middle period of the Koryo dynasty. The bell at the Yeonbok Temple is numbered among the 5 famous bells of Korea. 12 historical remains in Keizong were registered in 2013 as part of the world's cultural heritage. 27. Mausoleum of King Wangkon 877-943, found at Koryo, the first 20 unified state of the Korean nation. The mausoleum nestles at the foot of Mt Songak, 6 kilometers north of Keizong. Covering an area of 55,000 m2, it was renovated and opened on January 31, 1994 to mark the king's 117th birthday. Here you can see the tomb of Wangkon and his portrait, stone sculptures depicting the meritorious civilian officials and military officers, fine artworks portraying the Koryo people's struggle, gateway and hall for memorial services. 28. Mausoleum of King Kyeongyo, Kongmin, as the mausoleum of the 31st king of Koryo, it is composed of 2 tombs lying side by side, one for the king and the other for the queen. The king designed it himself after the death of the queen and supervised its construction. It is located 14 kilometers west of central Keizong. It is said that the construction project lasted 7 years from 1365 to 1372. The mausoleum is divided into 4 sections: tombs, statues of civil officials, statues of military officers and hall for memorial services. In the first section the tombs of the king and the queen lie side by side. 21. The bottom of the tombs is a dodecahedral folding screen made of granite and embossed with cloud-shaped patterns and the carvings of the 12 spirits of the terrain, and the stone sculptures of sheep and tigers stand alternately. The coffin chamber contains murals depicting the sun, the Great Bear and the Orion's belt on the ceiling, and the above spirits on the eastern and western walls. The altar in front of the tombs weighs 7.2 tons and hexagonal stone posts stand on both sides. During the occupation of Korea by Japanese imperialism, 1905-1945, the tombs had been completely pillaged and at that time 1/4 of it was destroyed by the robbers. The mausoleum is noted for its excellent location and it shows the level of contemporary knowledge in such fields as mathematics, astronomy, geography, masonry, sculpture and painting. The twin tombs are of great significance in Korean history as they represent the architecture of tombs in the last period of Koryo. They set a pattern for the royal tombs built during the feudal Joseon dynasty. 29. Koryo Songyungwon. Songyungwon was the highest educational 22 institution built for the purpose of training government officials in the period of Koryo and the feudal Joseon dynasty. It is located 2 kilometers northeast of central Keizong. Originally, it was called the Taemyeong Palace, a royal villa of Koryo built in the early 11th century. Later it was remodeled as Sungjungwon, a guest house for foreign envoys, and then as Sungmunwon, an organ dealing with Confucian affairs. It was renamed Songyungwon in 1308 after its predecessor Kutjugum, established in 992, was moved to the present site. Now it serves mainly as a museum, showing the history of Koryo by means of historical remains. Covering an area of 20,000 m2, it has 12 main buildings and 6 auxiliary ones. The 1,000-year-old Ginkgo and Zelkova here were designated as living monuments. During his May 1992 visit, President Kim Il-sung said that it is a source of great pride for the nation to have the 1,000-year-old college in the country, stressing that it should be developed into Koryo Songyungwon University as it had been the highest educational institution in the period of Koryo. Accordingly, a new modern building for the University of Light Industry was put up in a traditional architectural style to the northwest of the old buildings. 23. 30. Sanho Bridge is a stone bridge built at the southern foot of Mt Donam in Keizong. Inconspicuous and small as it is, the bridge has attracted public attention for long years. According to a historical record, this is where Jung Mong-ju, a loyalist of Koryo, was murdered by Ri Song-jae's group, and the incident facilitated the replacement of Koryo with the feudal Joseon dynasty. Its original name was Sanyi in the sense that the bridge was soaked with the blood shed by Jong, but later it was renamed Sanhook as a legend spread that a bamboo tree grew on the spot as if proving his faithfulness. Near the bridge you can see such relics as the Saint Stone, monuments to loyalty and the stone marker telling horse riders to dismount. 31. Koryo in Sam was named in the sense that its roots resemble a human body. Wild in Sam is called Sam and in Sam is what is cultivated by people. It began to be known as Koryo in Sam since it was exported to foreign countries in the period of Koryo. It is also called Keizong Koryo in Sam because it has been widely cultivated in Keizong where the climate, soil and other natural conditions are suitable for its 24 cultivation and the area was a commercial hub. Its roots, leaves, stem, flower buds and fruits contain glucoside, saccharide, essential oil, amino acid, peptide, organic acid, minerals, microelements, enzyme, various vitamins, B complex, C, PP, H, etc. and flavonoid. In Sam is efficacious in improving human health and immunity, toning of the central nervous system, enhancing hematogenous functions and promoting food digestion and absorption. It has a good effect on metabolism by accelerating the biosynthesis of protein and fatty acid, lowering blood sugar levels and facilitating biliation. It is used as a tonic for weakness, convalescence, sacral and fatigue, as well as for the treatment of anorexia, indigestion, diarrhea, chronic gastritis, marasmus, diabetes, uneasiness, insomnia, hypotension, hypogonadism, anemia, sunstroke and hepatitis. It is particularly good in preventing cancer. In Keizong, tourists can buy this tonic or its processed goods while looking round the fields. 32. Pagyan Falls. This 37-minute high waterfall is located 25 kilometers north of Keizong. It is known as one of the 3 famous waterfalls of Korea, together with the Kuryong Falls in Mt Komgang and Taesong Falls in Mt Solak, and it is counted among the 3 representatives of Songdo, 25 along with philosopher Seokyeong-gak and poet Wang Jin-ai who won fame in the 16th century. Over the waterfall lies Pagyan Pool, 24 minutes in circumference, 8 minutes in diameter and 5 minutes in depth, and below it Como Pool, 120 minutes in circumference and 40 minutes in diameter. It was so named because water gathers over the waterfall before cascading down. The panoramic view seen from the Pomsel Pavilion nearby is really wonderful. The waterfall cascades down with great rapidity and a tremendous crash, sending up thick clouds of spray. Surrounded by crags in the south and rocky cliffs in other directions, it presents fascinating scenery. 33. Panmunjom is 8 kilometers away from Kaesong. It is widely known as the site in which the Korean Armistice Agreement was concluded on July 27, 1953 between the DPRK and the U.S. Once an ordinary area linking Kaesong and Seoul, it became the focus of international attention with the start of the armistice talks. Here you can see the monument inscribed with President Kim Il-sung's signature on a document 26 relating to the country's reunification, the hall where the armistice talks were held, the hall where the armistice agreement was signed, the meeting hall of the Military Armistice Commission, the meeting hall of the Neutral Nations Supervisory Commission, and the Thongil House and Panmun House on the north side. 27 kilometers east of Kaesong, you can see the concrete wall along the 240-kilometer-long military demarcation line. The South Korean authorities had the wall built in a bid to perpetuate the division of Korea. 34. Mtpa-2 2,750 above sea level, is the highest mountain in Korea that rises at its northern border with China. Korean ancestors called it the ancestral mountain of the nation, saying that all other mountains in the country stretched out from it. The Korean people believe that it represents the dignity and spirit of the nation, and that its characteristics resourcefulness, bravery and cleanness originated from it. The Great Patu mountain range, as the backbone of the Korean peninsula, starts from Mtpa-2 and it is linked with Kuje Peak on the south coast. All the main mountain ranges in Korea branch off from it. 27. The Mtpa-2 area serves as an open-air museum which showcases the history of the revolutionary activities of President Kim Il-sung, who led the anti-Japanese struggle to victory and achieved national liberation. Here you can see the Paetusan secret camp, General Kim Jong-il birthplace, and Jong-il Peak rising behind it. Mtpa-2 is beautiful, majestic and imposing. It is also noted for its peculiar topography, geology, weather conditions, fauna and flora. The mountain is 385 kilometers away from Pyongyang as the crow flies. It takes 1 hour to get there by airplane. It was registered in 1989 as an international biosphere reserve. 35. Lake Jeon on the top of Mtpa-2. Nestling on the top of Mtpa-2, Lake Jeon was named so for the impression of its sublimity. It is surrounded by over 20 peaks, 500 minutes or so above sea level. It is 9.16 km2 in area, 14.4 kilometers in circumference and 384 minutes at its deepest. It is home to char and plankton. Around the lake you can see alpine animals and over 100 species of plants such as rhododendron blooming in snow. 28. As good as a mineral spring, the water is efficacious for health and longevity. The air around it is rich in negative ion, mitigating the tension of your nervous system and giving you a fresh feeling. As a crater lake, it ranks among the world's best in terms of size and beauty. 36. Lake Samji. This is a beautiful lake in Samjiin County, Ryangwon Province, in the northern part of Korea. It is so called because there are 3 lakes side by side. About a million years ago, it was a river, but it was blocked by lava flowing down from the volcano on Mtpa-2. The main source of water is atmospheric precipitation and underground water, and the lake drains nowhere. On the shores of the lake you can see group sculptures depicting the soldiers of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army who fought against Japanese imperialism. Various species of fish such as carp and stone morocco occur in the lake, and it has sandy shores. Around the lake are red deer, sable and heathcock, all registered as living monuments. 29. The primitive forests of the snow-capped Mtpa-2 formed the background of the lake. Near the lake there are several welfare facilities including tourist halls of a unique design, holiday camps and boating ground. Here you can see the Samjion Grand Monument depicting the operations in the Musan area which the main force of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army, led by Commander Kim Il-sung, conducted in May 1939 to deal a heavy blow to the Japanese forces of aggression and inspire the people with confidence. 37. Mtkomgyang is renowned at home and abroad. It extends 60 kilometers north and south and 40 kilometers east and west, covering a total area of 530 km2. Located midway down the east coast of the Korean peninsula, it occupies the area of Kosong, Kumgang, and Thongjeong counties in Gangwon province. It is a compound of all descriptions of beauty's mountain peaks, ravines, forests, waterfalls, seas, climate and legends. The mountain, looking like a picture scroll, has 12,000 soaring peaks, of which Piro Peak, 1,639 minutes, is the principal peak. 10 or so are over 1,500 minute high and more than 100 over 1,000 minute high. 30 myriads of steep peaks, fantastic rocks, soaring cliffs, deep ravines, numerous waterfalls, crystal clear water, limpid lakes and ponds, superb scenery of seashore, rare fauna and flora. All these go well with each other to form a wonderland. Also, there is a hot spring, a radon spring containing mineral silica. It is transparent and reacts to soap well. The temperature of water is between 37 degrees Celsius and 44 degrees Celsius. 38. Division of Mtkomgyang. Mtkomgyang is divided broadly into 3 sections: Outer Kumgang, Inner Kumgang and Seekomgyang. Outer Kumgang encompasses Piro Peak, the principal peak of the mountain, and a series of peaks extending southward and northward, and the coastal area leading to Seekomgyang. Myriad-shaped rocks and cliffs, famous ravines, waterfalls and pools of varying sizes blend together to accentuate the section's masculine appeal. Inner Kumgang lies in the western part of the mountain, bordering Outer Kumgang. This section boasts its feminine charm with a chain of ravines. Seekomgyang is famous for its beautiful seascape and lakes. For its crystal clear water, this section is ideal for sea bathing and fishing. 31. 39. Lagoon Sumil. Lagoon Sumil lies 10 kilometers east of Onjong-ra, the administrative unit to which Mtkomgyang belongs. Its name is based on a legend that in olden times a king came here to have a good day but stayed for 3 days, mesmerized by its gorgeous view. Crystal clear water, craggy hills and dense forests, all these are combined to look like a picture scroll. Also, there are Wow Islet, the site of Sason Pavilion, Tanso Rock, Muson Rock, Jangon Rock, Ponni Rock, Ryangwon Rock, Kumgang Gate and so on. Here you can enjoy boating and hiking in the mountains, and take meals at the Tanfeng restaurant on the lakeside. The lagoon is 5.8 kilometers in circumference and 9.13 minutes at its deepest. 40. Cheongsukjeong. Located in the township of Thongjeong County, Gangwon Province, Cheongsayang adorns the shores of the East Sea of Korea with many fantastic shaped stone pillars. Hexagonal and octagonal basalt pillars stretch 1,000 minutes along the shores. These stone pillars come in all shapes, some standing or sitting upright and other lying down. Many are standing in groups and some others are 32 sitting alone on crystal clear water. According to a legend, masons worked for long years to arrange the stones as they are now. The rocks and peaks are of myriad shapes. Sason Peak, a legend runs that 4 heavenly beings descended to the peak to have a good time there. Stone Bridge, a legend goes that the subjects of the Dragon King planned to build a bridge leading to their palace by using the stone pillars in Cheongsayang but gave up the project because they found these pillars so fascinating. Couple Rock standing beside the bridge, and Turtle Rock. The sunrise and sunset over Cheongsayang are marvelous. 41. Historical remains in Mtkomgyang. Famous historical remains in Mtkomgyang include Zhongyang Temple, which was named so for its sunny location, Phiohan Temple, one of the 4 major temples in the mountain, Padyak Hermitage of a unique design which looks like hanging on a steep cliff, and the image of Myejo, the best and biggest of its kind in Korea, carved on a cliff in Manpikdong of Inner Komgyang. 42. Mtmyohyang, located in the northwestern part of 33 Korea, was named so because its scenery is wonderful and it abounds with fragrant flowers and trees. The mountain is 128 kilometers in circumference and covers an area of 375 km2. For its natural beauty and magnificence, it is numbered among the celebrated mountains of Korea. Here you can see many historical relics and remains, including Hwahyang Temple, one of the 5 major Buddhist temples of Korea. The mountain is a prime object of ecological tourism, which is home to about 120 species of plants, over 40 species of mammals and over 130 species of birds. The area is not so windy nor so cold in winter. Abbot San, one of the famous priests in Korea, lived in this mountain. Here you can also see the International Friendship Exhibition House that exhibits valuable presents sent by the people around the world to President Kim Il-sung, General Kim Jong-il, the anti-Japanese war heroine Kim Jong-suk, and Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. It is about 150 kilometers from Pyongyang to Mtmyohyang. The Pyongyang-Gimsan Tourist Road was built for the convenience of tourists. 43. Tourist paths in Mtmyohyang. There are 3 tourist paths in Mtmyohyang. 34. The first path runs along the valley south of Pabwang and Osan Peaks in Sangwon-dong, which is the most beautiful in the mountain. The second path extends along the ravine between Hyunno and Konsap Peaks in Manpikdong, presenting impressive, thrilling scenes. The third route reaches Piro Peak, 909 minutes, the highest peak in the mountain. The peak commands a bird's eye view of all scenic beauties, green hills and rows, meandering streams, vast stretches of land under cultivation, etc. When it is fine and clear, you can see the Yeolju-Sungkoli Plain, known as a granary of the country, and even the West Sea of Korea. 44. International Friendship Exhibition House. The International Friendship Exhibition House puts on display the presents sent by the heads of party and states of other countries and important personages the world over to President Kim Il-sung, General Kim Jong-il, the anti-Japanese war heroine Kim Jong-suk, and Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. It is a structure of peculiar Korean architecture. It looks like a wooden building, but in fact it is not. It looks like having windows, but it does not have any. Light and humidity are controlled automatically. Butterfly-shaped 35 bells are hanging on the hips of the roof. They set off the features of traditional architecture. The 6-story building covers a total floor space of 46,000 m2. It is divided into the main hall and halls number 1 and number 2. The presents on display are so numerous that it is estimated to take about 2 years to observe them all. 45. Historical remains in Mtmyohyang. In Mtmyohyang, you can see many historical remains, including the Hwahyang Temple, one of the famous large temples in Korea, which served as a hub for the dissemination of Buddhism, the octagonal 13-story pagoda which has bells hanging at each hip and making pleasant sounds in the wind and which is noted for its exquisite artistic quality, and the 80,000 blocks of the complete collection of Buddhist scriptures which indicate the high level of the wood block printing techniques developed by Korean ancestors. 46. Ryangmun Cavern in Songnam Cave. The Ryangmun Cavern in Kujang County, North Yeongan Province, is a limestone cavern formed 480 million years ago. It is 6 km long and consists of 2 major sections and over 30 wings. It has dozens of scenic spots including Sakhumdong, Stone Flowers section, 36 Jolbyokdong, Iron Wall section, Pagwaydong, White Flower section, Okgodong, Jade Flower section, and Pozokdong, Jewel section. It is 40 minutes at its highest and 60 minutes at its widest. The Songnam Cave is also something of a wonder of nature. It has more than 70 scenic spots and is divided into 16 sections including Phokdong, Waterfall section, Kiamdong, Mysterious Rock section, Soljingdong, Snows Cave section, Surimdong, Forest section, Pamuldong, Treasure section, Jangsyudong, Longevity section, Ryangundong, Dragon King's Palace section, and Fungyandong, Rich Harvest section. 47. Mtkyul. Located in the midwestern part of Korea, Mtkyul is noted for its autumnal tints in September, hence the name of Kyul. The mountain, sprawling over 110 km2, has routes with a total length of over 100 kilometers, scores of pavilions, observation posts and tourist paths. The area abounds with historical remains, as well as beauty spots. They include Hwalsan Fort, Wolhan Temple, Samsung Temple. Memorial services were held here for 3 persons Tangun, founder king of ancient Joseon, his grandfather Wanan and his father Wonun, and Anak Tomb No. 3, whose murals are 37 representative of Kagoryo for their delicate style, large size and rich contents. It is about 100 kilometers from Pyongyang to the mountain. It is convenient to travel overland through the city of Nampo and the West Sea Barrage. 48. Chilbo. Legend has it that the mountain was called Chilbo because it has 7 treasures. A pride of Korea, it unfolds a myriad of scenes, many high peaks and steep cliffs of exotic forms, deep valleys with odd-shaped rocks and dense forests on the east coast. Stone gates, caves, gorges and waterfalls of varying heights set off the scenic beauty of the mountain. Designated as a World Biosphere Reserve, the mountain is inhabited by about 800 species of higher plants and hundreds of species of vertebrates. The area is also famous for its genetic diversity as it has over 100 species of medicinal herbs including sonji mushroom, plants and animals of high economic and academic value. Here you can enjoy the superb mountain and seascapes, and different sceneries by the season. The mountain is divided into Inner Chilbo, Outer Chilbo and Sea Chilbo, all of which abound with historical remains. 38. In addition, there are Wangjin and other famous hot springs. 49. Scenic beauties in the Wonsan area. Wonsan on the east coast is abundant in tourism resources. The city is famous for its picturesque seascape and, especially, the recently built Mazikryong ski resort. It is linked with other world-famous tourist destinations in Gangwon Province, the Thongchon area, Mtkomgyang area, Sogwon Temple area and Elling Falls area. According to the government policy on developing the Wonsan Mtkomgyang area into an international tourist attraction, a master plan to this end has been mapped out. From Pyongyang to Wonsan, you can travel by train or by bus along the Pyongyang-Wonsan Tourist Road. 50. Mazikryong Ski Resort. Built in December 2013, the Mazikryong Ski Resort is up to international standards in terms of the number of skiing slopes, 10, and their total length. These slopes are 4,120 minute wide, and the highest point is 1,369 minute above sea level. They are divided into beginners, intermediate and expert slopes. In addition, there are open-air skating ground, Snow 39 Park, skating area for children and runs for sledging, mountain biking and horse riding, cableways, heliport and other facilities for skiing and accommodation provide every convenience for the comfort of visitors. The centerpiece is the Mazikryong Hotel, a modern structure of a unique design that blends in with the mountainous region. 51. Songdaewon. Songdaewon is a scenic spot located on the seashore 3 kilometers northwest of Wonsan. It was named so because the top branches of the pine trees in the area, when viewed from above, look like surging waves. It is numbered among the scenic spots on the east coast, waves beating upon the seashore, a beautiful sandy beach, pine groves and blooming sweetbriars. All these are in perfect harmony. The area has been developed into a resort, which is divided broadly into over 10 sections including bathing beach, sightseeing area and Mtjangdok, tourist park and pine groves. 52. Lake Sejong located on the seashore between Wonsan and Mekong. Lake Sejong is ideal for sea tourism, lake tourism and medical treatment. 40. It was originally an inlet on the east coast, the mouth of which was blocked by sand to form the lagoon. It was registered as a living monument of Korea. Here you can see 7 islets and a 4-5 minute thick layer of mud on the bed of the lake. The mud contains iron sulfide, calcium chloride, magnesium, crystal hydrate, etc. For its therapeutic properties, it is effective for the treatment of the nervous system, digestive trouble, female disorder, bronchitis, dermatitis and so on. Around the lake are sanatoria and health resorts for mud treatment. It is also ideal for sea bathing as there is a beautiful sandy beach on the shores of the East Sea of Korea. 53. Tourist cities on the west coast. The major tourist cities on the west coast are Sinuiju and Nampo. Sinuiju is a border city on the lower reaches of the Amnok River in the northwestern part of Korea, and it is linked with Dandong of China through a bridge. It is one of the entry and exit points for tourists. Machine building, chemical and light industries thrive in the city. Here you can also find scientific, educational and cultural establishments and historical remains. It is about 230 kilometers from Pyongyang to Sinuiju. 41. Nampo is a port city on the lower reaches of the Taedong River in the western part of Korea. Among the tourist attractions in the city are scenic beauties like Wow Islet, historical remains like the old tombs of Kingso, West Sea Barrage, factories and farms. This area is the source of Kingso mineral water and Sindoxin spring water. It is 55 kilometers from Pyongyang to Nampo. 54. West Sea Barrage. The West Sea Barrage was built across 8 kilometers of wild water at the mouth of the Taedong River. Its construction took 5 years from 1981 to 1986. The barrage has 3 lock chambers for the passage of 2000 to 50,000 ton class ships, and there are railway tracks, motorway and sidewalk on it. With the construction of the barrage, bright prospects were opened for solving the problem of the supply of industrial and drinking water and for irrigating the area on the west coast. It was also helpful in increasing cargo and traffic capacity. Before the barrage was built, people traveled on a 200-kilometer long roundabout road from Nampo to Annual. Now the distance is only 8 kilometers. It added beauty to the scenery on the lower reaches of the Taedong River. 42. 55. Mural tombs in Nampo area. The Nampo area is home to the old tombs of Kingso and the mural tomb in Tokhang RA, both of which were registered as World Cultural Assets by UNESCO. The old tombs of Kangso, located in Samyu RA, Kangso district, are the mural tombs of Kagoryo dating back to the mid-7th century. Among the 100-odd mural tombs of Kagoryo unearthed in Korea, these are most famous, especially for the paintings of 4 guardians: Bako, White Tiger, Jujik, Red Phoenix, Hyenmu, Tortoise and Serpent, and Chongryon, Blue Dragon. The painting of White Tiger ranks among the world-renowned masterpieces. The mural tomb in Tokhang RA, Kangso district, was built in 408 during the reign of King Hwanggaetho, the 24th king of Kagoryo. Inside the tomb can be found over 600 letters providing a clue as to the year of its construction and murals affording a glimpse into the powerful state of Kagoryo. Among the murals is a painting of a scene in which the owner of the sepulchre meets governors of 13 counties during his tenure of office, and other paintings delineate warriors and noblemen. 56. Pyongyang Golf Course. The Pyongyang Golf Course nestles on the shore of 43 Lake Taezong, covering an area of about 1,200,000 m2. The golf course consists of 18 sections, which are linked with one another along the shore. It can accommodate more than 100 people a day. Inside, there are such public amenities as restaurant, shop, sauna and lounge. Also, there is a golf training center with 30 lanes beside the Seosan Hotel on Chongchun Street, Pyongyang. It is suitable for beginners or others who cannot afford time to go to the golf course at the lake. 57. Attractions in Hamhung area located near the Hamhung Bay on the east coast. Hamhung is one of the major industrial and port cities in the DPRK. The city has large chemical, machine and textile factories in the port of Hungnam. It is home to many historical remains and living monuments including the Hamhung Fort dating from the period of Koryo 918-1392, Sanwa Hall used as the main building of the Hamgyong provincial government during the feudal Joseon dynasty 1390-1910, Ryanshan Temple, one of the biggest and oldest temples in Korea, and a 2000-year-old ginkgo tree there. Also, there is the Mahjong pleasure ground sprawling over a sandy beach. 44. The bathing resort in Mahjong is famous for its white sand and crystal clear water. The beach is not so deep and is 5,100 minute wide. It is over 300 kilometers from Pyongyang to Hamhung. 58. Diverse themes of tour. The DPRK has developed a wide range of tours: mountain hiking tour, plain van tour, train tour, architecture tour, sports tour, business tour, taekwondo tour, etc. Among the tours on cultural themes are visits to the Folklore Street in Sari-won, South Hwanghae Province, and to the historical remains in Kyeong, tasting traditional food and experiencing folk customs. In addition to spa tour in the Yeoncheon area, there is plain van tour, in which you can see various models of old aircraft, taking a photograph of them and flying in the air. Mountain hiking tour involves pitching tents and cooking dishes in TTS Myohyang and Gyeonggang. Surfing tour requires courage and skill, and sports tour involves competing with Korean sports fans in marathon, ski, hockey, football and other events. Business tour is for the foreigners who are interested in investment and joint venture cooperation. It involves interviews, visits and explanatory meetings. 45. 59. Travel services. Travel services in the DPRK include the National Tourism Administration, Korea International Travel Company, Korea International Youth Travel Company, Korea International Sports Travel Company, Korea International Taekwondo Travel Company, Paektuusan Travel Company, Myohyangsan Travel Company, Chobosan Travel Company, Wonsan Travel Company and Rasan International Travel Company. The National Tourism Administration is the supreme government organ in the field of tourism. The Korea International Travel Company is the largest of its kind in the country, which was founded in August 1953. It receives tourists from China, Russia, Southeast Asia, Europe and other parts of the world, and offers them necessary services according to various programs. It is also responsible for drawing up programs for such special tours as cultural tour, sports tour and ecological tour, in addition to the ordinary tours like visits and sightseeing. It is staffed with guides who can speak English, Chinese, Russian, Japanese, German, Spanish, French and other languages. It has modern vehicles, traditional restaurants and souvenir shops. Its offices are in Beijing, Shanghai, Dandong, Yanji, 46 Shandong and Jian of China, Khabarovsk of Russia, Berlin of Germany and Kuala Lumpur of Malaysia. 60. Tourism programs. Typical tourism programs include 4-days and 3- nights trips Pyongyang, Kyeong and MT Myohyang, 6 days and 5 nights trips Pyongyang, Gyeong, MT Myohyang, Nampo and MT Kyul, 8 days and 7 nights trips Pyongyang, Gyeong, MT Myohyang, Nampo, Wonsan and MT Gyeonggang, and 13 days and 12 nights trips Pyongyang, Gyeong, MT Myohyang, MT Puktu, MT Chilbo, Hamhung, Nampo, Wonsan and MT Gyeonggang. Projects are underway to develop tourist attractions at international standards and devise new programs. 61. Tourism prospects. The DPRK is directing close concern to developing the tourism industry, viewing it as a key propellant for the building of an economic giant and the betterment of the people's livelihood. Projects for the development of tourist attractions and new concept products are gaining momentum. They include the Wonsan and Tikomgyang International Tourist Zone, Jiangsu Tourist Development Park in North Yan'an Province, Xinjiang Tourist 47 Development Park in North Wangying Province, and Dongzong Island Tourist Development Zone in North Hamgyong Province. Among the infrastructure improvement projects are those for the renovation of existing hotels and construction of new ones, and construction of tourist roads and service centers. Plans for launching new air and sea routes are afoot. Efforts are being made to introduce modern traffic means and improve hotel service. Tourism experts are being trained at the Pyongyang University of Tourism and other educational institutions. The government welcomes tourists coming to the country and goodwill and foreign investment in tourist attractions and infrastructure construction. 62. Modes of investment. Investment in the DPRK is generally divided into contractual and equity joint ventures, exclusive investment in special economic zones and other areas, compensatory investment in BOT. Under relevant laws of the country, corporate bodies and individuals from other countries are allowed to establish and operate contractual or equity joint ventures with institutions, enterprises and organizations of the DPRK and within its territory. 48. The key objectives of joint venture are to produce exportable and high-tech products and develop tourism and other service industries. The government encourages investment for the provision of modern equipment and latest technology to the sector of infrastructure construction and for the production of goods with an international competitive edge. 63. Environment for investment. To promote economic cooperation with other countries of the world is the consistent policy of the government of the DPRK. The country provides an environment favorable for foreign investment in political, legal, economic, social and cultural aspects. 64. Legal environment. The DPRK has laid a sound legal foundation to guarantee the legitimate rights and interests of foreign investors. Article 37 of Chapter 2 of the Socialist Constitution of the DPRK stipulates, the state shall encourage institutions, enterprises and organizations in the country to conduct equity or contractual joint ventures with foreign corporations and individuals, and to establish and operate 49 enterprises of various kinds in special economic zones. With the promulgation of the law on joint venture in 1984, the government allowed foreign direct investment in the form of joint venture. In the 1990s, it built the main legal framework for attracting foreign investment by adopting, amending or supplementing over 20 relevant laws and regulations, including the laws on foreign investors, foreign enterprise and contractual joint venture. By concluding many bilateral agreements on the encouragement and protection of investment and on the prevention of double tax on income, it has provided an intergovernmental guarantee for encouraging foreign investment and protecting the property and interests of investors. It pays constant concern to amending and supplementing legislation with the aim of improving the conditions for foreign investors' business activities and simplifying the procedures for their investment. 65. Legal system for special economic zones. The government of the DPRK attaches importance to special economic zones in improving external economic relations. Following the establishment of such special economic zones as the Rasan Economic and Trade Zone, Wanggomfyeong Economic Zone and 50 Kumgangsan Special Zone for international tourism, it took a series of steps to set up special economic zones in Sinuihu in North Yan'an Province and over 20 economic development parks in other parts of the country. It is also adopting proactive legal measures to guarantee the smooth development and operation of the above special economic zones and updating relevant laws and regulations as required by the developing reality. The country's legal system for special economic zones consists of domestic and international laws. 66. Laws related to special economic zones. The laws concerning special economic zones include the law on the Rasan Economic and Trade Zone, law on the Wanggomfyeong Economic Zone, law on the Kumgangsan Special Zone for international tourism, and law on economic development parks. The law on the Rasan Economic and Trade Zone was adopted in 1993 with a view to developing the zone into a hub of international transit, transport, trade, investment, banking, tourism, and services. The law on the Wanggomfyeong Economic Zone was adopted in 2011 for the purpose of developing the zone, which is located on the lower 51 reaches of the Amnok River flowing between the DPRK and China, into a center for IT, light industry, agriculture, commerce, and tourism. The law on the Kumgangsan Special Zone for international tourism was adopted in May 2011 with a view to developing Tikomgyang into a world-class tourist attraction. The law on economic development parks was promulgated in 2013 for the purpose of setting up economic development parks in provinces and developing them as regional bases that render a contribution to promoting economic cooperation and exchanges with other countries and developing the national economy. 67. Economic environment. The DPRK has built up foundations and potentials for the balanced development of economic sectors such as heavy industry, metallurgy, mining, machine building, electronics, shipbuilding and building materials, light industry, food processing, textile, clothes and shoes, agriculture, fishing and forestry. It set forth the 5-year strategy for national economic development, the goal of which is to lay the foundations for the sustainable development of the country's economy by re-energizing the overall national 52 economy and ensuring the balance among economic sectors. It is making great efforts to update economic sectors, especially electric power, coal mining and metallurgical industries, and rail transport. The electric power, fuel and metallurgical industries are thriving on the basis of the country's abundant resources. 68. Infrastructure for business activities. The DPRK has developed a relatively advanced level of infrastructure for business operation, power and water supply, roads, railways, harbors and telecommunications. 69. Labor force. The DPRK enforced the universal 11-year compulsory education in 1972 and promulgated the law of the Supreme People's Assembly on introducing the universal 12-year compulsory education in September 2012. Accordingly, all the people at ages 5-17 receive general secondary education for 12 years, 1-year preschool education, 5-year primary school, 3-year junior middle school and 3-year senior middle school. Therefore, the labor force of the country has attained relatively high standards. 53. 70. Personnel training for enterprise management and technological development. The government of the DPRK has put the focus of personnel training on enterprise management and technological development. In the country, a sufficient number of staff is available who can actively cooperate with foreign investors in various economic sectors. In particular, there is a large contingent of IT experts. 71. Access to consumer market. The DPRK is surrounded by China, Russia and Japan, so it has 600 million consumers within a radius of 1000 kilometers and 500 million within a radius of 2000 kilometers. Moreover, the domestic demand is steadily increasing as the citizens are getting better off. 72. Kind and rate of tax for foreign invested enterprises. The corporate income tax and other taxes levied on foreign invested enterprises are very low and their kinds are not so many. Taxes for these enterprises include corporate income tax, turnover tax, business tax, property tax, resources tax, urban management tax and vehicle use tax. The rate of corporate income tax is generally 25% of the settlement profit. It is 14% in special economic zones, 54 and 10% in such priority sectors as cutting-edge technology, infrastructure construction and scientific research. Tax is not imposed on the property, infrastructure construction and operation of public facilities by the infrastructure construction enterprises receiving preferential treatment, and priority in winning the right to management is given to the highly profitable businesses, especially the ones that specialize in tourism and hotel operation. As part of a measure to ensure a favorable environment for foreign investors, the government has concluded agreements with other countries to prevent double income tax. 73. Promotional measures for foreign investment and business activities. The promotional measures adopted by the government of the DPRK for foreign investment and business activities concern a proportion of investment, independent right to export and import, independence in business activities, right to use forex and permission of foreign currency remittance. Foreign investors are allowed to set up businesses entirely for their contribution in special economic zones and other designated zones. As for equity in 55 contractual joint ventures, the rate of contribution by foreign investors is not restricted in all the zones. This rate is determined through consultations between them and Korean enterprises. Foreign invested enterprises are independent in bringing equipment and materials at the stage of their establishment and in importing them and exporting products at the stage of management. They are permitted to go through entry and exit procedures without obtaining a license for export and import. They are also independent in deciding the mode of their management and conducting business activities under relevant laws and regulations. They are allowed to open their own forex accounts and exchange banks of the country, and can freely remit foreign currency when importing equipment, furnishings and materials, and at the time of profit distribution and dissolution. 74. Investment projects to be encouraged, restricted or forbidden. The government of the DPRK actively encourages investment in such fields as scientific research, development of new, cutting-edge technology, infrastructure construction, production of goods with an international competitive edge, and secondary or tertiary 56 processing of underground and other resources. The foreign invested enterprises that are engaged in these fields are provided with preferential treatment in the application of corporate income tax, land use and loan payment. The government restricts investment in the businesses that are backward in equipment and production processes, and in the service, garment processing and other businesses built for the purpose of selling manpower. It forbids investment in the businesses that might threaten the security of the country and impair its interests, those that are not environment friendly or hamper the growth of animals and plants, those that might injure human health, and those that are built for the purpose of exporting underground and other resources as they are. 75. Special economic zones. The DPRK has such central economic development zones as the Razon Economic and Trade Zone, Wanggumpyeong-Mihwado Economic Zone, Wonsan Kumgingsan International Tourist Zone comprising the Kumgingsan Special Zone for International Tourism, and Sinuiju International Economic Park, as well as 10 odd local economic development parks including the Umngyang Economic Development Park. 57. 76. Razon Economic and Trade Zone. This zone is in the northern tip of the country, the DPRK's first special economic zone. As it is situated in a delta bordering China and Russia on the lower reaches of the Tumen River, the zone is a strategic point linking Northeast Asia, Europe, Japan and America. The transportation route using the Trans-Siberian Railways of Russia via the Razon area is 15 or 17 days shorter than the one from Japan to Europe via the Suez Canal. Towards the end of the 1980s, some experts of different nationalities came up with a plan for establishing an economic zone along the Tumen River, calling it Golden Triangle. The government of the DPRK proclaimed the establishment of the Razon Economic and Trade Zone in December 1991. It provides favorable conditions for promoting cooperation and exchanges in the economy, trade, science and technology among the countries in the Asia-Pacific region. 77. Wanggumpyeong-Mihwado Economic Zone. This is a special economic zone comprising Wanggumpyeong and Weihua Islands on the lower reaches of the Amnok River flowing between the 58 DPRK and China. The Wanggumpyeong area sprawls over 14.5 km2 and the Weihwado area about 40 km2. The Wanggumpyeong-Mihwado area lies between Sinuiju and Gandon, a border area having the lines share in economic exchanges and trade between the two countries. It is linked with the Asia-Pacific region by sea, with inland China by land and with Russia and Europe via Manchuria and China, by rail, for the purpose of expanding economic and trade relations with China and Northeast Asia and, furthermore, with many other countries of the world by developing this area with great geopolitical advantages. The government of the DPRK established the Wanggumpyeong-Mihwado Economic Zone in June 2010. This zone will serve as a hub of IT industry, light industry, agriculture, commerce and tourism. 78. Kumgangsan Special Zone for International Tourism. This zone was established in April 2011. The aim of its establishment is to develop MT Kumgang into a world-famous special tourist destination. 59. 79. Laws and plans for setting up economic development parks. The law of the DPRK on economic development parks was adopted on May 29, 2013 as Decree Number 3192 of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly, and on November 21, 2013, Decree Number 3450 of the Presidium of the SPA was adopted, announcing that 13 economic development parks would be set up in 8 provinces. Later, the establishment of 6 more development parks was promulgated. In April 2015, another decree of the Presidium of the SPA was issued on the establishment of the Mubang Special Zone for International Tourism in Samjiyan County, Ryanggang Province, in the Mtipuktu area. Long-term plans are being drawn up to ensure that these zones maintain close ties with provinces concerned as suited to their economic and natural features, and to improve economic, trade and transport relations with other countries. 80. Sinfiang Tourist Development Park located in Sinfiang County, North Wangi Province. This development zone is projected to cover an area of 8.1 km2. It has favorable traffic conditions because it lies midway down the Pyongyang Wonsan Tourist Road 60 connecting the capital city with Wonsan and Gangwon Province, which is being built into an international hub of tourism. It is 120 kilometers from the development zone to Pyongyang, 75 kilometers to the port of Wonsan, 142 kilometers to Sariwon, the seat of North Wangi Province, 8 kilometers to the township of Sinfiang County and 30 kilometers to the Jongbang Station in Sinjia County, the nearest railway station from the zone. On the Pyongyang Wonsan Tourist Road, there is a lay-by in the scenic place on the lower reaches of the Tohua Stream joining with the Nan River, and a sightseeing area built by the local people in the province lies between the development zone and the stream. The development zone will serve as a base for sightseeing, recreation, sports and other various tourist activities in the beauty spot known as Sinfiang Kumgang. 81. Manpho Economic Development Park located in Manpho, Jiagang Province. This development park will cover an area of about 3 km2. Nearby can be found Manpho, Weiwon and Yonggang bridges, all bordering China. The Manpho border station is connected with the Pyongyang Manpho, Manpho Haiyan and other railway lines leading to the east and 61 west coastal areas. Opposite to the Amnok River is the Jian Railway Station in Jilin Province, China, which is directly linked with Changchun by Tonghua. You can also see the Zhongzhougang and Manpho Yana power stations nearby, and the Amnok River is the development zone's biggest source of water. It will be characterized by intensive economic development with the main stress put on agriculture, tourism and trade. 82. Amokyang Economic Development Park located in Weiju County, North Yan'an Province. The development park will cover an area of about 6.3 km2, an island area on the Amnok River. It is dozens of meters away from the Chinese section of the river. It is also within hailing distance of the trading port in Sinuiju, bridge and railway station on the border. Its main source of industrial and drinking water is the Amnok River. It is 210 kilometers from Weiju County to Pyongyang. The focus of the development project will be on modernizing agriculture and expanding tourism and trade. 83. Jiangsu Tourist Development Park located in Saktu County, North Yan'an Province, 62. The development park will occupy an area of about 1.4 km2. It is 48 kilometers from the development park to the township of Saiyu, the seat of the county, 56 kilometers to Sinuihu and 8 kilometers to Changsong by sea. The freight and passenger transport lines by Lake Supeng are between Supeng and Pangsan and between Supeng, Paitang, Changsong and Zhoushan. The Sinuihu-Gangi Road runs across Pangsan Area and Changsong Ward. Power stations are nearby. In the development zone will be built cultural and recreational facilities, folk village, edible herb and wood processing plants, spring water plant, Insam Liquor Distillery and Research Institute for fish farming techniques. 84. Haiyanyang Industrial Development Park located in Wonsan, Kangwon Province. The development park will cover an area of about 2 km2. It is 4 kilometers away from the port of Wonsan and 10 kilometers away from the Pyongyang-Wonsan Tourist Road, and it adjoins the Wonsan-Kumgingsan Road. It will derive its supply of power from the hydropower stations in the province. It will be a hub of IT, light industry and 63 production of souvenirs for tourists and hotel fittings, playing an important role in promoting economic exchanges with other countries in the Asia-Pacific region and developing tourism in the Wonsan-Kumgingsan area. 85. Hungnam Industrial Development Park located in Haein District, Hamhung, South Hamgyong Province. This development park will cover an area of about 2 km2. As the country's hub of chemical industry, Hamhung has such chemical giants as the Hungnam Fertilizer Complex, February 8th Vinalong Complex and Hungnam Pharmaceutical Factory. It also has the Ryongsong Machine Complex and factories in timber, textile and other sectors. The development park is 500 minutes away from the port of Hungnam, 15 kilometers away from the Wonsan Hamhung Road and 12 kilometers away from the Pyongyang-Tumengang railway line. It will render services to modernizing the industrial sector of the province and expanding export by developing the chemical, pharmaceutical, building materials and machine building industries as well as bonded export processing industry by the port of Hungnam. 64. 86. Pakchong Agricultural Development Park. This development park is located in Pakchong County, South Hamgyong Province, and its total area is projected to be about 3 km2. Since olden times, the region has been famous for apple cultivation. The accumulated temperature above 10 degrees Celsius is to 500 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. The temperature of 10 degrees Celsius or above is maintained for 170 to 180 days a year and the duration of sunshine is 7 to 8 hours a day on average. In other words, its geographical, climatic and soil conditions are optimal for fruit cultivation. Now the county has an orchard area of dozens of square kilometers and solid foundations for fruit processing. The development park is 113 kilometers away from the port of Hungnam, 112 kilometers away from the port of Tanchan and 11 kilometers away from a station on the Pyongyang-Tumengang railway line. The Pyongyang-Chongjin Road runs through the zone. It will make a contribution to improving the country's pomiculture and export of organic agricultural produce by putting the main emphasis on fruit cultivation and processing, production of choreo medicines, processing of wild fruits and edible herbs, and livestock farming and developing them in close combination with tourism. 65. 87. Orang Agricultural Development Park located in Orang County, North Hamgyong Province. This development park is projected to cover a total area of about 4 km2. The county has favorable conditions for agricultural production on the east coast, and the rice and fruits from it have a peculiar taste. Near the development park is Lake Jangon, a natural lake that sprawls over 7.73 km2 and is 39 minutes deep, and the East Sea of Korea that is abundant with marine resources. It is 70 kilometers away from the West Port in Chongjin and 8 kilometers away from the Orang Station on the Pyongyang-Tumengang railway line, and it adjoins the Pyongyang-Hamhung-Chongjin Road. Nearby is a hydropower station on the Orang Stream. The development plan involves conducting research into and producing the seeds of crops and breeds of domestic animals and supplying them to relevant units in the province, producing greenhouse vegetables and flowers, and exporting sonji mushrooms and edible herbs to Japan and other neighboring countries and even Europe. Aquaculture will be developed in the above lake and the sea, and marine products will be processed in the development park. Operation of hotels, production 66 and sales of souvenirs, production and export of processed goods are included in the plan. 88. Onsong Island Tourist Development Park. Onsong Island is in Onsong County, North Hamgyong Province. As it is near the Chinese section of the Tumen River, the island will be ideal for the outflow and inflow of people and materials if a border transit point is opened by mutual agreement between the DPRK and China. The development park will cover an area of about 1.7 km2. It is within easy reach of the Nanyang Tumen border transit point and 40 kilometers away from the Sambong-Cation border transit point. Nearby are the Onsong Station, Nanyang border station and Pyongyang-Onsong railway line leading to the east and west coastal areas. In the development park will be built golf course, swimming pool, race course, traditional restaurant and other service facilities for the convenience of foreign tourists. 89. Songnam Export Processing Park located in Songnam, North Wangi Province. This park will cover an area of about 2 km2. It is 6 kilometers away from the Pyongyang-Kiezong Road, 67 kilometers away from the Songnam Station and about 20 kilometers away from the port of Nampho. About 2 kilometers away from is the port of Songnam where foreign cargo vessels can anchor on the shores of the Tidong River. From Sariwon, the provincial seat, it is 35 kilometers away by rail and 41 kilometers by car, and from Pyongyang it is 43 kilometers by car. Businesses in the processing park will engage in the processing and assembling of the raw and other materials imported through the ports of Songnam and Nampho, production and processing of pig iron, steel and rolled steel at the Wangi Iron and Steel Complex, and secondary and tertiary processing of domestic and foreign materials and their export, warehousing and freight transport for the normal operation of industrial enterprises, and bonded processing at the factories in Songnam and Sariwon. 90. Chongjin Economic Development Park located in Songpyeong District, Chongjin, North Hamgyong Province, in the northern part of Korea. This development park will cover an area of about 5.4 km2. In Songpyeong District are the ports of Chongjin, Kimchake Iron and Steel Complex, the largest pig iron, steel and rolled steel producer in the country, and Chongjin Thermal Power Station. It is surrounded by 68 industrial establishments including machine and chemical fiber factories and bus plants. Within easy reach of the district are the railway line from Pyongyang to Kasan in Russia and another from Chongjin through Namyang to Tumen in China. Concentrated in the city of Chongjin are educational and scientific research institutions such as Chongjin University of Mining and Metallurgy. The development park will be a hub of economic cooperation in Northeast Asia. The focus of the development plan is put on promoting the transport of Chinese and Russian goods through the port of Chongjin while boosting the production, processing and export of metals, machines, building materials, electronics and light industrial goods as the main buttresses. 91. Haizen Economic Development Park located in Haizen, Rayangong Province. This development park will cover an area of about 2 km2. You can see the Haizen-Shanghai border bridge nearby and an advanced road network. The development park is favorable for the passage of people and the transport of goods. It adjoins Lake Samsu and is about 60 km away from the Niagara Hot Spring in Pochang County and about 110 km away from the Mtipuktu area that is being developed as a tourist zone. The Haizen station leads to Pyongyang, Sinuihu and Tunmengang railway stations. On the shore of the lake will be built an international service center for tourism and amusement, and on the hilly area a modern base for light industrial production and bases for the production of machinery and processing that will help towards developing mining and forestry in the province. For the present, priority is given to the development of export-oriented processing and assembling, and also to creating a profitable industry for processing the province's rich underground resources. The development park offers a bright prospect for connecting the tours of the Mtipuktu area, Mtchalbo area, Pochang Hot Spring and Lake Samsu, and for developing tourism in the long snowy season. In addition, a modern base for producing choreo medicines through the cultivation of medicinal herbs and their processing will be built. 92. Wayudo Export Processing Park located in Wayudo District, Nampo. This park will occupy an area of about 1.5 km2. It is near the West Sea Barrage where the West Sea 70 of Korea and the Tudong River converge, and is 10 km away from the port of Nampo, an international trading port leading to China and Southeast Asia. It is within easy reach of Pyongyang and central Nampo where industry booms. It will set an example in export-oriented processing and assembling with the main stress on bonded processing, order assembling and compensatory trade based on favorable seasonal conditions and abundant supply of manpower. After the completion of the pilot construction project, the scope of development will be expanded to the east of Jindo and Wayudo District. A long-term plan has been drawn up to build a large-scale economic development park for banking, tourism, real estate dealing and foodstuff processing in Nampo and the area of the West Sea Barrage. 93. Waiwan Industrial Development Park located in Waiwan County, Jiagang Province. This development park will cover an area of about 3 km2. It lies close to the Weiwan Power Station, the Manfo-Yana Power Station and the Waiwan, Manfo and Yonggang border passages leading to Jilin Province, China. It will serve as a modern industrial base for the secondary and tertiary processing of the abundant 71 mineral and timber resources and their export. The development plan also includes developing freshwater fish farming in the Weiwan Reservoir and establishing a research base for sericulture in Jiagang Province in keeping with the local tradition. The mineral water in Kolbo RA, Waiwan County, is efficacious for the treatment of gastritis, hepatitis, duodenal ulcer and female disorder, and the mud for the treatment of stomach disorder and neurosis. The industrial establishments around the development park will take part in bonded processing, and investors will be interested in livestock farming in the rural areas nearby. 94. Chongnam Industrial Development Park located in Chongnam Ward, South Yangon Province. This development park will occupy an area of about 1 km2. In the ward is the Anju area coal mining complex, the leading coal producer in the province. The development park is 80 km away from the port of Nampo, 15 km away from the Pyongyang-Sinuihu Road, and 3 km away from the nearest railway station. The development plan focuses on the production of liquefied gas using lignite that is abundant in the area, development of chemical industry, production of 72 consumer goods using chemical materials and their export. 95. Sukchon Agricultural Development Park located in Sukchon County, South Yangon Province. The development park will cover an area of about 3 km2. It is 1.8 km away from the Sinuihu Pyongyang Road, 7.8 km away from the Pyongyang Hyungshin Tours Road, 3.8 km away from the Sukchon Station, and 20 km away from Pyongyang. As the development park adjoins the Kachun Lake Faizong waterway, no pump is needed for irrigation and underground water is used as drinking water. It will become a hub of agricultural research, development, production and processing, in which the production cycle is introduced in line with modern trends cultivating rice, corn, fruits and cocoons by organic farming methods, building bases for seed selection, breeding and processing, research institutes for organic farming, organic fertilizer and agro chemicals plants, and expanding livestock farms and processing plants. Processing will be developed at the Appetite Mine and other industrial establishments nearby, and 73 effective use made of the medicinal herbs abundant in the province. If the construction of the development park goes smoothly at the experimental stage, its scope will be expanded according to the demand of investors. 96. Unjong Cutting Edge Technology Development Park located in Unjong District, Pyongyang. This development park will cover an area of about 2.4 km2. The major road and railway lines run through the Unjong Science Park. The development park is within easy reach of Pyongyang and it is 60 km away from the port of Nampo and about 200 km away from the border city of Sinuihu. The Unjong Science Park is home to the State Academy of Sciences Research Institutes for Basic and Applied Sciences, IT Service Bases and the University of Sciences. The development park will be divided into two sections. The first section, about 1.4 km2, concerns management and service, IT, bioengineering, materials and equipment industry, and technological engineering. The second section, about 1 km2, will comprise high 74 tech businesses that manufacture value-added goods in such sectors as agriculture, animal husbandry, pomiculture, fish farming, industrial crop cultivation, and biogas development. 97. Sinuiju International Economic Park located in Sinuiju, North Yangon Province. This economic park is projected to cover an area of about 40 km2. It faces Dandong, China, with a 1 km wide section of the Amnot River in between. The city of Sinuiju has the Pyongyang-Uiju railway line, which branches off into Pangma and Takion lines. It also has Pyongyang-Sinuihu, Sinuihu-Uiju and Sinuihu-Fihian roads. The city is home to a trading port, border bridge and international railway station. The construction of a bridge leading to China is at the last stage of completion, and there will be little bottleneck in building the network of international telecommunications. Machine building, chemical, textile, footwear, pharmaceutical, food and customer goods industries constitute the buttresses of the city's economy. The city has a large share in the country's output of consumer goods. 75. There is a bright prospect of developing Sinuihu into an international metropolis for its favorable geographical location on the Amnok River. Given an endless stream of tourists at Dandong, the development project involves the construction of pleasure ground and sightseeing area on the shores of the Amnok River, bridges, international airports and bonded harbor, road and railway networks. The economic zone will become an international hub of IT, industry, transport, trade, banking, public welfare services and tourism. 98. Kanyang International Model Green Park located in Kanyang County, South Wangi Province. This green park is projected to cover an area of about 3.5 km2. It will become an industrial center for the production and trading of green products. It is adjacent to the port of Heihu, and the road and railways passing through the township lead to Pyongyang, Yihu and Nampo. For its rich marine resources and ecological conditions favorable for aquaculture, the park will set an example in using tidal power, biogas and other sources of renewable energy, developing technology for environmental protection and promoting research into 76 green industrial technology and the production and processing of aquatic products. The township of Kanyang is ideal for the cultivation of sweet potato and other agricultural crops, so it will create a model in establishing the production cycle for crop cultivation and animal husbandry, producing and processing organic agricultural produce and developing tourist service. 99. Jindo Export Processing Park located in Wayudo District, Nampo. This processing park will cover an area of about 1.8 km2. It is 40 kilometers away from Pyongyang, 4 kilometers away from the port of Nampo, and 2 kilometers away from the nearest railway station. Also, it is 11.5 kilometers away from the Youth Hero Road between Pyongyang and Nampo. The port of Nampo leads to China and Southeast Asia, and Pyongyang and Nampo have a decades-long history of industrial development, especially in machine building, electronics and consumer goods production. Making effective use of the region's favorable geographical conditions and abundant supply of manpower, the zone will focus on processing imported materials and producing a wide range of products for export purposes. The development plan includes setting up 77 businesses on the principle of protecting the environment and saving energy, developing new concept products and industrial sectors, encouraging improvement trade for export, accepting advanced technology from other countries to re-energize local industries, and combining improvement trade for export with bonded trade to improve the people's living standards. Understanding Korea. 8. Tourism and Investment. Author, Jung Hwa-sun. Editor, Kim Ji-ho. Translators, Mun Myung-song and Hong Shell. Layout, Pang Son-hu and Yang Song. And cover design, Kim Eun-jung. Copyright, Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in June 106, 2017. New Numero sign, 7835026. Email, flph@star-co.net.kp, http://www.naonara.com.kp. Understanding Korea 9 Human Rights. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 106, 2017. Understanding Korea 9 Human Rights. Foreign Languages Publishing House. Pyongyang, Korea. Josh 106, 2017. Contents. 1. DPRK's view on human rights. 1. 2. Human rights are the rights to independence. 1. 3. The masses of the people are genuine personification of human rights. 1. 4. Human rights are the rights of a nation. 2. 5. DPRK's view of the basic rights of man. 3. 6. Basic human rights. 4. 7. Socio-political rights. 4. 8. Right to dignity. 5. 9. Right to existence. 5. 10. Right to inviolability. 5. 11. Standards of human rights in the DPRK. 6. 12. Establishment of the system of provision of human rights in the DPRK. 7. 13. Disposal of colonial laws that ran counter to human rights. 7. 14. Earliest laws of human rights. 8. 15. Democratization of the judicial system. 8. 16. Establishment of democratic election law system. 9. 17. Establishment of democratic labor law system. 11. 18. Establishment of gender equality. 12. 19. Establishment of democratic human rights system by the Constitution. 13. 20. Maintenance of the human rights system in wartime. 14. 21. Development of the human rights provision system in wartime. 15. 22. Establishment of the socialist human rights provision system. 16. 23. Socialist constitution. 17. 24. Establishment of human rights provision system for various fields. 18. 25. Enforcement of universal 11-year compulsory education. 19. 26. Abolishment of tax system. 19. 27. Court Composition and Civil Procedures Acts. 20. 28. Law on the nursing and upbringing of children. 21. 29. Land law. 21. 30. Socialist labor law. 22. 31. Public health law. 22. 32. Adherence to the socialist human rights provision system. 23. 33. Perfection of the socialist human rights provision system. 24. 34. Composition of human rights provision system in the Constitution. 26. 35. Treatment of the problem of human rights provision in the Socialist Constitution. 26. 36. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the political field. 27. 37. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the economic field. 28. 38. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the cultural field. 30. 39. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the national defense sector. 31. 40. Fundamental rights of citizens stipulated in the Constitution. 32. 41. Characteristics of the fundamental rights of citizens stipulated in the Constitution. 33. 42. Laws on human rights. 34. 43. Laws on national sovereignty. 34. 44. Laws on criminal cases. 35. 45. Laws on civil cases. 36. 46. Laws on court. 37. 47. Laws on people's security. 38. 48. Laws on labor. 39. 49. Laws on education. 40. 50. Laws of public health. 41. 51. Laws on public service. 42. 52. Laws on the protection of intellectual property rights. 43. 53. Laws on social welfare. 44. 54. Laws on the protection of environment. 46. 55. State organs for the protection and promotion of human rights. 47. 56. Organs for international cooperation in the field of human rights. 47. 57. Human rights organizations for specific groups. 47. 58. Human rights organizations according to their missions. 48. 59. Society for Human Rights Studies. 48. 60. Human Rights Education and Information Network. 49. 61. Education and Human Rights through Regular Educational Network. 49. 62. Dissemination of knowledge of human rights laws through social education facilities and mass media. 50. 63. Work to enhance the officials' knowledge of human rights laws. 51. 64. Provision of the right to elect and to be elected. 51. 65. Provision of the freedom of speech and the press. 52. 66. Provision of the freedom of assembly and association. 53. 67. Provision of the right to freely participate in state administration. 54. 68. Provision of the freedom of thought in religion. 54. 69. Provision of the right to life. 55. 70. Right not to be subjected to torture. 56. 71. Provision of the right not to be subjected to slavery. 57. 72. Provision of the right to personal liberty and security. 57. 73. Provision of the right to fair trial. 58. 74. Provision of the right to labor. 59. 75. Provision of the right to social security. 61. 76. Provision of the right to adequate standard of living, 62. 77. Provision of the right to education, 62. 78. Provision of the right to participate in scientific activities, 64. 79. Provision of the right to participate in cultural activities, 64. 80. Provision of the right to health, 65. 81. Provision of the right of women, 67. 82. Provision of the right of children, 68. 83. Provision of the right of the elderly, 69. 84. Provision of the right of persons with disabilities, 70. 85. View related with ensuring human rights at the international level, 72. 86. View of and stand on international human rights instruments, 73. 87. International human rights instruments the DPRK acceded to, 74. 88. International cooperation in the field of guaranteeing human rights, 75. 89. Major obstacles to the promotion of human rights in the DPRK, 76. 90. Moves by the U.S. to stamp out the DPRK politically and their aftermath, 77. 91. Moves by the U.S. to blackmail the DPRK militarily and their aftermath, 77. 92. Moves by the U.S. to stifle the DPRK economically and their aftermath, 78. 93. Nature of the anti-DPRK human rights campaign led by the U.S., 79. 94. Prospects for guaranteeing human rights in the DPRK, 79. 95. Prospects for the improvement of people's living standards, 80. 96. Prospects for the public health service, 81. 97. Prospects for education, 82. 98. Prospects for construction, 84. 99. Prospects for the protection of special groups, 85. 100. Prospects for the perfection of the system of human rights laws, 86. 1. DPRK's view on human rights. The DPRK views that human rights are the rights of man to independence, that the masses of the people are the genuine personification of human rights, and that human rights are precisely the rights of a nation. 2. Human rights are the rights to independence. Since human rights are literally the rights of man, the nature of these rights should be defined starting from the nature of man. Independence is the intrinsic nature of man. Independence is an attribute of the social being to live and develop independently as the master of the world and his own destiny. Independence is the life and soul of man, the social being. Only when independence is ensured can man enjoy life and happiness proper to man, having dignity and value as the social existence. To realize independence, man must have the rights for it, just the human rights. 3. The masses of the people are the genuine personification of human rights. The masses of the people demand the rights to live to and develop independently and creatively free from all fetters of nature and society, that is, the rights to independence, and have also the capability to achieve them. As historical facts show, all the rights won by the masses in different eras are attributable to their demands and tireless efforts. The rights which are neither raised by the demands of the masses nor realized by their efforts can never be true rights for them. The demand of the social collective for independence is a common demand of its members for the existence and development of their collective, and the demand of individual members for independence is the demand they can make as equal members of the collective, and they ought to be guaranteed by their collective. The demand of the masses, the social collective, represents the demand of the social community and coincides with the demand of the individual members of the collective. Human rights demanded and realized by the masses are genuine human rights that satisfy the demand of both the collective and its individual members. 4. Human rights are the rights of a nation. When the human rights are regarded as the rights of a free nation, it means the sovereignty of the nation. People realize their demands for independence with the national state as the unit. The right to realize this demand is just the national sovereignty. People of all countries in the world exercise their human rights, the right to realize their demand for independence, under the institutional and legal guarantee of the country they are living in. When a certain country has lost its own sovereignty, it is an empty talk to discuss about the rights of the people in the country and their provision. This is proved by the past colonial history of Korea and the human rights situations in several countries including Iraq. 5. DPRK's view of the basic rights of man. The West finds the origin of basic rights of man in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen adopted in France on August 27, 1789 and the Declaration of Independence adopted in the U.S. on July 4, 1776. The former identifies the basic rights of man as liberty, property, safety and resistance to oppression, while the latter identifies them as life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Some insist that the rights to peace and environment are the fundamental civil rights. For the DPRK views the basic rights of man as his most important rights which serve as the basis and source of all his rights. In other words, without these basic rights, realization of other rights is unthinkable. 6. Basic human rights. Basic human rights include socio-political rights and the rights to dignity, existence and inviolability. 7. Socio-political rights. Socio-political independence is the life and soul of man, the social being. Even though he is alive, man is socially as good as dead if he has not socio-political independence. Socio-political independence is realized through the provision and exercise of the freedom and right to participate in achieving national sovereignty, state administration and socio-political activities, that is, the socio-political rights. If a man fails to become the master of politics exercising socio-political rights, he cannot be provided with the economic and cultural rights either. This shows that the socio-political rights are the basis of all rights of man and the most important rights which enable him to occupy the position and perform the role as masters of the state and society. 5. 8. Right to dignity. Man is the most dignified and valuable being in the world. Everything in the world has its value only when it is geared to raising man as a dignified and precious being and serves him. The dignity and value of man are realized satisfactorily and shine only when he exercises the rights to social and personal equality, to free development of individuality and to treatment proper to a human being. Discrimination of personality, whatever the reason, is an insult of dignity of man and enslavement of man, and application of inhuman and dishonorable morality and compulsion constitutes an infringement upon human dignity, the rights of man. 9. Right to existence. Economic life is a field of social life indispensable to the existence and development of man. Only when he has the right in economic life, the right to existence, whose contents are labor and ownership, and freely exercises it, can man maintain his existence as a human being and enjoy his life. 10. Right to inviolability. Unless freedom of the person is ensured, man cannot exercise his rights whatsoever. Only when he is guaranteed the right to the inviolability of the person, which is the right not to be detained or arrested without reason, can man exercise his rights to the full. 11. Standards of human rights in the DPRK. The standards which reflect the people's requirements and aspirations for their rights are human rights standards, and those that are accepted by the people are fair and genuine human rights standards. In any country, people demand and realize their rights, and they judge and evaluate whether their rights situation is good or bad. Human rights standards must be set in accordance with the demand of the people of each country, because countries differ one another in political system, history, customs, the economy, the level of cultural development, and the way of life. To set and apply human rights standards in conformity with the requirements of its people and its actual conditions while respecting the human rights standards stipulated in international agreements on human rights belongs to the sovereignty of every country. 7. 12. Establishment of the system of provision of human rights in the DPRK. The system of provision of human rights in the DPRK began to be established after the country was liberated from Japanese imperialist colonial rule on August 15, 1945. 13. Disposal of colonial laws that ran counter to human rights. Many countries, which had formerly been colonies of imperialists, maintained the laws of the colonial days for a certain period or instituted new laws by referring to them. However, just after its liberation from colonial rule, Korea proclaimed that all the laws and regulations which had been enforced under the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism had lost validity forever, and any legal order against the construction of a new society and the interests of the Korean people would not be tolerated. In other words, Korea maintained the principle of completely abolishing draconian colonial laws and of establishing a new legal system, a new legal order for ensuring people's freedom and rights as required by the building of a new society on the basis of the people's democratic and revolutionary consciousness of law. 8. 14. Earliest laws of human rights. Immediately after liberation, there was no unified central legislative body in Korea, so it was important to set up an apparatus for instituting laws of human rights first and enhance its functions and role for the establishment of the human rights mechanisms. Hence, various forms of meetings like mass rallies and neighborhood meetings were held in all parts of the country, where people elected their representatives according to their will and organized local power organs. Local power organs thus formed advanced people-oriented and democratic policies for establishing a new, democratic legal order and adopted and executed decisions, directives, proclamations, and other legal documents aimed at carrying out these policies. 15. Democratization of the judicial system. Democratization of the judicial system in Korea was an undertaking to thoroughly destroy the outdated judicial system, which served the realization of Japanese imperialist colonial rule, and build a people-oriented and revolutionary one which would defend the rights and interests of the people. With the setting up of the Judiciary Bureau in November 1945 and the 10 administrative bureaus of 9 North Korea, regulations on organizing public prosecutors' offices and courts at all levels according to the administrative system were framed. The second trial system was applied in the court, and the system of people's assessors was in force. After the establishment of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea in February 1946, democratization of the judicial system was promoted still further. Different laws and regulations were enacted and enforced, including the basic principles on the composition and functions of the court and public prosecutor's office under the Judiciary Bureau of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea, regulations on the criminal procedures by the judicial organs of North Korea, and decision on the election of judges. Thus, the basis for a democratic judicial system that would provide rights and freedom for the people and firmly guarantee the building of a new society was laid in a short span of time after liberation. 16. Establishment of democratic election law system in Korea. Democratic election law system was established with the enactment and enforcement by the 10 Provisional People's Committee of North Korea of laws related with the elections of deputies to the local and central power organs. These laws comprehensively stipulated all the norms for ensuring a democratic election, including the fundamental principles of election, procedure of making voters list, procedure of election, and procedure of confirming its result. Important features of these laws are that they codified the principles of democratic election by means of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot, and took the voters' convenience into maximum consideration. With the establishment of such democratic election system, 99.6% of voters took part in the election of deputies to local power organs held for the first time in Korea after liberation, and in the election of deputies to the central power organ held in February 1947, 237 deputies from all walks of life, including 34 women, 7 entrepreneurs, 10 merchants, 4 handicraftsmen, and 10 clergymen, were elected. Thanks to the establishment of a democratic election system, a firm legal guarantee was provided for the Korean people to exercise their political rights to the full with state power in their hands. 11. 17. Establishment of democratic labor law system in Korea. The labor law was proclaimed by decision of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea on June 24, 1946. The labor law for the factory and office workers in North Korea, composed of 26 articles, defines the democratic freedom and rights to work and relaxation. What is particularly important in this law is that it stipulates the enforcement of an 8-hour day for the factory and office workers. As the result, the remnants of the Japanese imperialist colonial slave labor which forced unlimited working hours and harsh labor conditions were completely liquidated, and the road to a new working life was opened. The law prescribes enforcement of a 7-hour day for workers engaged in harmful and underground labor. It bans juvenile labor, and puts female workers under special protection. In addition, it stipulates complete abolishment of the system of colonial starvation wages, enforcement of regular paid leave for factory and office workers and extra holidays for workers engaged in harmful or dangerous labor, and enforcement of Social Security 12 scheme for factory and office workers like medical assistance for those who were disabled and allowances for funeral services. 18. Establishment of gender equality. The Provisional People's Committee of North Korea promulgated the law on sex equality in North Korea on July 30, 1946. The law proclaimed that the Korean women, who were long neglected in society and lived in misery subjected to humiliation and insult, have equal rights with men in all domains of social life including politics, the economy, and culture. First of all, it grants women the same political freedom and rights with men. All women became able to participate in the election of deputies to power organs at all levels with equal rights with men and enjoy the right to elect and to be elected. It also stipulates that women have equal rights to labor and education with men. Women can enjoy the rights to free marriage and free divorce, lawsuit against the former husband for the expense of bringing up the children, and equal right with men to inherit personal and landed property, and the feudal customs of life that trampled upon their rights like polygamy and human trafficking, license and 13 unlicensed prostitution and kissing, professional entertainer system were abolished. 19. Establishment of democratic human rights system by the Constitution. The Constitution was adopted in September 1948 with the founding of the DPRK. It comprehensively consolidated the democratic freedom and rights which had already been granted to the people by individual laws and regulations, declaring equal rights of citizens in all fields of social life. It first stipulates in the political field the right to elect and to be elected, the freedom of speech, the press, assembly, demonstration and association, the rights to organize and join political parties, social and other organizations, and the freedom of religious belief and of holding religious ceremonies. It stipulates the rights of the working people in the sphere of the economic life, the right to be awarded the same return for the same work, the right to material assistance by the Social Security scheme, and the right to run small and medium-sized trade and industry. In the field of the social social life. It defines the right to receive compulsory primary education and education at colleges and universities at state expense, the right to enjoy protection of marriage and family, the right to 14 inviolability of the person, and the right to complaints and petitions. Proceeding from the principles of internationalism, it prescribes the right of asylum and equal rights of citizens of ethnic minorities. With the adoption of the Constitution, the problem of the basic law, the most important question in the human rights system, was settled with credit. The legislative basis for enacting laws and regulations on human rights laid, and the system could be developed within a well-knit framework. 20. Maintenance of the human rights system in wartime. It is an unavoidable thing that in wartime the peacetime system of guaranteeing human rights is abolished or exists in name only. A great number of refugees and orphans are produced and the people's standard of living deteriorates. But during the Korean War, 1950-1953, unleashed by the U.S., laws and regulations on ensuring people's rights were stipulated and enforced in succession. With the adoption of the Cabinet decision on measures for giving relief to war victims and decision on measures for stabilizing the people's livelihood during the Fatherland Liberation War and 15 other laws and regulations, camps, rest homes and orphanages for accommodating war victims including orphans were set up and people were provided with rations, houses and all kinds of conveniences through networks of public catering and commerce. And such laws and regulations as the Cabinet decisions on lending food for ensuring farming to the disaster-stricken peasants and on measures for providing houses to factory and office workers were also adopted, so as to ensure living and production conditions for the poor and disaster-stricken peasants, provide stable jobs to those who became unemployed owing to the war, and help the factory and office workers feel settled in living. Not only laws and regulations related with stabilizing the material life of the people, but also those related with their education and cultural life were also adopted and enforced. As a result, no one starved to death and was left homeless, and the voice of children reading book rang out continuously even in the severe trials of the war. 21. Development of the human rights provision system in wartime. During the Korean War, the system of guaranteeing human rights in Korea was not only maintained but also developed. 16. A typical example is the system of free medical service enforced during the Korean War. Despite the great burden and difficulties, in November 1952 the government of the DPRK adopted Cabinet Decision No. 203 on enforcing universal free medical service for the protection of people's life and promotion of their health. The decision stipulates that inpatient and outpatient treatment and medicine are free at the state preventive and curative institutions and that the universal free medical care for civilians shall be enforced in army hospitals. 2. The universal free medical care system was enforced for the first time in the history of Korea on January 1, 1953, when the war was at its height. 22. Establishment of the socialist human rights provision system as post-war reconstruction and socialist revolution were carried out successfully and socialist construction was promoted dynamically. The DPRK was faced with the task for codifying in an all-round way the rights and freedom to be enjoyed by the people living in socialist society and establishing a socialist human rights provision system. Hence, the socialist constitution was adopted in the 1970s and, based on it, laws on human rights in every domain of life were enacted and enforced. In this way, the socialist human rights provision system was established in the main. 23. Socialist Constitution. The Socialist Constitution of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea was adopted in December 1972 at the first session of the Fifth Supreme People's Assembly. In relation to the fundamental rights of citizens, the Constitution first clarifies the principle of collectivism on which the rights and duties of citizens are based, that the state substantially ensures all citizens the democratic rights and freedom and happy material and cultural life, and that the rights and freedom of citizens are also further amplified with the consolidation and development of the socialist system. It also defines the rights of citizens in the field of political life such as the right to elect and to be elected and the freedom of speech, the press, assembly, association and demonstration, religious beliefs, and of complaints and petitions. It stipulates the rights of citizens in the economic and cultural life such as the rights to work, relaxation, free 18 medical care and education, and the freedom of scientific, literary and artistic pursuits. It defines those to be put under the special protection of the state and society, women's equal social status and rights with men, protection of marriage and family, the right to inviolability of the person in the home, and privacy of correspondence and legal protection of overseas Koreans and foreign exiles. Adoption of the socialist constitution was an event of historic significance in the Korean Revolution and construction. At the same time, it set up a milestone in establishing and developing the socialist human rights provision system. 24. Establishment of human rights provision system for various fields. In the early 1970s, the socialist constitution, the basic law which defines all activities of the state and society and the fundamental rights and duties of citizens, was adopted in the DPRK, but it does not define all the codes of conduct for all the fields of social life. Proceeding from this, the DPRK established that human rights provision system by field by newly enacting and enforcing socialist laws and regulations on human rights. 19. 25. Enforcement of universal 11-year compulsory education. In the DPRK, universal 11-year compulsory education began to be enforced in 1972. Thanks to its enforcement, all the rising generations that had grown up at state expense were provided with the right to compulsory education. This surpassed by far the standard required by the international laws and regulations of human rights, including the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights that defines that primary education shall be compulsory. This system has developed into universal 12-year compulsory education system according to the law adopted in September 2012 at the 6th session of the 12th Supreme People's Assembly. 26. Abolishment of tax system. The ordinance of the Supreme People's Assembly on completely eliminating tax system was adopted on March 21, 1974. This was followed by a decision of the then Administration Council on correctly implementing the ordinance. Enactment of the ordinance and decision was a historic event which made the DPRK the first tax-free 20 country in the world and completely emancipated its people from the burden of tax. 27. Court Composition and Civil Procedures Acts. The Act on Court Composition defines the duties and authority of the courts and the organs participating in court proceedings, principles of their composition and activities and their work procedures and methods by correctly applying the judicial policy of the state and constitutional principles of judgment. This act serves as a powerful legal weapon which defends the people's power, socialist system and legitimate rights, lives and property of citizens against all kinds of encroachment and ensures that all the state organs, enterprises, social and cooperative organizations and citizens correctly abide by state laws and fight against all sorts of criminals. The Civil Procedures Act consists of the main and universal regulations of the Civil Procedures Act: court jurisdiction, litigator, evidence, institution of a lawsuit, juridical preparation, examination of judgment, judgment and decision, second trial, exceptional appeal, re-examination of judgment and execution of decision. This act provides a legal guarantee for satisfactorily resolving civil disputes in keeping with the socialist principles and the people's demands and interests. 21. 28. Law on the nursing and upbringing of children. This law was adopted in April 1976 at the 6th session of the 5th Supreme People's Assembly out of the requirements to legally fix the achievements made in the nursing and upbringing of children in the country and further strengthen and develop this work. This is the first law in defining the basic systems in the field of nursing and upbringing children in the DPRK. It is a people-oriented and advanced law which enables all the children to receive equal scientific and cultural nursing and upbringing at state and social expense. 29. Land law. The land law was adopted in April 1977 at the 7th session of the 5th Supreme People's Assembly. It not only defines the ownership of land, but stipulates that land development should be conducted in a planned way according to the Master Plan for Land Development, that land should be protected and managed on an all-people, nationwide basis, and that the fields under cultivation should be actively ameliorated and effectively protected. 22. As a codification of the program of the government on land, the law was of great significance in bringing about a great change in the development, protection and management of land and improving the people's living environment. 30. Socialist Labor Law. On April 18, 1978, the new Socialist Labor Law was adopted, codifying the achievements made in the course of carrying out the past democratic labor law and labor policy of the government. It contains the principles and demands of the socialist labor life. The labor law proclaimed just after liberation was democratic, aimed at liberating workers from the colonial and feudal exploitation and oppression, and the new labor law defines the socialist labor relations aimed at ensuring independent and creative labor life for the working people who are freed from exploitation and oppression. 31. Public Health Law. The Public Health Law was adopted on April 3, 1980 at the 4th session of the 6th Supreme People's Assembly, codifying the advantageous socialist medical service system established in the country and the achievements made in this sector in developing public 23 health service onto a new high as required by the developing reality. It stipulates all the problems related with public health service, including the main principle of public health service, complete and universal free medical service, promotion of people's health by virtue of the policy on preventive medicine, just-oriented medical science and technology, material supplied to the public health service sector, health workers, health institutions, and guidance and management of the sector. The law provides a firm guarantee for realizing the people's wish to enjoy a long life and good health by further developing the socialist public health system established in the country and developing public health service to a higher stage. 32. Adherence to the socialist human rights provision system. When socialism collapsed in succession in several countries in Eastern Europe, including the former Soviet Union, after the collapse of the Berlin Wall, symbol of the Cold War between the East and West, in November 1989, the West described it as the victory of the bourgeois human rights system over the socialist one. In order to replay the scenario in the DPRK, the U.S. frantically raised a human rights racket against the country. 24. Under the obtaining situation, the DPRK first conducted the work of formulating laws and regulations for increasing the country's defense capability in every way and further enhancing the role of the People's Democratic Dictatorship so as to defend the socialist system of providing human rights. It also carried on the work of instituting and enforcing laws and regulations aimed at further intensifying the struggle against anti-socialist crimes and the struggle to overcome non-socialist practices. The criminal law of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea was adopted as decision number 6 of the Standing Committee of the Supreme People's Assembly on December 15, 1990. This law demands further intensification of the struggle against anti-socialist crimes to cope with the prevailing situation. The measures made it possible to smash the anti-socialist offensive of the U.S. and its vassal forces and defend the socialist human rights provision system. 33. Perfection of the socialist human rights provision system in the DPRK. The work of perfecting the socialist human rights provision system was conducted mainly in the way of enacting laws for various fields or revising 25 and supplementing some of them. The medical law, December 1997, and other laws were enacted and enforced, enabling the people to enjoy the benefits of prevention and treatment of diseases under the free medical care system and live in a more hygienic and cultured environment free from any worry about epidemic. The law on invention, May 1998, and other laws aimed at protecting by law the rights of individuals who made contribution to the development of science and technology were instituted and enforced to establish the legal system for ensuring intellectual property rights, an important item in the international provision of human rights. As a more detailed application of the socialist labor law, the law on work norms, December 2009, and the law on labor protection, July 2010, were enacted to reward the working people according to the quality and quantity of work done, provide them with safer and more hygienic working conditions, and protect and promote their life and health at a higher level. Adoption of the law on enforcing universal 12-year compulsory education in September 2012, and its inclusion in the Socialist Constitution and laws related to education made it possible to teach all the students the general elementary knowledge and modern basic technical knowledge through systematic education, and 26 perfect the secondary general education. The enactment and enforcement of different laws including the law on the care of the elderly, April 2007, opened the way to providing human rights to the specific groups, an important component in the human rights provision system. The existing laws and regulations related with the provision of human rights have been amended and supplemented. From the latter half of the 1990s, many of them have been amended and supplemented under the slogan, "We serve the people," as a reflection of the developing reality and the people's growing demand for their rights. 34. Composition of human rights provision system in the Constitution. The human rights provision system is largely composed of the Constitution and the laws based on it, institutions and education. 35. Treatment of the problem of human rights provision in the Socialist Constitution. The present Socialist Constitution of the DPRK, amended and supplemented several times as required by the changed environment and developing reality, consists of the preamble, Chapter 1, Politics, Chapter 227, the Economy, Chapter 3, Culture, Chapter 4, National Defense, Chapter 5, Fundamental Rights and Duties of Citizens, Chapter 6, State Organ, and Chapter 7, Emblem, Flag, Anthem and Capital. The people-oriented Constitution with unique system and contents constitutes a firm legal guarantee not only for speeding up the construction of a powerful socialist country, realizing the country's independent and peaceful reunification and developing relations with other countries, but also for protecting and promoting the civil rights of the people. Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4 defines the principles of state administration of the political, economic, cultural, and defense sectors. They mainly set out matters of principle related with ensuring human rights like policies, conditions, and measures. 36. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the political field. The sovereignty of the DPRK resides in the workers, peasants, service personnel, working intellectuals, and all other working people, and they exercise power through their representative organs, the Supreme People's Assembly, and local people's assemblies at all levels. Article 4. The organs of state power at all levels are elected on 28. The principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballots. Article 6. As a people-centered system in which the working people are the masters of everything and everything in society serves them, the social system of the DPRK defends their interests and respects and protects their rights. Article 8. The DPRK shall champion the democratic, national rights of overseas Koreans and their legitimate rights and interests recognized by international law. Article 15. The DPRK shall guarantee the legal rights and interests of foreigners in its region. Article 16. The state shall promote unity with people all over the world who defend their independence and oppose all forms of aggression and interference. Article 17. As the law of the DPRK reflects the wishes and interests of the working people and is a basic instrument for state administration, the respect for the law and its strict adherence and execution is the duty of all institutions, enterprises, organizations, and the citizens. The state shall perfect the system of socialist law and promote the socialist law-abiding life. Article 18. 37. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the economic field. The state shall define and protect the property of the 29 state and social, cooperative organizations. Articles 21 and 22. The state shall protect private property and guarantee a right to inherit it by law. Article 24. The DPRK regards the steady improvement of the material and cultural life of the people as the supreme principle of its activities. The constantly increasing material wealth of society and the country is used entirely to promote the well-being of the working people. The state shall provide all working people with every condition for obtaining food, clothing, and housing. Article 25. The state shall free the working people from difficult, tiresome labor and narrow down the distinctions between physical and mental labor. Article 27. The state shall undertake, at its own expense, the building of production facilities for the cooperative farms and modern houses in the countryside. Article 28. The state renders the labor of working people more joyful and worthwhile, so that they willingly work with enthusiasm and creativeness for society, the collective, and themselves. Article 29. The working day shall be 8 hours, and the length of the working day shall be reduced by the state in arduous trades and other special categories of work. Article 30. The state shall prohibit the employment of children under the minimum working age. Article 31. The state shall draw up and implement the plans for the development of the national economy in accordance with the laws of socialist economic development, so that the balance between accumulation and consumption can be maintained correctly, economic construction accelerated, the people's living standard steadily raised, and the nation's defense capability strengthened. Article 34. 38. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the cultural field. The state shall make the whole society intellectual. Article 40. The state shall oppose the cultural infiltration of imperialism and any tendency to return to the past, protect its national cultural heritage and develop it in keeping with the existing socialist situation. Article 41. The state shall develop the universal 12-year compulsory education at a high level. Article 45. The state shall develop the regular education system as well as different forms of systems of part-time study while working. Article 46. The state shall provide education to all pupils and students free of charge and grant scholarship to students 31 of universities and colleges. Article 47. The state shall maintain all children of preschool age in creches and kindergartens at state and public expense. Article 49. The state shall provide sufficient modern cultural facilities so that all the working people may enjoy a socialist cultured, aesthetic life to their heart's content. Article 53. The state shall protect people's lives and improve their health by consolidating and developing the system of universal free medical service and improving the district doctor system and the system of preventive medicine. Article 56. The state shall adopt measures to prevent environmental pollution so as to provide the people with a hygienic living environment and working conditions. Article 57. 39. Typical articles in the Constitution for providing human rights in the national defense sector. The mission of the armed forces of the DPRK is to safeguard the interests of the working people, defend the socialist system and the gains of the revolution from foreign aggression, and protect the freedom, independence, and peace of the country. Article 59. 32. 40. Fundamental rights of citizens stipulated in the Constitution. The fundamental rights of citizens can be divided into political and civil rights, social, economic, and cultural rights, and rights of specific groups. As for political and civil rights, the Constitution stipulates the right to elect and to be elected. Article 66. Freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, demonstration, and association. Article 67. Freedom of religious beliefs. Article 68. Right to submit complaints and petitions. Article 69. Right to freedom of residence and travel. Article 75. Right to the protection of marriage and family. Article 78. And right to inviolability of the person and the home and privacy of correspondence. Article 79. As for social, economic, and cultural rights, it stipulates the right to work. Article 70. Right to relaxation. Article 71. Right to free medical care and social insurance. Article 72. Right to education. Article 73. And right to freedom of scientific, literary, and artistic pursuits. Article 74. As for the rights of specific groups, it stipulates the right of people who work with devotion for the country and people to enjoy the special protection of the state and society. Article 76. Right of women to enjoy equal rights with men. Article 77. Right of 33 mothers and children to enjoy special protection. Article 77. And the right of foreign exiles to enjoy protection. Article 80. 41. Characteristics of the fundamental rights of citizens stipulated in the Constitution. The characteristics of the fundamental rights of citizens stipulated in the Socialist Constitution are that, first, they are concrete rights which citizens can possess and exercise in all domains of the state and social life. Unlike constitutions of other nations, which give a general definition for the voting right, Article 66 of the Socialist Constitution of the DPRK stipulates in detail that all citizens who have reached the age of 17 have the right to elect and to be elected, irrespective of sex, race, occupation, length of residence, property status, education, party affiliation, political views, or religion. That citizens serving in the armed forces also have the right to elect and to be elected, and that a person who has been disenfranchised by a court decision and a person legally certified insane do not have the right to elect or to be elected. Second, they are provided to every citizen equally and substantially. The Constitution stipulates that the state shall effectively guarantee genuine democratic rights, freedom 34, as well as the material and cultural well-being of all its citizens. Third, they are steadily amplified with the consolidation and development of the socialist system. The Constitution defines that the rights and freedom of citizens shall be amplified with the consolidation and development of the socialist system. 42. Laws on human rights. The laws on human rights include those on national sovereignty, criminal and civil cases, court, people's security, labor, education, public health, public service, intellectual property rights protection, public welfare, and environmental protection. 43. Laws on national sovereignty. Laws for ensuring human rights in the field of national sovereignty include the law on the election of deputies to the People's Assembly at all levels, law on local power organs, law on nationality, law on complaints and petitions, and others. The law of the DPRK on the election of deputies to the People's Assembly at all levels defines the principles, procedures, and methods to be observed in the elections, and thus contributes to giving full reign to socialist democracy in the elections and making the 35 masses of the people masters of state power. The law of the DPRK on local power organs aims at providing the people with genuine democratic rights and freedom and material and cultural well-being by strengthening local power organs and enhancing their functions and roles. The law of the DPRK on nationality defines the conditions for becoming a citizen of the DPRK, acquisition and change of nationality and denationalization, thus contributing to legally guaranteeing the status of the citizens of the DPRK, overseas citizens in particular, and defending their rights. The law of the DPRK on submitting complaints and petitions defines the principles, procedures, and methods to be observed in submitting complaints and petitions by citizens in state organs, receiving and registering them, and deliberating and handling them by concretizing the right of citizens to submit complaints and petitions stipulated in the Socialist Constitution. It aims at protecting the rights of the working people, encouraging them to participate actively in state administration, and improving the work of state organs and public servants. 44. Laws on criminal cases. Laws for ensuring human rights in criminal cases. 36 include the Criminal Law, Criminal Procedures Act, and others. The criminal law of the DPRK defines crimes and penalties. The law aims at defending the power of the state and the socialist system and guaranteeing human rights. The crimes are violations of the power of the state, the socialist system, and legal order, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The main penalties are death penalty, indefinite reform through labor, definite reform through labor and training through labor, and the additional penalties are deprivation of the right to vote, confiscation of property, fining, deprivation of a license, and suspension of a license. The Criminal Procedures Act of the DPRK, defining problems for strictly establishing system and order in investigation, preliminary examination, indictment, and trial, plays the role of defending and ensuring human rights in dealing with criminal cases. 45. Laws on civil cases. As laws for guaranteeing human rights in the field of civil affairs. They include the Civil Law, Civil Procedures Act, Family Law, Law on Inheritance, Law on Damages, and others. The Civil Law of the DPRK, defining the equal and 37 independent positions and property relations between parties, organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens, provides a legal guarantee for consolidating the socialist economic system and its material and technical foundations and satisfying the people's material and cultural demands. The Civil Procedures Act of the DPRK contributes to protecting the rights and interests of organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens in civil procedures. The Family Law of the DPRK contributes to protecting marriage and family and turning the whole society into a harmonious and united grand socialist family. The Law of the DPRK on inheritance, dealing with the principles and order of inheritance, a donation and in the implementation of inheritances, guarantees correct settlement of inheritance and the rights of citizens related with inheritance. The Law of the DPRK on damages is aimed at establishing a strict system and order and compensation for the loss incurred by violation of the person or property to protect civil rights and interests of organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens. 46. Laws on court. As for the laws on court, there are the law on the 38 composition of court, law on lawyers, notary public law, and others. The law of the DPRK on the composition of court contributes to correctly trying and settling criminal and civil cases and guaranteeing the right of citizens to fair procedures in judgment by establishing a strict system and order in the composition of court. The law of the DPRK on lawyers aims at protecting the legal rights and interests of organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens and ensuring the correct execution of law by enhancing the role of lawyers. Lawyers in the DPRK ensure the human rights of citizens and defend the legal system of the state through defense, counseling, and legal consultancy, and organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens have the right to select lawyers freely for legal proceedings and legal acts. The notary public law of the DPRK defines the procedures and methods for correctly confirming the facts and documents of legal significance, defending the civil rights and interests of organs, enterprises, organizations, and citizens, and ensuring security in civil affairs. 47. Laws on people's security. As for the laws for ensuring human rights in the sector of people's security, there are the Citizen 39 Registration Law, the Road Traffic Law, and others. The law of the DPRK on the registration of citizens stipulates the system and order by which the state grasps and registers changes in the status of citizens occurred by birth, residence, removal, death, acquisition of nationality, and denationalization. It serves as a legal means for protecting the socialist family relations and the rights and interests of citizens and intensifying population administration. The law of the DPRK on traffic on the road stipulates the principles and order to be observed in road traffic control signal, management of road safety devices, and passage of pedestrians and vehicles. It contributes to protecting the lives and safety of the people and ensuring the stability of road traffic. 48. Laws on labor. As for the laws for ensuring the human rights in the sector of labor, there are the Socialist Labor Law, the Labor Protection Law, Law on Work Norms, and others. The Socialist Labor Law of the DPRK systematizes and defines in a comprehensive and unified way the socialist life and relations of labor of the working people. The law stipulates the systems of compulsory labor, working day, labor distribution, manpower use, improvement of technical skills, labor protection and 40 relaxation, and the state social insurance and social security schemes. That the state bears full responsibility for and takes care of the life and health of the working people is the intrinsic demand of the socialist system and principled stand of the DPRK. The law of the DPRK on labor protection is enacted for the purpose of providing the working people with safe and cultured living conditions and protecting and promoting their life and health. By defining the principles and order arising in work norms, the law of DPRK on work norms contributes to organizing labor in a scientific and reasonable way, raising the efficiency of labor and ensuring the working people's right to receive fair and equal rewards for their labor. 49. Laws on education. The laws on education and nursing and upbringing of children guarantee human rights in the sector of education. The law of the DPRK on education aims at further developing the socialist education system and satisfactorily ensuring the people's right to education. It stipulates the main principles to be maintained in education: the universal free compulsory education 41 system, educational institutions and workers, contents and methods of education, provision of educational conditions and guidance, and control over educational work. On the basis of this law, the law of the DPRK on higher education and the law of the DPRK on general education were adopted. The law of the DPRK on nursing and upbringing of children defines the system and order by which to bring up children as the future of country, as excellent builders of socialism. To bring up the children at the expense of the state and society is one of the important policies of the DPRK. It shows all kinds of solicitude so that the children can grow up happily under the modern conditions for nursing and upbringing. 50. Laws of public health. Laws related to guaranteeing that human rights in the sector of public health comprise the public health law, the medical treatment law, the infectious disease prevention law, the food hygiene law, and the public sanitation law. The public health law of the DPRK defines the basic principles the DPRK maintains in consolidating and developing preventive medicine and other sectors of public health, complete and universal free medical care. 42. Protection of health by preventive medicine, the joy-oriented medical science and technology, material supply for public health service, medical institutions and workers, and guidance and control over public health service. The law of the DPRK on medical treatment is aimed at developing medical service and protecting and promoting people's health by strictly establishing a system and order in medical treatment. The law of the DPRK on the prevention of epidemic diseases is a legal means for eliminating epidemic diseases and protecting people's lives and health by establishing a strict order in the discovery and isolation of the sources of infection, checking of the channels of infection, and vaccination. The law of the DPRK on food security is aimed at ensuring food security and protecting and promoting people's health. The law of the DPRK on public sanitation defines the system and order in public sanitation, thus contributing to providing people with sanitary living environment and conditions and protecting and promoting their health. 51. Laws on public service. Laws on guaranteeing human rights in the sector of 43 public service include the laws on socialist commerce, food administration, dwelling houses, and others. The law of the DPRK on socialist commerce defines the principles and order to be observed in commercial activities like commodity circulation and public service. The law of the DPRK on food administration defines the principled matters and order arising in the procurement, storage, processing, and supply of food for the people's diet, and thus contributes to improving the people's living standards and developing food administration. The law of the DPRK on dwelling houses defines matters related to construction, transfer, taking over and registration, allotment, use and management of dwelling houses, legally guaranteeing stable and cultured living conditions for the people. The state protects by law people's rights to ownership and use of houses. 52. Laws on the protection of intellectual property rights. Laws for ensuring human rights in the field of intellectual property rights include the copyright law, the invention law, the industrial design law, the trademark law, and the computer software protection law. 44. The law of the DPRK on copyright is aimed at protecting the rights of copyright holder and propelling the development of art and literature, and science and technology, by defining problems concerned with the use of copyrighted works. The law of the DPRK on inventions stipulates specific matters arising in the application for registration of inventions, their deliberation and registration, protection of invention and patent rights. The law of the DPRK on industrial designs defines problems arising in application for registration of industrial designs, their deliberation and protection of industrial design rights. The law of the DPRK on trademarks stipulates problems arising in application for registration of trademarks, their deliberation and protection of trademark rights. The law of the DPRK on the protection of computer software defines matters related to protecting the right of software copyright holders and developing the software technology. 53. Laws on social welfare. Laws for guaranteeing human rights in the field of social welfare include the Social Security Law, the law on the protection of the elderly, the law on the protection of 45 persons with disabilities, the law on the protection of children's rights, the law on the protection of women's rights, and the Red Cross Society Law. The law of the DPRK on Social Security serves as a powerful legal instrument for protecting people's health and providing them with stable and happy living environment and conditions. The law of the DPRK on the protection of the elderly serves to guarantee the rights and interests of the elderly and fully meet their desire to lead a fruitful and happy life in mentally and physically good health. The law of the DPRK on the protection of persons with disabilities contributes to providing more favorable living environment and conditions for persons with disabilities. The law of the DPRK on the protection of children's rights stipulates issues on guaranteeing children's rights and interests to the full in all fields including social life, education, public health, family and administration of justice. The law of the DPRK on the protection of women's rights comprehensively stipulates the rights of women. It defines the basic principles for providing women's rights and stipulates their socio political rights, rights to education, culture, medical service and labor, personal and property rights, right to marriage 46 and family, and so on. The law of the DPRK on Red Cross Society contributes to protecting people's lives and property from various kinds of diseases and disasters and promoting their health and welfare. 54. Laws on the protection of environment. Laws on guaranteeing human rights in field of environmental protection include the law on the protection of environment, the law on water resources, and the law on the prevention of radioactive pollution. The law of the DPRK on the protection of environment stipulates issues related with the protection of environment. The law of the DPRK on water resources is aimed at ensuring sufficient supply of water necessary for the development of the national economy and people's living by establishing a strict system and order in the research, development, conservation, and utilization of water resources. The law of the DPRK on the prevention of radioactive pollution regulates issues on preventing radioactive pollution and protecting people's lives and health and the environment. It defines basic principles for the prevention of radioactive pollution and regulates safe management of radioactive substances and nuclear 47 facilities, disposal of radioactive wastes, observation of environmental radioactivity, etc. 55. State organs for the protection and promotion of human rights. State organs for the protection and promotion of human rights are the Supreme People's Assembly, the State Affairs Commission, the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly, the Cabinet, commissions and ministries, local people's assemblies and people's committees, public prosecutors' offices and courts. 56. Organs for international cooperation in the field of human rights. Organs for international cooperation in the field of human rights include the National Coordinating Committee for the Implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the National Committee for UNESCO, the National Committee for UN Food and Agriculture Organization, and the National Coordinating Committee for the Implementation of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. 57. Human rights organizations for specific groups. Human rights organizations for specific groups. 48 include the Kim Il-sung's Kim Jong-il's Youth League, the Socialist Women's Union of Korea, the General Federation of Trade Unions of Korea, the Union of Agricultural Workers of Korea, Korea Federation for Protection of Persons with Disabilities, and Korea Federation for the Care of the Aged. 58. Human rights organizations according to their missions. Human rights organizations according to their missions include Korea Society for Human Rights Studies, Korea Education Fund, Korea Committee on Measure for the Victims of Sexual Slavery of the Japanese Army and Forcible Drafting, the Red Cross Society of Korea, the Bar Association of Korea, the Democratic Lawyers Association of Korea, the Family Planning and Maternity and Child Health Association of Korea. 59. Society for Human Rights Studies. The mission of the Korea Society for Human Rights Studies is to study overall issues on protecting and promoting human rights in the DPRK, make proposals to government organs on measures for guaranteeing human rights, and conduct research for an international system of protecting and promoting human rights. 49. What is important in its activities is to survey and research the human rights situation in the DPRK and its implementation of international human rights conventions, and carry out investigations into human rights violations foreign forces committed against the Korean people and take relevant measures. It also conducts cooperation with international human rights organizations and its counterparts in other countries, and offers convenience to the relevant visitors to the country. The society comprises well over 100 legal experts, defense counsels, law enforcement officials, and human rights experts. 60. Human Rights Education and Information Network. The Human Rights Education and Information Network consists of education through regular educational network, dissemination of knowledge through social education facilities and mass media, and the work to enhance the knowledge on the part of law enforcement officials and officials of social organizations. 61. Education and Human Rights. The regular educational network, a well-regulated system of education and human rights. 53. And laws has been established in the educational course in the DPRK, ranging from primary school to university. Primary schools and junior and senior middle schools teach basic knowledge of human rights ideas, theories, and laws. At universities and colleges, this education is further intensified, and they also teach international human rights law. The level of the education in human rights laws at specialized law education units such as the Law College of Kim Il-sung University is quite high, as the graduates who learn human rights ideas, theories, and laws in the regular educational network enter various fields of the state and society. The work of protecting and promoting human rights is successful in the DPRK. 62. Dissemination of knowledge of human rights laws through social education facilities and mass media. The Grand People's Study House, located at the center of Pyongyang, and other modern libraries built in various parts of the country, house large numbers of original texts of law, books, and e-publications that help the working people and youth raise their awareness of law and acquire knowledge of human rights laws. 51. Mass media and publications, including the Korean Central TV, Korean Central Radio, Ragang Color, and Changnyeong Sangwoo, widely deal with the knowledge of human rights. Especially, they regularly carry articles and writings on major occasions, including the day of adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and devote a great deal of space to the analysis of the human rights violations committed by the imperialists in the international arena and other serious human rights issues around the world. 63. Work to enhance the officials' knowledge of human rights laws. The state forms the ranks of government officials, judges, defense counsels, prosecutors, people's security officers, and other law enforcement officials, and officials of social organizations with truly faithful servants of the people, and regularly organizes for them short courses, in-service training, workshops, seminars, and meetings for swapping experiences. 64. Provision of the right to elect and to be elected in the DPRK. All the citizens exercise their right to elect and to be elected regardless of sex, nationality, 52 occupation, period of residence in the country, property status, education level, party affiliation, political view, and religious belief. Election of deputies to people's assemblies at all levels is conducted on the principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot. All the citizens who have reached the voting age exercise the right to elect and to be elected without any limitation, and all the voters can participate in the elections on an equal footing and can be elected as a deputy to a power organ. Voters elect the deputies to the people's assemblies at all levels with their own hands according to their own will, and the secrecy of the result of balloting is ensured both during and after casting the ballot. 65. Provision of the freedom of speech and the press. The DPRK has more than 100 kinds of newspapers published at national and provincial levels, and at factories, enterprises, and universities, hundreds of periodicals printed by scores of publishing houses, and several TV and radio channels. All the citizens freely exercise the freedom to express their views and opinions through publications including various kinds of newspapers, magazines, and books, and through TV and radio broadcasts. 53. The right to free writing and creation of works is legally guaranteed, and the right to making proposals aimed at improving the work of state organs, enterprises, organizations, and public servants is ensured. The people are also provided with the rights to obtain, process, and transfer information. 66. Provision of the freedom of assembly and association. The DPRK citizens are fully provided with the freedom of assembly and demonstration. A notice is given to the People's Committee and People's Security Organ in the local area 3 days prior to holding them. They are also provided with the freedom of association. The state provides all citizens with conditions for freely organizing political parties and social organizations of democratic nature. At present, the DPRK has several political parties and social organizations, such as the Workers' Party of Korea, the Korean Social Democratic Party, the Jeondaist Jonggu Party, the Kim Il-sungist Kim Jong-ilist Youth League, the General Federation of Trade Unions of Korea, the Socialist Women's Union of Korea, and the Union of Agricultural Workers of Korea. 54. 67. Provision of the right to freely participate in state administration. The DPRK provides everyone with equal and ample opportunities and conditions to hold public office of the state and display their ability. Anybody with a certain level of knowledge and capacity can become a public servant. The state makes a regular assessment of public servants' competency for the purpose of correctly assessing and enhancing their competency. The criteria of the competency assessment are correct understanding of state policies and laws and regulations for the relevant field, expert knowledge, capacity to organize and direct undertakings, achievements in the past, law observance, and possession of noble morality and traits. 68. Provision of the freedom of thought in religion. In the DPRK, everybody is fully provided with the right to choose and follow their thought in religion according to their own free will, through their everyday life and experience, and through historical process. The Korean people have realized that the Juche idea is an idea that thoroughly defends and realizes their independence, and truly 55 guarantees human rights, and that when they advance along a road indicated by the idea, genuine happiness and prosperity will be achieved, and they have acquired this idea as an element of their faith and will on their own accord. They follow the Juche idea and think and act as required by it. In the DPRK, the church and the state are clearly separated, and everybody is fully provided with the freedom of religion. In accordance with the Constitution, people are free to choose and follow any religion, and can officially or personally, privately or jointly hold religious service, ritual, and ceremony. They can also build religious structures or conduct religious education. At present, there exists in the DPRK the Korean Christians Federation, Korean Buddhists Federation, the Korean Catholics Association, the Jeondaist Association of Korea, and Korean Council of Religionists. Foreigners resident in the DPRK and expatriates are also given complete freedom of religion. 69. Provision of the right to life. In the DPRK, life and health of man are most highly valued, and any act of violating them is never tolerated. 56. Man's life is fully protected from arbitrary arrest and execution by state institutions, organizations, and individuals, as well as from diseases and natural disasters. No one is deprived of the right to life, which is guaranteed by the Constitution and the laws and regulations related with criminal cases. Death penalty is imposed for the most serious crime on an extremely limited basis. The state guarantees by law the inviolability of every part of human body. Selling or buying organs of human body, fetuses, and blood for the purpose of medical treatment constitute a crime. The government, in order to prevent damage from contagious diseases, has invested an enormous amount of funds in developing vaccines and importing necessary medicines, and takes positive steps to minimize the damage likely to be caused by natural disasters. 70. Right not to be subjected to torture. It is strictly prohibited to intentionally torture, that is, to inflict physical or mental pain upon humans and to treat and punish them in an inhuman, undegrading manner. According to the criminal law, it is regarded as a 57 crime to interrogate suspects in an inhumane manner, especially by torture, exaggerate and fabricate cases, and deliver unjust judgments. Serious punishment is dealt out to those who inflict a serious injury, cause death, or impose penal responsibility upon a person by using torture or other illegal methods during interrogation. 71. Provision of the right not to be subjected to slavery. The DPRK regards independence of a human being as his or her life and soul, and never tolerates slavery which deprives him or her of his or her independence. There exist no such acts as human trafficking, prostitution, and forced labor. If such acts are committed, severe punishment is meted out by law. Those who employ minors under working age are subjected to criminal responsibility. 72. Provision of the right to personal liberty and security. The DPRK strictly prohibits arresting or detaining a person without a legal warrant. The citizens are guaranteed inviolability of the person and the home, and privacy of correspondence. No citizen can be placed under control or be arrested. 58. Nor can his or her home be searched without a legal warrant. In accordance with the criminal law, when a person has been illegally arrested, detained, or confined, his or her body or house searched, or his or her property seized or confiscated, the responsible person is subjected to criminal responsibility. No one is deprived of his or her personal freedom without recourse to the conditions and procedures provided by the criminal law, the Criminal Procedures Act, and other regulations. Anyone who is to be arrested is informed, at the time of arrest, of the reason for the arrest and suspicion, A person who is arrested or detained has the right to stand trial or to be released within a prescribed period. Those who have suffered damage from illegal arrest or detention have the right to demand compensations. 73. Provision of the right to fair trial. All the people in the DPRK are equal before law and have the right to legal protection on an equal footing without any distinction. They are entitled by law to a fair trial at a competent and independent court organized by law in determining suspicion of any crime. The state has set up an adequate number of competent and independent courts so as to guarantee the 59 right to fair trial and empowered them to settle all criminal and civil cases in a fair and just manner. All the suspects are presumed innocent until proved guilty by law. Once the suspected are found guilty, they are informed promptly of the charges, given enough time for defense and not examined with undue delay. They have the right to be provided with legal and interpretation assistance free of charge and call for the presence of witnesses and their examination. They are not forced to give a statement against themselves or to confess. They also have the right to appeal against conviction and to receive compensations for misjudgment. The state takes strong measures to prevent any institution from violating the independence of a court set up for the settlement of a given case. It also makes sure that unfair verdicts and decisions devoid of the independence of the court do not have legal effect. 74. Provision of the right to labor. All the citizens who have reached the working age, irrespective of sex, nationality and social affiliation, choose their jobs according to their wishes and aptitudes and are provided with stable jobs and working conditions by the state. When they have reached the retirement age, 60 for 60 men, 55 for women, and are entitled to enjoy the benefits of the Social Security services, the working people may give up their jobs. According to the characteristics of the working sectors, the DPRK makes differences of daily working hours into 8, 7 and 6 hours, respectively. The state has made it a rule to give education and labor safety to the working people who exercise the right to labor. Newly enrolled workers, workers who shift to new occupations within their factory, and those who have violated or have not abided by labor safety rules and regulations are subjected to intense education and labor safety for 5 to 20 days in general. In particular, those who are posted to very harmful, dangerous jobs and heavy labor sectors do an internship for 3 months, receiving education in labor safety. The country strictly enforces the socialist principle of distribution according to the quality and quantity of work done. The working people are rewarded equally for the same work done, irrespective of sex, age and nationality. They fully exercise the right to rest. The right to rest is exercised through such systems as daily rest after 8-hour work, rest on Sundays and holidays, annual paid leave, supplementary leave, 61 maternity leave, and accommodation at health resorts and holiday homes at state expense. 75. Provision of the right to Social Security. The DPRK gives preferential treatment to welfare beneficiaries and systematically increases investment in the Social Security sector so as to build up its material and technical means. Relevant organs of the state make a thorough registration of welfare beneficiaries and periodically pay pensions and allowances to them. They regularly learn about their living conditions and take necessary measures. They also make arrangements to help them and provide them with preferential treatment on several occasions. In particular, the state makes efforts to establish a proper system of managing and operating such establishments for Social Security services as rest homes and recuperation centers, and steadily improve their conditions, thus fully ensuring the living conditions of welfare beneficiaries. Thanks to the measures taken by the state, welfare beneficiaries are fully provided with conditions and environment for living without any inconvenience. They receive regular health checkups. Should they need special medical care, they are taken to specialized 62 hospitals in time. The state provides manpower, fund, equipment and materials necessary for the Social Security services in a responsible manner. 76. Provision of the right to adequate standard of living. The DPRK applies such a new form of remuneration as additional benefits by the state and society, together with the reward for work done, thus ensuring the right of the people to adequate standard of living. Everyone in the country, from birth, has the right to food and is supplied with food grain at prices which are next to nothing. The state builds dwelling houses for the people through its own investment in capital construction, and house rent is paid at prices which are next to nothing. Farmers are excluded from the payment of house rent. The country makes efforts to guarantee the right of its people to adequate standard of living on a higher level by increasing agricultural production, developing light industry and bringing about a turn in construction. 77. Provision of the right to education. All the children in the DPRK receive compulsory general secondary education until they reach the 63 working age. The local government and educational organs are obliged to identify all children at school age in the relevant areas and enroll them in schools. All the parents and guardians of school age children are also obliged to send them to schools. The local government organs take necessary measures to ensure that all children get access to compulsory secondary education, including those with disabilities and those in remote mountain areas and on far-flung islands. Education is free and the educational institutions are strictly prohibited from charging parents or guardians of children with fees for admission, lesson, study tour, internship and field trip. The state grants scholarships to students at institutes of tertiary education, students under the Genius education system and at schools for the deaf, dumb and blind. It also provides special scholarships to brilliant students, preferential scholarships to postgraduate students and in-service wages to students who are learning while working. The state gives special attention to staffing educational institutions, building up the ranks of teachers, improving the contents and methods of education, and providing educational conditions. 64. 78. Provision of the right to participate in scientific activities. The state encourages all the working people to learn science and technology and actively engage in developing them, providing every necessary possible condition. It encourages them to present inventions and innovative and productive initiatives, and properly evaluates them. When scientific and technological problems arising in the development of production and upgrading of production lines have been resolved, the achievements are applied in good time to prove their effectiveness. When a person makes outstanding contributions to the development of science and technology, he or she receives official commendations including honorary titles, even if he or she is a shop floor worker, and bonus is also given if the achievements have brought economic profits to the state. Intellectual property rights in the field of science and technology, including the right to copyright, invention, industrial design and trademark, are protected by law. 79. Provision of the right to participate in cultural activities. The DPRK fully provides the working people with 65 the right to create artistic and literary works. The state pursues policies aimed at encouraging writers and artists to produce works of high ideological and artistic value in the broad sections of the masses to take part in the artistic and literary activities. National prize contests for art and literature and singing contests for the working people are held on a regular basis. Sports have become mass-based in everyday life in the country. Every organ, enterprise and institution has a non-permanent mass sports organization. Sporting month and day have been designated. Such places as parks and recreation grounds are furnished with facilities and apparatuses that are necessary for making sports mass-based so that the working people may not experience any inconvenience in getting involved in sports. 80. Provision of the right to health. The right of all the citizens to health is fully ensured by complete and universal free medical service and preventive medical care system. All kinds of medical service, medication, diagnosis, experimental test, treatment, operation, doctor's visit, hospitalization, and meals are provided free of charge. 66 preventive medical care including recuperation, delivery, checkup, consultation, and vaccination is also free of charge. The state sees to it that modern hospitals and clinics are evenly distributed in urban and rural areas, factories, enterprises, fishermen's villages, and even in remote lumbermen's villages. Maternity, pediatric, and other specialized hospitals and sanatoriums have been set up in various parts of the country, and necessary steps are taken to continuously improve the level of specialized medical service so that people can get easy access to medical service anywhere and anytime. The state makes sure that organs, enterprises, and institutions, including public health organizations, promote dissemination of an education and hygiene-related information so that people voluntarily keep sanitary environment, protect and preserve their health with scientific knowledge, and take preventive steps against diseases. In order to protect healthy living environment, measures are taken to prevent pollution, plant trees, increase green areas, and protect the air, rivers, streams, and soil from harmful gases and other hazardous materials. The state supplies labor protection items, including nutrients, as well as hygienic and protective tools to 67 workers to prevent occurrence of industrial diseases. Hygiene regulations set by the state are strictly observed in the production and handling of goods including foodstuffs, and preventive measures are taken against epidemics. Under the district doctor system, hospitals work out a record for every resident as soon as he or she is born. The record keeps his or her health conditions and history of preventive treatment. When a resident moves to another district, his or her medical record is automatically transferred to the hospital of that district. 81. Provision of the right of women. Women in the DPRK have equal rights with men and fully enjoy their independent and creative life in all sectors of social life. They have the right to elect and be elected, and actively participate in the activities of the government organs. Many of them are working as full-time officials in the ruling party organizations, state organs, and social organizations. The 12-year education system and tertiary education system, which are well established in the country, enable every person including women to learn. The free medical service system provides a greater 68 benefit for women. The Pyongyang Maternity Hospital, equipped with sophisticated and high-end medical facilities, assists women with safe delivery on the highest level. At the same time, it completely cures the inpatients of other diseases so that they can recover their health when they are in hospital. The country takes measures for the working women on a preferential basis. It is strictly prohibited to allocate women to the workplaces that are harmful to their health and unsuitable for their physical conditions. Nighttime work is not allowed for nursing mothers and pregnant women. Female workers with babies are allowed enough time for breastfeeding within the working hours. 82. Provision of the right of children in the DPRK. Every child is entitled to have a name and receive care from the state and society and their parents from the time of his or her birth. Children can join children's organizations including the Children's Union. They are free to express their views and opinions through publications and works of art. Kidnapping and trafficking of children as well as child labor are strictly prohibited. 69. They have the right to receive the universal 12-year free compulsory education and to develop their talent and realize their hopes. Children who are not under the care of their parents or guardians are brought up in baby homes, orphanages, and boarding schools at state expense. All expenses for making diagnosis, sample test, medication, inpatient treatment, recuperation, and travel expenses to and from sanatoria, checkup, consultation, vaccination, and prostheses are paid by the state. Families duly respect children's opinions, and they are not allowed to commit such acts as ill-treating, remaining indifferent to, cursing, reprehending, or beating children. Violation of their right of inheritance, simply because they are children, is considered to be an illegal act. 83. Provision of the right of the elderly. It is a state policy to treat the elderly with respect and look after their life and health in a responsible manner. The state steadily increases investment in the protection of the elderly and strives to provide them with a civilized and happy life. Obligations of supporting the elderly lie on their spouses and sons, daughters, and grandchildren who live together with them or not. Their brothers or sisters can 70 also be their supporters. The elderly receive regular pension and allowances of various forms from the state. Even if they have their supporters, they may receive state support according to their wish. They have the rights to possess and dispose of their personal property, receive regular checkup and treatment from public health organs in charge of them and other medical institutions. They also have the right to be provided with conditions they need for participating in mass-based sporting activities of various kinds and forms, including rhythmic exercise and taekwondo developed exclusively for them. Those who are over 100 years old receive benefits the state stipulated separately. Government organs at all levels have non-standing committees for caring the elderly in order to accurately carry out the policy on protecting the elderly. The state has established a fund for the care of the elderly and raises funds in various forms and by various methods. 84. Provision of the right of persons with disabilities. The state provides persons with disabilities with 71 more favorable conditions and environment in medical treatment, education, cultural activities, and labor and respects their personalities. They can receive medical assistance in specialized or comprehensive treatment and recovery organs specially set up for them in necessary places. Those at school age can learn in a special class organized in ordinary schools or in special schools such as those for the blind, dumb, and deaf and for intelligence cultivation according to their physical and mental features and forms of disability. Persons with disabilities have the right to be provided with special educational materials and equipment and facilities of special schools from the state. They have the right to select jobs in conformity with the degree of disability, sex, age, and physiological characteristics. They can work in enterprises or organizations established exclusively for them. They can select and play a sports event conducive to promoting their health and improving their abilities of independent activities. They can enjoy themselves at cultural and recreational centers built for them by the state. The blind and other disabled persons who have limited independent abilities or have lost them are entitled to use means of public transport such as bus, 72 trolley bus, commuting train, and ferry free of charge. The state has set June 18th as the Day of Persons with Disabilities and, on this day, conducts a wide campaign to protect and support them. 85. View related with ensuring human rights at the international level. In order to ensure human rights at the international level, each country and nation should defend its right to independence. The issue of international protection and promotion of human rights was brought up by the very forces that infringe upon independence of other countries. The main obstacles to the international promotion of human rights these days are the moves by the US and the Western countries for human rights protection. Every country and nation must never tolerate these schemes on the principles of respecting the right to national sovereignty and non-interference in one another's internal affairs. International human rights organizations should enhance their roles to address the issue of human rights at the international level. Enhancing the role of UN General Assembly is important before anything else. The General Assembly should make its contribution 73 to the promotion of human rights at the international level in conformity with the basic spirit of the UN Charter, which has committed to respecting and guaranteeing human rights. The interventionist and bellicose attempts for human rights protection committed by the US and the Western countries under the signboard of the UN General Assembly should never be tolerated. In particular, the UN Human Rights Council, one of the subsidiary bodies of the UN General Assembly, should never be abused as a tool serving the interests of certain countries, and human rights situation in each country should be assessed in an objective and impartial manner. 86. View of and stand on international human rights instruments at present. In many cases, the U.S. and the Western countries abuse the international human rights instruments as a means to justify their suppression of the rights of their people, and their invasion, intervention, and human rights violations against other countries and nations. As they were adopted representing the aspirations and demands of mankind to achieve their rights, the international human rights instruments must reflect 74 their interests and respect the opinions of each country and nation. As the situation, conditions, and standards on providing human rights vary from country to country, it is necessary to consider the intentions and requirements of the country concerned in interpreting and applying the international human rights instruments. Each nation should not allow any violation of their sovereignty by outside forces in the interpretation and application of the international human rights instruments. 87. International Human Rights Instruments. The DPRK acceded to International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, acceded on July 30, 1981. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, acceded on July 30, 1981. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights had been abused as a tool for imposing political pressure and interfering in the internal affairs of the progressive and developing countries by the U.S. and other Western countries after the Cold War, which attempted to pick a quarrel with the human rights situations in these countries and impose their own human rights standards on them. 75. Especially, at the 49th session of the UN Human Rights Subcommittee, the U.S. and other Western countries openly attempted to slander and criticize the DPRK and interfere in its internal affairs by abusing the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. In this regard, the DPRK announced its decision to quit the covenant in August 1997. Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, acceded on February 8, 2001. Convention on the Rights of the Child, signed on August 23, 1990. Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, signed on July 3, 2013. 88. International cooperation in the field of guaranteeing human rights. The DPRK attaches due attention to the cooperation and exchanges with international organizations and countries in the field of guaranteeing human rights. It provided convenience to members of Amnesty International, International Association Against Torture, UN Commission on the Rights of the Child, and Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women of the then UN Commission on Human Rights. It arranged for them to meet law enforcement officials 76 and persons at reform institutions and to visit reform institutions and detention rooms so as to help them inquire into the actual human rights situation in the country. After the establishment of diplomatic relationship with the European Union, the DPRK's human rights experts participated in all bilateral political discussions to give clarifications to questions raised by EU. The country has responded with good faith and tolerance to the questions raised by UN High Commission for Human Rights conventions implementing bodies and other human rights organizations under the UN and non-governmental human rights bodies. 89. Major obstacles to the promotion of human rights in the DPRK. The major obstacles to the protection and promotion of human rights in the DPRK are the hostile policy pursued by the United States and other Western countries against the DPRK and their human rights racket. In other words, they are their moves to stamp out the country politically, blackmail it militarily, and isolate and stifle it economically. 77. 90. Moves by the U.S. to stamp out the DPRK politically and their aftermath. The hostile policy the U.S. has maintained against the DPRK since the first day of the latter's founding constitutes the most serious external factor, the greatest obstacle, checking its people's ardent wish for achieving independent development and peaceful construction and enjoying genuine human rights. Out of its ambition to occupy the whole of the Korean peninsula, the U.S. has pursued its policy for decades. Owing to the moves of the U.S., which regards the DPRK as its enemy and aggravates the situation on the peninsula, the Korean people's right to peace and development has been threatened seriously. 91. Moves by the U.S. to blackmail the DPRK militarily and their aftermath. The Korean War. The U.S. unleashed and the incessant military provocations and war games it has committed subsequently constitute a crime against the right of the Korean people to live and develop in a peaceful and free environment. The 3-year war claimed the lives of 470,000 civilians in Korea. The uninterrupted U.S. moves to ignite a new war for 78 decades after the Korean War have turned the Korean peninsula into the hottest spot on the planet. This constitutes a serious challenge to the Korean people in enjoying their rights, and the country has had to concentrate its strength to defending itself and its people's right to independence. 92. Moves by the U.S. to stifle the DPRK economically and their aftermath. The economic sanctions and blockade the U.S., in collusion with its vassal states, has imposed on the DPRK have been unprecedented in their viciousness and tenacity. These moves are aimed, in essence, at isolating and stifling the country and destabilizing it so as to overthrow its system. The moves the U.S. resorts to by enlisting even its vassal states are a crime against human rights and humanity, which check the sovereign state's right to development and exert a great negative impact on its people's enjoying of their rights, a crime as serious as wartime genocide. 93. Nature of the anti-DPRK human rights campaign led by the U.S. The U.S. and its followers conduct the anti-DPRK 79 human rights campaign with an intention to mislead the public opinion and raise the non-existent human rights issue in the DPRK as an international issue, thus defaming the prestige of the DPRK in the international arena and toppling its socialist system under the veil of defending human rights. As it has learned that military threats are helpless in bringing down the socialist system of the DPRK, the U.S. is trying to internationalize the anti-DPRK human rights campaign by instigating its followers. The smear campaign conducted by the U.S. is, in nature, an acme of high-handedness and arbitrariness aimed at ignoring the political mode and social system established in the DPRK and changing them at any cost. It is also a brigandage act of destroying the very foundation of international human rights mechanisms. 94. Prospects for guaranteeing human rights in the DPRK. Despite the continued moves of the U.S. and its followers to isolate and stifle the DPRK, the government advances policies for the protection and promotion of human rights of the people and is making every effort to bring them into effect. Thanks to the steadfast people-oriented policies advanced by the government and its continued efforts to perfect the human rights instruments, human rights will be guaranteed on a higher plane in the DPRK. 95. Prospects for the improvement of people's living standards. The genuine features and essential characteristics of a socialist economic giant the DPRK is going to build are not just that the country is highly developed in terms of productivity and national income, it must also be a people's paradise, which provides its people with an affluent and civilized life. The country is resolving all the problems arising in economic construction with the people's demands for interests and independence as the yardstick. It attaches importance to the development of the sectors that are directly linked to improving the people's living standards, provides the working people with wonderful conditions for labor and material life, and steadily improves the people's living standards through the expansion of the people-oriented policies of the ruling party and the government. The agricultural sector, fisheries and light industry are striving to increase production with an aim to make breakthroughs in improving the people's living standards. 81. 96. Prospects for the public health service. The socialist public health service system established in the DPRK is the most advantageous system, aimed at making the people work and lead a happy life on good health, free from worries about medical treatment. The country plans to increase the average life expectancy of the population, reduce the prevalence of infectious diseases and bring other health indices into line with those of the world's most advanced countries, and provide the people with more hygienic living conditions and a healthier environment by developing the public health service. It also plans to build modern hygienic and anti-epidemic establishments, focus on the prevention of infectious diseases, and encourage all hospitals to provide proper preventive care just as they do at specialist centers to reduce morbidity as far as possible. It will boost the district doctor system to ensure that medical workers visit households and workplaces under their charge and take preventive steps against all types of disease in consideration of the ages and constitutional characteristics of the residents and working people, thus acting responsibly to protect their health. Advanced methods of diagnosis and treatment will be introduced widely in keeping with the latest trends in healthcare. Western medicine and Koryo medicine will 82 be closely combined, the telemedicine system completed, and high-quality first aid and other medical services guaranteed. Medical science and technology will be developed rapidly, and the supply of materials to the public health sector improved. 97. Prospects for education. It is the determination and will of the ruling Workers' Party of Korea to make the DPRK a country of education and talents. In order to attain this target, the country is building up the education system. School organization will be further improved so that, in the period of general secondary education, students can be trained into the country's able talents who are equipped with the essentials of a revolutionary world outlook, exemplary general secondary knowledge and at least one modern skill. It plans to give education in various forms and in a substantial way to suit the economic and geographical features of the particular region and the individual character of each student. Universities and colleges will produce large numbers of world-famous scholars. They will do so by setting up a rational education system that serves the purpose of training both academic and practical talents and by 83 developing the continuous education system. In accordance with the requirement that all the people be well versed in science and technology, the number of part-time institutions of learning, including factory, farm and fishermen's colleges, will be increased and the standard of the education they offer enhanced in order to make higher education accessible to a larger number of working people. In particular, the distance education system will be further improved so as to bring its advantages into fuller play. Education through TV and other mass media will also be of a high enough standard. Then all the working people can use a lifetime of learning to contribute to the country's prosperity. The material and technical foundations of the education sector will be raised to the world level through a radical overhaul of the educational conditions and environment. The state will prioritize education and increase investment in the sector systematically, and the whole society will give positive assistance to the sector. Universities and other educational institutions at all levels will equip themselves with e-libraries and modern bases for conducting scientific research, experiments and internships, and operate them briskly. Kim Il-sung University and other leading universities in the country will be developed into centers of education and scientific research and hubs of 84 international academic exchange, becoming a match for the world's first-rate universities. 98. Prospects for construction. It is a policy of the government of the DPRK to set up world-class and many other structures that can contribute to improving the people's living conditions, providing the people with conditions for a more affluent and civilized life. The construction sector is building monumental structures of lasting value, which embody the principle of prioritizing comfort and aesthetic beauty. They will be of the highest standard and built at the fastest pace, with the Workers' Party of Korea's just-oriented idea of architectural aesthetics as the guideline. It is also building up central and local design and construction forces, upgrading its means of design, construction equipment and tools, encouraging dry process fabrication, and widely introducing zero-energy, zero-carbon and intelligence architectural techniques. The building materials industry is modernizing its factories and enterprises, ensuring both the specialized and traditional production of goods, and making the most of the latest technical advances, so as to diversify the types and range of building materials and produce them domestically. 85. Construction of large-scale power stations and other capital construction projects are rolling full steam ahead. Construction of modern dwelling houses and dormitories and construction for improving the conditions and environment for education are also in full swing. 99. Prospects for the protection of special groups. Regarding the protection and promotion of the rights of special groups, including children, women, the elderly and people with disabilities, as an important task, the DPRK government is making strenuous efforts for its implementation. In order to train all children to be able workers of the country, knowledgeable, virtuous and healthy, it is renovating the camps, palaces and halls for school children while providing updated teaching conditions and improving the contents of education. On the principle of taking good care of the orphans in a responsible manner, the state pays attention to the growth, healthcare and education of the children in the orphans' primary and secondary schools and takes all measures necessary for the construction of baby homes and orphanages, the improvement of meals there and the provision of nutritional foodstuffs, clothes, school things, etc. to them. 86. It also helps the Korea Federation for the Care of the Aged improve its work. In particular, it pays greater attention to the elderly with no caretakers. The Korea Federation for Protection of Persons with Disabilities is expanding the scope of its activities. A number of measures are being taken for the early detection of disabilities and early recovery among children and for the development of art and sports and vocational education for persons with disabilities. 100. Prospects for the perfection of the system of human rights laws. The DPRK government will make constant efforts to perfect the system of human rights laws to give fuller play to the advantages of the people-centered socialism of the Korean style, on the basis of the experience and lessons gained in establishing human rights mechanisms. So far, it will develop the system of socialist human rights laws by stipulating afresh the omitted parts of the system, amending and supplementing the existing ones and formulating new rights in the direction of raising the effectiveness of human rights legislation to the maximum and fully reflecting the demands of norms of international human rights laws. It will fully reflect the people's demands and 87 interests in working out human rights laws and encourage them to actively participate in this undertaking. Officials in the legislation of human rights laws will be encouraged to have consultation with the masses, give an ear to their voice and accept their good opinions. The system of petition will be used more effectively so that everyone can present his or her opinion on the work of formulating new human rights laws or amending and supplementing the existing ones. Collection of laws and other books on human rights, divided into several sectors, will be published and distributed on a regular basis to help citizens have a full understanding of the laws and regulations on human rights laws to be exercised in the state and social life. Understanding Korea. 9. Human rights. Author, Kim Ji-ho. Editor, Kim Ji-ho. Translators, Kim Young-nam and Ri Chung-hyun. Layout, Pang Song-woo and Yang Song-in. Cover design, Kim Un-jong. Copyright, Foreign Languages Publishing House. Issued in July 106, 2017. New Numero sign, 7835051. Email, flph@star-co.net.kp, http://www.korean-books.com.kp